Chapter 205. All along the way, Duan Lingtian could see hope and anticipation on the faces of the residents of relentless thriving city. This was their confidence towards the Crimson Wyrm army. Their confidence towards the divine might Marquis. Uncle Nye is worthy of being the Crimson Sky Kingdom's god of war. In this border where battles are frequent, his prestige probably surpasses the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Before long, Duan Lingtian and the other Paladin Academy students followed the 10,000 officers of the Crimson Wyrm army and entered the vast campsite at the northern side of relentless thriving city. Including Duan Lingtian's group, everyone that came was placed in various tents within the campsite. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 were placed in the same small tent. Although it was a small tent, it was still 100 times better than the tents they casually set up on the road. I'm about to be able to witness that cruel war with my own 2 eyes. Just thinking about it makes me slightly excited. Xiao Sun's face was slightly red as he spoke excitedly. Although Xiao Yu didn't say anything, the flowing light in his eyes at this moment had already explained everything. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. With a thought in his heart, a cauldron suddenly appeared in his hand. 2 days ago, he smoothly broke through to the 8th level of the core formation stage. What he needed to do now was to refine the dragon blood pill and directly consume it to complete the tempering of his fleshly body for the 8th level of the core formation stage. Only in this way would he be able to continue charging towards the 9th level of the core formation stage. The dragon blood pill was different from ordinary medicinal pills. After the pill was formed, it had to be consumed within 10 hours. Otherwise, the medicinal strength would cease to exist. So, Duan Lingtian didn't have a backup. Duan Lingtian casually taking out a cauldron wasn't a big deal. However, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian take out a cauldron. This. Duan Lingtian, don't tell me you've become an alchemist. Xiao Sun couldn't help but glare. Even his breathing became somewhat hurried. This Duan Lingtian couldn't be thinking of playing with his heartbeat again, right? Xiao Yu also looked at Duan Lingtian suspiciously. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He raised his hand and reversed it. Chi! At this moment, a strand of milky white flame burned in the center of Duan Lingtian's palm. A 9th grade alchemy fire. Xiao Sun's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. His older brother, Xiao He, was a grade 9 alchemist, so he wasn't unfamiliar with grade 9 pill fire. Xiao Yu's mouth twitched. When did this Duan Lingtian become an alchemist? Generally speaking, a genius in the martial Dao like Duan Lingtian would normally place all his efforts on the advancement of his cultivation. It was impossible for him to delve into the Dao of alchemy, Dao of weapon refinement, or the Dao of inscriptions. Because once one delved into the latter, it would waste a great deal of effort, and in the end, fall to mediocrity in all aspects. In the past, in his eyes, the reason why Duan Lingtian possessed such a heaven-defying cultivation was surely because he concentrated on cultivation and didn't delve into the Dao of alchemy, Dao of weapons refinement, or the Dao of inscriptions. But now, the grade 9 pill fire in Duan Lingtian's hand had given him too great of a shock. This Duan Lingtian possessed such a heaven-defying cultivation, yet he actually spent time delving into the study of alchemy and even became a grade 9 alchemist? For a moment, Xiao Yu felt his scalp go numb. Abnormal. Too abnormal. If Duan Lingtian didn't delve into the study of alchemy, then wouldn't it mean that his current strength might be even stronger? Even to the extent that it's very likely that he would be able to break through to the origin core stage at the age of 17? Xiao Yu noticed that the more he thought about it in his heart, the more shocked he was. Xiao Sun was dumbstruck as well. He had the same thoughts as Xiao Yu. After all, people that delved into the Dao of alchemy would have a much slower increase in their cultivation in the martial Dao compared to ordinary people. Because they placed half of their attention on alchemy, and were unable to completely concentrate on their cultivation in the martial Dao. Just like his brother, Xiao He, although their natural talent in the martial Dao was similar, even though Xiao He was older than him by a year, Xiao He's cultivation was inferior to him. All of this was because his brother concentrated on the Dao of alchemy and neglected his cultivation, causing his cultivation to increase slowly. What are you two doing? Is there a need to be like this? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then directly withdrew a pile of medicinal materials required for the dragon blood pill and placed them one by one into the cauldron. Is there a need to be like this? The corners of Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's mouths twitched, and they both felt that Duan Lingtian wasn't doing it on purpose. Abnormal. The two of them spoke at the same time with extreme tacit understanding. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Of course, it was also because Duan Lingtian didn't know what Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were thinking, otherwise, he would surely shake his head and laugh. Since the moment he fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he'd inherited everything of Samsara Emperor Wu. When Samsara Emperor Wu was at his prime, he was a royal-grade alchemist and royal-grade weapons craftsman. Even in the Tao of inscriptions, during the era where the art of inscriptions was prevalent, he'd studied it to the peak and wasn't inferior to anyone. Inheriting everything of Samsara Emperor Wu meant that Duan Lingtian also possessed the ability of Samsara Emperor Wu. Of course, if he wanted to exert even more of Samsara Emperor Wu's ability, he needed to increase his cultivation and spiritual force to a certain level. Just like pill fire and weapon fire. Grade 8 flames required stepping into the first level of the origin core stage to condense. Grade 7 flames required stepping into the 7th level of the origin core stage to condense. Grade 6 flames required stepping into the first level of the nascent soul stage to condense. Grade 5 flames required stepping into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage to condense. Later on and so on. Duan Lingtian, who'd inherited Samsara Emperor Wu's lifetime of experience in alchemy and weapons crafting, would be able to condense pill fire and weapon fire of that grade, so long as his cultivation reached a certain level. There was utterly no need for him to research and improve himself. Spiritual force was the same as well. So long as his spiritual force was strong enough, he would be able to inscribe even higher-level inscriptions. Just like now, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was comparable to a nascent soul stage martial artist's spiritual force, and he was able to inscribe inscriptions like the bone corrosion inscription that were sufficient to annihilate nascent soul stage martial artists. If he was able to obtain those rare main materials, he would even be able to inscribe inscriptions that could annihilate half-step void stage experts. So long as Duan Lingtian's cultivation and spiritual force were sufficient, then he utterly didn't need to spend time studying the Tao of alchemy, weapons crafting, and inscriptions. In his mind, there were memories of studying the Tao of alchemy, weapons crafting, and inscriptions to the peak. Using an analogy, if it was said that the Tao of alchemy, weapons crafting, and inscriptions were software, Duan Lingtian's cultivation and spiritual force were the hardware. The software possessed a top-notch level, whereas the hardware was still in the stage of being explored and improved. So long as the hardware continued to improve, then he would be able to display even more of the software's functions. Voila! Duan Lingtian's hands descended, and the pill fire condensed from origin energy was pressed into the cauldron by him as he started to refine the medicine. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in their hearts as they watched without blinking. An hour later, Duan Lingtian placed the little black snake's golden blood into the cauldron and completed the final step. Whoosh! A medicinal pill that flowed with a golden light shot out and landed in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was precisely the dragon blood pill. Duan Lingtian directly consumed it. In the blink of an eye, his body underwent a tremendous change. The tempering of the body at the 8th level of the core formation stage was instantly completed. The current him could directly charge towards the 9th level of the core formation stage. Once he stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage and consumed another dragon blood pill, he would be able to complete the final tempering of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Raging Python form. At that time, he would be able to continue charging towards the Origin Core stage and become a true Origin Core stage martial artist. And not the current false Origin Core stage. Only when they saw Duan Lingtian put away the cauldron did Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun return to their senses. Xiao Sun asked in surprise, "Duan Lingtian, what medicinal pill did you refine earlier?" That medicinal pill seemed to flicker with a golden light, and it seemed to be extraordinary. That isn't an ordinary medicinal pill. It's a medicinal pill that matches the cultivation method I cultivate. If an ordinary martial artist were to consume it, their body would directly explode and they would die. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Xiao Sun. How about it? Xiao Sun, are you interested in one? Forget it, I don't want to die yet. Xiao Sun naturally believed Duan Lingtian when he heard this, and he hurriedly waved his hand in refusal. Duan Lingtian, when did you become a grade 9 alchemist? At this moment, Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian as well. It's been a while. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, but didn't say exactly when. Could it be that he was already a grade 9 alchemist 2 years ago? Duan Lingtian, you're absolutely the most abnormal freak I've ever seen. Xiao Sun glared. When my brother became a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20, I already thought he was abnormal enough. I never imagined that you would become a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 18. Not only that, your cultivation has even stepped into the origin core stage. You're simply a super abnormal freak. Super abnormal? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Xiao Yu nodded as well, obviously agreeing with Xiao Sun's words. Suddenly, Xiao Sun seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze abruptly shone. A few months ago, the 18-year-old genius alchemist that appeared briefly in the Alchemist Guild's headquarters and defeated my brother's spirit. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked when he saw Xiao Sun looking over. Could it be that Xiao Sun guessed it? I wonder who is more abnormal when compared to you in the Tao of Alchemy. Xiao Sun finished speaking in one breath. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Looks like Xiao Sun didn't connect the genius alchemist from that time with him. That genius alchemist wouldn't be Duan Lingtian, right? Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian, and his words caused Duan Lingtian's heart to rise to his throat. Xiao Yu was born with a keen intuition, and his intuition told him that the 18-year-old genius alchemist Xiao Sun mentioned was very likely to be the same person as Duan Lingtian. He's definitely not. Xiao Sun shook his head. You're so sure? You haven't seen him? Xiao Yu asked in bewilderment. I haven't seen him, but don't forget, my brother has. I asked my brother, and he said that youth's appearance was extremely ordinary and didn't have any outstanding points. Do you think that the youth my brother described would be Duan Lingtian? Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke. Duan Lingtian was about to transform from a youth to a young man. In terms of appearance, he could absolutely be considered to be extraordinarily handsome. Chapter 206. Could it be that he really isn't? Xiao Yu was slightly hesitant in his heart when he heard Xiao Sun's words. He was still extremely confident towards his intuition, but he couldn't wrap his head around why the genius alchemist Xiao Sun's older brother spoke of would be a youth with an ordinary appearance. How could he possibly know that Duan Lingtian's disguise technique could be said to have reached the acme of perfection? In the next few days, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 cultivated within the tent. 5 days later, all the Star Mastermind Department students, including Duan Lingtian's group of 3, were gathered within a spacious tent. At the center of the tent was something similar to a model of a building. Duan Lingtian discerned with a glance that this was the model of a city's outer perimeter. Presently, at the side of this model, Nie Fan was standing together with a middle-aged general, and behind Nie Fan was the old man that followed behind Nie Fan like a shadow. Duan Lingtian hadn't seen this old man in the Divine Might Marquis estate before. But now, relying on the perception of his spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he could practically confirm. This old man was a half-step void stage expert. Looks like Uncle Nie isn't the only half-step void stage expert in the Divine Might Marquis estate. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. The status of the Divine Might Marquis estate in the Crimson Sky Kingdom was only inferior to the imperial family. Coupled with the presence of a true void stage expert holding down the fort, there ought to be no lack of half-step void stage experts within it. Although that void stage expert wasn't what he used to be, a horse is still a horse. No one dared look down upon the Divine Might Marquis estate's resources. The old man seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian looking at him, and his muddy eyes squinted as he nodded to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. He was still extremely respectful towards the members of the Divine Might Marquis estate. Before long, the 12 students of the Star Mastermind Department of Paladin Academy had all arrived. In addition, 2 middle-aged men dressed like scholars slowly walked in. He should be at the level of a military advisor. Duan Lingtian secretly guessed. Humph! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a cold snort. At the same time, he felt a cold gaze on him. He didn't need to turn around to know whose gaze it was. Commander Nie. These 2 are the strategists of our army. The middle-aged general standing beside Nie Fan introduced the 2 middle-aged scholars to Nie Fan. Nie Fan nodded slightly at the 2 middle-aged scholars. Greetings, military advisors. The 2 middle-aged scholars were flattered. Greetings, Commander Nie. Even though Nie Fan was young, they didn't dare underestimate him, as he was the only son of the Divine Might Marquis, the Grand General of Agile Cavalry, Nie Yuan, whose might shook the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. His status was extraordinary, and it was far from something they could compare to. General He, these 12 are the elite students of the Star Mastermind Department that Paladin Academy sent out this time. Nie Fan looked at Duan Lingtian, Gu Xian, and the others as he introduced them with a smile. Oh! The middle-aged general called General He, or in other words, the general that commanded the entire border army of relentless thriving city, swept his gaze past Duan Lingtian and the others. When his gaze descended onto Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, it slightly focused. In his impression, Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department students at this age seemed to be only first or second-year students, right? Such young students, even if they came to the battlefield, seemed to be unable to be of any help. After all, according to past practice, Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department students would only start to deeply research and comprehend military strategies when they reached 4th year and above. In next to no time, his expression froze. Because he saw Duan Lingtian. This person ought to be at most 18 years old, right? General He frowned as he looked at the youth before him. Wasn't Paladin Academy taking this too lightly? Yes. When Duan Lingtian saw General He's expression, he naturally knew that General He was looking down on him because of his young age. He didn't mind. Time would prove everything. General He, don't look down on this person. He's the most renowned peerless genius in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Nie Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned as he spoke. Oh! General He pondered for a moment when he heard this, and his gaze abruptly shone. Could it be that he's that Duan Lingtian of the Duan clan? An 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist? Exactly. Nie Fan lightly nodded. Excuse me. After knowing Duan Lingtian's background, General He's gaze when looking at Duan Lingtian was completely different. Even if Duan Lingtian didn't have much research in the Tao of Mastermind, Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Tao was sufficient to make him admire him. Cloud Continent had always been a world where the strong were respected. As far as he was concerned, an 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist would surely be a great evil when he matured in the future. Greetings, General He. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to the middle-aged general before him. Since the general was courteous, he naturally wouldn't be disrespectful. You're General He? General He Wei-en? Right at this moment, an abrupt voice sounded out. It was Gu Xian who stood at the side that spoke. This is? He Wei-en was slightly surprised that the young man with an extraordinary bearing before him was able to call out his name. General He, I've heard my father say since long ago that you're a pillar of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. These past few years, it was all because of General He that the northwest border was able to defend against the numerous attacks of the southern Champion Kingdom. Gu Xian lightly smiled as he spoke slowly. You really know how to flatter. Xiao Sun grunted in a low voice and spoke with a voice that was like a mosquito. Little brother, you're too kind. I don't dare accept your praise. The northwest border being able to defend these past few years was mostly because of the Divine Might Marquis, the Grand General of Agile Cavalry, Lord Nie Yuan. I wonder who your father is? Although He Wei-en was modest, he still had a smile on his face from the praise. Gu Yuting is my father. Gu Xian had a refined and courteous appearance. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile. He was able to discern. This Gu Xian intentionally flattered this General He and did so much foreshadowing for the sake of this moment. Prime Minister Gu. He Wei-en was instantly greatly shocked when he heard this. So it's the young master of the Prime Minister's family. I've truly been rude. Greetings, young Master Gu. The two middle-aged scholars that stood at the side couldn't help but be moved, and they bowed to Gu Xian together. For a time, Gu Xian became the center of attention in the entire tent. Although Gu Xian's words were modest, the arrogance and complacency on his face was something that anyone could discern. I've long since heard that young Master Gu has inherited the wisdom of the Lord Prime Minister. Since you're able to come assist our army this time, it looks like our army's plan to breach the southern barbaric city is just around the corner. He Wei-en laughed heartily. As for the two middle-aged scholars, they flattered one after another as well. General He and the two strategists are too kind. How can I compare to my father? Gu Xian smiled modestly, but his eyes were filled with complacency as he occasionally swept his gaze past Duan Lingtian, wanting to show off his prowess in front of Duan Lingtian. But he instead noticed with embarrassment that Duan Lingtian didn't even look at him from the beginning until the end. It was as if Duan Lingtian disdained all of this. Duan Lingtian. Gu Xian secretly gnashed his teeth in hatred, and a cold light flashed within his eyes. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he heard what He Weian said. Breach the southern barbaric city? It looked like the arrival of the reinforcements this time had greatly increased the morale of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's side, and they were preparing to turn defense into offense. Young Master Gu, everyone, please come forward and take a look at the layout of the southern barbaric city. See if there's any way to smoothly breach the southern barbaric city and spread the might of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Meanwhile, He Weian had returned to the side of the layout of the southern barbaric city, and at the same time, he invited the group of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department students to come forward. Instantly, all the Star Mastermind Department students, including Duan Lingtian, stood forward. For a time, the surroundings of the layout became crowded. There were even 3 Star Mastermind Department senior students that were unable to squeeze forward. Humph. Gu Xian coldly grunted when he saw Duan Lingtian's group of 3 arrive before the model, then said in disdain, "Those first-year students, stop seizing positions here and pretending to know when you don't, right? Don't you see that there are still 3 fifth-year students squeezed behind you?" Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's faces went grim when they heard Gu Xian's ridicule, and they both glared angrily at Gu Xian. Duan Lingtian had only just glanced at the layout of the southern barbaric city when he heard what Gu Xian said, and he slowly raised his head to glance coldly and indifferently at Gu Xian. In this way, young Master Gu feels that we're unable to help. Whereas you two are able to come up with a plan and assist the army in breaching the southern barbaric city in one go. Of course. There's no difference between having the 3 of you and not having the 3 of you. Gu Xian had a proud expression as he spoke bluntly. Young Master Gu, this place doesn't seem to be your Prime Minister's estate, right? Aren't your actions a bit trying to usurp the role of the host? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Humph. I'm only thinking of the overall situation. General He, what do you think? Shouldn't the 3 of them give way to the other 3 fifth-year students of our Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department? Gu Xian glanced at Duan Lingtian with disdain, then looked at He Weian. He Weian looked at Duan Lingtian and hesitated for a moment before an apologetic expression appeared on his face. Little brother Lingtian, why don't you too? He did indeed admire Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao. But coming up with a plan for the army and war had nothing to do with natural talent in the martial Dao. At the same time, he didn't think that these 3 first-year students of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department would have any good plans. I understand. Duan Lingtian spoke out to interrupt He Weian, then nodded and used his gaze to stop Nye Fan, who was about to speak, before calling out to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, since this place doesn't need us, then there's no need for us to stay here. What do you two think? Let's go. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun snorted coldly, then left the tent with Duan Lingtian. Nye Fan swept Gu Xian with his gaze, and a trace of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. This Gu Xian said Duan Lingtian was useless? Could it be that he could think of a brilliant plan like crossing the sea by deception? Chapter 207. After leaving the tent, Xiao Sun had an indignant expression. Duan Lingtian, that Gu Xian has gone too far. A trace of a bright light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he smiled. Xiao Sun. Some people want to bring disgrace upon themselves. Why be angry with him? Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu were both stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian, as they didn't understand the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. Do you think it's so easy to take down southern barbaric city? Just wait for that Gu Xian to make a fool of himself. Humph. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of disdain. Earlier, although he'd only glanced at the layout of southern barbaric city, he'd already understood it clearly. He knew clearly in his heart that even with the Crimson Wyrm army as reinforcements, it would still be extremely difficult to take down southern barbaric city. Not only that, southern barbaric city was a natural stronghold, and if they were unable to take it in one go, they would suffer an extremely great loss. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun seemed to understand when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Half a month later, the Crimson Sky Kingdom prepared to send out troops to attack southern barbaric city. As expected, Gu Xian became the strategist for this battle. Duan Lingtian, that Gu Xian is about to follow the army to command. How can you still sleep? Xiao Sun had an anxious expression when he saw Duan Lingtian lying on the bed in the middle of the day. What are you anxious about? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu were slightly speechless towards Duan Lingtian's reaction. Only 3 days later, when the army that went to attack southern barbaric city 15 kilometers away returned, did they finally understand the meaning of Duan Lingtian's words that day. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was attacking Southern Champion Kingdom. Southern barbaric city was as steady as Mount Tai, whereas the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, the 10,000 Crimson Wyrm army retreated in time under the lead of Niefan, and only a portion of them suffered light injuries. Whereas the 300 General Galaxy students of Paladin Academy followed the Crimson Wyrm army and returned alive. The Border Army, however, suffered over 10,000 casualties. Duan Lingtian, you were so confident half a month ago. Could it be that you've already determined that it's impossible for Gu Xian to command the breaching of southern barbaric city? Xiao Sun was also greatly shocked when he heard this news. He looked towards Duan Lingtian and asked, It isn't so easy to breach southern barbaric city. Duan Lingtian said calmly. When he saw the layout of southern barbaric city at that time, he knew that unless he utilized the 36 stratagems of taking drastic measures to deal with the situation, sneaking around, and borrowing arrows from straw boats, otherwise, it would be impossible to break through southern barbaric city. As for these 3 stratagems of the 36 stratagems, even that Gu Xian probably wouldn't be able to think of them even in his dreams. If it were you, would you have a solution? Xiao Sun's eyes lit up as he asked. What do you think? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as he replied with a question. At this moment, Xiao Sun could clearly sense the strong confidence Duan Lingtian displayed, and he knew that Duan Lingtian surely had a solution. Duan Lingtian, isn't it slightly inappropriate for you to do this? Since you had a solution, why didn't you speak of it that day? Xiao Yu, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, frowned. After all, the Border Army had lost over 10,000 people this time. Those were all living beings. Duan Lingtian shrugged. Xiao Yu, you were present at the incident last time and saw it clearly. It's fine that Gu Xian intentionally squeezed us out, but in the end, that general he actually believed what he said and asked us to leave. Do you think that at that time, even if I said I had a way to breach southern barbaric city, would that general he believe me? Would those 2 strategists believe me? So, the death of those 10,000 plus soldiers. If you want to blame someone, then you can only blame General He and Gu Xian. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he had a cold smile on his face. Of course, there were still some things that Duan Lingtian didn't say. Before the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army set out to battle this time, Niefan had come to look for him and told him of Gu Xian's scheme. At that time, Duan Lingtian had discerned that the scheme had 2 obvious flaws. However, an ordinary person was utterly unable to discern those 2 flaws, and even if he reminded them, others wouldn't believe him. However, so long as a critical moment arrived, those 2 flaws would surely be exposed. So, he reminded Niefan. So long as he noticed that the situation was bad, he should immediately lead the Crimson Wyrm army to retreat from the battlefield without the slightest hesitation. If it wasn't for him reminding Niefan, it would be impossible for the 10,000 plus soldiers of the Crimson Wyrm army to return in one piece. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment when he heard what Duan Lingtian said, and he knew that what Duan Lingtian said made sense. He smiled apologetically to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I shouldn't have scolded you, I was too impulsive. It's fine. After all, that's over 10,000 lives. Duan Lingtian shook his head and didn't mind. That Gu Xian was so arrogant and conceited that day. Let's see if he dares to be so complacent this time. Supposedly, after they returned today, they stayed within the central tent. Gu Xian's expression is probably as unsightly as it can be right now. Xiao Sun grunted coldly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ridiculing smile. The defeat this time can be said to be the responsibility of him alone. It's all because something went wrong with his scheme. A trace of coldness flashed within Xiao Yu's eyes. That Gu Xian has completely lost face for the Prime Minister's estate this time. Even if Prime Minister Gu knew of this, he would probably be angered to the point of spitting blood. A few words and a lousy scheme caused the death of over 10,000 officers. I'm afraid only that Gu Xian is capable of doing this.
I still remember the flattering appearance of General He and the two strategists when they were in front of Gu Xian that day.
They even said that Gu Xian had inherited Prime Minister Gu's wisdom. I'm really curious, what sort of expression will they have when they face Gu Xian once more? As Xiao Sun finished speaking, although he didn't have any intention of disrespecting the over 10,000 officers and soldiers that had died, he still slightly took pleasure in their misfortune. Presently, the expressions of He Wei-an and the two strategists under his command were naturally unsightly. 11,352 of our brothers have died. Within the spacious tent, He Wei-an's expression was extremely unsightly, and he had an ashamed and resentful expression as he looked at Gu Xian, who had an unsightly expression, as if he'd forgotten Gu Xian's distinguished identity. Gu Xian, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Our border army fully cooperated with your scheme, but over 10,000 of our people were cheated and killed by the Southern Champion Kingdom. Didn't you say that your scheme was foolproof? He Wei-an's face was crimson red, and he burst into rage.
He Wei-an was able to possess his current status and make an army of 100,000 submit to him, and he'd relied on himself to climb step by step to get to where he was today.
Normally, he was even famous for cherishing his subordinates. Once, a centurion under his command was assassinated by someone from the Southern Champion Kingdom that had infiltrated relentless thriving city. He went to the Southern Champion Kingdom by himself and infiltrated Southern Barbaric City to kill 2 of their Kiliarchs. After that incident, he was called Madman He by the people of the Southern Barbaric Kingdom. Since then, the people of the Southern Barbaric Kingdom didn't dare carry out assassinations again. He Wei-an, this young master has already said that it was the people of the Southern Champion Kingdom that were too cunning. Gu Xian's face sank as he repeated himself. The people of the Southern Champion Kingdom were too cunning? What excuse was this? Puh!
He Wei-an was angered to the point his face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he pointed at Gu Xian and roared with grief and indignation.
Gu Xian, if it wasn't for you being the son of the Lord Prime Minister, you've caused the death of over 10,000 of my brothers, and just this crime alone would cause you to die for sure today. This time, if it was one of his strategists that had cheated over 10,000 officers to death, he would have directly attacked and killed that strategists long ago. But Gu Xian's background was too strong, otherwise, he would absolutely not allow Gu Xian to live for even a second longer. What? You still want to kill me? Gu Xian's face sank as he sneered. It's only 10,000 lowly lives. Do you think they can compare to this young master's noble life? Presently, various pressures descended onto Gu Xian, causing him to be on the verge of collapse and almost lose all reason. If it was the usual him, he would surely not speak such words in an occasion like this. What did you say?
He Wei-an's face went grim as he was angered to the point of repeatedly spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, and the killing intent on his body couldn't be suppressed any longer and was on the verge of bursting out.
The eyes of Niefan, who hadn't spoken all along, went cold, and he kicked out, directly sending Gu Xian flying. He coldly shouted, Gu Xian, you caused the death of so many brothers. Not only did you not apologize, you actually said such heartless words. Today, I'll properly teach you a lesson on behalf of Prime Minister Gu. Niefan, you dare touch me? Gu Xian stood up, his eyes went cold as hatred shot into the sky. Big brother Gu Xian. The 2 Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department students that had always been by Gu Xian's side hurriedly stopped Gu Xian, and they had bitter smiles on their faces. What? You two think it's my fault as well? Gu Xian's face sank. Big brother Gu Xian, what you said earlier was indeed going too far. That's right. That's 10,000 lives. The 2 of them laughed bitterly. At this moment, Gu Xian took a deep breath and calmed down, realizing that he was indeed too impulsive earlier. However, it was impossible for him to apologize and admit his mistake. He was the son of the Prime Minister, a high and mighty existence. How could he easily apologize to another? Kill Gu Xian. Make him pay with his life for the lives of over 10,000 brothers. Kill Gu Xian. Pay with his life. Right at this moment, deafening voices resounded throughout the entire campsite with a vast momentum. Gu Xian's face went grim. Niefan frowned and walked out in large strides. With a glance.
Only now did Niefan notice that besides the 10,000-plus officers of the Crimson Wyrm army under his command, the remaining 90,000 officers of the border army were all gathered around this tent, and all of them had faces full of rage. They had come to take revenge for the deaths of over 10,000 brothers.
What son of the Prime Minister? They didn't care.
They only wanted to use Gu Xian's fresh blood to comfort the souls of their 10,000 brothers in heaven.
If you don't want to die, it's best if you don't go out. He Weiyan's icy cold gaze swept past Gu Xian, who was terrified to the point his face went pale and his legs were trembling. He took a deep breath and walked out of the tent with crimson-red eyes. General! Right at the instant He Weiyan walked out of the tent, the 90,000 officers outside the tent directly knelt on the ground. Bang! 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 It was as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were collapsing. I've let down my dead brothers. The tears in He Weiyan's eyes couldn't be restrained any longer when he saw this scene. Men don't easily shed tears, and it's only because they haven't been deeply hurt. General, it's not your fault, it's all Gu Xian's fault. Exactly, if it wasn't for him asking the brothers to go deep, those brothers wouldn't have died. He asked the brothers to give their lives away. We suspect that he's a spy from the Southern Champion Kingdom. Kill him. Kill him. The crowd of border army officers were in high spirits. Chapter 208. When Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun walked out of the tent together, they were shocked as well. A dense mass of nearly 90,000 officers and soldiers knelt before the central tent with mixed feelings of grief and indignation. Waves of voices swept out and practically spread throughout the entire Relentless Thriving City, causing Relentless Thriving City to seem as if it was enveloped in a layer of haze. The residents of Relentless Thriving City were now gathered in the streets and alleys, and all of them had dejected expressions. I originally thought that since the Crimson Wyrm army had arrived, they would surely be able to cooperate with the border army to dampen the spirit of the Southern Champion Kingdom. But I never imagined that they would actually return in crushing defeat. Humph. This matter isn't related to the Crimson Wyrm army in the slightest. It was entirely that bullshit military advisor who blindly commanded, causing the border army to lose over 10,000 officers and soldiers. How do you know? I have a cousin brother in the border army, and now he and his brothers are asking General He for orders to kill that bullshit military advisor. A military advisor caused the death of over 10,000 officers and soldiers. He deserves death. Why does he still need to ask for orders? That military advisor's identity isn't simple. He's the son of our Crimson Sky Kingdom's Prime Minister, and his name is Gu Xian. All over Shaoxing City, similar remarks were being spread everywhere. For a time, the crowd outside was in an impassioned mood.
He Weiyan stood before the central tent with teary eyes as he looked at the nearly 90,000 officers and soldiers before him with a mournful expression, and for a moment, he was speechless.
General, if you're worried that Gu Xian is the son of the Prime Minister, then we can make a move ourselves. We're not afraid. Right. We're not afraid. General, even though casualties can't be avoided when marching to war. This time, if we kill over 10,000 of the Southern Champion Kingdom soldiers, then we'll admit it. But this time, over 10,000 of our brothers have died, whereas the Southern Champion Kingdom's casualties are less than 1,000.
Our brothers can't die for nothing. The eyes of the group of officers and soldiers were crimson red as their imposing auras shot into the sky.
Over 10,000 of our own people have died, whereas the enemy's casualties are less than 1,000. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Although he expected that Gu Xian's plan wouldn't work, he never expected that it would be such a trap. He knew clearly in his heart. Even if this Gu Xian was able to survive today, he would probably go down in infamy for 10,000 years. Not to mention inheriting the position of Prime Minister. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were also stunned. Previously, they only knew that the Crimson Sky Kingdom side had lost tens of thousands of soldiers, but they didn't know the exact losses of the other side. Now that he had heard of the other party's losses, he was momentarily speechless. More than 10,000 people died in exchange for less than 1,000 lives? Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun looked at each other and saw the anger in each other's eyes. This Gu Xian deserves to die. Xiao Sun's face sank. More than 10,000 strong men were killed by Gu Xian just like that. It was simply an act that angered both man and God. In the central tent, Gu Xian's face was pale as he sat on the ground. His legs were weak and he couldn't stand up for a long time. He could feel the anger of the border army soldiers outside. He had no doubt that if he ran out at this time, he would definitely be torn to pieces. I want to leave this place, I want to leave this place. Suddenly, Gu Xian's eyes lit up, as if he had grabbed onto his last life-saving straw. Brother Gu Xian. You go out and apologize. The two people who had been following Gu Xian hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. Apologize. Gu Xian's face sank and his gaze went slightly cold. You want me to apologize? Impossible. Outside, no matter how He Weiyan tried to persuade them, the group of soldiers were unwilling to retreat. If Gu Xian doesn't die, we'll kneel and never get up. Right. If Gu Xian doesn't die, we'll kneel and never get up. The tone of the group of soldiers was resolute. In the end, He Weiyan really didn't know how to persuade them. He could only look at the nearby Niefan for help, wanting to see if Niefan had any ideas. Niefan nodded to He Weiyan and stood out. Brothers, I'm the Crimson Wyrm Army's commander, Niefan. Niefan looked at the nearly 90,000 soldiers of the border army with a sorrowful expression. I, General He, am as sorrowful as all of you towards the over 10,000 brothers that died in the war. But the dead are gone. Why are all of you still making things difficult for General He? I guarantee all of you that as long as all of you stand up now and return, we'll expel Gu Xian from Relentless Thriving City and make him fuck off back to the Imperial City. Also, within 3 days at most, we'll send troops out again to take revenge for the over 10,000 brothers that died. Niefen's voice was resolute. Seeing the group of border army soldiers seeming to be indifferent, Niefen continued. I know that all of you are doubtful of my promise, but all of you saw yesterday's matter with your own 2 eyes. Do all of you know why I was able to notice the change in the situation in time, and lead the over 10,000 brothers of the Crimson Wyrm army to cover everyone's retreat? Niefen's words caused the gazes of the border army soldiers present to abruptly light up as they looked at Niefen. Niefen continued. Actually, this wasn't because I had foresight, but because there was a student from Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department who reminded me before I set out. If I noticed a certain situation, I must resolutely retreat. General Nia, didn't all the students from Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department participate in the planning of this war strategy? Since he knew beforehand that there was a flaw, why didn't he speak of it in time to avoid this disaster? A military advisor standing behind He Weiyan frowned and was slightly angry. He wasn't within the tent at that time, nor did he participate in the planning. Niefen looked at this military advisor with a calm gaze. Could it be? He Weiyan seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils constricted. He still didn't dare believe it. If it was really like that, then he couldn't absolve himself from the blame. Duan Lingtian stood in the distance when he suddenly heard Niefen's words and noticed that Niefen was looking at him. He knew that Niefen was surely planning to sell him out. Duan Lingtian shook his head and brought along the puzzled Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun as he walked over in large strides to stand by Niefen's side. It's you guys. The expressions of the 2 military advisors behind He Weiyan went grim and their eyes revealed disbelief. Could it be that the Star Mastermind Department student Commander Nye spoke of that reminded him was these 3 Grade 1 students? The Grade 1 students that were disdained and expelled by them that day? Their expressions became slightly unsightly. This person beside me is the peerless genius that gave rise to much discussion within the Crimson Sky Kingdom recently, Duan Lingtian. Others only know that Brother Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao is peerless, but they don't know that he also has an extremely brilliant and unique understanding of war strategy. Before I left for the expedition, it was he who told me to be on guard against 2 situations, and that if one of them appeared, I must retreat at the first possible moment. At the beginning, I thought that he was exaggerating about those 2 situations, but only when one of them really appeared did I realize that his initial judgment was wrong. So, I made a prompt decision to lead the Crimson Wyrm army officers to cover your retreat. Otherwise, you wouldn't have only lost over 10,000 brothers, but even 30,000, 40,000, or even 50,000. Niefen's voice was loud and extremely infectious. General Niefen, you saved us, and we're all grateful to you. But, there's something I don't understand. Since this little brother is also a Star Mastermind Department student, and since he saw through the flaw in the strategy Gu Xian formulated, why do we still carry out the attack according to Gu Xian's strategy? The captain of the border army that knelt at the front asked the question that was on the minds of most people present. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he stood out. I can tell you this. For a moment, the gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Lingtian.
Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, as if he was narrating a matter that had nothing to do with him. That day, the two behind me and I had originally participated in the strategic planning against the southern barbaric city. But later on, Gu Xian said that we would only be in the way and be completely useless. Without us, he would still have the confidence to breach the southern barbaric city. At that time, your General He's mind was confused by Gu Xian's words, and he felt that we were young, and felt that we were only grade 1 students of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department, so he expelled us. Later on, although I saw through the flaw in Gu Xian's strategy, if that flaw didn't go through actual combat, it would be difficult for others to believe. Moreover, with our status at that time, even if we said it, no one would believe us.
Duan Lingtian slowly spoke. I can testify to this.
Nie Fan added.
At that time, even I didn't really believe the so-called flaw that Brother Lingtian spoke of. Otherwise, I would absolutely not let my 10,000+ brothers of the Crimson Wyrm army take the risk. Duan Lingtian's words caused torrential flames of rage to accumulate within the hearts of the group of border army soldiers. Nie Fan's words were like a fuse that ignited their flames of rage, causing them to completely erupt. It's that Gu Xian again. You don't have the ability, yet you're still jealous of talent and squeezing out this Brother Lingtian who's both intelligent and courageous. For a moment, the group of border army soldiers all spoke with grief and indignation.
Thump.
Suddenly, the scene went deathly silent, and only the sound of kneeling could be heard. It was He Wei An who had a flushed face as he knelt before the group of soldiers. Brothers, I didn't consider this matter thoroughly.
It's all He Wei An's fault.
General He, why do you have to be like this? You were instigated by others. After all, with our age and experience, no normal person would believe us.
Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as his voice spread out.
Exactly, Brother Lingtian is right. This matter has nothing to do with the general. It has nothing to do with the general. The group of soldiers all spoke out in loud voices.
He Wei An's eyes emitted a trace of gratitude when he saw Duan Lingtian speaking up for him, and he had a face full of guilt.
Duan Lingtian. Within the tent, Gu Xian gnashed his teeth with a face full of hatred. Wasn't Duan Lingtian pushing all the responsibility onto him by saying this? Although, he had to admit that it was indeed his responsibility. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's words sounded out from outside, causing Gu Xian's gaze to light up. Chapter 209. I believe that all of you don't want anything to happen to General He as well, right? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the group of soldiers before him. Instantly, the scene was deathly silent. The nearly 90,000 soldiers had now gone silent. All right. Everyone today, in front of everyone, I, Duan Lingtian, make a military pledge.
3 days from now, our side will surely breach the southern barbaric city, and directly attack the enemy's stronghold to take revenge for the 10,000+ brothers that have died.
In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's voice became slightly louder, and his momentum shot into the sky like a rainbow. Duan Lingtian's words caused the eyes of the nearly 90,000 soldiers to light up. Now, they didn't dare underestimate this violet-clothed youth. This was a figure that had once seen through the flaws in the battle strategy formulated by Gu Xian. With Nie Fan as a witness, they firmly believed this without the slightest doubt. All of you stand up. Properly recuperate and accumulate strength. 3 days from now, we'll attack the southern barbaric city and wash away our humiliation. Duan Lingtian's voice abruptly became louder, and it was extremely infectious. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Instantly, the nearly 90,000 border army soldiers that were kneeling on the ground stood up one after another, and all of them had excited expressions. Wash away our humiliation. Wash away our humiliation. Amidst the mighty and excited shouts, the nearly 90,000 soldiers all retreated. At this moment, no one present dared underestimate the violet-clothed youth that stood there. If he's able to continue staying in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, then he'll surely be a figure on the same level as the Divine Might Marquis in the future. No. He might even surpass the Divine Might Marquis. He Wei An was slightly moved when he saw the group of brothers under his command being persuaded to retreat by Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted reverence. This youth had obtained his respect. This kid. He's stolen my limelight. Nie Fan's brows raised. Then he shook his head and laughed as he muttered to himself. General He, send some unrelated people away. Otherwise, I won't have the mood to discuss strategy with all of you. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto He Wei-en, and it seemed as if he was referring to something. Brother Ling Tian, don't worry. He Wei-en nodded and returned to the tent. He looked at Gu Xian and said, Young Master Gu, I'll arrange a horse for you immediately. Please leave. Then why aren't you making the arrangements? Gu Xian glared. He didn't want to stay in this place for a moment longer. Right now, he only wanted to return to the imperial city and live his life as a young master. Duan Lingtian, you're really something. Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian and laughed. You didn't see the faces of General He and those two strategists just now. It was as marvelous as marvelous. However, you didn't tell us that you also reminded Commander Nye of the flaws in Gu Xian's strategy. Don't you know now? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian and didn't know what to say for a long time. In the end, he could only spit out two words. Pervert. Soon, Gu Xian appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed. Humph. Gu Xian coldly swept Duan Lingtian with his gaze and sneered. Duan Lingtian, don't think I'll be grateful to you. Also, don't be complacent. You're just a grade 1 student of the Star Mastermind Department. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You think you can think of a way to breach Southern Barbaric City? Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Xiao Sun couldn't watch any longer and ridiculed. That's still better than some people's lousy strategy that cheated over 10,000 soldiers to death. I'm really curious, what will happen if His Majesty the Emperor finds out about this? At that time, even if the Prime Minister is able to save your life, the punishment shouldn't be light, right? Gu Xian was angered by Xiao Sun to the point his face went pale. Young Master Gu, you can leave now. Right at this moment, He Wei-en's cold and indifferent voice sounded out. Gu Xian glared angrily at Xiao Sun. Then his icy cold gaze swept past Duan Lingtian once more before leaving. He really got off easy. Xiao Sun's face sank when he saw Gu Xian leave. That might not be the case. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled with a mysterious and unfathomable expression. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and Nye Fan walked side by side into the tent. He Wei-en and the two strategists walked in as well. Presently, Duan Lingtian was surrounded by everyone like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. Brother Lingtian, I apologize for what happened last time. He Wei-en looked at Duan Lingtian with a sincere expression. General He, there's no need to be like this. I've already said that you were prejudiced by the interference of some people. Coupled with my age, it's extremely difficult to convince others. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled with an indifferent expression. Brother Lingtian has such bearing at such an age. You'll surely be a peerless figure in the future. He Wei-en spoke in admiration. General He, there's no need to be courteous with me. Let's get down to business. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly descended onto the model layout of the southern barbaric city before him. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a sheen of wisdom, and he slowly spoke as he pointed. He had the imposing manner of passing judgment on the world. In his previous life, Duan Lingtian had ingeniously used the 36 stratagems that had been passed down since ancient times in the Hua nation on Earth, such as taking drastic measures to deal with the situation, and borrowing arrows with straw boats. Before long, almost everyone present was immersed in the stratagems that Duan Lingtian formulated. After a long time. Wonderful. Too wonderful. Especially this grass boat borrowing arrows, it fully utilized the wide moat outside the southern barbaric city. We originally didn't have many bows and arrows, and if we used bows and arrows to forcefully attack, we could only hold on for a while. But now it's different, we can completely take their arrows for our own use. He Wei-en had been in the army for many years and had abundant experience. His acute sense of smell told him that with the combination of these 3 stratagems, as long as he grasped the right timing, he would surely be able to take down the southern barbaric city. The other 2 strategists reacted as well, and they looked at Duan Lingtian as they respectfully bowed. Brother Lingtian is a genius. Nye Fan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. The shock in his heart wasn't any less than He Wei-en's group of 3. Although he'd seen Duan Lingtian's stratagem of crossing the sea by deception, He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be able to think of so many brilliant stratagems. Moreover, the 3 brilliant stratagems that Duan Lingtian spoke of now were even more closely linked. Including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, all the Star Mastermind Department students looked at the violet-clothed youth before them in disbelief. They even wished for nothing more than to break open the youth's head and see what was actually inside. Even the 2 people who were originally by Gu Xian's side and had always been hostile towards Duan Lingtian could see admiration in each other's eyes when they glanced at each other. The stratagem that we formulated today is only a rough idea. Once we're on the battlefield, we'll have to improvise according to the situation. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised when he saw the shock on everyone's faces. The 36 stratagems were the treasures that were passed down from the ancient ancestors of China on Earth in his previous life. If used properly, one would be invincible in battle. I believe that with Brother Lingtian commanding us, we'll surely be able to obtain a great victory. A smile appeared on He Weien's face as well, and his eyes seemed to be slightly excited. Because he could finally take revenge for the 10,000-plus brothers that had died under his command. Then we'll depart 3 days later.
Our Crimson WYRM army will be in charge of the assault, and your border army will be in charge of the frontal assault.
Niefan nodded as well and made the decision. In next to no time, everyone dispersed one after another. 3 days later, they'd set out for southern barbaric city and wash away their previous disgrace. Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian when he just returned to the tent and asked, "Duan Lingtian, what the heck is in your head?" Taking drastic measures to deal with the situation, sneaking around, borrowing money with straw boats. I've never heard of these stratagems before. How did you think of them? Also, when Gu Xian left, what did you mean when you said, that might not be the case? Duan Lingtian shrugged. Xiao Sun, how do you want me to answer you with so many questions? I can't be bothered with you. When the time comes, you'll naturally know. Xiao Sun laughed bitterly. Xiao Yu, however, seemed to have long since known that this would be the outcome, so he didn't ask a single word. Even so, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was extremely complicated. Perhaps, being able to become friends with Duan Lingtian in this lifetime could be considered as his greatest gain and honor. Outside Relentless Thriving City, a fine horse galloped out. A young man in a slightly sorry state ceaselessly clamped his legs onto the horse's belly, and the horsewhip in his hand didn't stop, ceaselessly spurring the horse beneath him to speed up without end. After galloping for a few kilometers, the young man noticed that the speed of the horse beneath him had slowed down. In next to no time, the horse directly fell down, foaming at the mouth and not making a sound. Obviously, it had been poisoned to death. The young man's face went grim as he faintly realized that there was something strange about this matter. Right at this moment. Giddy up! Giddy up! 10 tall horses galloped over, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded the young man in the center. On the 10 horses were 10 middle-aged men in casual clothes, and they were currently staring at the young man with cold and indifferent expressions. Their eyes flickered with bloodthirsty killing intent. You all. I know you. You're a captain of the border army. And you're a captain as well. The young man felt that these people were familiar at the beginning, and in next to no time, he recalled them. These people had respectfully obeyed his orders on the battlefield yesterday and led the army to attack southern barbaric city. Young Master Gu, when you're on the road to hell, remember to apologize to our 10,000-plus brothers. One of the captains that was recognized shot an icy cold gaze at the young man, as if he was looking at a dead man. You all. How audacious of you. I'm the son of the Prime Minister. You all dare touch me? The young man was precisely Gu Xian. Gu Xian never imagined that after escaping Relentless Thriving City, he would actually encounter the border army's pursuit, and his expression was incomparably unsightly. The son of the Prime Minister? Another captain sneered. If it wasn't for you being the son of the Prime Minister, do you think you'd be able to walk out of our campsite? If it wasn't for us being worried that the general would be implicated, do you think we would be so kind as to let you leave? That's over 10,000 lives. As he finished speaking, this captain was slightly hysterical. You all can't kill me. You can't kill me. So long as you don't kill me, I'll give you anything you want. Glory, splendor, wealth, a group of beauties, I can give you anything you want. Gu Xian was afraid. He was truly afraid. Chapter 2:10. Do you think that the lives of over 10,000 of our brothers can be measured by other things? Another captain spoke out with a cold and indifferent voice, and his body even emitted dense killing intent. If something happens to me, aren't you afraid my father will look for trouble with your border army? Gu Xian's face sank when he saw the 10 captains remaining indifferent. Since the soft approach didn't work, he used the hard approach. Instantly, all the captains looked at each other, and in the end, they couldn't refrain from laughing. Young Master Gu, everyone knows that our general has already let you go, and you've left relentless thriving city. Do you think that even if you died outside, this matter would implicate our general? Others would only think that you encountered bandits on the way and were robbed of your wealth and life. So, young Master Gu, you don't have to worry about our general. The captains mocked him all at once, causing Gu Xian's face to become more and more unsightly. He naturally knew that what these people said was true. Now, he regretted it. He shouldn't have left the border army's campsite. Even if he was shameless, he should have stayed at the border army's campsite and waited for the Crimson WRM army to return with him. At the very least, he would be able to keep his life like this. No, don't kill me. Gu Xian's face went ghastly pale, and his eyes emitted deep terror. But unfortunately, no matter how he begged for mercy, under the hands of the 10 extremely furious captains, he was unable to escape death in the end, even if he was a third-level Origin Core stage martial artist. But before these 10 captains of the border army that were like wolves and tigers, he was still unable to withstand a single blow. Gu Xian was killed as expected, and his corpse was buried in the wilderness. Perhaps it would never be discovered by anyone. They're rather nimble. Deep into the night, relentless thriving city, at an inconspicuous corner of the border army's campsite, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Presently, there were 2 other people standing before Duan Lingtian. Zhang Qian, Zhao Gang. Duan Lingtian had just found out about the matter of Gu Xian being killed from Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Perhaps, even those 10 captains of the border army never imagined that everything they did was seen by Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Humph. That Gu Xian's death isn't worth regretting. When Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang mentioned Gu Xian, they were extremely angry. They were all high-ranking officers in the army, and they were also furious at the fact that Gu Xian had killed tens of thousands of border soldiers. All right, it's all in the past. Just wait for the show in 3 days. A confident expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. 3 days later, Shaoxing City once again dispatched troops towards the direction of the Southern Dynasty Kingdom to attack the southern barbarian city that was 15 kilometers away. Infantry made up more than half of the border army, so the Crimson WYRM army and the border army combined to form an army of 100,000 still required an entire day's time to head to southern barbaric city. Duan Lingtian spurred his horse forward and walked at the front with Nie Fan and He Wei An. They set out early in the morning, and as the sun set in the west, the 100,000-strong army arrived outside a mountain range. The Hengduan Mountains in the distance attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. The Hengduan mountain range seemed to have been forcefully split open by an almighty with unparalleled strength. Brother Lingtian, we'll arrive at southern barbaric city after crossing this Hengduan mountain range. We'll be resting on the other side of the Hengduan mountain range tonight. He Wei An reminded. Duan Lingtian nodded, but his gaze never left the Hengduan mountain range. What? Brother Lingtian is interested in this Hengduan mountain range? He Wei An asked with a smile. I feel that the ravine in the middle of this mountain range doesn't seem to be naturally formed. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Brother Lingtian, there's a legend in our northwest border. According to the legend, a very, very long time ago, 2 experts had once descended here and started a great battle that shook the heavens and the earth. In the end, one of the experts made a move and slashed this mountain range apart with a single strike of his saber. Whereas the ravine in the middle of the Hengduan mountain range, which is this path, was precisely slashed open by that expert with a single strike of his saber. He Wei An slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian nodded. This legend was most likely true. Moreover, the strength of that expert wasn't weak. Who knows how many years have passed since that expert made a move? That expert has probably already transformed into a pile of dirt. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In Cloud Continent, even if someone as strong as Emperor Wu had a long lifespan, there would still be an end to it. After passing through the ravine in the middle of the mountain range, the army of 100,000 arrived at the other side of the Hengduan mountain range. Presently, the sky had already gradually darkened. The army of 100,000 set up numerous tents on the spot. Night descended. Duan Lingtian, sleep early. We still have to attack the southern barbaric city tomorrow morning. Xiao soon informed Duan Lingtian before returning to his tent and lying down to rest. Xiao Yu followed in as well. They were slightly anticipating the battle to attack the city tomorrow in their hearts. Duan Lingtian, however, wasn't sleepy. Their tent was close to the side of the Hengduan mountain range. Presently, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto a nearby enormous rock. There was a pool of liquid on the enormous rock. The liquid was crimson in color, and this was a pure color. This. Duan Lingtian walked over, dipped a trace of the liquid, and brought it close to his nose to smell it. It's wine. Instantly, Duan Lingtian noticed that when the smell of wine entered his nose, it actually caused the origin energy in his body to become turbulent. This isn't an ordinary wine. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and he started searching for related records in the lifetime memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Within Cloud Continent, there weren't many wines that had an effect on origin energy, especially a wine that appeared in a remote mountain forest like this. In the end, Duan Lingtian locked onto one of the wines. Monkey wine. Monkey wine was usually brewed from the ferocious beast, stone monkey, and was brewed by the stone monkey by gathering treasures of heaven and earth. When consumed by martial artists below the void prying stage, it was greatly helpful to their cultivation. Normally, this wine would only appear in places where stone monkeys appeared. Even if it was Samsara Emperor Wu who'd experienced 2 lifetimes, he'd only encountered stone monkeys in 5 places and seized monkey wine. Moreover, his cultivation was already at the void prying stage at that time, and seizing the monkey wine from the stone monkeys was only for the sake of tasting the strength of the monkey wine. Looks like it's very likely that stone monkeys exist within this Hengduan mountain range. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he silently flashed out and searched all along the way, and he noticed some scattered traces of monkey wine. According to his guess, there ought to be stone monkeys that came here to drink monkey wine. Before long, Duan Lingtian arrived at the foot of a mountain at the side of the Hengduan mountain range. Presently, Duan Lingtian was already extremely far away from the place where the army of 100,000 was garrisoned. Young master. 2 figures silently appeared by Duan Lingtian's side. They were slightly curious. What did the young master come here for in the middle of the night? Could it be that he wants to enter the Hengduan mountain range? Xianxia, Zhao Gang, how much do the 2 of you know about this place? Duan Lingtian asked Xianxia and Zhao Gang. Xianxia pondered for a moment then said, Young master, according to what we know, there are groups of wild beasts within this Hengduan mountain range, and there are many fierce beasts as well. It's even to the extent that there might be nascent soul stage fierce beasts within. As expected. Duan Lingtian nodded and his eyes lit up. Looks like his guess wasn't wrong. There were surely many stone monkeys within this Hengduan mountain range, and there might even be groups of monkeys. My luck isn't bad. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. The monkey wine was extremely beneficial to him now. If he was able to obtain the monkey wine, he was confident that he would directly break through to the 9th level of the core formation stage. Even if he broke through to the origin core stage, it wouldn't take too long. Zhang Qian, Zhao Gang, come with me. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he moved as if transforming into an incomparably swift spirit serpent that directly flashed up the Hengduan mountain range. Although Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't know why Duan Lingtian would be interested in the Hengduan mountain range, they still followed him. Their duty was to protect Duan Lingtian's safety. After entering the Hengduan mountain range, they naturally encountered many wild beasts and fierce beasts. All of them were easily killed by Duan Lingtian's group of 3. As they continued deeper, they couldn't see any wild beasts anymore. All that pounced at them were fierce beasts, and even with Duan Lingtian's current strength, he still felt pressured. However, with Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang present, their forward speed didn't slow down. Finally, within a spacious gorge, Duan Lingtian noticed traces of stone monkeys. Stone monkeys were different from ordinary apes. Their bodies were extremely small, yet their speed was like lightning. The weakest adult stone monkey had a strength at the origin core stage. Some of the stronger ones were even comparable to nascent soul stage martial artists. That year, Samsara Emperor Wu encountered several groups of stone monkeys, and there were two groups of monkey kings that had stepped into the void prying stage and had already transformed into demon beasts. I shouldn't be so unlucky, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Presently, Duan Lingtian was hiding on a large tree outside the only exit of the gorge. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang followed by Duan Lingtian's side. At this moment, the two of them noticed the location of the stone monkeys, and they had puzzled expressions. Young master, what kind of monkey is this? Why do I feel that its size is even smaller than ordinary monkeys? Stone monkey, Duan Lingtian said. What? Stone monkey? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's pupils constricted when they heard Duan Lingtian. Although they'd never seen a stone monkey, they'd heard many rumors about it. Stone monkeys were a type of formidable fierce beast. Most importantly, they knew how to brew a type of spirit wine called monkey wine. This type of spirit wine, when consumed by martial artists below the void prying stage, was extremely beneficial to their cultivation. The lower the cultivation, the more beneficial it was. For example, if a core formation stage martial artist drank the monkey wine, it was very possible for them to directly break through 1 or 2 levels. I never expected that stone monkeys would actually exist in this Hengduan mountain range. Moreover, it's hidden so well. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's eyes shone as they thought about the monkey wine. Don't be careless. According to my current observation, there's a group of stone monkeys in this gorge. There might even be a monkey king among them. Duan Lingtian's expression was heavy, and he wasn't as optimistic as Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Monkey king? Obviously, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't know much about stone monkeys. A monkey king might be a fierce beast, but it might also be a demon beast. Even if it's a fierce beast, it's absolutely in existence at the half-step void stage. Chapter 2:11. Demon Beast? Half-step void stage? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's pupils constricted and they had astonished expressions when they heard this. A demonic beast was undoubtedly equivalent to a true emptiness stage expert. Not to mention a demon beast monkey king. Even a half-step void stage monkey king wasn't in existence they could go against. Young master, then we'll... Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at Duan Lingtian and were slightly hesitant. Although the monkey wine was good, it was far from being as important as their lives. Act according to the circumstances. Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang along as they lightly flashed through the trees, and everything within the gorge entered their eyes. They could see those stone monkeys standing in groups of 3 to 5 everywhere. Young master, is that monkey wine? Duan Lingtian looked towards the direction Zhang Qian pointed at. There was a small pond there, and the pond was half filled with liquid. The liquid was crimson red, and it was exactly the same color as the monkey wine in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Right, that's monkey wine. Duan Lingtian nodded. We have to think of a way to steal some monkey wine now. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang nodded, as they were extremely interested in the monkey wine as well. How about this? The two of you draw away the surrounding stone monkeys. I'll seize the opportunity to collect the monkey wine. How about it? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, and when he noticed they were slightly hesitant, he instantly scolded with a smile. Do you think I'll harm the two of you? Even the strongest of these stone monkeys is inferior to the two of you. So long as you draw them away at the first possible moment, I can collect the monkey wine. Young master, you can discern their strength. Zhang Qian stared with a face full of astonishment, as he suddenly noticed that this young master was truly omnipotent. The strength of a stone monkey can be determined based on the color of their fur. Look, those 3 stone monkeys have dark yellow fur, and they're minors. Their strength is only at the origin core stage, and they're the youngest amongst these stone monkeys. Those with slightly yellow fur are all adult stone monkeys, and the strongest is at most at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. As for the stone monkeys at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above, their fur is slightly closer to dark gold. However, there are no such stone monkeys here. My guess is that the stronger stone monkeys should be in the monkey cave. Duan Lingtian looked at the stone monkeys in the gorge as if he was familiar with them. Young master, you even know this? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were both astonished. They immediately asked, where is the monkey cave? Behind the forest over there, do you see it? Duan Ling Tian pointed to the side of the mountain in the distance. There was a cave shrouded in the forest.
If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it. Young master, we'll be off then.
Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at each other, took a deep breath, and said to Duan Ling Tian, "Go. Remember, don't hurt them, or the consequences will be unimaginable." Duan Ling Tian nodded, but he was a little nervous. Let's take a gamble. He hoped that there was no Monkey King here. Even if there was a Monkey King, he hoped that it was not a demon beast. If it was a demonic beast, I wouldn't be able to escape even if I took the monkey wine. Riches and honor were found in danger. Duan Ling Tian was taking a gamble now. Samsara Emperor Wu had encountered groups of stone monkeys many times, but only twice had he encountered a demon beast Monkey King.
He didn't believe that his luck was really so good.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang responded. Their figures flashed and appeared before a group of stone monkeys, startling all the stone monkeys in the canyon. The stone monkeys in groups of 3 to 5 obviously didn't expect that humans would appear, and after being stunned for a moment, they pounced towards Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Even the few stone monkeys that were guarding the pond that contained the monkey wine now chased towards Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Now is the time. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the group of stone monkeys within the canyon chasing Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang out of the canyon. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Ling Tian's strength exploded out, and 21 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. At that time, before he broke through to the 8th level of the core formation stage, Duan Ling Tian already had the strength of 19 ancient mammoths. Half a month ago, he broke through to the 8th level of the core formation stage and consumed the dragon blood pill to complete the tempering of his fleshly body, so he had the strength of another 2 ancient mammoths. His current strength was even slightly superior to a first-level origin core stage martial artist. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone when he saw the pond that contained the monkey wine coming closer and closer. Now, the medicinal cauldron appeared in his hand. This was also the only container in his hand. Bang! Duan Ling Tian's body descended onto the ground, and he descended beside the small pond. However, right when Duan Ling Tian intended to use the medicinal cauldron to collect the monkey wine, an awe-inspiring strong wind swept out and instantly arrived behind him. Duan Ling Tian's body froze. I can't be so unlucky, right? The golden figure that flashed by earlier caused traces of coldness to involuntarily arise within Duan Ling Tian's heart. When Duan Ling Tian turned around, only through the bright moonlight did he notice that a stone monkey that was completely covered in golden fur had appeared before his eyes. This stone monkey was a few times larger than an ordinary stone monkey, and was only slightly shorter than Duan Ling Tian. Presently, its pair of golden eyes were staring at Duan Ling Tian, and it revealed traces of hostility. Demon Beast Monkey King. Duan Ling Tian's body was slightly stiff. He never imagined that he would really be so unlucky, meeting a Demon Beast Monkey King on his first encounter with a stone monkey. The Demon Beast Monkey King was in existence at the void prying stage. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian could discern from the characteristics of the Monkey King before him that this Monkey King wasn't an existence that had just transformed into a demon beast. Its strength was at least at the 4th level of the void prying stage or above. Whoosh! 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 Right at this moment, another group of stone monkeys flashed out from the monkey cave and surrounded Duan Ling Tian in the center. Amongst these stone monkeys, there were many existences with dark gold fur. These stone monkeys were all existences at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. A trace of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Some things really couldn't be casually gambled. The group of stone monkeys surrounded Duan Ling Tian, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, and were extremely ferocious. It seemed as if so long as the Monkey King gave the order, they would pounce over and tear Duan Ling Tian into pieces. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and recovered his senses. He realized that if he wanted to survive, he could only put in more effort on the Monkey King before him. Demon beasts had already begun to possess human nature and were able to understand human speech. Respected Monkey King, I have no ill intentions. Duan Ling Tian looked at the golden-haired Monkey King that stared coldly at him and tried to communicate with it. Roar! The golden-haired Monkey King roared in a low voice and pointed at the monkey wine in the nearby pool, as if it was angrily denouncing Duan Ling Tian as a thief. This Monkey King. I only want to ask for some wine to drink. I have no ill intentions. I didn't harm a single one of your people. Duan Lingtian gestured as he explained.
He felt a wave of bitterness in his heart.
When had he ever spoken so humbly? And it was even towards a monkey. However, when one was under the eaves, one had no choice but to lower one's head. If he wanted to survive, then he had to have a deep communication with the Monkey King and obtain its forgiveness. Roar, roar, the Monkey King roared twice more, and its icy cold eyes eased up slightly as it pointed towards outside the gorge. You want me to leave? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, as he never imagined that the Stone Monkey King would be so easy to talk to. Can you give me some monkey wine? Realizing that he had escaped danger, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but seize the opportunity, and he pointed at the nearby pool as he probingly asked the Monkey King. Roar, roar. Unexpectedly, the originally docile Monkey King immediately glared at him with its golden eyes, and its body was filled with a dense murderous aura. All right. I'll leave now. Duan Lingtian hurriedly waved his hand and put away the medicinal cauldron in his hand. Under the escort of the stone monkeys, he walked out of the gorge step by step. He thought to himself, in the future, when this young master's strength surpasses yours, I'll teach you a good lesson. Just as Duan Lingtian arrived at the exit of the gorge. Roar, a mournful roar of a stone monkey was transmitted over. Not good. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. His first thought was, could it be that Xianxia and Zhao Gang didn't listen to him and hurt those stone monkeys? If that was the case, he would really be doomed by Xianxia and Zhao Gang this time. Just as Duan Lingtian's expression changed, the Monkey King also let out a furious roar. A group of stone monkeys once again surrounded Duan Lingtian, forcing him back. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly, and his heart was filled with trepidation. He only hoped that it wasn't Xianxia and Zhao Gang that touched those stone monkeys. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a stone monkey that was twice the size of an ordinary stone monkey with fur between dark gold and gold entered the gorge. Crimson-red blood was still ceaselessly dripping from the claws of this stone monkey. On its back was a stone monkey with dark gold fur. This stone monkey lay on the former's body with its arms hanging down, and its claws flickered with a sheen that was pitch black like ink. Obviously, it had been poisoned. Half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian looked at the stone monkey that carried the poisoned stone monkey in, and his pupils constricted as a trace of a bitter smile appeared on his face. This group of stone monkeys seemed to be even more terrifying than he'd imagined. Besides the demon beast Great Monkey King, there was also a half-step void stage Second Monkey King. Woo-woo, the Second Monkey King put down the poisoned stone monkey on its back before flashing out of the gorge. When it entered once more, it was carrying a jet-black enormous python on its shoulder. The enormous python had already been killed, and there were many marks of being bitten and clawed on the enormous python's body. This enormous python ought to be the spoils of war of the Second Monkey King. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian quickly recognized this enormous python after he searched the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. This was a dark cloud python. Looking at the markings on the dark cloud python's body, Duan Lingtian estimated that its strength ought to be at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Now, he'd roughly guessed the sequence of events. It ought to be the dark cloud python that injured the poisoned stone monkey, and the stone monkey was poisoned by the dark cloud python. Later on, the dark cloud python died at the hands of the Second Monkey King. The dark cloud python's poison. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, seeming to have thought of something happy. Now, Duan Lingtian was able to discern that the poisoned stone monkey hadn't died, and was only bitten and poisoned. Of course, if it wasn't detoxified in time, this stone monkey wouldn't be able to live for more than an hour. Woo! Right at this moment, the group of stone monkeys swarmed over and dismembered the corpse of the dark cloud python into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 2:12. Duan Lingtian could tell that this group of stone monkeys was taking revenge for their tribesmen. Very soon, not a single piece of the black cloud python's corpse could be seen. Inner core. Very soon, Duan Lingtian saw the inner core of the black cloud python. The Second Monkey King directly grabbed the inner core, stuffed it into its mouth, and swallowed it. Its dark golden eyes revealed a vicious expression. And now, after the group of stone monkeys tore apart the black cloud python's corpse, their eyes turned red. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, the killing intent in their eyes didn't seem to dissipate. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. These stone monkeys wouldn't directly pounce on him and tear him into pieces, right? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. And at this moment, the group of stone monkeys that had been lured away by Xianxia and Zhao Gang also returned. They looked at the big monkey king and shook their small heads while gesturing with their monkey claws. Occasionally, they would point at Duan Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian couldn't understand what they were gesturing, he could guess that these stone monkeys should be reporting to the big monkey king about Xianxia and Zhao Gang. As expected. Roar! The big monkey king looked at Duan Ling Tian. Its roar was mixed with anger, as though it was saying that Duan Ling Tian had lied to it. Monkey king, don't be agitated. My two friends don't have any evil intentions. Since your tribesmen couldn't catch up to them, it means that their strength is inferior to theirs. If we had any evil intentions, we would have definitely acted against your tribesmen. Duan Ling Tian gestured with his hands as he spoke to the big monkey king. Roar! Just when Duan Ling Tian saw that the big monkey king's emotions had calmed down and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, the second monkey king suddenly jumped out. Its dark golden eyes emitted a cold light as it stared at Duan Ling Tian. Next, it gestured to the big monkey king. The big monkey king nodded. Its gaze toward Duan Ling Tian also became colder. Not good. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. He discovered that the two monkey kings were brimming with killing intent as they pounced on him. I can save it. When the two monkey kings rushed over, Duan Ling Tian quickly used his trump card and pointed at the poisoned stone monkey. Roar! The big monkey king roared and appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian in the blink of an eye, blocking the attack of the two Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian could feel that his clothes were completely soaked with sweat. Just now, he was so close to death. Roar roar! The great monkey king roared twice at Duan Ling Tian. Its cold golden eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. You don't need to doubt me. I'm an alchemist. Do you understand? Duan Ling Tian took out the medicine cauldron from his storage ring and waved it in front of the big monkey king. Originally, Duan Ling Tian didn't expect the monkey king to understand. Unexpectedly, the big monkey king hesitated for a moment before lightly nodding. Then it's fine. All right, ask your people to leave. I'm going to refine medicinal pills for your injured people. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then he glanced at the group of stone monkeys that surrounded him before speaking to the big monkey king. Roar roar! The big monkey king roared twice in a low voice, and this time, it was directed at the group of stone monkeys. For a moment, the group of stone monkeys seemed to know from the big monkey king that Duan Ling Tian could save their clansmen, and they hurriedly left. Their crimson-red eyes calmed down. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Under the gazes of the group of stone monkeys, Duan Ling Tian started to refine the pill. If news of what happened today were to spread out, then I'd absolutely be the first alchemist to do so. Making a 4th-level Void Prying Stage Demon Beast Monkey King, a half-step Void Stage Demon Beast Monkey King, and a group of stone monkeys watch me refine pills. Besides me, who would dare do this? At this moment, a trace of complacency actually arose within Duan Ling Tian's heart. It seemed as if he'd already completely forgotten that he was refining pills before so many stone monkeys only for the sake of survival. Fortunately, the dark cloud python is only a fierce beast, and its poison is nothing. A grade 9 spirit cleansing pill is able to completely eradicate it. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and he withdrew a pile of medicinal materials from his spatial ring. At that time, when Duan Ling Tian refined the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill for the Divine Might Marquis Estate Senior Marquis, he still had half of the medicinal materials left, but he never imagined that he would use them here. Looks like I have to prepare more medicinal materials for the spirit cleansing pill in the future, as it can save my life at a critical moment. Duan Ling Tian could imagine that if it wasn't for him just happening to have the medicinal materials to refine the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill in his possession today, his end would surely be the same as the dark cloud python. Duan Ling Tian leisurely refined the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill here. Whereas Xianxia and Zhao Gang instead hid outside the gorge with anxious expressions. Why hasn't the young master come out yet? Let's wait a while longer. The young master doesn't seem like a short-lived person. Xianxia and Zhao Gang could only silently wait in torment. 2 hours later. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 grade 9 spirit cleansing pills flew out from within the cauldron and were received by Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian walked towards the poisoned stone monkey. The stone monkey's body was cold now, and its face was jet black, as if it was covered in a layer of gloomy clouds. Duan Ling Tian helped the stone monkey open its mouth and fed it a grade 9 spirit cleansing pill. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian placed his hand on the stone monkey's back, intending to use his origin energy to dissolve the medicinal strength of the spirit cleansing pill for the stone monkey. Roar! When the second Monkey King saw this scene, its dark golden eyes went cold, and its body swayed, seeming to want to make a move against Duan Ling Tian. Roar! The big Monkey King stopped the second Monkey King in time, as it obviously saw that Duan Ling Tian didn't have any ill intentions towards the stone monkey. Seeing that the stone monkey's complexion had recovered, and the poison that had spread to its paws had been removed, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Success! Woo woo! At this moment, the stone monkey that had been cured of the poison with the help of Duan Ling Tian woke up. It looked at Duan Ling Tian, and its dark golden eyes flickered with a gentle luster. It's fine now. Duan Ling Tian smiled at the stone monkey and helped it up. Including the second Monkey King, all the stone monkeys let out excited roars when they saw that their clansmen had recovered. These roars were also heard by Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, who were hiding outside the gorge. Zhang Qian, the roars of these stone monkeys seemed to be very excited. Zhang Qian looked at Zhao Gang with a puzzled expression. Why are you looking at me? I don't know. Zhao Gang rolled his eyes at Zhang Qian, then said worriedly, I wonder how the young master is now. Don't worry. The young master will surely be blessed by the heavens. Although Zhang Qian said this, he still had a worried expression on his face. Within the gorge, Duan Ling Tian had cured the poison of that stone monkey. Other than dispelling the hostility of the other stone monkeys towards him, he had also removed the poison. The big Monkey King also stretched out its paw and pointed at the small pond that contained the monkey wine not far away. It was obviously telling Duan Ling Tian that if he wanted the wine, he could go and get it. Duan Ling Tian smiled. This big Monkey King was quite tactful. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to use the cauldron to collect the monkey wine, woo woo, that stone monkey that had been poisoned earlier roared twice at Duan Ling Tian, then transformed into a dark golden shadow and rushed into the monkey cave. When it came out again, it took out a gourd and passed it to Duan Ling Tian, nodding its head like a human. Thanks. Duan Ling Tian took the gourd and smiled at the stone monkey. However, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Just a moment ago, he was still trembling in fear. But now, the bitter end was over. There was no need to steal the monkey wine. The big Monkey King directly told him to get it himself. Duan Ling Tian took out a gourd of monkey wine and stored it in his storage ring. Only then did he stand up and look at the big Monkey King. The big Monkey King nodded its head at him. Its golden eyes emitted a gentle luster. Take these 2 pills. In the future, if any of our tribesmen are poisoned, just let them consume these pills. Duan Ling Tian passed the other 2 grade 9 spirit cleansing pills to Great Monkey King. Woo woo, the eyes of the other stone monkeys lit up. They had just seen the effects of these pills and knew how precious they were. Very quickly, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the other stone monkeys, including the 2 Monkey Kings, actually bowed to him like a human, causing him to be overwhelmed by the favor. He suddenly felt that these stone monkeys were rather cute. The big Monkey King took the 2 pills from Duan Ling Tian and actually bowed to Duan Ling Tian. This caused Duan Ling Tian to feel a wave of complacency. This was a demon beast at the 4th level of the void prying stage or above. With my current relationship with this group of stone monkeys, if there's any enemy in the future, would I be able to lure him in and ask the Monkey King to help me kill him? Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. But he knew as well that this was only an extravagant hope. It was impossible for him to lure someone to the Hengduan mountain range from afar. Thank you for the monkey wine. I'll be leaving first. I'll come see all of you if I have the chance in the future. Under the gazes of all the stone monkeys, Duan Ling Tian waved his hand to them and walked out of the gorge. He was about to walk out of the gorge. Roar! Suddenly, the big Monkey King roared in a low voice. Duan Ling Tian's face went grim. This big Monkey King wouldn't be regretting it and wants to repay kindness with enmity, right? However, Duan Ling Tian still obediently stopped moving, and his scalp went numb as he turned around to look at the big Monkey King. Only now did he notice that the big Monkey King wasn't enraged, and instead nodded to him before looking at the 2 Monkey Kings and waving its sharp monkey claws, seeming to be communicating with the 2 Monkey Kings. What does it want to do? Duan Ling Tian was bewildered in his heart. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian saw the two Monkey Kings nod and directly dash into the monkey cave. In next to no time, the two Monkey Kings came out once more. The two Monkey Kings held a small gourd in their paws, and they passed it over to the big Monkey King. The big Monkey King took the small gourd and walked over to Duan Ling Tian before passing the small gourd to Duan Ling Tian. This is... Under his curiosity, Duan Ling Tian opened the small gourd and placed it before his nose to smell it. Instantly, a pungent wine fragrance assaulted his nose. Whoosh! The origin energy within Duan Ling Tian's body suddenly started to roil, causing Duan Ling Tian to feel his entire body burn, and he felt a wave of discomfort. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Raging Python Form. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Ling Tian directly circulated his cultivation method, causing his origin energy to circulate according to the cultivation path of the Raging Python form. Bang! Instantly, Duan Ling Tian noticed to his astonishment that his origin energy actually directly strengthened and broke through the bottleneck. He directly stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage. Duan Ling Tian was dumbstruck. Even if he drank the monkey wine, it was impossible for him to directly break through to the 9th level of the core formation stage in the blink of an eye. At the very least, he would need a few days to digest the alcohol. But now... Chapter 213. Duan Ling Tian was stupefied. Completely stupefied. What kind of wine was in this small gourd? Lowering his head to take a look at the small gourd, he could clearly see that the wine in the small gourd wasn't the vermilion red color of the monkey wine, but was instead closer to the crimson red color of blood. Instantly, the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu flashed past Duan Ling Tian's mind. Could it be that this is the legendary Monkey King wine? Duan Ling Tian's heartbeat suddenly sped up, and his chest rose and fell continuously like a bellows. The Monkey King wine had an effect similar to the Void Advancement Pill, and it was a necessary item for the half-step Void Stage Monkey King to break through to become a demon beast. However, the Void Advancement Pill had side effects, but this Monkey King wine didn't. Besides the effect of the Void Advancement Pill, the Monkey King wine could also increase one's cultivation, and its effect was far superior to the Monkey King wine. My luck is too good, right? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. After all, even if Reincarnation Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes and encountered many groups of stone monkeys, he still had no luck to encounter the Monkey King wine. Because once the Monkey King wine was brewed, the half-step Void Stage Monkey King would drink it at the first moment and undergo the transformation of a demon beast. Only the Monkey King wine knew how to brew it. If it wasn't voluntary, no matter how strong the existence, it was unable to force the Monkey King to brew the Monkey King wine. Even Reincarnation Emperor Wu had only heard of the Monkey King wine. He had once used force to force a demon beast, the Monkey King, to brew the legendary Monkey King wine. However, that Monkey King would rather die than brew the Monkey King wine for Emperor Wu. It could be imagined how good Duan Ling Tian's luck was. The Monkey King wine was something that could only be encountered but not sought. Very quickly, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the second Monkey King was eagerly staring at the small gourd in his hand, and was obviously somewhat reluctant to part with it. Presumably, this Monkey King wine was prepared to be used to break through to become a demon beast. However, Duan Ling Tian didn't pay attention to it. To him, the Monkey King wine was something that could only be encountered but not sought. But to the Monkey King, he only needed to spend some time to brew it. Looks like I've obtained the true friendship of these stone monkeys. Duan Ling Tian knew very well that the fact that the Monkey King could take out the Monkey King wine as a reward meant that the stone monkeys did not treat him as an outsider. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian smiled at the great Monkey King. After putting away the Monkey King wine, he swaggered out of the canyon under the gaze of the stone monkeys. What he had just faced made Duan Ling Tian feel like he was in a dream. It was simply playing with his heartbeat. However, all in all, he had gained a lot. Duan Ling Tian's lips curled into a smile. Young master. After Duan Ling Tian walked out of the canyon, Xianxia and Zhao Gang also appeared. Looking at the intact Duan Ling Tian, they were stunned. Young master, that group of stone monkeys didn't attack you? Earlier, they had seen how Duan Ling Tian swaggered out slowly. He did not seem like he was escaping. Woo. Suddenly, Xianxia and Zhao Gang noticed that a stone monkey had jumped onto a tree at the side of the canyon, and it extended out a hand to wave at Duan Ling Tian like a human. It was precisely the stone monkey that was poisoned from before. Subsequently, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The dense group of monkeys dashed out of the canyon and descended onto the tree outside the canyon before waving at Duanling Tian in unison. This, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were instantly petrified. Who could tell them exactly what had happened? Why did these stone monkeys that were chasing them without letting go and were extremely ferocious become docile like little kittens before their young master? Moreover, they noticed it as well. Amongst these stone monkeys, there was no lack of existences with dark gold fur. According to what their young master said, these stone monkeys were all existences at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above, and every single one of them had a strength that wasn't inferior to them. The two of them felt their scalps go numb. In next to no time, their pupils constricted, because they saw two enormous stone monkeys walk out. One of them was over 1.7 meters tall, and the other was almost 1 meter tall. Compared to the other stone monkeys that weren't even half a meter tall, they simply stood out like cranes amongst chickens. They wouldn't be monkey kings, right? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's hearts jerked as this thought suddenly emerged in their minds. They noticed as well that when the other stone monkeys faced these two stone monkeys, their sharp eyes obviously contained a sense of reverence mixed within. It was reverence that came from the bottom of their hearts, reverence that came from the soul. Big Monkey King, Second Monkey King, and you group of little stone monkeys, we'll meet again if fate allows. Duanling Tian was slightly surprised when he saw the entire group of monkeys come out, including the two Monkey Kings, and he waved his hand to bid them farewell. The Big Monkey King and Second Monkey King nodded to Duanling Tian like a human. Let's go! Duanling Tian called out to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang before directly heading down the Hengduan mountain range, preparing to return to the camp. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were startled awake as they hurriedly followed him. They couldn't help but turn their heads from time to time, only to discover that after Duanling Tian left, the group of stone monkeys had successively returned to the gorge. Young master, you! Zhang Qian fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had too many doubts in his heart. My luck wasn't bad. A stone monkey was poisoned, and I just happened to be able to detoxify it. After that, they treated me as one of their own. Do you have any bottles or other containers on you? As Duanling Tian spoke, he asked Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang at the same time. The two of them naturally guessed Duanling Tian's intentions. Their eyes lit up as they each took out a medicinal pill bottle. They only had this kind of container on them. Duanling Tian took the medicinal pill bottle, took out the large gourd that contained the monkey wine, and filled the medicinal pill bottle for the two of them. This is the monkey wine? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang took a deep breath and greedily smelled the fragrance of the monkey wine. Yes, this is the monkey wine. However, the increase in your cultivations shouldn't be obvious, as you're both 7th level nascent soul stage martial artists after all. Duanling Tian nodded. As for the Monkey King wine, Duanling Tian didn't take it out, nor did he mention it. Although Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang could be considered as one of his own, they would have to leave his side sooner or later. Moreover, the Monkey King wine was limited, and it was only enough to be distributed to those close to him. Moreover, once the Monkey King wine was exposed, it would surely cause a group of half-step void stage experts to plunder it. It's fine, we just want to try something new. And see what's different about the legendary monkey wine. Zhang Qian shook his head and smiled. Zhao Gang nodded as well, obviously thinking the same as Zhang Qian. Right, young master, those two enormous stone monkeys from before, you called them Big Monkey King and Second Monkey King? Zhang Qian recalled the scene from before and couldn't help but ask. That's right. The stone monkey that's almost 1 meter tall and has fur that's between dark gold and gold is the Second Monkey King. The Second Monkey King is only a step away from breaking through to the void prying stage, and its strength is comparable to a half-step void stage expert. Duanling Tian nodded. Half-step void stage? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang gasped. To them, the Second Monkey King was sufficient to easily kill them. Young master, the other one. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's heartbeats suddenly sped up, and they faintly guessed in their hearts, but didn't dare confirm it. The golden-haired stone monkey that's only slightly shorter than me is the Great Monkey King. This Big Monkey King is a demon beast Monkey King, an existence comparable to the void prying stage. According to my estimations, its strength is at least at the 4th level of the void prying stage. Duanling Tian continued. Demon beast Monkey King? Its strength is at the 4th level of the void prying stage or above. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were petrified once more, and only recovered from their shock after a long time, and they felt their scalps go numb. Earlier, they cooperated with the young master to steal the monkey wine under the eyes of this group of stone monkeys. Unknowingly, they noticed that their clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Seeing Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's expressions of lingering fear, Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. I never imagined that the group of stone monkeys in this transverse mountain range would be so terrifying. I was originally thinking that if there was only a half-step void stage Monkey King, we would still be able to escape unscathed after stealing the monkey wine. But who knew that there was actually a demon beast Monkey King among them? And I didn't even have the time to collect the monkey wine before I was stopped by it. Recalling the scene from before, Duan Lingtian felt his heart tremble with fear. We were lucky this time, young master. You were able to cure their clansmen. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had a slight lingering fear in their hearts. However, I can be considered to have gotten what I wanted now. Duan Lingtian waved the large bottle gourd in his hand and lightly smiled. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang smiled as well. Right, don't spread the news that there's a group of stone monkeys here. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian had a serious expression as he warned Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Although the group of stone monkeys wasn't afraid of the people of the Crimson Sky Kingdom disturbing them, Duan Lingtian still didn't wish for someone to break their peaceful life. To a certain extent, he could be considered to have acknowledged the group of stone monkeys, and took the group of stone monkeys to be his friends. Don't worry, young master. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang hurriedly nodded. Before long, Duan Lingtian returned to the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang concealed themselves once again. Duan Lingtian took a sip of the Monkey King wine before returning to his tent. After returning to his tent, he swallowed the Monkey King wine in his mouth. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt a terrifying force ceaselessly charging at the meridians in his body, as well as his blood, flesh, and bones. Fortunately, the toughness of his body far surpassed an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would surely explode and die. Even then, Duan Lingtian still felt a wave of heart-wrenching pain come from his entire body. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was drenched in sweat. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and didn't dare hesitate in the slightest as he hurriedly circulated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Raging Python form mental cultivation method. Under the efforts of Duan Lingtian, the Monkey King wine transformed into a force that followed the Raging Python form's mental cultivation method to circulate. His cultivation that had just broken through to the 9th level of the core formation stage increased at an extremely swift speed. In the end, it was stuck at the final bottleneck. Even then, more than half of the Monkey King wine's force still remained within Duan Lingtian's body. Chapter 214. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's mood surged. However, he wasn't in a hurry to refine the dragon blood pill, as the temporary tent he was currently in didn't have much extra space. He couldn't go out of the tent and refine it, right? Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian calmed his mood and fell into a deep sleep. Dawn would arrive in a few hours, and at that time, the army of 100,000 would directly charge towards the southern barbaric city. As the military advisor of this battle, Duan Lingtian needed to conserve his energy and build up his strength. The sky hadn't completely brightened yet, but the army of 100,000 had already set out in a formidable array. Duan Lingtian, Nia Fan, and He Wei spurred their horses at the front, and they quickly arrived at the moat outside of the southern barbaric city. Under the command of Duan Lingtian, the army of 100,000 put down the scarecrows and bamboo raft components they carried with them. The bamboo rafts took shape, and a pile of scarecrows stood on half of the bamboo rafts. Within the morning mist, the army of 100,000 set out along the moat and launched a surprise attack. Release the arrows! Along with Duan Lingtian's command, the army of 100,000 drew the bows in their hands, and countless arrows whistled out, killing the group of southern barbaric city guards on the city wall who hadn't even reacted yet. At this moment, the southern barbaric city's beacons rose up as they started their counterattack. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 continued forward. However, in front of the army of 100,000, there were dense clusters of straw boats opening up a path. Within the morning mist, the southern barbaric city guards on the city wall could only vaguely see a few figures, and then they drew back their arrows,
causing countless arrows to whistle out and descend onto the scarecrows one by one.
The Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 was completely unharmed. Miraculous, miraculous! All the Star Mastermind Department students, including He Wei-an and Nye Fan, couldn't help but sigh. This was the act of borrowing arrows with straw boats. Only when they really saw this scene occur did they realize how terrifying the violet-clothed youth that stood at the side was. While chatting, the enemy was annihilated. It was nothing more than this. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just when the southern barbaric city guards thought that the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 had run out of arrows, another wave of arrows whistled out and killed the southern barbaric city guards on the city wall one by one. How is this possible? How could they have so many arrows? No! This isn't real!
Over time, the guards of southern barbaric city were completely dumbfounded, to the extent that not a single person dared to stick their head out from atop the city wall.
Success! He Wei-an cheered excitedly. Commander Nye, please lead the 10,000 Crimson Wyrm army soldiers under your command and take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the enemy's campsite. As for us, we'll coordinate with you from the inside and outside, and launch a pincer attack on them. Duan Lingtian looked at Nye Fan and lightly nodded. In front of outsiders, he didn't directly address Nye Fan as Big Brother Nye. Good. When this battle is over, we won't go home until we're drunk. Nye Fan laughed heartily as he led the 100,000 Crimson Wyrm army troops to climb over the wall and enter southern barbaric city under the circumstances where the defending army of southern barbaric city was caught off guard. Plotting in the dark. Then, he would take drastic measures to deal with it. This was Duan Lingtian's 3 stratagem.
At this moment, the nearly 90,000 officers and officers of the Border Army and the group of Paladin Academy students were still concealed behind the straw boats and concealed within the morning mist. So long as someone stuck their head out from atop the city wall of southern barbaric city, they would be directly shot to death. It was precisely because of this that Nye Fan led the 10,000 Crimson Wyrm army troops to easily sneak into southern barbaric city. Haha. I, He Wei-an, have been in the army for many years, but it's still the first time I've fought such a satisfying battle. He Wei-an had an excited expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian, and the space between his brows emitted deep reverence. General He, don't be so excited. It wouldn't be too late to be excited after we've breached southern barbaric city. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled with a carefree expression. Meanwhile, the surrounding group of Paladin Academy students looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that contained deep reverence mixed within. Especially those 300-star General Department students, they were even more excited. The last time they came, they didn't even make a move before retreating. This time, they had the chance to shed blood on the battlefield, display what they'd learned, and strive for military merits. Within southern barbaric city. Within the spacious campsite, a group of generals and strategists were gathered together, and their expressions were unsightly. What happened today is truly strange. Logically speaking, it's impossible for the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army to have so many sharp arrows. A strategist frowned, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. I think it's strange as well. Moreover, we've obviously shot and killed many of their people, but their attack didn't slow down in the slightest. Don't they only have an army of 100,000 remaining? How could they possibly launch such a powerful attack after so many people have died? Another strategist nodded, and his tightly knit brows were unable to loosen for a long time. Our soldiers utterly don't dare stick their heads out from the city walls now, as those that stick their heads out will surely die. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army will arrive at the city walls. A general's face was covered in worry. Kill. Suddenly, right at this moment, an explosive sound abruptly sounded out within the campsite, causing the group of generals and strategists that were gathered together to be dumbstruck. In next to no time, they saw the 10,000-plus Crimson Wyrm army approaching them head-on. It's the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Crimson Wyrm army. Oh my god! How did they sneak in? One by one, the generals and strategists were quickly drowned by the Crimson Wyrm army. Swish! Bang! A firework whistled out from within southern barbaric city before exploding in the sky. Charge in! Duan Lingtian's voice was loud as he abruptly ordered. Kill! 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 The border army that had been restrained for a few days instantly launched an attack on the city. For a time, shouts of battle shook the heavens,
and their imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. When faced with the Southern Champion Kingdom's army that had been thrown into disorder by the surprise attack of the Crimson Wyrm army, the border army easily blasted open the city gates and directly attacked the root of the problem, launching a one-sided slaughter. The Crimson Wyrm army and the border army cooperated with each other from the inside and outside, and easily killed the Southern Champion Kingdom's army that had their morale greatly reduced. In a single day, half of southern barbaric city flowed with blood like a river. Kill! Duan Lingtian had joined the battle now.
Now the battle was one-sided, and there was already no need for him to command.
Swish! The violet myrtle flexible sword whistled out as if it had transformed into a violet bolt of lightning, and every time it flashed out, it would take the life of a Southern Champion Kingdom soldier. Bang! Beside Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's eyes had turned red from killing. Seeing the Southern Champion Kingdom soldiers that were about to die under his sword being killed by Xiao Sun first, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but glare. Xiao Sun, don't steal my business. Xiao Sun laughed embarrassedly and continued pouncing forward, killing a person every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Duan Lingtian's mood surged, and he only felt the blood in his entire body start to boil. Only when the Southern Champion Kingdom only had a group of surrendered soldiers left did the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army stop their slaughter. Now, what Duan Lingtian stepped on were either corpses or blood. Everyone's clothes were soaked in blood. Victory! Victory! Duan Lingtian! Duan Lingtian! Duan Lingtian! The imposing manner of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army was like a rainbow, and they were currently madly shouting Duan Lingtian's name. Because they knew that if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian today, it would be impossible for them to take revenge for the group of brothers that died a few days ago. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, they would be unable to breach Southern Barbaric City and hold their heads high. Southern Barbaric City was the same as Relentless Thriving City. Half of the city was a campsite, and the other half was a place where people gathered. However, attacking a city and plundering it without harming the commoners was practically a tacit understanding between the various kingdoms. So, although the residents of the northern half of Southern Barbaric City were sorrowful, they didn't think of fleeing. Defeated. We've lost. How can this be possible? A few days ago, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's 110,000-strong army was forced back by our Southern Champion Kingdom's army, and we lost over 10,000 people. Now, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army is at most 100,000 strong. How could they possibly directly break through our Southern Barbaric City's line of defense? I heard that a military advisor with extraordinary wisdom appeared in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army, and with unparalleled strategy, they breached Southern Barbaric City without losing a single person. Without losing a single person? Impossible, right? Yeah, how could there be no deaths in war? It's true. I heard that only 100+ soldiers of the Crimson Sky Kingdom were injured, and not a single person died. For a time, the military advisor with extraordinary wisdom of the Crimson Sky Kingdom became the focus of discussion of the residents of Southern Barbaric City. That night, cheers covered the heavens and the earth within Southern Barbaric City, and it practically didn't stop for a moment. It was precisely the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 that was celebrating. Brother Lingtian, let me toast you. He Wei and raised a bowl of wine with a flushed face. He'd been in the army for many years, but it was the first time he'd had such an accomplishment, without losing a single soldier. He'd taken down Southern Barbaric City that had been in a stalemate with Relentless Thriving City for many years. He knew that his name would surely be left in the annals of history, and be passed down for generations to come. Of course, he also knew that from today onwards, not only would the youth before him be famous throughout the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, his name would even spread throughout the Southern Champion Kingdom. In the future, the army of the Southern Champion Kingdom would probably flee upon hearing the name of this youth. General He. Duan Lingtian picked up a bowl of wine and drained it before directly drinking it. Come drink. Niefan was extremely excited as well. Presently, even the old man standing behind Niefan looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that flickered with a trace of extraordinary splendor. This youth had simply opened up a new path for the Crimson Sky Kingdom. All those years ago, even the senior Marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate didn't have such a terrifying accomplishment. Without losing a single soldier, annihilating the Southern Barbaric City's army of 100,000. Simply heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian, you're the pride of our Paladin Academy. In the distance, a Star General Department senior student stood up and looked at Duan Ling Tian as he drank the wine in his bowl in one gulp. Exactly, you're the pride of Paladin Academy. For a time, all the other Paladin Academy students, including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, stood up and toasted Duan Ling Tian one after another. Breaching the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city this time was a brilliant military merit. It could be imagined that when they returned this time, they would all receive rewards. This had an extremely great effect on their future. Moreover, they were clear that all this was given to them by Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, young Master Ling Tian, for helping us brothers take revenge. Chapter 2:15. Come, cheers. Duan Ling Tian was infected by the atmosphere as well, and he stood up with a heroic spirit that shot up to the clouds as he finished the wine in one gulp. In his previous life, he was born in the army, so he quickly got along well with the 100,000 officers and soldiers present, drinking until deep into the night before resting. Early the next morning, a group of people left southern barbaric city and headed towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom. It was precisely the Crimson Wyrm army. Now that southern barbaric city had been completely captured, the next matter was the border army's matter. As reinforcements, their mission had already been completed. Now, they returned to the imperial city. The 10,000-plus cavalries of the Crimson Wyrm army only spent a few hours to traverse the Hengduan mountain range and arrive at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's relentless thriving city. The residents of relentless thriving city stood outside the city as they watched the Crimson Wyrm army depart into the distance, and all of them were extremely excited. Deep into the night last night, a troop of cavalry from the border army brought back the news of the capture of southern barbaric city, causing many residents of southern barbaric city to be excited to the point they couldn't sleep for the entire night. The Crimson Wyrm army has once again displayed its invincible might. The success of the Crimson Wyrm army's surprise attack this time was all thanks to that young military advisor, Duan Ling Tian. Truly unbelievable. A mere 18-year-old youth is actually able to command an army of 100,000 and capture southern barbaric city without losing a single soldier. From today onwards, this Duan Ling Tian's name will surely spread throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom and be passed down for generations to come. Humph. I've recalled the son of the Prime Minister, Gu Xian. He's completely unable to compare with Duan Ling Tian. At that time, he had an army of 110,000 under his command, but not only was he unable to capture southern barbaric city, he even caused the deaths of over 10,000 border army officers. Gu Xian? In my eyes, he can't even compare to a single strand of Duan Ling Tian's hair, yet he's still the son of the Prime Minister? He's truly a disgrace to our Crimson Sky Kingdom. The residents of relentless thriving city deeply remembered the name Duan Ling Tian, and they also deeply remembered the name Gu Xian. The former caused them to respect him. The latter caused them to despise him. The Crimson Wyrm army arrived in a formidable array and returned in a formidable array. All in all, the reinforcements trip this time could be considered a complete success. Duan Ling Tian and Ye Fan galloped their horses side by side at the front of this 10,000-strong troop, and the taciturn old man followed behind the two of them like a shadow. Let's go back. I wonder what His Majesty will reward us with when we return this time. Our rewards should be about the same. I'm curious as to what His Majesty will reward the Duan Ling Tian. The group of Paladin Academy students were in a heated discussion. Duan Ling Tian could be said to be the core force behind the capture of southern barbaric city this time, and if it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army would be utterly incapable of accomplishing this. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian's reward would be of the highest grade as well. They didn't doubt this at all. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun walked side by side, and both of their faces revealed knowing smiles. The journey to the battlefield this time caused their blood to boil, and they were incomparably delighted. When we return this time, that fellow Tian who will surely complain again. That's for sure. A bright smile appeared on both of their faces. 2 months later, the group once again returned to the imperial city. Little Tian, you'll personally lead the Paladin Academy members back. I'll first lead the Crimson Wyrm army back to the campsite. Then I'll go look for my father and enter the palace together to see His Majesty. Outside the imperial city, Nye Fan said to Duan Ling Tian. The Crimson Wyrm army campsite was outside the imperial city. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Students of Paladin Academy, follow Duan Lingtian back. Niefan loudly ordered. Instantly, the group of Paladin Academy students led by Duan Lingtian entered the imperial city in a formidable array. When they left, there were a total of 312 students in Paladin Academy. Now, there were 311 people. The person missing was precisely Gu Xian, who had left Relentless Thriving City 2 months ago. He was also the son of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Prime Minister, Gu Yuting. As expected, when Duan Lingtian's group returned to Paladin Academy, they caused a great stir. They've returned so quickly? Yeah, even if they rode horses, it would take at least 4 months to travel from here to the northwest border. Now, they've returned in less than 5 months. In other words, they've stayed in the northwest border for less than a month. Is the Southern Champion Kingdom's army so useless? Presently, it was afternoon. Many Paladin Academy students had gathered at the Paladin Academy's martial arts practice grounds, and they were discussing animatedly. In next to no time, along with the group of students that followed behind Duan Lingtian, they quickly found out the sequence of events. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's army captured the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city without expending a single soldier. This caused those students that didn't head to the northwest border to be dumbstruck. When they found out that all this was due to Duan Lingtian's contribution, the gazes they looked at Duan Lingtian were filled with reverence. No matter if it was a junior student or a senior student. As for Duan Lingtian, who was the center of attention, when he saw the group of students return to Paladin Academy, he greeted Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, then directly slipped away and returned home. Duan Lingtian's breathing became slightly hurried as he stood before the entrance of his own courtyard house. I've returned. Following Xiongquan opening the courtyard house door, Duan Lingtian walked in with large strides. Young master. Young master. In the front courtyard, the manager, Jianghu, and the 2 servant girls respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to them, he impatiently walked into the rear courtyard. In the rear courtyard, the 2 little girls were sitting around Li Ro, as if they didn't notice Duan Lingtian's return. Tian. Only when Li Ro noticed Duan Lingtian did the 2 little girls react, as if they were struck by lightning. Mom, I'm back. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile. In a few more days, it would be a full 5 months since he left. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Li Ro's face revealed a smile, and she obviously heaved a sigh of relief. Young master. Scoundrel. The 2 little girls transformed into 2 bursts of fragrant wind, one from the left and one from the right, and threw themselves into Duan Lingtian's embrace, tightly hugging Duan Lingtian. I'm back. Duan Lingtian embraced the 2 girls in his embrace, and between his brows revealed a trace of excitement. Hiss hiss. Right at this moment, a black and a white bolt of lightning flashed over and directly landed on Duan Lingtian's hand. They lightly nodded to Duan Lingtian, as if welcoming Duan Lingtian's return. Ha ha. Little white. Little black. Duan Lingtian laughed loudly and greeted the 2 little pythons. An entire afternoon. An entire night. Duan Lingtian tossed everything to the back of his mind, and stuck close to the 2 little girls in the spacious room, making love. Only when it was deep into the night did he fall into a deep sleep while hugging the 2 little girls with a satisfied expression. At this moment, Duan Lingtian didn't know. Presently, many people throughout the imperial city were bound to be unable to sleep. In the afternoon, along with the Divine Might Marquis and his son entering the imperial palace, the news of the battle at the northwest border spread out from the imperial palace. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's army captured the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city in one go. But the first to take credit for this wasn't the Crimson Wyrm Army's commander, Niefan, nor was it the Border Army's general, He Wei-en. It was instead Duan Lingtian. The name Duan Lingtian once again swept through the entire imperial city, and became the hot topic of discussion in the various restaurants. I truly never imagined that not only does Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao is heaven-defying, he's also so awesome when it comes to commanding an army. He's simply taking every possibility into account and winning every battle. All-round talent. All-round talent. Our Crimson Sky Kingdom being able to produce a Duan Lingtian is truly our Crimson Sky Kingdom's fortune. Exactly. Duan Lingtian is indeed a peerless genius. However, compared to Duan Lingtian, that Prime Minister Gu's son, Gu Xian, is a freak. He's indeed a freak. An army of 110,000 that obeyed his orders didn't even touch the city walls of southern barbaric city, yet over 10,000 people died. Whereas the southern champion kingdom's army suffered less than 1,000 casualties. What Prime Minister's son Ba? No matter if it was the imperial city's outer city or inner city, there were similar discussions everywhere. All of them were elevating Duan Lingtian and belittling Gu Xian. After all, the two of them formed a sharp contrast. Unlike the imperial city that was buzzing with activity, the prime minister's estate was deathly silent. Within the spacious audience hall, a middle-aged man with a medium build dressed like a scholar stood there, ceaselessly pacing back and forth. Prime Minister. Before long, an aged old man walked in with large strides. The old man's eyes were dazzling like an array of stars, and his footsteps were steady. Obviously, his cultivation wasn't low. How is it? The middle-aged man asked in a low voice. Although no expression could be seen on his face, his anxious eyes completely exposed his anxious heart at this moment. Prime Minister, I've asked. They said that the young master had already left thriving economy city by himself 2 months ago and returned to the imperial city. The old man spoke slowly. What? The middle-aged man's face went grim, and his pupils constricted. What actually happened? Prime Minister, supposedly, the almost 90,000 officers of the border army requested for orders from General He Wei-an to kill the young master. Later on, for the sake of the young master's safety, General He Wei-an privately allowed the young master to leave. The old man spoke again. Xian, how could you leave by yourself? The middle-aged man's pupils constricted, and he was slightly dazed. As the Prime Minister of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Gu Yuting's wisdom was extraordinary, and ordinary people couldn't compare to it. He knew that his son had most likely been killed. But he could only suffer in silence, because this matter couldn't be blamed on the border army anymore. How's the news outside now? Gu Yuting took a deep breath, and his wise eyes emitted traces of a ghastly flowing light as he forcefully suppressed the sorrow in the depths of his heart. The old man was slightly hesitant when he heard this. There's no need to worry, speak. Gu Yuting's gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he looked at the old man. Yes. The old man nodded, and truthfully told Gu Yuting some of the discussions that were currently giving rise to much discussion in the imperial city. After he finished speaking, the corners of the old man's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Duan Lingtian? He's indeed a rare genius. Chapter 216. Because of Princess Bai Yao, the young master hates him to the bone. The old man slowly nodded when he heard Gu Yuting's question. Princess Bai Yao. Unfortunately, my son doesn't have the life to marry her. Cold lights flickered within Gu Yuting's eyes. However, the people outside actually belittled my son and praised that Duan Lingtian. Since Xian hates him, then there's no need for him to remain in this world. As Gu Yuting finished speaking, he had a calm expression. It was as if he'd transformed into a judge that could easily decide a person's life and death. Perhaps in his eyes, he'd never taken Duan Lingtian and the Duan clan behind Duan Lingtian seriously. My lord, that Duan Lingtian contributed the most to the capture of southern barbaric city by our Crimson Sky Kingdom's army this time. His Majesty the Emperor will probably heavily reward him, think highly of him, and take him to be a pillar of the kingdom. The old man slightly frowned and seemed to be slightly hesitant. So what? Gu Yuting indifferently said, my son is already doomed, so let me complete his final wish. He hates this Duan Lingtian to the bone, so I'll kill this Duan Lingtian to comfort his soul in heaven, and it can be considered as doing something for him one last time. Even though he guessed that his son had already died, Gu Yuting still quickly recovered his calm. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would surely feel fear towards Gu Yuting. Because this sort of person was what he hated the most, and was also the most gloomy and terrifying. Early morning the next day. Within the spacious room, Duan Lingtian was served by the 2 little girls to put on his clothes before walking out of the room in large strides. After eating breakfast, he went to Paladin Academy. Everywhere he passed, it unsurprisingly caused a stir. Duan Lingtian, I like you. Right at this moment, a nearby female student roared at Duan Lingtian with a red face. Duan Lingtian was stunned. The surrounding group of students were stunned as well. Then a wave of booing sounded out. I like you too. Duan Lingtian smiled at the female student and continued to walk forward. Instantly, some of the other female students looked at the female student who spoke earlier with envious gazes. Subsequently, they imitated her. Duan Lingtian, I like you. Duan Lingtian, I like you. In the face of these enthusiastic female students, Duan Lingtian returned a smile. I like you too. All the Paladin Academy students present had a favorable impression of Duan Lingtian's calmness. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a person was walking towards them from afar. Duan Lingtian frowned. He had never thought that the other party would take the initiative to greet him, and in such a friendly manner at that. The person before him was none other than Su Qing. Su Qing, you've changed. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a faint smile. The current Su Qing lacked the arrogance of the past. Instead, he was much calmer. At the very least, the feeling he gave Chen she wasn't as loathsome as before. Obviously, the incident from before had caused Su Qing to change a lot. I still have to thank you for allowing me to see many things clearly. Also, your chain of 3 strategies is admirable. Su Qing had a friendly expression as he replied with a smile. After being defeated by Duan Lingtian the last time, Su Qing was silent for a few days before recovering. He'd thought about many things clearly and had taken Duan Lingtian to be his target, so he moved forward courageously. This time, as a Grade 2 student of the Star General Department, he joined the Crimson WYRM army and headed to the northwest border together. He'd witnessed Duan Lingtian strategizing and felt admiration in his heart. Perhaps, from that moment onwards, the resentment he had towards Duan Lingtian in his heart had completely vanished. You're not bad as well. You've actually broken through to the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he smiled mysteriously. You can even tell? Su Qing was stunned. He'd broken through on the way back to the Imperial City this time, and he'd just broken through less than a month ago. He was sure that he hadn't revealed his strength at the origin core stage before anyone. However, he'd never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be able to see through it with a single glance. Duan Lingtian, you're indeed out of the ordinary. How about we be friends? Su Qing's face was filled with anticipation. Aren't we friends now? Duan Lingtian smiled. Su Qing smiled as well. Then I won't disturb you any longer. I'm going to class. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. The short exchange between Duan Lingtian and Su Qing shocked the surrounding crowd of people. Could it be that this is the legendary no discord, no concord? Perhaps. Many people sighed with emotion. Amongst them, some had even personally witnessed the confrontation between Duan Lingtian and Su Qing. At that time, Su Qing wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian. But now, these two people had actually become friends. The affairs of the world were truly unpredictable. Right, Duan Lingtian said earlier that Su Qing has already broken through to the origin core stage? It seems so. I never imagined that after an origin core stage martial artist appeared in our Paladin Academy's first year, an origin core stage martial artist also appeared in our second year. In next to no time, the topic of the crowd of students shifted to Su Qing. When Duan Lingtian walked into the classroom, he noticed that besides Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, everyone was looking at him with burning gazes. Duan Lingtian, good job. You've really done well for our Star Mastermind Department's first years. Amazing. The crowd of students in the class looked at Duan Lingtian and weren't stingy with their words of praise. Duan Lingtian returned each and every one of them with a smile. Haha. Duan Lingtian, not long after you left yesterday afternoon, we saw that fellow, Tianhu. He even said that he'd settle the score with you at noon. Xiao Sun laughed. Settle the score with me? Settle what score? Duan Lingtian was stunned and felt that it was slightly strange. What else could it be? It's naturally the matter of you not helping him get a quota to join the reinforcement army. Xiao Yu laughed as well. F***K. The two of you sold me out just like that? Duan Lingtian glared at them. These two fellows were really unreliable. We didn't sell you out, he guessed it himself. Xiao Sun shrugged and lightly smiled. Right at this moment, Sima Zhangfeng walked into the classroom and stood on the platform. His deep gaze then descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it contained a complicated feeling. Even he never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually had the natural talent of a strategist that was able to lead an army and fight a war. leading an army of 100,000 to capture the southern champion kingdom's southern barbaric city without losing a single soldier. Such a battle achievement could be used as a teaching material. Borrowing an arrow from a straw boat, secretly plotting in Chen's song, taking drastic measures to deal with the situation. Adding on the ability to cross the sea by deception, Duan Tian, you're really not simple. Sima Zhongfeng glanced deeply at Duan Tian as he laughed. Teacher, you're too kind. I was just lucky. Duan Tian smiled modestly. Lucky? It wasn't only Sima Zhongfeng. The corners of the mouths of the group of students, including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, couldn't help but twitch. This could be called lucky? Just when Sima Zhongfeng didn't know what to say, a figure appeared at the classroom door. Paladin Academy's vice dean, Zhan Xiong. Zhan Xiong nodded to Sima Zhongfeng, then looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, His Majesty wants to see you. Come with me. Whoosh. Zhan Xiong's words naturally caused a stir within the classroom as expected. Their Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor wanted to summon Duan Lingtian? Looks like Duan Lingtian is going to be lucky. I guessed it long ago. This time, Duan Lingtian commanded the army to capture the southern champion kingdom's southern barbaric city and brought honor to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. His Majesty will surely be extremely happy and naturally can't avoid rewarding Duan Lingtian based on his contributions. I wonder what His Majesty will reward Duan Lingtian. Can't we just wait for Duan Lingtian to return and ask? Within the classroom, the students whispered in discussion. Only when Sima Zhongfeng intentionally coughed twice did the entire classroom return to its tranquility. Duan Lingtian followed behind Zhan Xiong and walked out of Paladin Academy. Outside the academy, a luxurious carriage was waiting there, and on both sides of the carriage were 2 squads of armored soldiers. Acting as the coachman was a young soldier. These armors don't seem to belong to the city guard. Could it be that they belong to the imperial army that guards the imperial palace? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Vice Dean, Lord Lingtian, this way please. When the young soldier saw Zhan Xiong and Duan Lingtian arrive, he leaped down from the carriage and respectfully welcomed them into the carriage. When facing Duan Lingtian, a heartfelt reverence appeared on the young soldier's face. As a member of the army, he greatly admired Duan Lingtian's actions at the northwest border. Vice Dean, they're the Imperial Army? Sitting in the carriage, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhan Xiong and asked curiously. Exactly, they're the Imperial Army. Zhan Xiong lightly nodded, then said with a smile, It's all thanks to you this time. Normally, even if I wanted to enter the Imperial Palace, I would prepare my own carriage. But this carriage was personally ordered by His Majesty the Emperor to be prepared for you. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace was grand and imposing. Numerous palaces stood in the distance, and they seemed to be extraordinarily grand. Now the carriage that carried Duan Lingtian entered the Imperial Palace as if it was entering a place without anyone, and they quickly arrived before a palace at the center of the Imperial Palace. Under the escort of the young Imperial Army soldiers that acted as the coachman, Duan Lingtian and Zhan Xiong walked into the palace. Within the palace, it was a dazzling sight that caused one to be dazzled. After walking into the palace, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were already 4 people present within the palace. The Divine Might Marquis, Nie Yuan, and his son stood at the side. On the golden throne, an old man in his 60s that wore a dragon robe sat firmly there. Although he was old, the dignified aura of a person of high status was the most oppressive amongst all the people Duan Lingtian had seen. However, this bit of dignified aura was unable to affect Duan Lingtian in the slightest. Duan Lingtian guessed it. This old man in his 60s ought to be the current emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. At the side of the emperor stood a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was dressed like a refined scholar. His eyes flickered with a sheen of wisdom, and he had a carefree expression and an extraordinary bearing. If he saw such a figure at any other time, Duan Lingtian would surely praise him in his heart. However now, slight vigilance arose in Duan Lingtian's heart when facing this person. Because, when he just entered the palace, he'd noticed a trace of faint killing intent that enveloped his body. That strand of killing intent flashed before vanishing. Chapter 217. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and quickly guessed the other party's identity.
Besides Prime Minister Gu Yuting, there shouldn't be anyone else that was able to stand on the side of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor and had such a demeanor.
This Gu Yuting actually aroused killing intent towards me. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and faintly guessed the reason. Presently, not only within Paladin Academy, even the entire imperial city was comparing him with Gu Yuting's son, Gu Xian, and imperceptibly stepping on Gu Xian and praising him. Presumably, this Gu Yuting had aroused killing intent towards him because of this. The dignified Prime Minister of the Crimson Sky Kingdom was actually so narrow-minded. Vigilance arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. He was able to discern that this Gu Yuting was extremely difficult to deal with, as he was a person that was adept at concealing his heart. After the killing intent from before flashed and disappeared, Gu Yuting didn't have any other unusual actions. A person that was able to conceal his emotions so perfectly was absolutely not a simple figure. Long live your majesty. Zhan Xiong respectfully bowed to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor and slightly bowed.
Vice Dean Zhan, you may rise.
The emperor nodded and slowly spoke. Your majesty. Duan Lingtian looked at the emperor and lightly nodded as he bowed. The emperor slightly frowned when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions, whereas Gu Yuting, who stood at the side, had already coldly shouted. Audacious Duan Lingtian. Why don't you kneel when you see his majesty?
Could it be that you really think that you can be mentioned in the same breath as Vice Dean Zhan just because you've made some meritorious contributions?
Prime Minister Gu, His Majesty hasn't even spoken. You're making such a ruckus in front of His Majesty, yet you don't know where you place His Majesty? As for whether I bow or not, to put it bluntly, what does it have to do with you? After Duan Lingtian noticed Gu Yuting arousing killing intent towards him earlier, he was filled with vigilance and hostility towards Gu Yuting. Now that he was lectured by Gu Yuting, he instantly retorted. Gu Yuting's face went grim and killing intent appeared in his eyes once again. At this moment, even Nye Yuan and Nye Fan had a trace of a bitter smile on their faces. This little Tian was actually so wanton and unrestrained before the Supreme Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, they were not worried. With them around, nothing would happen to Duan Lingtian.
Ha 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 ha. At this moment the emperor laughed.
A carefree smile appeared on his aged face as he looked at Duan Lingtian. You are Duan Lingtian?
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded slightly, but when facing the emperor, he was very courteous. You are the first person to contradict the Prime Minister in front of me. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The smile on the emperor's face never stopped, as if he was still thinking about the scene just now. Gu Yuting was a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything. Your Majesty is exaggerating. I just think that Prime Minister Gu is exaggerating. It's just a formality. Why do you have to be so rigid? Duan Lingtian said slowly, neither servile nor overbearing. Now that you mention it, I am curious. Why aren't you kneeling? The emperor asked with a smile. Your Majesty, in my eyes, in the entire world, besides the heavens and earth, only my parents are able to make me kneel. As the saying goes, there is gold beneath a man's knees. I kneel to the heavens, earth, and my parents. Duan Lingtian said. There is gold beneath a man's knees. I kneel to the heavens, earth, and my parents.
The emperor was stunned when he heard this, and after carefully digesting these words, he laughed carefreely. As expected of the person who was able to allow an army of 100,000 to capture the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city without losing a single soldier.
You actually have such arrogance. However, you do indeed have the qualifications. I permit you to dispense with kneeling when you see me in the future. How about it?
The emperor's current mood was obviously very good.
But Prime Minister Gu Yuting's mood wasn't very good, and his eyes that looked at Duan Lingtian occasionally flickered with a trace of gloominess. If one didn't carefully notice the gloominess in Gu Yuting's eyes, one would be utterly unable to notice it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian hurriedly bowed as he expressed his thanks. All right, the main reason I called you here today is to reward you. This time, you commanded my Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 to capture the Southern Champion Kingdom's Southern Champion Kingdom's Southern Champion Kingdom's Southern Champion Kingdom without losing a single soldier. This is an unparalleled military merit. Tell me, what do you want? The emperor looked at Duan Lingtian as he directly asked.
As soon as the emperor said this, even Nye Yuan, Nye Tian, and Xianxia who stood at the side couldn't help but be slightly moved.
Your Majesty, you can't. Gu Yuting hurriedly dissuaded. A young man doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Your Majesty, you. What? Prime Minister? You want to make a decision for me?
Although the emperor was old, his eyes narrowed now, and his indifferent words caused Gu Yuting's face to go pale, and he hurriedly knelt on the ground.
Your Majesty, this subject absolutely doesn't have such intentions. Humph. I presume you don't have the guts. However, Prime Minister, you've slightly lost your composure today. The emperor grunted coldly. Ever since he found out that Gu Yuting's son, Gu Xian, had caused the death of over 10,000 soldiers, a ball of rage had arisen in his heart. It was also because he'd always thought highly of Gu Yuting. Otherwise, even if Gu Xian wasn't present, he would still punish Gu Yuting. After all, it was the father's fault if the son didn't teach the son. Yes, this subject knows his mistake. This subject was anxious about his son. I hope your Majesty can forgive me. Gu Yuting hurriedly pleaded for leniency. Stand up. The emperor spoke indifferently, and his tone didn't carry the slightest emotion. Thank you, your Majesty. Gu Yuting stood up. Prime Minister Gu, according to my knowledge, Gu Xian seems to have already returned to the imperial city 2 months ago, right? What do you mean when you say that you miss your son dearly? Could it be that your Majesty has punished Gu Xian and made Gu Xian reflect in prison? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he spoke indifferently.
After he finished speaking, he ignored Gu Yuting's furious gaze and looked at the emperor as he said respectfully, Your Majesty is wise.
The emperor couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. This little guy, what a formidable mouth.
Duan Lingtian, tell me, what do you want?
The emperor returned to the previous topic and asked Duan Lingtian once again. Your Majesty, I want you to set up an organization and let me be the head of this organization.
Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he looked at the emperor and spoke slowly.
Oh! When the emperor heard Duan Lingtian's words, he felt that it was a novelty. Then tell me, what kind of organization do you want me to set up for you? The Embroidered Uniform Guard. When Duan Lingtian said these 3 words, there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. The Embroidered Uniform Guard. It was also one of Duan Lingtian's dreams in his previous life. When he thought of the Ming dynasty in his previous life and the tyrannical Embroidered Uniform Guard, Duan Lingtian's heart palpitated with excitement. To put it bluntly, the Embroidered Uniform Guard was the secret service of the Ming dynasty, and it was also a blade in the hands of the emperor at that time, possessing monstrous power. Actually, Duan Lingtian only wanted to play around and experience a similar addiction. After all, he would be leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom soon, and he didn't know if he would have the chance to play in the future. Or perhaps, even if he had the chance in the future, he wouldn't have this thought. Embroidered Uniform Guard? Presently, it wasn't only the emperor who was puzzled. Even Nye Yuan and his son, Xianxia, and even Prime Minister Gu Yuting had puzzled expressions. When Duan Lingtian saw that the emperor's interest had been aroused, he immediately said, Your Majesty, the so-called Embroidered Uniform Guard is an organization that directly belongs to your Majesty. Besides, your Majesty, it isn't subject to the interference of anyone else. As for the Embroidered Uniform Guard's function, it is to share your Majesty's burdens and eliminate all injustices in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. For example, helping your Majesty deal with people who disrespect you, for example, finding the person who poisoned your Majesty. When Duan Lingtian spoke up to hear.
Besides the emperor, the expressions of the other 4 people present went pale.
Duan Lingtian, don't talk nonsense. His Majesty's status is lofty. Who would dare poison His Majesty? Gu Yuting looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke coldly. However, the emperor's following words caused Gu Yuting to be dumbstruck. You're able to discern that I've been poisoned? The emperor looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with interest. Your Majesty, not only am I able to discern that you've been poisoned, I'm even able to discern what poison you've been poisoned with. Moreover, I know that you've been poisoned for many years. If it wasn't for your Majesty's deep cultivation, perhaps you'd have long since. Although Duan Lingtian didn't continue speaking, everyone present was able to understand what Duan Lingtian meant. Your Majesty. Nye Yuan, and Xianxia looked at the emperor and were shocked in their hearts. His Majesty seems to have admitted that he's been poisoned? A trace of coldness arose in their hearts. Who exactly dared to poison the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor? If I agree to your request, can you really help me find the person who poisoned me? The emperor's eyes focused, and a dignified aura enveloped Duan Lingtian's body. Actually, he'd secretly investigated the person who poisoned him for a long time, but he came up empty-handed. Duan Lingtian remained unmoved and smiled indifferently. If your Majesty agrees to my request, not only can I help your Majesty find the person who poisoned you, I can also cure your Majesty's poison. At this moment, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart. The spirit cleansing pill is really a good thing. It can be used anywhere. What? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the emperor who originally had a calm expression couldn't help but be moved. After all, even the Alchemist Guild's guildmaster, a grade 6 alchemist, was helpless against the poison he was afflicted with. He'd practically resigned himself to his fate. According to his estimation, he could only live for another half a year at most. So to the outside world, he'd always declared that he was sick and not poisoned. Actually, with his cultivation, how could he possibly be sick? You can really cure the poison for me? The emperor took a deep breath and stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. His emotions were slightly agitated, as if he'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw. If the poison was cured, he could at least live for a few more decades. Your Majesty, if you don't believe me, I can refine a medicinal pill for you to suppress the poison in your body right now. It's enough to suppress a portion of the poison in your body and allow you to live for another year. Duan Lingtian's face was carefree, and his body emitted strong confidence. You are an alchemist? The emperor was stunned. Chi! Duan Lingtian flipped his hand, and a strand of pill fire was faintly discernible. In an instant, everyone present, except for Nie Yuan and his son, the emperor, Xianxia, and Gu Yuting were all stunned. This Duan Lingtian, besides having a heaven-defying natural talent in the martial Dao and a heaven-defying natural talent in military advisor, he's even so heaven-defying in alchemy? An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist. Chapter 218. Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Gu Yuting's ridicule. In next to no time, under Duan Lingtian's request, the emperor ordered someone to find a pile of medicinal herbs for Duan Lingtian, and it was precisely a portion of the medicinal herbs required to refine the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill. Duan Lingtian didn't ask the emperor to prepare a few of the medicinal ingredients, because he held back and didn't plan to refine the complete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill for the emperor to consume. Since ancient times, kings were the most heartless. He wasn't unfamiliar with this saying. So he held back. If he were to refine the complete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill, it would be able to easily eradicate all the poison in the emperor's body. But in this way, between him and the emperor would undoubtedly hold the initiative. Even if the emperor still set up the embroidered uniform guard for him, he would surely be restrained in every aspect and couldn't act freely. So he planned to keep the emperor in suspense and make the emperor ask him for help. In this way, the embroidered uniform guard under him would be able to do as they pleased. After all, there was an emperor supporting him from behind. Although the incomplete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill was unable to eradicate the poison in the emperor's body, it could help him temporarily suppress a portion of the poison. What a miraculous medicinal pill! I can feel that the poison in my internal organs has been suppressed by quite a bit. After the emperor consumed the incomplete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill, his eyes lit up and a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. Your Majesty, you need to consume this detoxification medicinal pill for a long period of time before it can completely eradicate the poison in your body. If you don't consume it for a period of time, the poison in your Majesty's body will relapse once again, and it might even be even more violent than before, like a scourge. So in the future, I'll refine this detoxification medicinal pill for your Majesty every once in a while. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled at the emperor, and his eyes flickered with flowing lights. Only he knew what he was thinking in his heart. Duan Lingtian, why don't you refine more detoxification medicinal pills for me? The emperor looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. As the supreme emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he was naturally able to discern what Duan Lingtian was thinking, and it was none other than wanting to use this to threaten him. And if he wanted to live, he had no other choice. Your Majesty, this detoxification pill is extremely difficult to refine. Unless I recuperate for more than a month, I don't have the confidence to refine it successfully. Duan Lingtian naturally declined. He understood that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Duan Lingtian, since that's the case, why don't you contribute the formula for the antidote? There are many alchemists in the palace who can serve His Majesty better. Gu Yuting looked at Duan Lingtian and said slowly, Prime Minister Gu, I'm really sorry, but I won't share my pill formula with anyone. Duan Lingtian glanced at Gu Yuting calmly. He couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush in front of Gu Yuting. Not even His Majesty? Gu Yuting's lips curled into a cold smile, as if he wanted to use the emperor to force Duan Lingtian. Prime Minister Gu, don't scare me. If I'm scared by you and forget the pill formula, then I won't be able to refine it myself in the end. At that time, if His Majesty doesn't have any detoxification pills to use and the poison relapses again, then all the blame will be borne by you alone. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he lightly smiled. You! Gu Yuting's face went pale. At this moment, the divine might Marquis Nye Yuan stood out and looked at the emperor. Your Majesty, according to what I know, pill formulas are of extraordinary significance to alchemists, and that detoxification pill formula ought to be Duan Lingtian's unique pill formula. To an alchemist, a unique pill formula is more important than his life. The Marquis is right. Your Majesty, this point is understandable. Zhan Xiong stood out as well and spoke up for Duan Lingtian. What? Could it be that you're worried that I'll forcefully seize this little fellow's pill formula? The emperor smiled indifferently as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I approve your request. From today onwards, I'll issue an edict to establish the Embroidered Uniform Guard. And you will be the commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. As for the members of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, the Divine Might Marquis will be in charge of dispatching them. How about it? As he finished speaking, the emperor looked at Nye Yuan. I have no objections. Nye Yuan received his orders. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to the emperor. The Prime Minister Gu Yuting, who stood at the side of the emperor, had an extremely unsightly expression. Embroidered Uniform Guard. Directly subordinate to the emperor, and only obey the emperor's orders. The commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, Duan Lingtian, was only responsible to the emperor and had the authority to act first and report later. Along with the emperor's edict, the entire imperial city was stirred. Embroidered Uniform Guard. Before today, this name was so unfamiliar to everyone. But now, it caused everyone to be dumbstruck. When had such an organization appeared in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Even though I knew that Duan Lingtian had made a great contribution this time and that the emperor would reward him heavily, I never imagined that it would be so exaggerated. Once the Embroidered Uniform Guard is established, he, as the commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, would simply be equivalent to the emperor's spokesperson. Too exaggerated. Once the Embroidered Uniform Guard is established, the imperial city will probably be in turmoil again. Duan Lingtian, at the mere age of 18, is already practically standing at the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. It's hard to imagine. The entire imperial city was filled with similar discussions. Divine Might Marquis Estate, within the audience hall. Little Tian, you really have guts, even daring to threaten His Majesty the Emperor. The Divine Might Marquis Nye Yuan shook his head and smiled. He was slightly surprised when he recalled the scene he saw in the imperial palace earlier. Truly a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. I was frightened by you earlier. Nye Fen looked at Duan Lingtian as well and laughed bitterly. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. I was originally asking a tiger for its skin in this matter. Uncle Nye, besides Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, I only need 9 people from the Embroidered Uniform Guard, but they must be elites. What counts as elites? Nye Yuan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and was slightly surprised that Duan Lingtian only needed so few people. 8 of them must be existences that are at least on par with Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. As for the last person, I want the half-step void stage. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, flowing lights flickered within his eyes. Half-step void stage? Nye Yuan and Nye Fan were both shocked. Nye Yuan returned to his senses and scolded with a smile. You kid, You asked me for 8 people whose strengths aren't inferior to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, and my heart already ached. But now, you've directly demanded an exorbitant price and directly asked me for half-step void stage experts. Do you think half-step void stage experts are cabbages sold in the market? Uncle Nya, if you're able to send the 9 people I need to me, I'll give you a great fortuitous encounter. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly squinted as he smiled mysteriously. What great fortuitous encounter? Nye Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered expression. Even the nearby Nye Fan had his interest aroused. Uncle Nye, have you heard of the monkey wine? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Monkey wine? What? You have it, kid? Nye Yuan's eyes lit up and he was slightly surprised. Whereas Nye Fan's breathing instead became hurried. To Origin Core stage martial artists, the monkey wine was a precious treasure that could increase their cultivation. Since Uncle Nye knows of the monkey wine, then have you heard of the Monkey King wine? Duan Lingtian asked again. Monkey King wine? Nye Yuan shook his head. As for Nye Fan, he didn't even know. The Monkey King wine possesses a medicinal effect comparable to the Void Advancement Pill. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Nye Yuan, then slowly said, I think that Uncle Nye ought to be interested in this, right? Void Advancement Pill? Nye Yuan and Nye Fan were both stunned. Nye Yuan was the first to react. His pupils constricted as his breathing became hurried, and his chest rose and fell like a bellows. Little Tianyu, is what you said true? Duan Lingtian didn't directly answer Nye Fan, and continued. With Uncle Nye's current cultivation that's only a step away from the void prying stage, if you have the assistance of the Monkey King wine, you'll surely be able to successfully break through to the void prying stage within half a year and welcome the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. You little fellow even know of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation? Right at this moment, an aged figure silently walked in. It was precisely the senior marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate. Grandpa Nye. Duan Lingtian didn't notice the old man's arrival in the slightest, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of an existence at the void prying stage, even if he's unable to utilize origin energy, his cultivation is still there. Father. Grandfather. Nye Yuan and Nye Fan respectfully bowed to the old man. Little Tian, Grandpa Nye will send you 2 half-step void stage experts, and you give Grandpa Nye 2 drops of the Monkey King wine. How about it? The old man looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes flickered with traces of flowing lights. 2 half-step void stage experts? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Looks like the Divine Might Marquis estate's resources and reserves were even more formidable than he'd imagined. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and lightly smiled. Grandpa Nye, I'm afraid this won't do. I don't have much of the Monkey King wine in my possession. The old man didn't mind and smiled. Then leave 1 drop for your Uncle Nye, and Grandpa Nye will still send you 2 half-step void stage experts. How about it? I truly never imagined that you'd actually be able to encounter a thing of legend like the Monkey King wine. Obviously, the old man knew what the Monkey King wine was. Thank you, Grandpa Nye. Duan Lingtian smiled then said, Grandpa Nye, I still have a piece of good news to tell you. I ought to be able to condense a grade 8 pill fire in a few days, and at that time, I'll be able to refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for you. Once you consume the grade 8 spirit cleansing pill, the toxic poison in your body will be completely eradicated in 3 months at most. The old man's eyes lit up when he heard this, and they were dazzling like an array of stars. Even Nye Yuan and Nye Fan both revealed pleasantly surprised expressions. Uncle Nye, these are the medicinal materials required for the grade 8 spirit cleansing pill. Duan Lingtian waved his hand and wrote down the list of medicinal materials required for the grade 8 spirit cleansing pill. Of course, he wrote down an extra set of medicinal materials. The other set was prepared to refine the grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for Xianxia. After 3 months, not only would the toxic poison in the old man's body be eradicated, even Xianxia's cultivation would recover to the void prying stage. Good. I'll immediately order people to gather them. Nye Yuan nodded, and a trace of excitement was revealed between his brows. Here's a drop of Monkey King wine. Duan Lingtian withdrew a medicinal pill bottle and passed it to Nye Yuan. Chapter 219. This is the Monkey King wine?
I feel that the origin energy in my body seems to have been alarmed by its wine fragrance.
Nie Fen looked at the Monkey King wine in Nie Yuan's hand with a burning expression. I never imagined that I'd be able to smell the wine fragrance of the Monkey King wine in my lifetime. I'm truly fortunate. The old man sighed with emotion. As for the person involved, Nie Yuan, he put away the Monkey King wine as if he'd obtained a treasure. Nie Fan's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and he rubbed his palms together. Hee hee. Little Tian, you. Big brother Nie, when you step into the half-step void stage, I'll give you a drop of Monkey King wine as well. Nie Fan hadn't even opened his mouth when Duan Ling Tian guessed what he wanted to say and spoke before him, dispelling Nie Fan's thoughts. It wasn't that he was stingy. There might not even be 30 drops of Monkey King wine in that small bottle gourd, and every drop used was a drop less. He had to use it sparingly. Nie Fan laughed bitterly. Half-step void stage, that's a matter of how many years later. Big brother Nie, I can't give you the Monkey King wine, but I have quite a bit of Monkey King wine here. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and a wine jug appeared in his hand. Instantly, the wine fragrance of the Monkey King wine suffused out from the mouth of the wine jug. Good wine! The gazes of the 3 Nie clan men abruptly shone. Before long, the 3 of them had tasted the Monkey King wine one by one. Especially Nie Fan, after drinking the Monkey King wine. He sat cross-legged on the spot and circulated his cultivation technique in meditation, and only opened his eyes after a long time. Just a little bit more to break through. After Nie Fan woke up, his gaze abruptly shone. He subconsciously grabbed the wine jug, but noticed that the wine jug was empty. Where's the wine? Nie Fan had an astounded expression. It was finished by Grandpa Nie and Uncle Nie. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Before Nie Fan could react, he fled, not forgetting to remind the old man and Nie Yuan. Grandpa Nie, Uncle Nie, I'll leave my embroidered uniform guard members to you. I'll come get them tomorrow. Grandfather, father, why didn't you leave a single drop for me? I only drank a cup. A cup. Nie Fan had a bitter expression as he grumbled. Stupid brat, if you have the time to complain here, why don't you go ask little Tian for another pot of monkey wine? The old man shook his head and smiled as he reminded. Yeah, how could I forget? He's stingy with the Monkey King wine, but he can't be so stingy with the monkey wine. Nie Fan hurriedly stood up and chased after him. However, he found that Duan Ling Tian was long gone. Good lad. No wonder you were in such a hurry to leave. Nie Fan had a helpless expression as he cursed with a smile. After leaving the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Ling Tian headed straight home. He locked himself in his room and began to refine the dragon blood pill. An hour later, the dragon blood pill was completed. After consuming the dragon blood pill, Duan Ling Tian finally completed the tempering of his body for the 9th level of the core formation stage. The second transformation of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Raging Python form, could be considered to have reached perfection. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Ling Tian used his origin energy to draw out more than half of the remaining medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine he drank last time, and started circulating it. In next to no time, the bottleneck of the 9th level of the core formation stage was directly broken through. Duan Ling Tian's cultivation stepped into the origin core stage in one go. After stepping into the origin core stage, there was still some medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine remaining. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's third form, WYRM Python form. Duan Ling Tian started circulating his new mental cultivation method, and consumed the remaining medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine. Only when he approached the bottleneck of the first level of the origin core stage was the medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine completely exhausted. He lightly stretched his hands. Crack, crack, crack. The clear sound of bones rubbing together sounded out. Suddenly, his fists clenched tightly. Whoosh! Instantly, 31 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Ling Tian. This was the strength of Duan Ling Tian after stepping into the first level of the origin core stage. When an ordinary martial artist breaks through to the first level of the origin core stage, their full strength would only be the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Compared to when he was at the 9th level of the core formation stage, he had the strength of 8 ancient mammoths more. Whereas Duan Ling Tian actually only had the strength of 8 ancient mammoths more than before. This strength of 8 ancient mammoths was added on top of his original foundation. When he stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage with the raging python form mental cultivation method, and completed the tempering of his fleshly body, he already possessed the strength of 23 ancient mammoths. Compared to an ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist, he possessed the strength of an entire 11 ancient mammoths more. Whereas now, Duan Ling Tian, who broke through to the 1st level of the origin core stage, still possessed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than an ordinary martial artist with the same cultivation. This 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 3rd form, the WYRM Python form, seems to not have the tempering of the fleshly body. In other words, I can only cultivate step by step and increase my strength of ancient mammoths that is similar to an ordinary martial artist. However, no matter which level I cultivate to, I still possess the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than a martial artist with the same cultivation.
Duan Ling Tian quickly noticed this problem. He knew clearly in his heart that it was precisely because of this that he could similarly be called invincible amongst martial artists with the same cultivation. However, in general, along with the increase of his cultivation, his strength would be pulled closer and closer to martial artists with the same cultivation, and his advantage would become smaller and smaller. Duan Ling Tian felt a trace of pressure.
I must work hard and cultivate. So this is the origin core stage. Duan Ling Tian could clearly see the situation within his dantian through inner vision. Presently, within his dantian, the origin energy that had originally formed into the form of scattered clouds and mist had actually condensed into an origin core. The origin core was completely snow-white, and was precisely condensed from origin energy. The origin core stage was also named because of this. The strength of an origin core stage martial artist was stored within the origin core within the dantian. If the dantian was crippled, then the origin core would lose its support and completely vanish, which was equivalent to the origin energy in the entire body dispersing. Just like Feng Tong and Xue Lang, who were crippled by Duan Ling Tian that day. Before long, Duan Ling Tian went to the rear courtyard to find the 2 little girls and his mother, Li Ro, and gave 3 pill bottles to them. Within every pill bottle was a drop of Monkey King wine. "Young master, what's this?" Kerr had a curious expression as she asked. Li Fei and Li Ro looked at Duan Ling Tian as well. "This is Monkey King wine. Kerr, haven't you broken through to the 9th level of the core formation stage now? So long as you consume this Monkey King wine and circulate your cultivation method, it'll be sufficient to assist you in breaking through to the origin core stage." Duan Ling Tian smiled as he said to Li Fei, "Little Fei, you're the same as well. You're only a sliver away from breaking through to the 9th level of the core formation stage. Relying on this drop of Monkey King wine, not only will you be able to break through the bottleneck and step into the 9th level of the core formation stage, you'll even have the chance to break through to the 1st level of the origin core stage in one go." Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian's words caused the 2 little girls to have excited expressions, and they directly returned to their rooms to cultivate. "Mom, you go cultivate as well." Duan Ling Tian looked at Li Ro and lightly smiled. Li Ro lightly nodded, then followed behind Kerr and Li Fei to return to her room. Duan Ling Tian left the courtyard house and found a clothing store. Then, according to the memories of his previous life, he ordered 13 sets of skyfish clothes. "How long will it take to finish?" Duan Ling Tian asked the manager. "Customer, the 13 sets of clothes you ordered are all very complicated. Even if you rush the work, I'm afraid it will still take 3 days." The manager slowly said. 3 days. Duan Ling Tian frowned. "Too long. You think of another way." Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, and besides the money he handed over earlier, he put down another 10,000 silver bill. The manager's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly nodded. "Customer, I understand. I'll get a few more people to work through the night, and it'll surely be completed by tomorrow." "Okay." Duan Ling Tian nodded, then turned around and left. He found a weapon store and ordered 13 scabbards. Then he bought some materials required for weapon refinement. After he returned home, he refined these materials into 13 spirit sabers. Skyfish clothes. Embroidered spring saber. This was the true embroidered uniform guard. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a smile. After the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor established the embroidered uniform guard, he also set aside a vast courtyard in the inner city as the embroidered uniform guard's residence. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the courtyard, he noticed that there was already someone waiting there. "Commander Duan." As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the courtyard, a middle-aged man came up to greet him.
The middle-aged man wore the Imperial Guard's armor, and a trace of dignity was emitted from between his brows.
Obviously, he wasn't an ordinary soldier. You know me? You are?
Duan Lingtian asked, puzzled.
Commander Duan, I'm the Imperial Guard's Chili Arch, Meng Yang. His Majesty ordered me to hand these over to Commander Duan. Soon, Meng Yang handed over a pile of command tokens to Duan Lingtian. These command tokens, except for one that was slightly special, were all exactly the same.
All the command tokens had one thing in common, and that was that the words embroidered uniform guard were engraved on them.
Chili Arch Meng, sorry to trouble you. Duan Lingtian took the command tokens and nodded to Meng Yang with a smile.
Commander Duan, you're too courteous.
Meng Yang replied with a smile.
Although the person standing before him was only an 18-year-old youth, he didn't dare underestimate him in the slightest.
What a joke. This youth was currently the most popular figure in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army. Ever since they found out about the establishment of the embroidered uniform guard, countless people racked their brains trying to join Commander Duan. Meng Yang looked at Duan Lingtian and seemed to be slightly hesitant. Chili Arch Meng, is there anything else?
Duan Lingtian asked.
Commander Duan, I wonder if your embroidered uniform guard is still lacking people?
Meng Yang asked.
What? Chili Arch Meng wants to jump ship? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. No, it's a brother under my command. He especially admires Commander Duan. Meng Yang shook his head. So long as there's no problem with his character and cultivation is at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above, our embroidered uniform guard will take him. Duan Lingtian slowly said. Meng Yang was dumbstruck when he heard Duan Lingtian. 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. Even he, a Chili Arch of the Imperial Guard, was only at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Meng Yang fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva and asked with slight hesitation. Commander Duan, could it be that the members of your Imperial Guard must be at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above? Duan Lingtian nodded. Exactly, this is the lowest threshold. Lowest threshold? Meng Yang noticed that his heart was about to jump out. What a fellow! This Commander Duan really wasn't an ordinary person. Chapter 220. The lowest threshold of the embroidered uniform guard was the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. For a time, he became the laughingstock of the entire imperial city, as they all felt that the embroidered uniform guard's commander, Duan Lingtian, was indulging in fantasy. How could an existence at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above be someone he could recruit as he pleased? At dusk, a red glow filled the sky. Imperial City. City Guard Army Campsite. At the campsite's entrance, 13 tall horses stood still. Then 13 figures flipped over and descended from the horses. These 13 people wore uniform attire, flying fish robes. On their waists hung a command token and a narrow and long saber. The embroidered spring saber. Amongst the 13 people, there was a youth in the lead. A trace of immaturity could be vaguely seen on the youth's face. It could be discerned that the youth was about to step into the age of 19 and become a young man. Who are you people? 10 armored soldiers stood at the entrance of the City Guard Army campsite, guarding both sides as they glared fiercely at the 13 people that were approaching. Presumptuous! The youth in the lead grunted coldly, then his cold and indifferent gaze swept past the 10 City Guard Army soldiers. Then he ignored them and directly walked into the City Guard Army campsite. You all! One of the City Guard Army soldiers took a step forward, wanting to stop the youth. However, he was pulled back by one of the people beside him. What are you doing? Didn't you see someone trespass into our City Guard Army campsite? The former frowned. Are you mad? Didn't you see their command tokens? They're the embroidered uniform guard. The latter took a deep breath, and a trace of terror was mixed between his brows. What? Embroidered uniform guard? Isn't the lowest threshold of the embroidered uniform guard the 7th level of the nascent soul stage? Could it be that someone really joined the embroidered uniform guard? Who knows? If I'm not wrong, then the youth in the lead ought to be the embroidered uniform guard's commander, Duan Lingtian. The existence of the embroidered uniform guards is approved by His Majesty the Emperor. Commander Duan is also His Majesty the Emperor's spokesperson. Not to mention us,
Even the Lord Commander of the city guard would be afraid of him.
Duan Ling Tian walked into the city guard army campsite and directly headed towards the central tent. Wherever he passed, the city guards would make way for him. Duan Ling Tian took the lead, followed closely by the 2 old men, and behind them were 10 middle-aged men. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were among them. Early in the morning, Duan Ling Tian made a trip to the Divine Might Marquis estate and broke away from his fate of being a commander by himself. He took 10 people with him from the Divine Might Marquis estate. Including Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, the current embroidered uniform guard, including him, had a total of 13 people. Lord Commander, the embroidered uniform guards. The embroidered uniform guards are here. A figure rushed into the tent in the center of the city guards camp and hurriedly reported. What? The expression of the city guard commander, Xue Lu, slightly changed. How many of them came? Including Commander Duan, a total of 13 people. The person who came in continued. 13 people?
In other words, besides him, there were 12 existences at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above.
The Divine Might Marquis is really generous, to actually cooperate with that little bastard like this. Right, the Divine Might Marquis was the good friend of that little bastard's father. Duan Ruffing, after all. Xue Lu's face sank as he said to the person who came in. Go notify the other captains and call out all the brothers that stayed in the camp. I want to let that little bastard know that my city guard army's camp isn't a place where he can behave atrociously. Yes.
The person who came in received his orders and left.
Duan Lingtian, you're really lucky. Even the nascent soul stage martial artist I sent out wasn't able to take your life.
But since you dare bring people to my city guard army's camp to behave atrociously, I'll make it so that all of you won't be able to return.
Xue Lu's eyes flickered with traces of frightening cold lights. Outside, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the vicinity of the central tent and stopped moving. The 12 people behind him stopped as well. Meanwhile, the soldiers that stayed behind in the city guard army's camp dashed over. For a time, the ground trembled, as if the earth was moving and the mountains were swaying. The group of city guard army soldiers surrounded Duan Lingtian's group tightly like buckets, causing them to have no place to escape. Before long, Duan Lingtian saw Xue Lu once again. Xue Lu walked over in large strides, his face filled with a bloodthirsty smile. Duan Lingtian, I never imagined that you'd actually take the initiative to deliver yourself to me. Outside, you have the identity of the embroidered uniform guard commander, so I might have some misgivings if I wanted to kill you. But now that you've innocently trespassed into my city guard army's camp, even if I kill you, I presume His Majesty wouldn't blame me. Duan Lingtian never imagined that Xue Lu would threaten to kill him as soon as he appeared. Looks like he really made the right choice in coming today. Xue Lu, you're still as arrogant as last time. Didn't you say I would surely die last time? Aren't I still alive and well now? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a mocking smile when faced with Xue Lu's provocation. Xue Lu's face sank. If it wasn't for your Duan clan's grand elder appearing last time, you would already be a corpse at that time. But today is the same. I have to say, you've really surprised me. You set the threshold for the embroidered uniform guard so high, yet the Divine Might Marquis actually still gave you 12 people. You know they were people the Divine Might Marquis gave me? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Humph. What I know has exceeded your imagination. Xue Lu sneered. Commander Xue, I came here today mainly because I wanted to talk to you about what happened 5 months ago. The person you sent to kill me has already died in the wilderness. I came here today to collect the debt, and I'm not greedy. You just have to give me 10 million silver as compensation for suppressing the shock. How about it? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he stared at Xue Lu and slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian's words entered into the ears of the surrounding city guard army soldiers, causing them to be dumbstruck. 10 million silver is still not greedy? Is this commander of the embroidered uniform guard? Duan Lingtian, joking. Duan Lingtian, looks like you already know. Xue Lu's gaze went slightly cold. You have some ability to actually pry open my people's mouths. What? Commander Xue, you admit it? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. So what if I admit it? Xue Lu sneered as his eyes emitted a bone-piercing coldness. Then quickly hand over the compensation for suppressing the shock,
And I'll take my brothers to have a good drink.
The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of a deep smile. You still want compensation for suppressing the shock? Xue Lu laughed, laughing insolently, laughing without the slightest scruple. Duan Lingtian, you seem to have not figured out the situation, right? Could it be that you think the people you brought can go against my city guard army's thousands of officers and soldiers? Let me tell you, every single one of us here can drown you with a mouthful of saliva. Looks like Commander Xue is very confident.
Duan Lingtian's expression was calm, but his eyes flickered with mischief.
Humph. Duan Lingtian, don't think that just because you have the title of Commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, you're really someone. Let me tell you, in front of me, you're nothing. Xue Lu stretched out his hand and pointed at Duan Lingtian's nose, his saliva flying everywhere as he spoke in a condescending tone. Duan Lingtian's expression turned cold. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, what he hated the most was people pointing at his nose and lecturing him. Once, there was a mercenary from Country M's most outstanding seals. Because he pointed at his nose and said a bunch of nonsense, his head exploded with a punch, and he was directly blasted to death. Kill him. Just as Duan Lingtian's killing intent soared to the heavens, Duan Lingtian's voice rang out, incomparably cold. Kill me? Xue Lu laughed, his face full of ridicule and disdain. However, in next to no time, his smile froze. Because his head had already separated from his body. Bang! Pillars of blood sprayed out, and most of the city guard soldiers present didn't even have the time to react before they noticed that their commander's head had already separated from his body. In the next moment they saw. In the process of the old man standing behind Duan Lingtian withdrawing his narrow saber, droplets of blood sprinkled beneath his feet. Whereas those Kiliarchs in the city guard army all stared blankly at the old man with faces full of disbelief. They only saw the old man transform into an afterimage, and didn't even have the time to clearly see exactly how many ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the old man before their commander was killed. They were extremely sure that this old man was at least in existence at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. His strength was absolutely not inferior to their commander. Because of the sneak attack, he was able to succeed with a single strike. Humph. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly, then slowly turned around with the 12 embroidered uniform guards behind him, then walked out of the campsite with large strides. Wherever he passed, the soldiers of the city guard would make way for him. Now that their commander was dead, they naturally wouldn't foolishly charge forward to give their lives away. The people brought by this embroidered uniform guard commander weren't only at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, and there was no lack of 9th level nascent soul stage experts amongst them. In terms of strength, a 9th level nascent soul stage martial artist could become a commander in any army of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, now they were willing to follow behind this embroidered uniform guard commander and serve him. After walking out of the city guard army campsite, Duan Lingtian mounted his horse and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. This feeling was indeed extremely satisfying. Today, he really had a good time. If someone knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking, it was unknown what expression they would have. Right when Duan Lingtian brought his 12 subordinates back to the embroidered uniform guards campsite, a shocking piece of news spread out from the city guard army campsite and instantly swept through the entire imperial city. The embroidered uniform guards commander, Duan Lingtian, brought along 12 embroidered uniform guards to charge into the city guard army campsite and kill the city guard army commander, Xue Lu, before leaving unhurriedly. This piece of news caused many people who didn't look favorably upon the embroidered uniform guard and secretly ridiculed the embroidered uniform guard's commander, Duan Lingtian, to be a lone commander, to be completely dumbstruck. The threshold for the embroidered uniform guard is so high, yet they're still able to recruit 12 people? 12 existences at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. This group of embroidered uniform guards is simply an elite group, the representative of quality over quantity. I heard that the person that killed the city guard army commander, Xue Lu, was only an embroidered uniform guard under Commander Duan's command. He only used a single strike to kill Commander Xue Lu. I heard of it as well. According to my estimations, the strength of that embroidered uniform guard is surely a figure at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Chapter 221. The embroidered uniform guard was bound to shock the entire imperial city tonight. A few days after the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor issued the decree to establish the embroidered uniform guard, The embroidered uniform guard had already killed the city guard army commander, Xue Lu. The actions of the embroidered uniform guard caused many people in the imperial city to tremble with fear. These people were practically all people that had enmity with Duan Ling Tian. Third Prince Estate. Bang! Within the building at the center of the lake, the third prince who just heard his servant's report had an extremely gloomy expression, and the wine cup in his hand was smashed into pieces. This caused some of the young geniuses present to be unable to help but tremble with fear. Everyone, let's disperse for today. Let's meet again next time. The third prince took a deep breath before sending off the guests. After all the young geniuses present left, the third prince's eyes flashed with a cold light that was awe-inspiring. Since I'm already like fire and water with him, there's no need for me to be courteous with him. I must annihilate his arrogance. Go prepare. I'll enter the imperial palace to see Imperial Father tomorrow morning. Yes. The servant received his orders and left. Duan Ling Tian, do you really think that you can be unbridled just because you've made a small contribution? Let me see how Imperial Father will punish you. The third prince's voice seemed as if it came from the depths of hell, and it was incomparably icy cold. Fifth Prince Estate. Within the pergola, the white-browed old man respectfully reported to the fifth prince about the matter that gave rise to much discussion outside. What? That Duan Ling Tian actually led the embroidered uniform guard under him to kill Xue Lu? The fifth prince was shocked as well, and then his face sank. He really has no scruples and is perverse. Your Highness, I heard that the person that acted was an embroidered uniform guard under him, and that embroidered uniform guard ought to be in existence at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. The white-browed old man's voice contained slight fear. Looks like the Divine Might Marquis still concerned about the friendship he had with Duan Ruffing all those years ago. He's actually so generous and even sent a 9th level nascent soul stage martial artist to order around Duan Ling Tian. The fifth prince's eyes flickered with coldness, and his tone was low and suppressed. Your Highness, what should we do now? The white-browed old man asked. Humph. He didn't have to do anything now. Early in the morning tomorrow, I will enter the palace to see my father. This Duan Ling Tian is too bold. He even dared to kill the commander of the city guards. Tomorrow, my father will definitely remove him from his position as the commander of the embroidered uniform guard. The fifth prince waved his sleeves and said coldly, Your Highness is wise. The white-browed old man nodded. Prime Minister Manner. Gu Yuting sat in front of the stone table in the front yard, quietly savoring the fragrant tea. In next to no time, a hasty figure whistled in and said respectfully, Prime Minister, the embroidered uniform guards commander Duan Ling Tian led the embroidered uniform guards under his command to kill the city guard army's commander Xue Lu. Xue Lu? Gu Yuting raised his eyebrows. He's just a boorish man. However, this Xue Lu's father is not simple. As Gu Yuting muttered to himself, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The next day, Duan Ling Tian had just arrived at the embroidered uniform guard's residence when he was summoned into the imperial palace. It was still that magnificent palace. Duan Ling Tian walked in and noticed that besides the emperor who sat on the golden throne and Prime Minister Gu Yuting who stood at the side, there were two more people standing at the side. Duan Ling Tian wasn't unfamiliar with these two people. Third prince, fifth prince. Although he guessed that the reason the emperor summoned him into the palace was probably because of what happened last night, he never imagined that the third prince and fifth prince, who were usually at loggerheads with each other, would actually unite together for him. Looks like his face was quite big. Greetings, Your Majesty. Duan Ling Tian looked at the emperor and lightly nodded. Presumptuous. The third prince and fifth prince's faces went grim as they berated. Presumptuous. Duan Ling Tian looked at the two of them and lightly smiled. Princes, how have I been presumptuous? Duan Ling Tian, you didn't kneel when you saw His Majesty the Emperor. Isn't that presumptuous? The third prince said in a deep voice. Not kneeling when you see His Majesty the Emperor is a great disrespect. Duan Ling Tian, do you know your crime? The fifth prince followed along and added insult to injury. Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to their words and looked at the emperor instead. All right, both of you brothers, shut up. The emperor spoke. Imperial Father. The third prince and fifth prince were stunned as they looked at the emperor with a puzzled expression. The emperor said indifferently, I've already promised Commander Duan that if he sees me in the future, he can be exempted from kneeling. Both of you don't have to make a fuss over nothing. Exempted from kneeling? The third prince and fifth prince's pupils constricted, and their faces were filled with astonishment. They never thought that their imperial father would treat Duan Lingtian so generously. However, when they thought of Duan Lingtian's actions yesterday, their hearts calmed down. As far as they were concerned, just yesterday's matter was sufficient to make Duan Lingtian fall from heaven to hell, and he would never be able to rise again. All right, now that Commander Duan has arrived, what do the two of you have to say? The emperor looked at the third prince and fifth prince as he asked indifferently. Imperial father, this Duan Lingtian obtained your favor, and was even conferred the title of Commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard by you. He ought to set an example and serve our imperial family. But who knew that at dusk yesterday, he actually went mad and barged into the city guard army's campsite and killed Commander Xue Lu? The third prince had an enraged expression. Imperial father, Commander Xue Lu is a pillar of the country, but he died at the hands of this ignorant kid. I hope Imperial father can uphold justice for Commander Xue Lu. Yes, Imperial father. Duan Lingtian killed Commander Xue Lu, and his crime is extremely heinous. This son hopes that Imperial father can remove him from the position of Commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard and heavily punish him as a warning to others. The fifth prince cooperated and pleaded. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression, as if he utterly didn't take the matter before him to heart. In reality, he indeed didn't take the matter before him to heart. To him, this was only a farce. Commander Duan, what's going on? The emperor's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. When he saw the emperor's calm gaze, Duan Lingtian understood that the emperor absolutely didn't just find out about this matter, and probably already found out last night. Now, he was only putting on an act before the third prince and fifth prince. The emperor's gaze seemed to contain a trace of meaning mixed within. Duan Lingtian saw through what this trace of meaning meant, and the emperor hoped that he would give him a way out. Although it was impossible for the emperor to punish him for the sake of the antidote that only he could refine. But the emperor was the emperor after all and possessed supreme dignity. Now, the emperor needed a way out. Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian gave the emperor an understanding gaze, then slowly said, the rift between me and Xue Lu was all because of his son, Xue Lang. I presume your Majesty has heard of it. However, your Majesty, you don't know that nearly 5 months ago, when I accompanied the Crimson WRM army to leave the imperial city and head to the northwest border, there was a person who intended to kill me. I can imagine that if that person had succeeded, I wouldn't have been able to cooperate with the border army and the Crimson WYRM army to capture southern barbaric city and spread the might of my Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian spoke in a clear voice. There's such a thing? The emperor's face sank. Do you know who that person is? Duan Lingtian nodded. This is precisely what I wanted to continue talking about. That person was a member of the City Guard Army, and he received orders from the City Guard Army's commander, Xue Lu, to infiltrate the Crimson WYRM army with the intention of killing me and taking revenge for his son. Nonsense. You're talking nonsense. The third prince and fifth prince spoke at almost the same time. However, under the dignified gaze of the emperor, both of them shut their mouths. Continue speaking. The emperor looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Your Majesty, I know both princes suspect that what I said is false. But this matter was personally admitted by that Commander Xue Lu at the City Guard Army's campsite yesterday. I originally didn't want to do anything to him, and only wanted to ask him for some money to suppress my shock. This shouldn't be too much, right? However, that Xue Lu didn't appreciate my kindness, and threatened to kill me and the embroidered uniform guards under my command. All of this was heard by the thousands of soldiers in the City Guard Army's campsite. If both princes don't believe me, you can go investigate. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at the third prince and fifth prince. The latter's face sank instead. Duan Lingtian continued. In the end, for the sake of self-preservation, I could only ask the embroidered uniform guards under my command to take the initiative and kill Xue Lu. Otherwise, the ones to die would only be me and the group of embroidered uniform guards under my command. Your Majesty, please judge clearly. The emperor nodded. Right at this moment. Imperial Father. A voice that was like the sound of a silver bell sounded out, and then a drop-dead gorgeous figure could be seen walking in with quick steps under the escort of 2 palace maids. This was a young girl. The young girl had a peerless appearance, and with a single glance, one couldn't help but be lost in it. Princess Biao. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised, as he never imagined that he would see Princess Biao here. Biao, you seem to be in such a hurry. Is there something urgent? The emperor's face revealed a trace of amiability when he saw Princess Biao, and this was something that wasn't present when facing the third prince and fifth prince. It was sufficient to show how much he loved this little daughter of his. Imperial Father, I heard you want to punish Commander Duan, right? Imperial Father, can you not punish Commander Duan? He wouldn't kill without reason. Princess Biao slightly gasped for breath as she spoke. In an instant, everyone present was stunned. No one had imagined that Princess Biao would actually come in such a hurry to plead for mercy for Duan Lingtian. The expressions of the third prince and fifth prince were incomparably gloomy. As for the emperor, he instead glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian.
He was an experienced person, and was able to discern that his daughter ought to have secretly given her heart to this youth of a similar age.
Otherwise, she wouldn't have forcefully barged into the throne room. Biao, who said Imperial Father wants to punish Commander Duan.
The emperor shook his head and smiled.
Commander Duan explained earlier that he wasn't wrong in this matter, and it was the fault of the City Guard Army's commander, Xue Lu. Xue Lu deserved death.
When they heard the emperor, the third prince and fifth prince knew that they'd come in vain today. Princess Biao's beautiful face flushed red when she heard the emperor, as she never imagined that rushing over in such a hurry would result in such an outcome.
It turned out that even if she didn't come, nothing would happen to Duan Lingtian. For a moment, she was slightly ashamed to show her face. You too. Chapter 222. Yes. The third prince and fifth prince hurriedly lowered their heads in agreement. At the instant they lowered their heads, their eyes flickered with dense killing intent. This killing intent was naturally targeted at Duan Lingtian.
Father, then I'll take my leave first.
The third prince looked at the emperor and spoke respectfully. I'll take my leave as well. The fifth prince followed suit and left. The emperor's gaze occasionally descended onto Duan Lingtian, and occasionally descended onto Princess Biao. Duan Lingtian was fine. He stood there without moving like a mountain with a carefree expression. But Princess Biao blushed instead.
Father, what are you looking at?
Ha 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 ha.
The emperor laughed heartily, and his laughter only stopped after a short while.
You two know each other? Princess Biao nodded shyly. The emperor looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled. Commander Duan, it's rare for you to make a trip to the imperial palace. Since you know Biao, accompany her to walk around. Yes, your majesty. Duan Lingtian replied before leaving the throne room with Princess Biao. The palace maids behind Princess Biao followed as well.
Prime Minister Gu Yuting, who stood beside the emperor and hadn't spoken since the beginning, now had a slightly gloomy expression, and his eyes flickered with a dense and fierce light.
He was extremely like a ferocious venomous snake, choosing a person to swallow. Compared to before, the current Princess Biao was obviously slightly restrained. Ever since she heard that Duan Lingtian commanded an army of 100,000 to defeat the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city, her mind was filled with the figure of Duan Lingtian. She never imagined that this sweetheart of hers actually had such great ability. Now, walking together with the sweetheart of her dreams caused her to be embarrassed to the point that she didn't know what to say. Duan Lingtian felt that the atmosphere was slightly strange as well. After accompanying Princess Biao for a while, he spoke first. Princess, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Okay. Princess Biao gently nodded her head and watched Duan Lingtian leave from afar. After a long time, she sighed. After leaving the palace, Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. Even he himself didn't know what kind of feelings he had for Princess Biao. However, one thing was certain. Princess Biao had barged into the throne room today to plead on his behalf, causing him to be slightly moved. Although she didn't help, her kind intentions were extremely rare. Heaving a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian returned to the residence of the embroidered uniform guards, the spacious courtyard. Lord Commander, the embroidered spring sabers you gave us, are all grade 8 spirit weapons? Duan Lingtian had just entered the door when he saw Xianxia walking up to him with a startled expression. The other 11 people also looked at Duan Lingtian. He did not expect the Duan Lingtian to be so generous. You only just realized? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Lord Commander, why spend so much money to ask a grade 8 weapons craftsman to refine these spirit weapons? The cost isn't small, right? Zhao Gang said as well. It's only a small toy that I casually refined, and I only spent a little money on materials. Duan Lingtian casually said. Instantly, including the 2 half-step void stage old men, the 12 people were dumbstruck. Their Lord Commander was a grade 8 weapons craftsman? According to their knowledge. It seemed that this Lord Commander would only turn 19 in 1 or 2 months, right? An 18-year-old grade 8 weapons craftsman, what concept was this? Lord Commander, if I'm not wrong, these grade 8 spirit weapons are able to provide an entire 20% amplification of strength. They're much better than those crafted by an ordinary grade 8 weapons craftsman. The old man that killed the city guard commander Xue Lu yesterday couldn't help but speak. Elder Hong has good judgment. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. This old man was precisely one of the 2 half-step void stage experts that the Divine Might Marquis Estate Senior Marquis sent to him. Now, when they heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Elder Hong, the remaining people were even more shocked. They took out their spring-embroidered sabers and seriously tested it. In the end, they noticed that it was indeed as Elder Hong had said, it was able to provide an entire 20% amplification of strength. They couldn't help but be moved. After all, an ordinary grade 8 spirit weapon was at most able to provide an amplification of strength by 20%, and being able to provide an amplification of strength by 19% was already considered a top-grade item. When placed amongst grade 8 spirit weapons, the spring-embroidered sabers in their hands could absolutely be considered to be a top-grade item amongst the top-grade items. For a moment, the gazes they looked at Duan Lingtian with emitted slight reverence. An 18-year-old origin core stage grade 8 weapons craftsman. But it was unknown what sort of expression they would have if they knew that Duan Lingtian was also a grade 8 alchemist. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian, you and Zhao Gang go to the various medicine stores in the Imperial City and check for these medicinal materials. Duan Lingtian withdrew a brush and paper, then wrote down a few medicinal materials before passing it to Zhang Qian. Mainly check the accounts from 3 years ago and see if they still remember who they sold the medicinal materials to. These medicinal materials were the main medicinal materials of the poison the Emperor was poisoned with, and very few people would normally use them. Duan Lingtian's objective was to find out the person that poisoned the Emperor. Yes. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang received their orders and left. Imperial Palace. Outside a quiet and secluded palace. Prime Minister Gu? An empty voice seemed to come from all directions. The voice was gloomy and cold, and didn't carry the slightest emotion. A black-clothed old man appeared without a sound. Old Xue. Gu Yuting looked at the old man and lightly nodded. Prime Minister Gu, is there something you need from me? The black-clothed old man had a pair of muddy eyes, and his entire body seemed to emit a sense of gloominess. Coupled with his thin body, he seemed as if he would fall in the wind. However, Gu Yuting instead knew that this old man's strength was extremely terrifying. At the very least, he wasn't inferior to him. Old Xue, my condolences. Gu Yuting sighed and slowly said. Prime Minister Gu, what do you mean by this? When the black-clothed old man heard this, the gloomy aura on his body became even more profound. Old Xue, maybe you still don't know. Your grandson Xue Lang had his dantian crippled by someone, and his cultivation was completely lost. Gu Yuting's eyes flashed as he spoke. What? The black-clothed old man's muddy eyes instantly flickered with a dense light, and a terrifying killing intent enveloped Gu Yuting. Prime Minister Gu, is what you said true? Yes. Gu Yuting nodded. Who did it? Did my son take revenge for Lang? The black-clothed old man's mood was slightly agitated. Old Xue, your son is dead. Gu Yuting bitterly laughed. The black-clothed old man didn't let out an exclamation of surprise this time, but his thin body lightly trembled, and his voice was incomparably icy cold, as if it came from the depths of hell. Prime Minister Gu, do you know who did it? Old Xue, your son precisely wanted to take revenge for your grandson. However, in the end, he didn't manage to take revenge, and instead was killed instead. The person that crippled your grandson and killed your son is precisely the same person. Gu Yuting slowly said. Who is it?
The black-clothed old man's eyes were filled with rage, and he was furious to the extreme.
The embroidered uniform guard's commander, Duan Ling Tian. Gu Yuting slowly said. Old Shui, you should go back and take a look at your grandson. I'm really worried that once your son dies, that Duan Ling Tian will be ruthless to your grandson. He dares.
The black-clothed old man shouted in a low voice, and his tone contained frightening icy coldness mixed within.
Whoosh!
Instantly, the black-clothed old man's figure trembled, and he vanished without a trace.
Duan Ling Tian, let me see how you resist the rage of this madman Shui. The corners of Gu Yuting's mouth curled into a sneer from his scheme succeeding. On the main street of the inner city of the Imperial City, Duan Ling Tian spurred his horse and walked in the front, and behind him were 10 embroidered uniform guards following closely behind. The two old men were like two guardian gods, tightly guarding Duan Ling Tian on both sides. Everywhere the 11 people passed, the passers-by would move aside. It's the embroidered uniform guard. He's the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Ling Tian. Oh my god. I thought the rumors were exaggerated, but I didn't expect that this Duan Ling Tian is really only a youth. The surrounding passers-by whispered in discussion. These discussions were naturally heard by Duan Ling Tian, but he only shook his head with a smile and didn't take it to heart. On the way, there was no lack of similar discussions, and he was already used to it. Giddy up! Right at this moment, a luxurious carriage approached from the front, and its speed was extremely swift. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Move aside. The coachman driving the carriage was obviously extremely overbearing, and he swung the horsewhip in his hand as he shouted in surprise. When he saw the passers-by in front of him fleeing to the sides, the coachman's eyes were obviously mixed with a trace of ridicule. Soon, he saw Duan Ling Tian's group. The coachman frowned, and when he saw the flying robes on Duan Ling Tian's group, he faintly realized that these people might not be simple, and he panicked in his heart and hurriedly tightened the reins. Halt! The carriage stopped less than 3 meters away from Duan Ling Tian's horse. Afu, why have we stopped? Right at this moment, a man's voice came from within the carriage. Third young master, there are a few military lords in front, let's wait for them to pass. The coachman looked at the youth in the flying robes before him, and he was slightly uncertain in his heart. What military lord? The voice that came from within the carriage was slightly impatient. Soon, the carriage's curtain was lifted, and a young man stuck his head out. However, when he looked over, the young man's pupils couldn't help but constrict, and when he looked at the youth in front of him, a trace of malevolence and anger appeared on his face. It's you! Duan Ling Tian was slightly stunned when the young man in front of him suddenly shouted at him. Do I know him? Duan Ling Tian carefully sized up the young man who stuck his head out of the carriage, and memories flashed through his mind. In the end, a blurry figure seemed to appear before his eyes, and completely merged with the person before him. The scene outside Triumph City more than 2 years ago flashed through Duan Ling Tian's mind once again. At that time, on the way to Triumph City, he encountered a young man and a young girl who treated human lives like grass. The young man and the young girl were traveling on a Fergana horse. At that time, he deliberately avoided them to the side. But who would have thought that the young girl would actually brandish her horsewhip at him? He taught the young girl a lesson, and the young boy stood up for the young girl and attacked him. In the end, one of the young boy's arms was chopped off by him. Later on, Duan Ling Tian found out that the young boy was the third son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei San. It's you! Chapter 223. No matter what, Duan Ling Tian had never imagined that he would encounter Pei San once more. Moreover, it was on the streets of the inner city of the Imperial City. The affairs of the world are truly unpredictable. As he recalled the sorry state he was in after cutting off Pei San's arm, Duan Ling Tian suddenly had a feeling as if a lifetime had passed. He still remembered that time when he desperately spurred his horse towards Triumph City, only for the sake of escaping the pursuit of the expert by Pei San's side. He could imagine that if he was caught by the expert by Pei San's side at that time, he would die for sure. Later on, even if he stayed in Triumph City for a few days, he still advanced step by step, as he was deeply afraid of being found. At that time, Pei San was an extremely great threat to him. It was even to the extent that once he was found by Pei San
Pei San only had to say a word, and he would die on the spot. In the past, he was filled with fear towards Pei San's identity as the son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor. Yet now, Duan Lingtian suddenly noticed that when he met Pei San once more, besides being slightly surprised, he didn't have any other emotions. Perhaps it was because he stood at a different height. Or perhaps it had been too long. "I've finally found you." Pei San gnashed his teeth as he walked out of the carriage, and his eyes were filled with icy cold killing intent as he gazed at the youth on the horse. Duan Lingtian looked at Pei San with a calm expression. In the past, he might have been afraid of Pei San. Now, Pei San was already not on the same level as him. It was even to the extent that so long as he wanted, he only had to say a word, and it was sufficient to make the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's estate behind Pei San change hands. He believed that so long as he spoke to the emperor would absolutely satisfy his request. It was even to the extent that he only had to give an order now, and the embroidered uniform guards behind him would attack like a bolt of lightning, causing Pei San's blood to splatter and die on the spot. But he didn't do this, and even didn't have the intention to fuss about it with Pei San. "Third young master, what's wrong?" Right at this moment, two more people walked out successively from the carriage and stood behind Pei San. An old man and a young man. The old man was obviously in existence at the nascent soul stage. As for the young man, Li Qing? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. The young man standing behind Pei San was none other than Li Qing, who had left the Li clan that day. He didn't expect that after this Li Qing left the Li clan, he would actually walk together with the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's estate's third young master. The affairs of the world were truly unpredictable. Only after hearing Duan Lingtian's voice did Li Qing look towards Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, his face abruptly went pale, and he hurriedly said to Pei San, who was before him, "Third young master, it was this person that crippled your arm that day. It's him. It's him." "Blood feud. Do you think I still need you to tell me?" Pei San turned his head slightly and glanced at Li Qing. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "So, Li Qing is your real name. No wonder I couldn't find out anything about you during these 2 years. Li Qing, you really have a good trick up your sleeve. You really hid it well." "Third young master, Li Qing's gaze was difficult to unravel, and a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "I was exposed in the end? Humph. I'll deal with you later." Pei San's voice was cold and indifferent, and then his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. "Over 2 years ago, you crippled my arm. Today, I'll make you return it with interest." Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. "How do I return it with interest?" "I'll take your life." Pei San's voice was filled with hatred and ruthlessness. "Presumptuous." The faces of the two old men by Duan Lingtian's side sank as they shouted out in unison. Pei San frowned. Only now did he realize that the youth before him wasn't alone, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with became even colder. "What? Do you think I, Pei San, can't touch you just because you have a few helpers?" "Pei San." Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Pei San, and he said indifferently, "That year outside Triumph City, who started the fight between us, you know best. Today, it can be considered fate that we're able to meet again. I don't want to fuss about the matter from that year with you, so let's write it off at this point." It had been 2 years, and he didn't suffer any losses that year, so Duan Lingtian didn't want to fuss about it anymore. The current Pei San was already not on the same level as him, and he had no intention of using his strength to bully the weak. Just let everything in the past be gone with the wind. However, this was only Duan Lingtian's wishful thinking. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Pei San's mouth when he heard Duan Lingtian. "You're saying this because you're afraid? During these past 2 years, I've never forgotten the scene of you crippling my arm. I wish for nothing more than to tear you into pieces, burn your bones, and scatter your ashes. Only in this way can I vent the hatred in my heart. If you knew this day would come, then why did you do it in the past? That year, if you'd properly received my sister Ru's whip, then the matters after that wouldn't have happened. So, even if you die today, you can only blame yourself for being too arrogant that year. You don't know who you can offend, and who you can't. I, the son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, am an existence that a lowly commoner like you can't afford to offend." As he finished speaking, Pei San's voice was filled with ruthlessness and arrogance.
Li Qing stood behind Pei San, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He too felt that Duan Lingtian was going to die on the spot today. Although he didn't know why Duan Lingtian would appear in the imperial city. But as far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian would die without a doubt if he encountered the berserk Pei San. Only, the expression of the old man behind Pei San was slightly unnatural. He noticed that after his young master spoke these words, the passers-by on both sides of the road all revealed looks of disdain. The son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor? Scolding the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian, who was currently in the limelight, as a lowly commoner? A comical feeling arose within the hearts of the passers-by. At this moment, they even forgot to whisper in whispers, and concentrated their minds and calmly watched the development of the matter before their eyes. But the gazes they shot at Pei San all leaped with traces of a mischievous smile. Grandpa Huai, I want him dead. Pei San stretched out his hand to point at Duan Lingtian, and his gaze was filled with bloodthirsty killing intent as he fiercely shouted. But, Pei San quickly noticed that the old man behind him didn't move. As if he didn't hear what Pei San said at all. Grandpa Huai. Pei San was stunned, then he turned around to look at the old man behind him, only to notice that the old man's gaze was staring at the waist of the youth that sat astride the tall horse. His gaze followed along. This gaze caused him to be on the verge of being scared out of his wits. Embroidered uniform guard. Yesterday, he'd arrived at the imperial city and stayed for a night in the outer city. In the restaurants in the outer city, he'd heard of the rumors of the embroidered uniform guard, and knew that the embroidered uniform guard was the most terrifying and also the most arrogant and despotic organization in the imperial city. Supposedly, the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian, was only 18 years old this year, but he'd already deeply received the favor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, and had become the emperor's spokesperson. Even though he was far away in Swallow Mountain County, he'd heard of Duan Lingtian and knew that Duan Lingtian was the #1 genius of Paladin Academy. This time, he'd come to the imperial city precisely with the intention of reporting to Paladin Academy. As far as he was concerned, once he arrived at Paladin Academy, he might have a chance to see this legendary figure. A few months ago, when he'd first heard of Duan Lingtian, he'd already had a trace of yearning in his heart, as he was curious about what sort of figure Duan Lingtian was. When he arrived at the imperial city and found out about Duan Lingtian's accomplishments in the northwest border battlefield, admiration arose from the bottom of his heart. When he heard that Duan Lingtian had become the commander of the embroidered uniform guard and had even led over 10 embroidered uniform guards to directly charge into the city guard army's campsite and kill the city guard army's commander, Shui Lu, he only felt his blood boil. From that moment onwards, he'd practically taken Duan Lingtian to be his idol. However now, you're the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian? Pei San took a deep breath and harbored a final trace of hope in his heart as he looked at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he really hoped that Duan Lingtian would deny it. What do you think? Duan Lingtian looked calmly at Pei San as he replied with a question. This son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor has finally recognized Commander Duan. Truly laughable. He actually threatened to tear Commander Duan into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. Humph. He's only the son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor. Even if the Swallow Mountain County's county governor personally came today, he wouldn't dare be so presumptuous in front of Commander Duan. This Pei San is really courting death. This Pei San had an expression of deep hatred earlier, but now, his face is filled with terror and disbelief. It's normal. After all, he's recognized Commander Duan now. If he still dares to act like before, then his head has really been kicked by a donkey. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly and didn't intentionally suppress their voices. Commander Duan? Pei San's body trembled, his face ghastly pale, and he was dumbstruck. He'd completely confirmed it. He'd never imagined that the person he'd desperately wanted to kill these past 2 years would actually be this Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the hatred in his heart had completely collapsed. Only a sense of loss and powerlessness remained. Just as the surrounding crowd of spectators had said, with Duan Lingtian's current status and influence, not to mention him, even his father, the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, had to treat him with respect. A trace of bitterness appeared on the face of the old man behind Pei San. This youth was the violet-clothed youth that he chased into Triumph City all those years ago? In a mere 2 years, this youth had actually already stood at such a height. Even he could only look up to Pei San. No. No. Impossible. It's impossible. Li Qing stood behind Pei San as he ceaselessly shook his head, unwilling to believe that all this was true. The embroidered uniform guard's commander, Duan Ling Tian? He'd heard of the Duan Ling Tian that had given rise to much discussion within the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the past few months. But he didn't connect the Duan Ling Tian of legend with his sworn enemy, the Duan Ling Tian. As far as he was concerned, his sworn enemy, Duan Ling Tian, was only a disciple with a different surname from a branch family under the Aurora City's Li clan. Whereas the rumored peerless genius, Duan Ling Tian, was instead a direct descendant of the Imperial City's Duan clan. In the past, he'd thought that the two of them only had the same name. Chapter 224. No matter what, Li Qing would never have imagined. The Duan Ling Tian that had caused much discussion in the Crimson Sky Kingdom these past few months, and whose name shook the Imperial City, was actually the Duan Ling Tian that he wished for nothing more than to kill. A disciple with a different surname from the branch family of the Aurora City's Li clan. A direct descendant disciple of the Imperial City's Duan clan. It was actually the same person. Li Qing felt that this was absolutely a joke played by the heavens, but when he tried to pinch his thigh, the pain that came from his thigh told him that all of this was real. How could this be possible? It can't be. It can't be. Li Qing's face was ghastly pale. Everything before his eyes caused him to lose all hope. He originally planned to rely on the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's estate to break through to the origin core stage before returning to the Li clan to kill Duan Ling Tian and take revenge for his grandfather. But now, the thoughts that he'd persevered on for 2 years instantly collapsed. Not to mention that Duan Ling Tian was now the commander of the embroidered uniform guard. Even if he wasn't, Duan Ling Tian was still in existence at the origin core stage, the publicly acknowledged #1 genius of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation. Far from something he could compare to. Duan Ling Tian sat on his horse, and his calm gaze flashed past Pei San and Li Qing. When he saw their expressions, he didn't even have the slightest intention to fuss about it. Humph. Duan Ling Tian's cold and indifferent gaze descended onto the carriage driver in the distance. Remember to slow down when you're driving in the Imperial City in the future. Yes, yes. The carriage driver nodded like a chick pecking for grains, not daring to hesitate in the slightest. He already knew the identity of the youth now, and he knew in his heart that if Duan Ling Tian wanted to kill him, it would be no different than stepping on an ant. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian urged his horse forward slowly, bringing along the 10 embroidered uniform guards behind him. Pei San and the old man behind him only reacted when they saw the figures of Duan Ling Tian's group vanish at the end of the street. Blood grudge. No, I should call you Li Qing now. Pei San's gaze landed on Li Qing's body, faintly mixed with a trace of coldness. In his opinion, the reason why Duan Ling Tian was gradually distancing himself from him and making him lose hope of revenge was all because of Li Qing. If not for Li Qing deliberately mystifying things back then, Duan Ling Tian would not have been able to grow to such a level. When Li Qing heard Pei San's words, it was as if he woke up from a dream. He immediately knelt on the ground and begged, "Third young master, please spare my life, please spare my life." Grandpa, why? Pei San's voice was cold. Not good. Li Qing's heart skipped a beat. He quickly got up, intending to escape. However, he was a martial artist that hadn't even stepped into the origin core stage, so how could he possibly escape from the hands of a nascent soul stage martial artist? In the blink of an eye, the top of his head was shattered by the old man's palm strike. Dead. When he saw Li Qing being killed, Pei San took a deep breath and returned to the carriage. He understood that even if he couldn't let go of some enmity, he had to bury it in the depths of his heart. The current Duan Ling Tian wasn't someone he could deal with. If he was stubborn, he would only be courting death. Moreover, it might implicate his father, the Swallow Mountain County's county governor. Duan Ling Tian was leading the group of embroidered uniform guards as they walked on the streets. Suddenly, his vigilant spiritual force noticed that something was wrong. A pair of gloomy eyes were staring at him from the shadows. Moreover, this person's cultivation wasn't weak and was even skilled in concealment. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian's heart being as calm as water now, he might not have noticed. This is an expert. Duan Lingtian became vigilant in his heart. Relying on his spiritual force that was comparable to a nascent soul-stage martial artist, he could sense how terrifying this person was. It was extremely likely that this person was a half-step void stage expert. Let's go back. Duan Lingtian didn't panic.
He called out to the 10 embroidered uniform guards behind him, then turned his horse around and headed towards where the embroidered uniform guards were staying. On the way, Duan Lingtian conversed with the 2 old men beside him in a low voice.
Old Hong, Old Qin. No matter what I say later, both of you must not panic. Duan Lingtian first gave the 2 old men a dose of assurance.
After that, he spoke of his discovery, allowing the 2 old men to be on guard.
The 2 old men nodded to indicate that they understood. Before long, Duan Lingtian's group returned to where the embroidered uniform guards were staying. Under Duan Lingtian's instructions, the door to the spacious courtyard was closed. At practically the same time that Duan Lingtian's group walked in, a figure silently leaped over the wall and lightly descended into the front courtyard.
Who is it?
Instantly, an embroidered uniform guard that was walking at the back noticed the old man's tracks. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised, and he slowly turned around to look at the old man. The old man was dressed in black, and a dense killing intent was emitted from between his brows. His fierce gaze descended precisely onto Duan Lingtian. As expected, his target is me. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. He knew that this person was the person that was spying on him in secret earlier. But he was slightly curious. Who exactly was this old man? When this old man in black looked at him, it was as if he had seen a great enemy of life and death. Duan Lingtian was sure that he didn't know this old man, and had never seen him before. You ought to be the commander of the embroidered uniform guards, Duan Lingtian, right? The old man in black's gloomy and cold gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. Instantly, besides Old Hong and Old Qin, the expressions of the 10 embroidered uniform guards beside Duan Lingtian slightly changed, and they moved to protect Duan Lingtian behind them. Exactly, I'm Duan Lingtian, but I wonder who you are? Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm as he asked. Now, he could practically confirm that this old man in black was in existence at the half-step void stage, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Who am I? A wisp of icy coldness appeared on the old man's face as he said coldly, I'm Xuelu's father. Xueyun. Instantly, the expressions of Old Hong and Old Qin who stood at both sides of Duan Lingtian went serious as they exclaimed in a low voice. What? Both of you know me? Xueyun's gaze descended onto Old Hong and Old Qin. Both of you are members of the Divine Might Marquis estate? Old Hong and Old Qin looked at Xueyun with a calm expression. Xueyun. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall that after he crippled Xuelang's Dantian that day, the city guard army commander Xuelu was guarding him at the entrance of Paladin Academy. When the Duan clan's grand elder arrived, he had once mentioned this name. It was precisely Xuelu's father. Now, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. No wonder this old man in black would look at him with such hatred. It turned out that the enmity between them had been planted deep since long ago. Today, my target is only this Duan Lingtian. I have no intention of making things difficult for the Divine Might Marquis estate. If both of you are sensible, then leave right now. Otherwise, even if I have to risk offending the Divine Might Marquis estate, I'll still make both of you accompany this Duan Lingtian in death. Xueyun's gaze went slightly cold as he spoke in a low voice. What high-sounding sentiments. Then let's see if you have the ability. Old Hong and Old Qin took a step forward, their gazes were like swords, and their tone contained slight rage mixed within. All right, let me see what ability all of you have. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he moved. Instantly, he seemed to have transformed into a black bolt of lightning that flashed towards Old Hong and Old Qin with an extremely swift speed. Above him, 1,500+ ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. He really is an expert that has stepped into the half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused. Even if a 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist exerted his full strength, he would only possess the strength of 1,200 ancient mammoths. A 1st-level void prying stage martial artist possessed the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. Although Shui Yun's strength was far inferior to a void-prying stage martial artist, it still far surpassed a 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Whoosh! Whoosh! Old Hong and Old Qin transformed into 2 bolts of lightning that moved to intercept Shui Yun. Above the heads of Elder Hong and Elder Qin, over 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes had floated up into appearance. In terms of strength, Old Hong and Old Qin weren't inferior to Shui Yun. Moreover, Old Hong and Old Qin had joined forces and suppressed Shui Yun in a short moment. The cooperation between the two of them was flawless. Both of you are the Divine Might Marquis Estate's Hu and He elders? Shui Yun's face went ghastly pale as he guessed the identity of the 2 people that attacked him. Hu and He elders? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. Old Hong and Old Qin had such a nickname?
However, he was able to discern that when Old Hong attacked, he was indeed like a ferocious tiger, whereas when Old Qin attacked, he was like a graceful crane.
Old Hong was adept in attacks and firmly suppressed Shui Yun. Old Qin was adept in movement techniques, causing Shui Yun to have nowhere to flee. I never imagined that the Divine Might Marquis Estate would be so generous. They actually sent you Hu and He elders to follow this little bastard. Shui Yun's figure flashed to the side, and his face sank. Since you Hu and He elders are here today, then I'll give you face. I'll come take this little bastard's life next time. As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Yun wanted to flee.
Since you've come, don't think of leaving.
Old Qin spoke with a cold and indifferent voice.
His figure flashed out and the white robe on his body fluttered, as if transforming into a swift white crane that instantly obstructed Shui Yun's path.
In terms of speed, Shui Yun was unable to catch up to Old Qin. Meanwhile, Old Hong had caught up in time and blocked Shui Yun's path with Old Qin, causing him to have nowhere to flee.
Hu and He elders, you seem to have forgotten my identity, right?
Shui Yun's face sank, as he knew very well that if this were to continue, then the one to die would surely be him.
He stretched out his hand and withdrew a command token, and on the command token, the word Spectre was inscribed. I'm the Spectre God under the command of His Majesty, the Mortal Emperor. If you kill me, then I'll surely bring calamity to your Divine Might Marquis Estate.
His Majesty, the Mortal Emperor? Spectre Guard? A trace of bewilderment appeared on Duan Lingtian's face, as these 2 terms were so unfamiliar to him. Shui Yun, you think too highly of yourself. Old Hong's voice revealed a trace of disdain.
Would His Majesty, the Mortal Emperor, fall out with our Divine Might Marquis Estate because of a mere Spectre Guard?
What a joke. Perhaps it wouldn't in the past, but don't forget that your Divine Might Marquis Estate's senior marquis was poisoned by the Dark Nethermink and isn't the void-prying stage expert of the past. Shui Yun took a deep breath and spoke with a low voice. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. In at most 3 months, the Dark Nethermink poison in the senior marquis will be completely expelled. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be amused when he heard Shui Yun. Chapter 225. Little bastard, don't speak without thinking. Even a grade 6 alchemist is helpless against the poison of the Dark Nethermink. Who are you trying to fool? Shui Yun's icy cold eyes flashed past Duan Lingtian as he sneered. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was only an ignorant youth. Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on Shui Yun, and he said indifferently, Elder Hong, Elder Qin. You 2 ought to remember what the senior marquis said to you 2 when you left the Divine Might Marquis Estate with me, right? I don't care what Spectre Guard he is. Now I want him dead. Duan Lingtian's tone was carefree, yet it revealed dense killing intent. A half-step void stage expert was too great of a threat to him. Moreover, the enmity between him and this half-step void stage expert could be said to be irreconcilable. If the half-step void stage expert didn't die, his heart wouldn't be at ease.
Yes, Lord Commander.
Elder Hong and Elder Qin nodded and directly attacked with their full strength. Humph! Shui Yun's face went grim, and with a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. His origin energy skyrocketed, and the 3-foot-long blade emitted a wave of sword howls, and the ancient mammoth silhouettes above him instantly soared to over 1,900. Obviously, this was a grade 7 spirit weapon. But, only he had a grade 7 spirit weapon? Elder Hong and Elder Qin each withdrew their grade 7 spirit weapons, and over 1,900 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above them as well. The grade 7 spirit weapon in Elder Hong's hand was a spear. The grade 7 spirit weapon in Elder Qin's hand was a bone fan. Swish! Shui Yun attacked. The sword in his hand seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that tore through the sky, and a piercing howl sounded out as it flashed straight towards Elder Qin. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, only by injuring Elder Qin would he have the hope of escaping. Elder Qin didn't dodge, and with a raise of his hand, the bone fan in his hand started to revolve faster and faster, emitting an ear-piercing howl of the wind that caused the surrounding air to freeze. Origin energy skyrocketed on the bone fan, and it actually revolved as it flashed out, aiming straight for Shui Yun's throat. Facing Shui Yun's sword, Elder Qin wasn't afraid in the slightest, and seemed to be waiting for Shui Yun's sword to flash over. Whoosh! At the critical moment, the long spear in Elder Hong's hand shook. Like a dragon coming out of its cave, it tore through the sky and blocked Shui Yun's sword. No! Shui Yun shouted. This would be the last sound he made in his life. His head was directly twisted off by the rotating bone fan. Death! The two halves of Shui Yun's body fell to the ground, staining the ground with blood. At this time, Old Man Qin raised his hand, and the fan returned to his hand. There was not a trace of blood on it. So strong! Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed in surprise. At the same time, he was shocked by the alliance between Elder Hong and Elder Qin. The two of them had a tacit understanding and trusted each other. When faced with Shui Yun's sword, not only did Old Qin not dodge, he instead took advantage of that moment to unleash his strongest attack, causing Shui Yun to be unable to defend against it. He dared to do so because he trusted Elder Hong. Elder Hong didn't disappoint him and blocked the sword that was about to pierce through his chest. He believed that when Elder Hong and Elder Qin joined forces, there probably weren't many half-step void stage experts below the void prying stage that were a match for them. With Elder Hong and Elder Qin's strength, they're absolutely the Divine Might Marquis Estate's trump card. I never imagined that Grandpa Nye would lend them to me. A trace of warmth arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. Whereas the other 8 people that the Divine Might Marquis sent to Duan Lingtian didn't reveal the slightest surprise, as if they'd known since long ago that Elder Hong and Elder Qin possessed such strength. Duan Lingtian took off Shui Yun's spatial ring and picked up his grade 7 spirit sword. Shui Yun's sword was completely jet black and revealed a sense of simplicity. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's hand shook and black-colored lightning flashed out, whereas 39 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duan Lingtian. An amplification of 27%, not bad. It's better than the grade 8 spirit weapon I'm refining now. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and directly put away the completely jet black grade 7 spirit sword. Meanwhile, all the embroidered uniform guards present, including Elder Hong and Elder Qin, were all dumbstruck. When their Lord Commander utilized a grade 7 spirit weapon, he was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 39 ancient mammoth silhouettes. A grade 7 spirit weapon amplified strength by almost 30%. In other words, even without a spirit weapon, he was still able to exert the strength of 30 ancient mammoths. Second level of the Origin Core stage. They never imagined that their Lord Commander had already broken through to the second level of the Origin Core stage. An 18-year-old second-level Origin Core stage martial artist. They felt their scalps go numb. In next to no time, after instructing the remaining embroidered uniform guards to deal with Shui Yun's corpse, Duan Lingtian called out to Elder Hong and Elder Qin before walking into the rear courtyard together. Duan Lingtian looked at the two old men and asked curiously, Elder Hong, Elder Qin, what exactly are the Mortal Emperor and Spectre Guard that Shui Yun spoke of earlier? Can you two explain it to me? Of course. Elder Hong nodded, and his expression became slightly serious. His Majesty the Mortal Emperor is called Mortal Emperor Chu, and he's the half-brother of the current emperor. He's from the same generation as your father, Duan Ruffing. That year, in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, his natural talent was only inferior to your father. Later on, Mortal Emperor Chu left the Crimson Sky Kingdom and went to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to wander. When he returned over 10 years later, his cultivation had stepped into the void prying stage. At that time, the void prying stage expert of the older generation of the Imperial family had just passed away, and he took over the heavy responsibility of protecting the Imperial family, and became the Mortal Emperor that hid behind the scenes. As for the Spectre Guard,
They were the servants by the side of the mortal emperor.
There were a total of 9 of them, and all of them were half-step void stage experts. Elder Hong finished speaking in one breath. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Mortal Emperor Chu. The void stage expert of the imperial family. He deeply remembered it in his heart.
Lord Commander, the Marquis sent someone to inform you to make a trip to the Divine Might Marquis estate.
Right at this moment, a voice sounded out from the front courtyard.
Duan Lingtian, who was in the rear courtyard, heard it clearly, and he lightly smiled to the 2 people before him.
Elder Hong, Elder Qin, come with me. Before long, Duan Lingtian had once again arrived at the Divine Might Marquis estate. Little Tian, the medicinal materials you wanted have been gathered. The Divine Might Marquis, Nie Yuan, revealed a smile when he saw Duan Lingtian arrive. So fast. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. After all, one of the main medicinal catalysts to refine the Grade 8 Spirit Cleansing Pill was an extremely rare medicinal material. Even in the Imperial City, it was extremely rare.
He never imagined that it had only been a few days, and this Uncle Nie of his had already gathered it.
The Divine Might Marquis estate's resources and reserves were extraordinary as expected. Nie Yuan smiled. Amongst those medicinal materials, there was an extremely rare medicinal material. However, it just so happened that an alchemist I knew possessed it, so I asked him to transfer it to me. Duan Lingtian nodded and arrived at the rear courtyard of the Divine Might Marquis estate with Nie Yuan. Before long, Duan Lingtian withdrew his cauldron and condensed a Grade 8 pill fire. Then he started to officially refine the Grade 8 Spirit Cleansing Pill. Duan Lingtian placed a pile of medicinal materials into the cauldron and spent 3 hours to refine 7 Grade 8 Spirit Cleansing Pills, which slightly exceeded his expectations. Grandpa Nie, these 3 Grade 8 Spirit Cleansing Pills are the same as last time. Consume them in 3 batches. After 3 months, the toxic poison of the dark nether mink in your body will completely vanish. Duan Lingtian put away 4 Grade 8 Spirit Cleansing Pills and passed the other 3 to the old man. The old man directly consumed one, and his face revealed a carefree smile.
Little Tian, it's all thanks to you.
Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Grandpa Nie, there's no need to be courteous with me. If it wasn't for you sending old Hong and old Qin to me today, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see you again. If it wasn't for those 2 old men today, it could be imagined that it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive under Shui Yun's hands.
What's going on?
The old man's face sank when he heard this, and his pair of muddy eyes lit up with a bright light as killing intent shot out.
Little Tian, who's so audacious to dare touch you?
Nie Yuan had an enraged expression as well. Grandpa Nie, Uncle Nie, don't worry, he's already dead. That person is called Shui Yun, and he seems to be the father of the City Guard Army's commander, Shui Lu. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. Shui Yun? According to my knowledge, he seems to be a specter guard. But since he dared touch you, he deserved to die. The old man had a casual expression, as if he didn't take Shui Yun's death to heart in the slightest. Nie Yuan was more or less the same. Uncle Nie, you haven't consumed the Monkey King wine? Duan Lingtian looked at Nie Yuan and changed the topic. I intend to consume it in a few days. At that time, I'll temporarily leave the Imperial City and find a place to welcome the 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation. Nie Yuan lightly smiled. Looks like Uncle Nie is extremely confident in stepping into the void prying stage in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian blinked his eyes and smiled. Haha. Even if Uncle Nie steps into the void prying stage, it's all because of you. If it wasn't for your Monkey King wine, I don't know how long it would take for me to break through, and I might even be unable to break through in my entire lifetime. As he finished speaking, Nie Yuan shook his head and sighed, even though he was only a step away from the void prying stage. But in the history of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, many half-step void stage martial artists like him had appeared. Among them, 90% and above were unable to break through to the void prying stage until they died. If one wanted to step into the void prying stage, one must possess extraordinary natural talent. Of course, with ordinary natural talent, it wasn't impossible to break through to the void prying stage. As long as one had the assistance of a void advancement pill, Monkey King wine, or similar external forces, one could similarly smoothly break through to the void prying stage. Uncle Nye, you're exaggerating. Even Grandpa Nye was able to break through to the void prying stage. How could you possibly have a problem? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. However, Nye Yuan hadn't spoken when the old man spoke first. Little Tian, you don't know. Grandpa Nye was able to break through to the void prying stage because he consumed a void advancement pill. If I didn't have a void advancement pill, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to break through to the void prying stage in my entire lifetime. Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never imagined that the old man relied on a void advancement pill to break through to the void prying stage. After leaving the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian directly returned home. He called Xianxia over. Young master. Xianxia respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian. Xianxia, take it. Chapter 226. Young master, this is? Although Xianxia could vaguely guess what it was, he could not help but ask for confirmation. This is a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill, and it's the same as the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill from before. Consume it 3 times. After 3 months, your cultivation will recover by another third, and you ought to be able to recover to the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Xianxia's breathing became hurried when he heard this. His cultivation could finally recover to the void prying stage. These days he had been very sullen. He was originally in existence at the 6th level of the void prying stage, yet because of the origin restriction goo, his cultivation had suffered an extremely great restriction. If he was able to recover to the void prying stage, then even if he was only at the 1st level of the void prying stage, it would far surpass his current state. After all, he had many formidable abilities that could only be executed by relying on the strength of the void prying stage. Also, this is your antidote for the past 6 months. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian spent half an hour in front of Xianxia to refine a simple and unadorned medicinal pill before he passed it to Xianxia. Back then, when he gave Xianxia the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill, he mixed it with a special poison. That kind of poison was something that even the spirit cleansing pill couldn't do anything about. Every 6 months, Xianxia had to take the antidote. Otherwise, he would definitely die. This was also his method of controlling Xianxia. Thank you, young master. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly took it and swallowed it. After sending Xianxia away, Duan Lingtian went to the backyard. Only now did he notice that the 2 little girls had smoothly broken through to the origin core stage. After accompanying the 2 girls for a while, Duan Lingtian returned to his room. Duan Lingtian took out another drop of Monkey King wine and drank it. Then he began to cultivate. This time, Duan Lingtian discovered that the medicinal effects of the Monkey King wine had weakened by half compared to the last time. He began to circulate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Techniques Flood Python transformation. In the end, Duan Lingtian barely broke through to the 2nd level of the origin core stage. Looks like the Monkey King wine is the same as the monkey wine. The effect is better the first time, and the effect will be reduced by half every time after that. The 2nd time is half the effect of the first time, the 3rd time is half the effect of the 2nd time, and so on. In the end, the effect is equivalent to nothing. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. He also realized that unless he stepped into the half-step void stage in the future, and used the Monkey King wine to break through. Otherwise, no matter how much Monkey King wine he drank, it would be a waste. However, now that his cultivation had broken through to the 2nd level of the origin core stage, it allowed Duan Lingtian to possess the strength of 41 ancient mammoths. Compared to an ordinary 2nd level origin core stage martial artist, he possessed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more. Compared to an ordinary 3rd level origin core stage martial artist, he possessed the strength of an extra ancient mammoth. That Shui Yun is a specter guard. Duan Lingtian took out Shui Yun's storage ring and used a drop of blood to bind it to him. He glanced inside and his eyes narrowed. There's actually only a little over 1,000,000 taels of silver. This Shui Yun, he's doing too badly, right? In any case, he's still in existence at the half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian had a look of disdain on his face as he spoke. At the entrance of the 5th prince's mansion. When I have the time, I will go to Pingyang County to visit you. The 5th prince looked at Tong Li and lightly smiled as he spoke. Cousin. Tong Li's eyes were hazy with tears, and her face contained slight unwillingness. Could it be that we're really unable to do anything to that Duan Lingtian? After she found out about Duan Lingtian's current strength, Tong Li's heart was filled with unwillingness and resentment. Li, don't worry. Once I ascend the throne, I'll surely capture that Duan Lingtian and send him before you, allowing you to deal with him as you please. The fifth prince made a promise. Tong Li's expression eased up slightly when she heard this, and she fiercely nodded as her gaze was vicious. Good. At that time, I'll slice off his flesh piece by piece and watch him bleed to the last drop of blood. Subsequently, Tong Li brought along the old woman beside her and left the fifth prince's mansion. They returned to Pingyang County.
Only when Tong Li's carriage vanished before his eyes did the fifth prince bring along the white-browed old man and turn around to return to the mansion.
Li, don't worry. That old fellow won't be able to live for long. On the way back, the fifth prince muttered to himself. Ever since he killed Shui Yun, Duan Lingtian's life had gradually calmed down. The third prince and fifth prince seemed to have vanished from his world as well. The prime minister, Gu Yuting, seemed to have gone completely silent as well. Now, besides occasionally going to Paladin Academy, he would usually stay at home to accompany the two little girls and accompany his mother, Li Ro. Occasionally, he would go to the embroidered uniform guards' lodgings to investigate who actually poisoned the emperor. Now, as time passed, more and more clues appeared. Duan Lingtian believed that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to find out the truth and find the culprit. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had turned 19 and stepped into the ranks of youths, and the childishness on his face had completely faded away. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, extraordinarily handsome and elegant. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. Within a spacious room. Whoosh! A violet-clothed youth abruptly opened his eyes, and above him, 51 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. I've finally broken through. Luckily, the monkey wine doesn't conflict with the Monkey King wine. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile. Ever since he drank the Monkey King wine for the second time and noticed that the effects weren't great, he didn't waste the Monkey King wine and instead drank the monkey wine. In the end, he noticed that the medicinal strength of the monkey wine didn't weaken because he drank the Monkey King wine. Relying on the medicinal strength of the monkey wine and the assistance of the Origin Strengthening Pill, he smoothly broke through to the third level of the Origin Core stage after 3 months. The Origin Strengthening Pill was the upgraded version of the Origin Increasing Pill, and was also a medicinal pill used by Origin Core martial artists to cultivate. It was able to increase the cultivation speed of an Origin Core martial artist. During these 3 months, Duan Lingtian had refined quite a few Origin Strengthening Pills with extremely high purity, and they were far from what the Origin Strengthening Pills sold outside could compare to. The two little girls at home, Ker and Li Fei, successively stepped into the second level of the Origin Core stage as well after consuming the second drop of Monkey King wine. In the entire younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, only Duan Lingtian was able to steadily surpass their cultivations. Of course, only Duan Lingtian knew of all this. Outsiders were completely unaware. Otherwise, who knew what sort of commotion it would cause? After breaking through, Duan Lingtian, who was in an extremely good mood, came to Paladin Academy to have a meal with Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian Hu. Presently, Xiao Yu's group of 3 had already gotten used to Duan Lingtian's behavior of skipping class. Presently, Duan Lingtian didn't make any difference whether he skipped class or not. To a certain extent, his current status in the Crimson Sky Kingdom could already be considered to be second only to one person and above everyone else. Presently in the Imperial City, perhaps some people didn't know who the Prime Minister was, but practically no one didn't know who the Embroidered Uniform Guard's commander was. The commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, Duan Lingtian, was the spokesperson of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, and in the eyes of the current emperor, his status even surpassed the Prime Minister, Gu Yuting. Right, calculating the time, the new batch of students should have entered the academy, right? We should be considered to be Year 2 students now, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Duan Lingtian, you're really slow. The new students entered the academy 2 days ago, and we've already advanced to Year 2. Tian Hu shook his head and smiled. Even if Duan Lingtian was now the commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, he still wasn't unfamiliar with him. The friendship between him and Duan Lingtian wouldn't change because of the change in status of one of them. Duan Lingtian, do you have any plans? Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was only 19 years old and had already obtained such accomplishments in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, unless he wanted to rebel and seize the throne, it would be extremely difficult for him to stand higher. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he practically stood at the peak. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Of course I have plans. However, everything has to wait until I finish some unfinished business. After I finish, maybe I'll leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to what Duan Lingtian found out from Xianxia, some of the sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom were located in places with beautiful mountains and limpid waters. The origin energy there was abundant, and it was greatly beneficial to cultivation. Compared to cultivating in an ordinary place, the speed was much faster. Some places even had a cultivation speed that was twice as fast as ordinary places. He could imagine that if he was able to cultivate in those places, coupled with a high-purity origin strengthening pill in his possession, his cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. So, he already planned to enter one of the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, only for the sake of the superb cultivation grounds within. However, no matter if it was the Paladin Academy he was currently in, or the top sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom he wanted to enter in the future, they were all only a springboard for him. His ambition wasn't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, nor was it in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After hearing what Duan Lingtian said, Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian Hu all had expressions of yearning. After finishing his meal with the three of them, Duan Lingtian left Paladin Academy and brought Xiongquan along to the embroidered uniform guard's residence. Presently, Xiongquan's cultivation had recovered to the void prying stage and had become a great help to him. Commander, we've found it. As soon as he entered, Duan Lingtian saw Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang greet him. You've found it? Duan Lingtian's gaze shone. Who bought those medicinal materials? Zhang Qian took a few steps forward and closed the courtyard house's door before returning to Duan Lingtian's side and saying in a low voice, Commander, it's someone from the 5th Prince's estate. 5th Prince's estate? Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted. Are you sure? This isn't a joke. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. This vicious tiger ought to not eat its father, right? Commander, we've caught the person that bought the medicinal materials and confirmed it. Those medicinal materials were bought by the 5th Prince's personal manager, White Brows. Zhao Gang added. Looks like this matter is related to the 5th Prince. I want to make a trip to the Imperial Palace. Duan Lingtian nodded, and his heart slightly trembled. The 5th Prince is really ruthless and merciless, to even be so ruthless to his own father. Duan Lingtian brought Xiongquan along as he hastily entered the Imperial Palace to see the Emperor. Commander Duan, for you to come in such a hurry, do you have any leads? The Emperor guessed the reason Duan Lingtian had come. Your Majesty, I really don't know how to start this matter. Duan Lingtian had a bitter smile on his face. Could it be that he should directly tell the Emperor that his son wanted to kill him? Speak. The Emperor's gaze was calm as he slowly spoke. Chapter 227. 5th Prince. When the Emperor heard Duan Lingtian's words, his breathing became hurried. After a long time, he took a deep breath, and a trace of gloominess flashed through his eyes. Duan Lingtian looked at the Emperor, and he could clearly feel the rage in the Emperor's heart. He could understand the Emperor's current feelings. Commander Duan. The Emperor opened his mouth, and his voice was ice-cold, revealing a bone-piercing chill. Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian replied. Now, bring your embroidered uniform guards and capture that unfilial son. We will immediately summon the Prime Minister and the Divine Might Marquis to enter the palace. We will execute that unfilial son in the throne room as a warning to others. The Emperor's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, incomparably gloomy and cold. He was completely enraged. Duan Lingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. It was said that the monarch was heartless, and he had thoroughly experienced it today. However, when he thought of the 5th Prince's actions, Duan Lingtian felt at ease. The 5th Prince only had himself to blame. Yes. Duan Lingtian received the order and left the palace with Xiongquan. He gathered the 12 embroidered uniform guards under him,
and the group headed directly to the fifth prince's residence.
When the guards at the entrance of the fifth prince's residence saw Duan Lingtian bring people over, their expressions changed.
Commander Duan.
They recognized the embroidered uniform guards' flying fish robes and respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian, not daring to obstruct him. Duan Lingtian ignored these guards and brought Xianxia and the 12 embroidered uniform guards, directly charging into the fifth prince's residence.
Duan Lingtian, you're presumptuous.
Soon, the fifth prince came out, and behind him followed an old man with white eyebrows.
Presumptuous.
Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he looked at the fifth prince and said indifferently, "Fifth prince, I'm here on His Majesty's orders to invite you into the palace. So, I hope that the fifth prince will cooperate."
Humph.
If Imperial Father wanted to summon me, why would he send you here? Duan Lingtian, what are you trying to do? The fifth prince's face darkened. Clearly, he did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. Fifth prince, if you don't cooperate, don't blame me for using force. Men, invite the fifth prince in. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he suddenly issued an order, his voice like a clap of thunder. Immediately, except for Xianxia, Elder Hong and Elder Qin, who were standing behind Duan Lingtian, the other 10 embroidered uniform guards stepped forward to capture the fifth prince. "How dare you!" The face of the white-browed old man behind the fifth prince sank.
With a roar, he took a step forward and shielded the fifth prince behind him.
"If anyone tries to stop us, kill them." Duan Lingtian continued to order, his voice cold. Instantly, the 10 embroidered uniform guards made a move. The embroidered spring sabers whistled out with piercingly cold lights, and they seemed to have transformed into numerous venomous snakes that bit towards the old man. The old man's figure shook as 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. 9th level nascent soul stage martial artist. However, even if he was at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, under the tacit cooperation of 10 7th and 8th level nascent soul stage martial artists, he didn't gain the slightest advantage.
It was even to the extent that he was slightly in a sorry state under the envelopment of the saber net formed by the embroidered spring sabers.
Right at this moment, a wave of whistling sounded out. It was precisely the fifth prince who blew it. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Instantly, numerous figures that were exceedingly swift flashed over from all directions. These people were led by an old man. This old man wore azure clothes, and his movements carried along a shocking aura. His cultivation was extraordinary. Behind the old man, another 5 old men followed closely behind, and there was also a group of middle-aged men with cold expressions following closely behind. These middle-aged men were precisely the death warriors fostered by the fifth prince, death warriors that lived only for the sake of slaughter. The old man in the lead dashed out, and 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. Half-step void stage expert. Elder Pu, I want that Duan Lingtian dead. The fifth prince's gaze lit up when he saw this old man, and he abruptly gave the order, as if he was filled with confidence towards this old man. Don't worry, Your Highness, not a single one of them will survive. The voice of the old man in the lead spread out in the air, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a rock that enveloped towards Duan Lingtian. Xianxia, kill him. Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm and his expression carefree when faced with this half-step void stage expert flashing over.
Yes, young master.
Xianxia's figure flashed out when he heard this. Swish! Accompanied by an awe-inspiring sound of the wind, the clear howl of the sword stopped abruptly. Instantly, a dazzling pillar of blood blossomed out from the throat of the old man that was approaching menacingly, and he was still halfway to Duan Lingtian when he lowered his head and fell to the ground, fiercely being thrown out by inertia, and he completely lost all signs of life. Dead. Besides Elder Hong and Elder Qin who rode beside Duan Lingtian, no one present was able to clearly see Xianxuan's movements. In their eyes, Xianxuan had always been sitting on the horse and had never moved. Void prying stage. Elder Hong and Elder Qin's hearts trembled. They never imagined that the middle-aged man that had been following beside the commander recently was actually a void prying stage expert. Moreover, he seemed to not be as simple as a first-level void prying stage expert. They only felt their scalps go numb. No! The fifth prince's pupils constricted when he saw this scene, and he wasn't willing to believe that everything before his eyes was real. His greatest reliance, an existence at the half-step void stage, had died just like this?
The other 5 old men that were following behind the half-step void stage old man had now stopped moving, and they were all dumbstruck from fright. The white-browed old man's figure flashed out to avoid the joint attack of the group of embroidered uniform guards, and he stood in the distance and was stunned for a moment.
Only those death warriors pounced forward one after another. But they all died under the embroidered spring sabers of the 10 embroidered uniform guards. Not long after, the front courtyard of the 5th prince's estate flowed with blood. There wasn't a single death warrior left standing. 5th prince, I hope you can cooperate.
Duan Lingtian's icy-cold gaze swept past the white-browed old man and the other 5 old men that were dumbstruck before finally descending onto the 5th prince. The 5th prince was slightly dazed, and he only recovered from his shock when the 10 embroidered uniform guards surrounded him.
Duan Lingtian, you're dead. The 5th prince looked at Duan Lingtian, and his voice was filled with icy coldness. 5th prince, I've said it before.
I'm under the orders of His Majesty to invite you into the palace.
Duan Lingtian continued. As for the 5th prince's threat, he didn't take it to heart. His Majesty? Did that old fellow notice something?
A trace of viciousness flashed within the 5th prince's eyes as he asked in a low voice.
Old fellow? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the 5th prince.
Looks like the 5th prince didn't respect the emperor in the slightest, and actually called him old fellow.
Take him away. Duan Lingtian turned his horse around and left the 5th prince's estate.
He didn't notice that when the 5th prince was thrown onto the back of a horse by an embroidered uniform guard, he gave the white-browed old man a look.
The white-browed old man nodded with a serious expression. After Duan Lingtian took the 5th prince away, the white-browed old man left the 5th prince's estate at the first possible moment and headed straight for the imperial palace. In terms of speed, it was far faster than Duan Lingtian's group that was traveling on horseback. Duan Lingtian's group brought the 5th prince into the imperial palace. When they arrived at the throne room, they noticed that besides the emperor, there were many other people present. Besides the Divine Might Marquis Nie Yuan and Prime Minister Gu Yuting, the senior marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate had also come. He was currently sitting at the side, obviously having been given a seat by the emperor. Duan Lingtian led Xianxia and the 12 embroidered uniform guards into the throne room. Imperial Father. When the 5th prince saw the emperor, it was as if he had seen his savior as he knelt on the ground. This Duan Lingtian is audacious and presumptuous. He actually dared to barge into your son's estate and even killed my men. Imperial Father, you have to uphold justice for your son. It was I who asked Commander Duan to capture you. Why? Do you have any objections? The emperor's gaze was slightly cold as he spoke in a deep voice. Imperial Father, I wonder what wrong I've done? The 5th prince looked at the emperor and asked. You know very well what you've done. Don't tell me you want me to tell you personally? The emperor's face sank, and his eyes revealed a trace of gloominess. Imperial Father, you must not listen to the slanderous words of a villain. This Duan Lingtian has a personal grudge with your son. He's framing your son. The 5th prince hurriedly said. Framing? The emperor sneered. Do you really think I'm an incapable ruler? I originally suspected you as well, but after thinking about it, you're my son after all, so I convinced myself not to suspect you anymore. Who knew that the truth would be revealed today? It really was you. My good son. Imperial Father, I don't know what you're talking about. The 5th prince pretended to be confused. Just when the emperor's face sank and was about to angrily rebuke the 5th prince. Soon. A calm voice sounded out from outside the throne room. In next to no time, a white-clothed middle-aged man slowly walked in. His speed seemed to be slow, but in the blink of an eye, he'd already arrived within the audience hall. At this moment, another person followed in from behind. It was precisely the white-browed old man from the 5th prince's estate. Your Majesty, mortal emperor. For a moment, Nie Yuan and Gu Yuting looked at the person that arrived and lightly bowed. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Mortal Emperor? He's Mortal Emperor Chu? The formidable void stage expert of the imperial family? 4th imperial brother? The emperor saw Mortal Emperor Chu arrive, and the furious expression on his face eased up slightly. Why have you come? Imperial brother, I heard you want to punish Sun? Mortal Emperor Chu looked at the emperor, and a murderous intent flashed within his calm eyes. but it was still caught by Duan Lingtian.
Duan Lingtian's heart jerked, and he suddenly felt that the arrival of this mortal Emperor Chu was probably not so simple.
Fourth Imperial brother, there's something you don't know, but this unfilial son actually dared to poison me, his father. Tell me, should such an unfilial son be killed?
The Emperor took a deep breath, and his tone was hurried and incomparably agitated.
Unfilial son? Mortal Emperor Chu's dignified tiger brows raised as he indifferently said, Then what if he isn't your son? Fourth Imperial brother, what do you mean by this?
The Emperor's face slightly went grim, and his fierce gaze descended onto mortal Emperor Chu.
Soon, tell him.
Mortal Emperor Chu calmly looked at the Emperor as he indifferently spoke.
Meanwhile, the fifth prince, Chu Sun, directly stood up and respectfully bowed to mortal Emperor Chu.
Yes, Imperial Father.
Silence. Following Chu Sun's words, the scene went deathly silent. The fifth prince addressed mortal Emperor Chu as Imperial Father? What the heck is going on? Chapter 228.
As expected. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he suddenly understood.
When mortal Emperor Chu appeared, Duan Lingtian discovered that the atmosphere was somewhat off. First of all, human Emperor Chu seemed to be very dissatisfied with the Emperor. Secondly, the fifth prince, Chu Sun, who was originally kneeling there and begging for mercy, heaved a sigh of relief when mortal Emperor Chu appeared, as if he'd seen his savior. But even then, Duan Lingtian never imagined that the fifth prince and mortal Emperor Chu were actually father and son. Didn't that mean that this fifth prince was born from the adultery of the mortal Emperor of Chu and the Emperor's favorite concubine? Things seem to have gotten a little complicated.
You. The Emperor was so angry that his pupils constricted. He pointed his finger at Renhuang Chu and Chu Sun, and was somewhat unable to breathe.
Royal brother, Sun, doesn't know anything about medicine.
He poisoned you with a prescription that I gave him. Mortal Emperor Chu gazed at the Emperor with a calm gaze, as if he was speaking of an unimportant matter.
All these years, I've protected the imperial family, and I have no other request. I only hope that my only son can ascend the throne. But unfortunately, Imperial brother, you're too greedy for power. You're already over 60 years old, yet you're still unwilling to give up your throne. His only son. Mortal Emperor Chu's words caused the Emperor's face to turn ashen. This bastard was born of you and that bitch? Thinking about how he had been cuckolded for so many years, the Emperor felt a sense of uneasiness in his chest. Old man, don't insult my mother. Chu Sun coldly glanced at the Emperor. Since things had already come to this, he no longer hid anything.
Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The Emperor started laughing loudly, laughing madly, and only after a long time did his laughter stop. He looked at mortal Emperor Chu and said in a cold voice, Fourth Imperial brother, you've shed all pretense of cordiality with me today for the sake of this animal.
It shouldn't be as simple as just protecting his life, right? Renhuang Chu took a deep look at the Emperor. Imperial brother, I've come here today in hopes that you can abdicate your position. Abdicate? Mortal Emperor Chu's words caused another stir.
Even Duan Lingtian never imagined that this mortal Emperor Chu would be so deranged. What if I'm not willing? The Emperor said in a deep voice, his eyes cold.
Brother, you are a smart person.
Mortal Emperor Chu spoke indifferently, and within his calm tone was a sense of coercion.
What? Fourth Imperial brother, are you trying to force me to abdicate?
The Emperor suddenly laughed, and the coldness on his face became even more apparent, as if he was covered with a layer of frost.
So what?
Mortal Emperor Chu had a carefree expression, not putting the Emperor in his eyes at all.
How dare you?
The Emperor's face darkened as he shouted coldly.
Just at this moment, mortal Emperor Chu ignored the Emperor. He seemed to have noticed something and looked outside the throne room. At the same time, Xianxia, who was beside Duan Lingtian, also looked outside. Shortly after, the Divine Might Marquis Manor's old Marquis and Marquis Manor also looked outside. A handsome figure slowly walked in. He wore a silk scarf on his head and held a feather fan in his hand. The person who came was an elegant middle-aged man. He walked in slowly and stood behind the Emperor.
When the Emperor saw the elegant middle-aged man, he heaved a sigh of relief.
Dean Sima, a wise man submits to circumstances. Could it be that you think you alone are sufficient to go against me?
Mortal Emperor Chu's gaze descended onto the elegant middle-aged man, and his voice contained gloominess mixed within.
Dean Sima. Duan Lingtian revealed a surprised expression. The middle-aged man that appeared now was none other than his teacher in Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department, Sima Chongfeng. Now, this mortal Emperor Chu addressed Sima Chongfeng as Dean. Could it be that this teacher Sima of his was that elusive Dean of Paladin Academy? If it was really like this, then this Dean had concealed himself too deeply. Your Majesty, Mortal Emperor, stop. Sima Chongfeng looked at Mortal Emperor Chu and said indifferently, His Majesty the Emperor is the legitimate heir of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. If you want to force him to abdicate, not to mention me, even the old Marquis would probably not stand by idly. Old Marquis?
Mortal Emperor Chu's gaze descended onto the old man sitting at the side, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer.
Not to mention the old Marquis being poisoned by the dark nethermink and is unable to use his origin energy. Even if the old Marquis wasn't poisoned, so what? Could it be that you think the two of you joining forces is sufficient to go against me? As he spoke up to hear, Mortal Emperor Chu's face revealed an arrogant expression. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty Mortal Emperor is indeed worthy of being the imperial family's rare genius in the martial Dao. The old man sitting at the side couldn't help but laugh. Old Marquis, I hope your divine might Marquis estate doesn't interfere in today's matter. Otherwise, don't blame the Mortal Emperor for not showing mercy. Mortal Emperor Chu looked at the old Marquis, and his tone contained no lack of threatening intent. Humph. The old Marquis hadn't spoken when the divine might Marquis, Nye Yuan, had already taken a step forward. Your Majesty Mortal Emperor, the divine might Marquis estate only respects the legitimate heir of the imperial family. If you really want to force the emperor to abdicate, then that's treason. I, Nye Yuan, will be the first to stand out and share your Majesty's burden and kill the traitor. Good. Divine might Marquis, my trust in you wasn't in vain. The emperor revealed a gratified smile when he saw the attitude of the divine might Marquis. Although I, Duan Lingtian, am untalented, I'm indebted to your Majesty's great kindness and am willing to serve your Majesty. Duan Lingtian expressed his stance as well. You're Duan Lingtian? Mortal Emperor Chu's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. You don't have the qualifications to choose. Whether I have the qualifications to choose or not isn't something for your Majesty Mortal Emperor to worry about. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Duan Lingtian, you're presumptuous. Chu Sun's face sank as he shouted in a low voice. Duan Lingtian looked at Chu Sun and said with a smile, Fifth Prince. Oh no, you're not the fifth prince anymore. Chu Sun's face went grim, and the killing intent in his eyes was piercingly cold. Duan Lingtian, you've lost for sure today. I'll capture you and send you before my cousin, and let her personally tear you into 1,000 pieces. What? Fifth Prince, you're so confident that you'll win for sure? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he smiled indifferently. You'll know very soon. After today, I, Chu Sun, will become the new emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Chu Sun's gaze became fervent, as if he'd seen the scene of himself ruling over the world. Wishful thinking. The emperor sneered. Imperial brother, whether it's wishful thinking or not, you'll know very soon. Mortal Emperor Chu's gaze swept past everyone present, and in the end, it descended onto Prime Minister Gu Yuting. Prime Minister Gu, you have great talent and strategy, so I'll give you two choices. 1. Accompany this old fellow to die. 2. Serve my son and assist my son in governing the Crimson Sky Kingdom. When Gu Yuting saw Mortal Emperor Chu look over, he knew that he had to make a choice. Now, he could notice that the emperor's gaze was looking at him as well. For a moment, he was in a difficult position. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Right at this moment, numerous black figures flashed in from outside the throne room and descended behind Mortal Emperor Chu. There was a total of 8 people, and all of them were old men. They wore black clothes and had cold and indifferent gazes. It was precisely Mortal Emperor Chu's spectre guards. Your Majesty, we've already dealt with those stubborn half-step void stage revered elders. One of the spectre guards reported to Mortal Emperor Chu. Prime Minister Gu, what's your choice? Mortal Emperor Chu looked at Gu Yuting and asked once more, and his tone contained slight impatience. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Gu Yuting didn't hesitate any longer when he saw the arrival of the Spectre Guards. He spoke to the Emperor, and in the next moment, his entire body flashed towards Mortal Emperor Chu. But, even though his speed was fast, someone was even faster than him. Bang! Sima Chongfeng behind the Emperor raised his hand, and an origin energy palm print that carried along a trace of terrifying aura instantly descended onto Gu Yuting, killing Gu Yuting. Sima Chongfeng. Mortal Emperor Chu's face sank, and his white robe and long hair fluttered without wind, as he was enraged to the limit. Whoosh! Sima Chongfeng moved, flashing directly towards Mortal Emperor Chu with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Above Sima Chongfeng, 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form with a vast impetus. Second level of the void-prying stage. Duan Lingtian was surprised, as he never imagined that this teacher Sima's strength would be so strong. Humph! Mortal Emperor Chu's face revealed disdain when faced with Sima Chongfeng flashing over. His body lightly trembled, and 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. Third level of the void-prying stage. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. As expected of the publicly acknowledged strongest void-prying stage martial artist in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, this Duan Ren Huang was actually a third-level void-prying stage expert. Dean Sima, this old fellow will assist you. The old man that had always been sitting there made a move as well, revealing his cultivation at the second level of the void-prying stage. Father, be careful. Nye Yuan's figure flashed out to join the battle, and 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. Obviously, Nye Yuan had already broken through to the first level of the void-prying stage. For a time, the throne room shook. The movements of the four great void-prying stage experts fighting were so swift that it caused one's eyes to be dazzled, and they were utterly unable to see clearly. At least, Duan Lingtian didn't see clearly in the slightest. However, the only thing he was able to discern was that even though it was 3 against 1, Mortal Emperor Chu still occupied the upper hand. Senior Marquis, looks like your dark netherminx poison has been cured. Nye Yuan, I truly never imagined that you've stepped into the void-prying stage as well. Mortal Emperor Chu's voice contained slight astonishment mixed within. In next to no time, the feather fan in Sima Chongfeng's hand flashed out, revealing the strength of a Grade 7 spirit weapon. The Divine Might Marquis and his son each withdrew a Grade 7 spirit weapon as well. Humph. So what if it's a spirit weapon? 3 void-prying stage martial artists, and only 2 have comprehended force. I'll let all of you experience advanced force. A dark blue 3-foot-long blade appeared in Mortal Emperor Chu's hand. Whoosh! Everywhere the 3-foot-long blade passed, the attacks of Sima Chongfeng's group of 3 were directly disintegrated as easily as crushing dry weeds. A single sword strike shocked the world. Advanced sword force. The senior marquis exclaimed in surprise, then shouted out explosively. Retreat! Instantly, the 3 of them hurriedly flashed back to avoid Mortal Emperor Chu's sword strike, as they didn't dare fight it head-on. Spectre Guards, listen to my orders. Capture Duan Lingtian alive, and kill everyone else. Meanwhile, Chu Sun gave the order. Chapter 229. 8 Spectre Guards were 8 half-step void stage experts. Now they pounced towards Duan Lingtian's group like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Humph! A light cold snort sounded out, and a strand of azure sword light appeared gracefully. Whoosh! Only a strand of sword light flashed past, and the 8 Spectre Guards that charged over died before they could even start a slaughter. In the sky, 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed before vanishing. Besides Duan Lingtian and the group of embroidered uniform guards behind him, the gazes of everyone else descended onto Xiong Quan, who was by Duan Lingtian's side. They never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually had a void-prying stage expert by his side, and it was even a second-level void-prying stage expert. 3 second-level void-prying stage experts, 1 first-level void-prying stage expert. Very good, all of you can come at me together. Mortal Emperor Chu laughed heartily, and his words were filled with overbearingness. I alone am enough to kill you. Xianxua's voice contained a sense of calmness mixed within, and he walked out in large strides, arriving nearby Mortal Emperor Chu in the blink of an eye. Just by relying on you, a second-level void-prying stage martial artist? Mortal Emperor Chu sneered, and the dark blue grade 7 spirit sword in his hand flashed out to stab towards Xianxua, giving rise to a wave of ear-piercing howls. Relying on the grade 7 spirit sword, the 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Mortal Emperor Chu instantly increased to around 5,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This wasn't the end. Along with a strand of mysterious and profound aura appearing on the 3-foot-long blade in his hand, the ancient mammoth silhouettes above him once again increased by around 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Mortal Emperor Chu attacked with his full strength, drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop around 5,600 ancient mammoth silhouettes. His strength was shocking. Besides a spirit weapon, there's an additional strength of 500 ancient mammoths? The memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind, and he quickly came to a sudden understanding. He knew that the additional strength of 500 ancient mammoths that Mortal Emperor Chu had now was the extra strength from half-step advanced force. Force was an existence that only existences at the void-prying stage and above could come into contact with. Force was divided into 3 levels: elementary force, half-step advanced force, and advanced force. Amongst them, elementary comprehension force was able to increase the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Half-step advanced force was able to provide an additional strength of 500 ancient mammoths. As for minute subtlety, whoosh! Xianxua also moved. His sword whistled out. Facing Mortal Emperor Chu, who attacked with his full strength and displayed half-step advanced sword force, he was fearless. Through the amplification of the grade 7 spirit weapon, the 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xianxua had instantly increased to nearly 3,900. Wang! Right at this moment, a strand of an aura that was even more mysterious and powerful than the aura of Mortal Chu's sword leaped out from the 3-foot-long blade in Xianxua's hand. Instantly, the ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xianxua once again increased by an entire 2,000. When he attacked with his full strength, he erupted with the strength of almost 5,900 ancient mammoths. Advanced sword force. Mortal Emperor Chu was originally full of confidence, but when he noticed the terrifying aura on Xianxua's sword and saw the almost 5,900 ancient mammoth silhouettes that dashed out above Xianxua, his face went ghastly pale. At this moment, the figures of Xianxua and Mortal Emperor Chu passed by each other. A stream of blood splattered into the air. Xianxua was motionless like a mountain and wasn't injured in the slightest. Mortal Emperor Chu's chest was penetrated, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand was even blasted flying. Bang! Mortal Emperor Chu's body crashed onto the ground. The strength of almost 5,900 ancient mammoths that Xianxua exerted completely crushed Mortal Emperor Chu's strength of around 5,600 ancient mammoths. How is this possible? Advanced sword force? Mortal Emperor Chu struggled as he stared at Xianxua with a face full of disbelief, unwilling to believe that everything that happened earlier was real. He felt that even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, his half-step advanced sword force could already be considered to be extremely rare amongst martial artists below the 4th level of the void-prying stage. But the person before him was only at the 2nd level of the void-prying stage, and had comprehended true advanced sword force. Half-step advanced force only increased the strength of 500 ancient mammoths. However, advanced force was instead able to increase the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. The two of them weren't on the same level at all. Mortal Emperor Chu died with a heart filled with unwillingness and regret. Imperial Father. Chu soon cried out in grief. His pupils stared wide open, and his body lightly trembled, unwilling to believe that all this was real. At this moment, he felt as if the sky was about to collapse. The path before his eyes was dim without light. Within the throne room, only Chu Sun's sorrowful cries remained. Besides Duan Lingtian, the gazes of the remaining people all descended onto Xianxua. After a long time. May I ask if Mortal Emperor Chu's sword force is still advanced sword force? Sima Changfeng looked at Xianxua, and was rather fearful of this expert that was able to kill Mortal Emperor Chu with a single sword strike. Of course not. Xianxua calmly glanced at Sima Changfeng and slowly said, his sword force is only at the half-step advanced stage. Although there is only a difference of 1 level between half-step advanced stage and advanced stage, the difference is like the difference between heaven and earth. The sword force I executed earlier is the true advanced sword force. Sima Chongfeng nodded and came to a sudden understanding. The difference was indeed like the difference between heaven and earth. A difference of an entire 1,500 ancient mammoths. This is the strength of the void stage. Although in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, this wasn't a big deal, Duan Lingtian was still slightly excited in his heart, and traces of yearning were emitted from his eyes. Imperial Father. Chu Sun was currently lying on mortal Emperor Chu's body with a dim expression. Duan Lingtian walked over in large strides, and he didn't pay attention to Chu Sun, who retreated in fear. He directly put away the grade 7 spirit weapon and spatial ring on mortal Emperor Chu. Then he went to put away the spatial rings of the 8 spectre guards. After putting away all the spoils of the battle into the spatial rings, Duan Lingtian laughed slyly, then looked at Sima Chongfeng and the Emperor. Teacher Sima, Your Majesty, these spoils of the battle belong to me. You don't mind, right? Kid, you've already put them away. Is there any use in us saying we mind? Sima Chongfeng shook his head and said angrily. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. These spoils of the battle belong to the expert by your side, so they ought to belong to you. The Emperor recovered from his shock, and his gaze flickered with a bright light that never left Xiongquan's side. Humph. Only when Xiongquan coldly snorted and coldly swept a glance at the Emperor did the Emperor withdraw his gaze somewhat embarrassedly. Commander Duan, I truly envy you for having such an expert as your follower. The Emperor looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled. Your Majesty is too kind. I wonder how I should deal with these two people? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the dejected Chu Sun and the ghastly pale white-browed old man. Whoosh! Practically at the same time Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the Emperor moved. In the blink of an eye, Chu Sun and the white-browed old man were personally killed by the Emperor. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He never imagined that the Emperor was actually in existence at the half-step void stage. When he saw the Emperor return to the throne, Duan Lingtian's gaze shone as it descended onto Chu Sun and the white-browed old man's spatial rings. Your Majesty there. Just take it. The Emperor shook his head. Commander Duan, are you very short of money? After Duan Lingtian put away Chu Sun and the white-browed old man's spatial rings, he nodded. That's right, very short of money. The Emperor nodded, and his eyes flickered as he slowly said, Commander Duan, today's matter is all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, perhaps I, the Emperor, wouldn't exist. I'll bestow you with 10 million gold. How about it? 10 million gold? Duan Lingtian's breathing became hurried. 10 million gold was equivalent to 1 billion silver. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his thanks. You little fellow, you're really a miser. The old man from the Divine Might Marquis estate shook his head and smiled, and his gaze occasionally flashed past Xiongquan. He was extremely surprised that Duan Lingtian had such a formidable existence by his side. Although Nye Yuan didn't say anything, he was similarly shocked. Alas! Suddenly, the Emperor let out a long sigh. Through today's matter, I've finally realized that it's time to abdicate. Senior Marquis, Dean Sima, Divine Might Marquis, who do you think I should let inherit the imperial family and become the new emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Your Majesty, it's better for you to decide this yourself. Sima Chongfeng hurriedly said. Dean Sima is right. If Your Majesty really doesn't know who to pass the throne to, you can carry out a test for the princes, and the one that passes will inherit the imperial family. The senior Marquis slowly said. No matter who inherits the imperial family, Nye Yuan will surely sacrifice his life for it. Nye Yuan expressed his stance. Divine Might Marquis, I haven't congratulated you for successfully breaking through to the void prying stage. Alas, I wonder if I'll be able to break through to the void prying stage in my lifetime. After I abdicate this time, I should properly study the martial Dao. After today's matter, the Emperor seemed to have suddenly been enlightened and was able to see things through. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's group bid their farewells and left. Teacher Sima, I really never imagined that you were actually the Dean of Paladin Academy. After leaving the throne room, Duan Lingtian looked at Sima Chongfeng with a face full of emotion. As far as he was concerned, Sima Chongfeng ought to be the fourth void stage expert hidden within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. As for the Divine Might Marquis, Nye Yuan, He'd only broken through recently. I never imagined that you had such an expert by your side.
Today, if it wasn't for him, even if the senior Marquis, Divine Might Marquis, and I joined forces, it would still be difficult to subdue mortal Emperor Chu.
Sima Changfeng glanced at Xiongquan, who was beside Duan Lingtian, and sighed with emotion. Little Tian, this is? Nie Yuan glanced at Xiongquan as he asked Duan Lingtian curiously. Duan Lingtian hadn't spoken when Xiongquan spoke first.
I'm the young master's servant.
Servant? Nie Yuan was dumbstruck when they heard Xiongquan. Sima Changfeng was dumbstruck, and the nearby senior Marquis was dumbstruck as well. This second-level void-prying stage expert that had comprehended advanced sword force and was capable of defeating a third-level void-prying stage expert actually called himself Duan Lingtian's servant? Has this world gone mad? Even the group of embroidered uniform guards couldn't help but feel ashamed. Although they'd witnessed how terrifying Xiongquan was at the fifth prince's estate, and knew that Xiongquan addressed Duan Lingtian as young master, but they never imagined that Xiongquan was Duan Lingtian's servant. Is there a need to be so surprised? Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose when he saw the expressions of the group of people. Chapter 230. No matter what, with the death of mortal Emperor Chu, the imperial family finally recovered its calm. As for the rest of the matter, it had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. The matter this time was too shocking, so the emperor sealed off the news and didn't allow the news to spread. The imperial city was still peaceful. Since returning from the imperial palace that day, Duan Lingtian had returned the 12 members of the embroidered uniform guard, including Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, to the Divine Might Marquis estate. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had followed Duan Lingtian for such a long time, and Duan Lingtian had taught them everything he could. It could be considered that he'd fulfilled his promise to the Divine Might Marquis that day. Half a month later, the emperor once again summoned Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian saw the large stack of gold bills before him, his eyes shone. Every single one of these gold bills was of a denomination of 10,000 gold. A total of 10 million gold. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian put away all the gold bills, then looked at the emperor. Thank you, your majesty. Commander Duan, I heard the Divine Might Marquis say that you returned the 12 members of your embroidered uniform guard to him? You. The emperor looked at Duan Lingtian with a curious expression, as he didn't know why Duan Lingtian would do this. Your majesty, actually, when I asked you to set up the embroidered uniform guard for me that day, I only wanted to play around. Now I've played enough, so I ask your majesty to disband this organization. Besides that, the antidote medicinal pill I gave your majesty that day was actually reserved. I'm still confident in directly curing your majesty's poison. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he passed a complete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill to the emperor. After the emperor consumed it and dissolved the medicinal strength, he noticed that the poison in his body was completely cured, and his face couldn't help but emit a shocked expression. The emperor glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Commander Duan, looks like you really did reserve some of your strength to me in the past. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. Why don't you continue to reserve some of your strength now? The emperor asked curiously. Your majesty, there's no meaning in me continuing to hold back now. I'm preparing to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom soon. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, his eyes revealing traces of expectation. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? The emperor was shocked, but soon recovered and nodded. With Commander Duan's natural talent, staying in the Crimson Sky Kingdom is indeed a waste of talent. However, I will preserve the Embroidered Uniform Guard organization. When Commander Duan is tired outside, the Crimson Sky Kingdom will always welcome you back. At that time, no matter who the emperor is, you'll still be the one and only commander of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Embroidered Uniform Guard. This is my promise to you. Thank you, your majesty. Duan Lingtian quickly thanked him. Also, before you leave, if you have any needs, you can tell us. We will satisfy your requests. The emperor added. Duan Lingtian thanked him again. Right. The emperor suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian, and his gaze became slightly dubious. Commander Duan, I wonder what you think of my daughter, Bai Yao? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Princess Bai Yao is beautiful and moving, like a celestial maiden that has fallen into the mortal world. She's one of the few beauties I've seen.
Then if I betroth Princess Bai Yao to you, will you agree?
The emperor glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked.
Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never imagined that the emperor would be so direct.
Your Majesty, you don't know, but I already have 2 fiancés at home. The Li clan is really lucky to have produced such an outstanding disciple like Duan Lingtian, and even went to the Aurora City's Li clan. For a moment, the group of Fresh Breeze Town residents discussed animatedly. However, they didn't connect the Duan Lingtian with the other Duan Lingtian that had recently been the talk of the town. After all, in their opinion, it was already not bad that Duan Lingtian could go to Aurora City. They never thought that the Duan Lingtian from the Imperial City would be the same person as the Duan Lingtian from Fresh Breeze Town. Hearing the words of the group of Fresh Breeze Town residents, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Annihilate the Chen family? In the eyes of these people, was he such a violent person? Kerr and Li Fei, who were riding beside Duan Lingtian, had long since covered their mouths and laughed lightly. Let's go home. Duan Lingtian urged his horse forward and directly went to the Li clan's mansion. When the members of the Li clan found out that Duan Lingtian had returned, they all came out to welcome him. Below the patriarch Li Nanfeng, all the elders in the Li clan's mansion had all come out to welcome him. Patriarch, elders. Duan Lingtian greeted the patriarch and the Li clan elders. It's good that you're back. Come in quickly. Li Nanfeng and the others welcomed Duan Lingtian and the others in. Following the return of Duan Lingtian, the entire Li clan's mansion was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, bustling as if it was the new year. Fifth elder, where's Li Xian? After catching up with each other, Duan Lingtian still hadn't seen the little fatty, Li Xian, and felt that it was somewhat strange. Logically speaking, if the little fatty knew that he had returned, he should have run over at the first possible moment. Fifth elder, Li Ting, smiled. Li Xian went to the Aurora City's Li clan 2 years ago. What? You didn't come back from there? Duan Lingtian shook his head. No, we didn't. We came back from the Imperial City and directly returned to Fresh Breeze Town. We plan to go to Aurora City tomorrow. You're leaving tomorrow? Li Ting was slightly surprised. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and lightly smiled. Now that you mention it, I came back this time to bid farewell to the patriarch and elders. Bid farewell. For a moment, all the higher-ups of the Li clan were slightly puzzled. I intend to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian explained. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian's words caused the patriarch, Li Nanfeng, and the group of Li clan elders to be shocked. The little fellow that only started to display natural talent 3 years ago was now about to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the even vaster stage of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian, your current cultivation. Li Nanfeng looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with slight hesitation. 3rd level of the Origin Core stage. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and slowly said. Instantly, all the higher-ups of the Li clan were dumbstruck and were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Li Nanfeng was slightly speechless. Then he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're the same person as the Duan Lingtian that's been giving rise to much discussion in the Crimson Sky Kingdom recently? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Whoosh. A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples, and all the higher-ups of the Li clan were once again stunned. A direct descendant of the Duan clan. The #1 genius of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation. The embroidered uniform guards commander. It was actually the youth that came from their Fresh Breeze Town's Li clan? They felt a wave of excitement in their hearts. In that case, your father is that Duan Ruffing. Li Nanfeng sighed. No wonder I never heard your mother mention your father. So it turns out that your father was once a peerless genius like you, whose name spread throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, you're even more abnormal than your father at that time. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then he withdrew a large stack of silver from his pocket and passed it to Li Nanfeng. Patriarch, here's 10 million silver. It's a small token of my appreciation to the clan. Li Nanfeng didn't accept it. Duan Lingtian, if you're going to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, you'll surely have to join one of those large sects. The competition between large sects will surely be intense, so you should keep this money to buy medicinal pills and cultivate properly. Exactly. Yeah, you can keep it for yourself. Currently, most of the businesses in Fresh Breeze Town are in the hands of our Li clan. We don't lack money. The other elders persuaded him one after another. In the end, Duan Lingtian was truly helpless and could only keep the money. He could feel that the group of people before him really wanted the best for him, and it caused a trace of warmth to arise within his heart. That night, Duan Lingtian stayed in his own courtyard. There were 3 rooms in the courtyard. His mother, Li Ro, stayed in her own room. Duan Lingtian brought Ker and Li Fei to stay in Ker's room. Chapter 231. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian hugged the 2 girls and fell into a deep sleep. Hua! A sound entered his ears. Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy shook and he instantly woke up. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the entire courtyard was ablaze with flames. Who's there? At this time, Duan Lingtian heard Xianxia shout, followed by the sound of someone breaking through the door. Ker and Li Fei also woke up when they heard the sound. The 3 of them put on their clothes and walked out of the room. They discovered that Li Ro had also come out. Tian, are you all okay? Li Ro looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 2 and asked with concern. Mother, I'm fine. Xianxia seems to have chased after them. Let's go out too. Although the entire courtyard was on fire, with the speed of Duan Lingtian and the other 3, they were still able to easily pass through the surrounding flames. Soon, Xianxia returned. In his hand, he was carrying a person. It was a young man. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this young man. Li Xian. Li Xian, the son of the former 7th elder, Li Kuan. Duan Lingtian's face was gloomy. When he left Fresh Breeze Town that year, he didn't plan to find trouble with this Li Xian again. Now, this Li Xian was still stubborn and wanted to find trouble with him. Duan Lingtian, you actually didn't burn to death. When Li Xian saw that Duan Lingtian and the others were safe and sound, his eyes were bloodshot and his face was filled with unwillingness. At this time, the sound of disorderly footsteps could be heard. It was the patriarch, Li Nanfeng, and the other elders rushing over. Many of the Li family members also rushed over, carrying buckets of water in their hands. They rushed over to help Duan Lingtian extinguish the fire in the courtyard. Unfortunately, the fire had already burned to a certain extent and couldn't be extinguished. In the end, the entire courtyard was turned into ashes. Duan Lingtian clenched his fists, killing intent flickering in his eyes. This courtyard contained far too many memories. Now it was all gone. Ha 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 ha. Duan Lingtian, are you angry? I just want to make you angry. You're the one who ruined my brother. My father must have died because of you. I want to avenge them. I want to avenge them. Li Xian laughed when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. Li Xian, you're courting death. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he stared at Li Xian. Tian, leave this matter to the family head. Li Ro said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that Patriarch Li Nanfeng and the other elders were also present. Duan Lingtian, don't worry. The family head will give you an explanation. Li Nanfeng's expression was extremely ugly. With Duan Lingtian's current status, the fact that he could still visit them meant that Duan Lingtian still considered himself a member of the Li family. Now, Duan Lingtian had only returned to stay for one night, and Li Xian had actually set fire to it. This had crossed his bottom line. That's right, Duan Lingtian. We will give you an explanation. The Li family elders also expressed their stance. They looked at Li Xian with murderous eyes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon, Duan Lingtian and the others stayed in the courtyard that Patriarch Li Nanfeng had arranged for them. As for Li Xian's matter, he believed that the Patriarch would be able to handle it properly, so he didn't think too much about it. The next morning, Duan Lingtian woke up. He woke up the 2 girls and walked around the Li family's mansion. He didn't know when he would return after leaving this time. I heard that Li Xian was executed by the Patriarch. He deserved it. He bumped into the muzzle of a gun. That's right. Duan Lingtian is the pride of our Li family. That Li Xian actually dared to provoke him. He's simply courting death. Hearing the Li family's discussion, Duan Lingtian was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that the patriarch and the elders would give him such a straightforward explanation. After breakfast, Duan Lingtian bid farewell to the Li family's upper echelons. Patriarch Li Nanfeng and the elders personally sent Duan Lingtian and the others out of Fresh Breeze town. After watching Duan Lingtian leave, they turned around and returned. Riding on a Fergana horse, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at Aurora City in less than 2 hours. They directly returned to the Li family's mansion. Li Ro and Ke returned to the courtyard they used to live in. Duan Lingtian brought Xiongquan and Li Fei to her home. Not long after arriving at Li Fei's courtyard, Duan Lingtian saw Patriarch Li Ao bring a group of elders over. Duan Lingtian. Li Ao had a face full of smiles when he saw Duan Lingtian again. He was shocked by Duan Lingtian's accomplishments, but at the same time, he was also gratified. After all, Duan Lingtian came from their Li family. Now that they knew that a figure like Duan Lingtian had appeared in their Li family, the few large families in the nearby cities all intentionally befriended the Li family. Moreover, the Li family also obtained many benefits from this. As far as he was concerned, all of this was due to Duan Lingtian's contribution. Patriarch. Duan Lingtian smiled at Li Ao before greeting the other elders, although he didn't know most of these elders. Scoundrel, something happened to grandfather. Just at this moment, Li Fei's anxious voice sounded, and it carried a trace of sobbing. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly serious as he looked at Li Fei. Li Fei passed a letter in her hand to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian opened it and read, Fei, if you come back and see this letter that grandfather left behind, grandfather should already be gone. Actually, I've long wanted to help teacher do something. But because of your existence, grandfather couldn't make up his mind. Now that you have Lingtian to take care of you, grandfather can be at ease. I want to go to a place to find the person that once bet his life with teacher on equipment refinement and caused teacher to die tragically. I'll make him bet his life with me on equipment refinement and take revenge for teacher. This is the only thing I can do for teacher. That year, if it wasn't for teacher saving me, I would have died long ago. If you see this letter, don't be sad. Grandfather's death was worth it. After reading the letter, Duan Lingtian's expression was incomparably gloomy. What's wrong? Li Ao also felt that something was wrong and asked. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before passing the letter in his hand to Li Ao. After Li Ao read it, his expression changed greatly. Elder Li Da left a year ago. At that time, he only said that he was going on a long trip. I didn't expect. A year ago? Duan Lingtian's expression changed, and he looked at Li Fei with slight worry. Scoundrel. Li Fei threw herself into Duan Lingtian's embrace and started crying bitterly. Duan Lingtian lightly patted Li Fei's back, and his eyes went cold as he looked at Li Ao and asked, Patriarch, do you know where Elder Li Da went? Li Ao shook his head. I don't know. I even didn't know that Elder Li Da had a teacher. But, betting his life with equipment refinement is a clue. After all, this sort of thing doesn't happen often. So long as we spend some time we should be able to find out. I'll send someone to investigate right now. Thank you, Patriarch. Duan Lingtian nodded gratefully. Li Ao brought along the group of Li clan elders and left in a hurry. Orders were passed down one after another. The Li clan attached great importance to this matter. In the eyes of the Li clan higher-ups, although Duan Lingtian was only a disciple with a different surname, he was the pride of the Li clan. Coupled with Duan Lingtian's current status in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, even if they only wanted to curry favor with Duan Lingtian, they would spare no effort to help Duan Lingtian. Little Fei, don't worry. Maybe Grandpa won? Duan Lingtian consoled Li Fei. Grandpa has already left for a year. If he won, he would have returned long ago. Li Fei cried as she spoke. Maybe Grandpa won and is in a good mood, so he went around for a stroll. Don't worry until you're sure, okay? Under Duan Lingtian's consolation, Li Fei's expression finally eased up. Scoundrel, if Grandpa loses, You must help me take revenge for Grandpa. Li Fei's beautiful eyes squinted as killing intent flickered within. Don't worry. A trace of killing intent flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as well, and he fiercely nodded. Li Fei's grandpa was his grandpa as well. Duan Lingtian brought Li Fei back to his own courtyard. When Li Ro and Ke heard about Li Fei's grandpa, they also started to comfort Li Fei. Duan Lingtian bid farewell to the three girls before leaving the Li family estate with Xiong. He directly went to the trade market and found Tang Ying, the person in charge of the ghastly shadow assassin organization in Aurora City.
Kid, you're finally back.
Tang Ying was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian, but he quickly noticed that Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly. What's wrong? With your current status, what could still trouble you? Presently, Duan Lingtian could be said to be known by everyone within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Tang Ying, I came to find you this time because I have something I need your help with. Duan Lingtian stated his intentions. Speak. Tang Ying nodded. Duan Lingtian told him about Li Da's matter. I want you to use the Ghastly Shadows Intelligence Network to help me check if there's any place where a Grade 8 weapons craftsman gambled his life by forging weapons in the past year. No problem. Tang Ying agreed. Thank you. After Duan Lingtian left the medicine store, he went to the Lin family estate and found Lin Qi. Duan Lingtian, you're now famous throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom. When Lin Qi saw Duan Lingtian once again, his gaze was extremely complicated. The youth of the past had now grown to such an extent, leaving him in the dust. Lin Qi, I came to find you this time because I have something I need your help with. Duan Lingtian stated his intentions. He came to find Lin Qi this time because he hoped to be able to ask the Violet Tulip Trading Company for information through Lin Qi. After Lin Qi heard the ins and outs of the matter, his expression became serious. This is naturally not a problem. I'll go find the person in charge of the Violet Tulip Trading Company in Aurora City right now. I believe that with your current status and identity, my uncle and aunt will be very happy to help you. Thank you. Duan Lingtian nodded. He wasn't in the Imperial City now, so besides the Li clan, the only forces he could use were the Ghastly Shadow and the Violet Tulip Trading Company. However, Duan Lingtian believed that with the involvement of the Ghastly Shadow and the Violet Tulip Trading Company, there ought to be a result soon. After leaving the Lin family estate, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief and returned to the Li family estate. Then, he saw an acquaintance. Lian. Before Duan Lingtian came to the Li clan, this Lian was once in existence that was second only to Li Qing in the younger generation of the Li clan. Later on, he had even set his sights on Ke. Chapter 232. Duan Lingtian. When Lian saw Duan Lingtian, he was slightly embarrassed. With Duan Lingtian's current identity and status, even if he had some little thoughts, he didn't dare to play any tricks in front of Duan Lingtian. The slightest carelessness might cause him to fall into a bottomless abyss. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. He didn't have any friendship with Lian, and instead had some conflicts. However, he couldn't be bothered to fuss about it and directly went home. Lian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian leave. He was really worried that Duan Lingtian would look for him to settle old scores, but now it seemed that he was too petty. When Duan Lingtian returned home, he noticed a fat figure sitting there chatting with his mother. Li Xian. Duan Lingtian walked into the courtyard and spoke with slight hesitation. Li Xian should be about the same age now. Haha, boss. The fatty turned around. Compared to the past, the immaturity on his chubby face had vanished without a trace. However, his small eyes were still so wretched. Li Xian, you've grown up. Duan Lingtian looked at the fatty and couldn't help but laugh. Subsequently, he replaced his mother, Li Ro, and started chatting with the fatty. Boss, you're so awesome now. When I say you're my boss in the Li clan, no one dares to offend me. Li Xian said arrogantly, and his chubby face was filled with complacency. Duan Lingtian shook his head. You little fatty. When did you learn how to intimidate others? Boss, you fought for such a great reputation outside. If I don't make good use of it, wouldn't it be a waste of your efforts? Li Xian said in all seriousness. Can you be any more shameless? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Li Xian. As expected, this damned fatty was still as wretched as before. It made Duan Lingtian feel as if he'd returned to the days when he was in the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town. He still remembered. At that time, the son of the second elder was played by Li Xian to the point that he ran away whenever he saw Duan Lingtian. Boss, tell me about what happened in the Imperial City. Li Xian was clearly very interested in the Duan Lingtian's experience in the Imperial City. Along with Duan Lingtian's narration, his small eyes flickered with bright lights. Boss, why don't you take me to the Imperial City this time? At that time, with you protecting me, wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want? At this point, Li Xian's face was filled with yearning. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I'm afraid I can't let you do as you wish. Once I'm done here, I won't be able to stay in the Imperial City for long. Noticing Li Xian's bewildered expression, Duan Lingtian continued. I'm going to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Hearing this, Li Xian's chubby face fell. Then I can only continue to stay in Aurora City. In the following days, Duan Lingtian stayed in the Li clan and waited for news. Finally, a month later, Lin Qi brought back good news. Duan Lingtian, I've found it. When Lin Qi arrived, he was gasping for breath. Obviously, he had rushed over as soon as he obtained the news. You found it? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone. Duan Lingtian, according to the information obtained by the Violet Tulip Trading Company, a year ago, a grade 8 weapons craftsman in the county city had a life and death bet with another person. In the end, the grade 8 spirit weapon that the former refined was of a higher quality than the opponent, and the opponent lost his life because of this. Lin Qi finished speaking in a single breath. At that time, this matter gave rise to much discussion in the county city, and my aunt knew as well. This time, when she found out that you were investigating this matter, she immediately sent someone to ride a Fergana horse to Aurora City to notify me. Do you know the origins of that weapons craftsman? Duan Lingtian's face sank and a trace of cold light flashed within his eyes as he asked. It seems to be someone from the county city's Chu family. Lin Qi continued. Chu family? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he smiled gratefully at Lin Qi. Lin Qi, thank you. Don't mention it, we're all friends. Lin Qi shook his head and then said, Duan Lingtian, my aunt said that if you need any help, you can go look for her when you arrive at the county city. Don't worry, if I really need it, I won't be courteous. Duan Lingtian nodded. After Lin Qi left, Li Fei came out of the room and was slightly excited. Scoundrel, there's news? Yes, there's news. But I'm not sure if it's grandfather, so I'm preparing to make a trip to the county city to confirm it myself. Duan Lingtian nodded, and as he finished speaking, his gaze went slightly cold. If it's really grandfather, then that grade 8 weapons craftsman from the Chu family is dead for sure. I'll go with you, Li Fei said. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse, because he knew that he couldn't refuse, nor did he have a reason to refuse. The person who was most concerned about this matter was undoubtedly Li Fei. Yes, I'll tell Kerr and Mother that we'll bring Xiongquan along and set out immediately. Duan Lingtian went to inform Kerr and Li Ro. Then he left with Li Fei and Xiongquan. The 3 Fergana horses transformed into a gust of wind as they left Aurora City. With the Fergana horses as their mounts, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 spent 7 days to arrive at the Swallow Mountain County's county city. The county city was larger than Aurora City, but was inferior to the Imperial City. After entering the county city, there was an endless stream of carriages and horses. Duan Lingtian found an inn, and the 3 of them stayed there for the time being. After that, they found a restaurant nearby to have a meal. Li Fei didn't wear a veil, and everywhere she passed, she attracted many burning gazes. However, although these people were envious, they didn't dare act rashly. They were able to discern that the violet-clothed young man walking with this young woman had an extraordinary bearing and was obviously not an ordinary person. Also, the middle-aged man following behind them was obviously not simple. Customer, what would you like to eat? Before long, an attendant arrived before Duan Lingtian's table and asked respectfully. Slap. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out a silver ingot. I want to ask you about some things. If you agree, then this is yours. The attendant's eyes shone when he heard this. He could get so much silver just by moving his mouth? Just this silver ingot was equivalent to 1 month of his salary. Customer, if you have anything you want to ask, feel free to ask.
The attendant gave a flattering smile.
I'm not interested to know anything else, I just want to ask you. 1 year ago, did the Chu family have an 8th grade weapons craftsman that had a conflict with an 8th grade weapons craftsman from outside the family?
Even to the extent that they competed in weapons refinement and conducted a life and death bet. Duan Lingtian looked at the attendant as he asked.
Customer, I was wondering what you wanted to ask, so it turned out that you wanted to ask about this. I know this.
The attendant instantly started laughing when he heard Duan Lingtian's question.
The 8th grade weapons craftsman from the Chu family you spoke of is the Chu family's second elder. Now that I speak of it, this Chu family's second elder is a renowned 8th grade weapons craftsman in our Swallow Mountain County's county city, and he's even able to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon with a 19% amplification. 19% amplification. That's a top-grade grade 8 spirit weapon. Supposedly, many years ago, he once had a life and death bet with another grade 8 weapons craftsman in weapons refinement. At that time, he was only able to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon with an 18% amplification, but he still won against his opponent. Supposedly, that grade 8 weapons craftsman that overestimated his ability 1 year ago was the disciple of that grade 8 weapons craftsman from many years ago. This master and disciple pair fell to the same person, and they can be considered to be unlucky. As he finished speaking, the attendant couldn't help but sigh. When Li Fei heard what the attendant said, her beautiful eyes turned slightly red. Now, she could practically confirm that the grade 8 weapons craftsman that had a life and death bet with the Chu family's second elder was her grandfather, Li Da. Do you know what the grade 8 weapons craftsman that had a life and death bet with the Chu family's second elder a year ago was like? Duan Lingtian looked at the attendant as he further confirmed. Customer, it's a coincidence. At that time, I just happened to be resting, and a friend of mine who's a servant of the Chu family brought me in to witness the life and death bet with my own 2 eyes. That grade 8 weapons craftsman was an old man around the age of 70, and above the old man's left eyebrow was a crescent-shaped scar. The attendant spoke slowly, word by word. Unfortunately, even though he was able to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon with an 18% amplification, he still lost. Grandfather. Li Fei's heart trembled, and she raised her head as if wanting to stop the tears that were about to flow out. This silver is yours. Give us a few of your signature dishes. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. Now, he could completely confirm that the old man was Li Da. All right. The attendant received the silver and left in high spirits. As far as he was concerned, exchanging a few words for a silver ingot was a huge gain. Scoundrel. Li Fei's eyes were filled with tears, and she was slightly agitated. Little Fei, we've been on the road for an entire day. When the food is served, eat your fill. After you're full, we'll go to the Zhu family estate and make that Chu family's second elder pay with his life. Doesn't he like to bet his life with weapons? Then I'll accompany him to play. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his eyes went cold. Okay. Li Fei lightly nodded, seeming to be obedient and cute. Young master, it's only a county city's clan. Just say the word and I'll go annihilate it right now. Xiongquan's eyes squinted as he spoke in a cold and indifferent voice. Xiongquan, if you just let some people die, it would be letting them off too easily. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Right at this moment, 2 figures walked into the restaurant. The person in the lead was a young man around the age of 20, and behind him followed an old man. The young man's face was slightly pale, and his footsteps were light. It was obvious that he had overindulged himself. In next to no time, the young man's gaze descended onto the table where Duan Lingtian was at, and onto Li Fei. So beautiful. The young man's breathing became hurried, and he walked over in a few steps. When he looked at Li Fei, his eyes revealed a burning gaze. Young miss, how should I address you? From the beginning until the end, he completely disregarded Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan at the side. F***K off. Li Fei was already in a bad mood, and now that she was annoyed by such a detestable fellow, her face sank as she coldly shouted. Oh, you're quite fierce. This young master likes it. The young man didn't get angry, and instead became even more interested. Young miss, how about we be friends? I told you to F***K off. Didn't you hear me? Duan Lingtian's face sank, and from the beginning until the end, he didn't even glance at the young man. Chapter 233. Third Young Master Zhu? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into a line when he heard the young man. You're a member of the Chu family? Exactly. This young master's father is the Chu family's second master, and the Chu family's patriarch is my uncle. How about it, kid? Scared? If you're scared, then hurry up and F***K off. Zhu Zhao raised his nose and raised his chin, looking down at Duan Lingtian with an arrogant and complacent expression. But he didn't notice that at this moment, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a faint smile, like the smile of a hunter when he saw his prey. I'll give you one more chance, F***K off. Duan Lingtian's eyes went slightly cold as he stared straight at Zhu Zhao, and his tone contained a trace of pressure. You know this young master's identity, yet you dare ask this young master to F***K off? Zhu Zhao was stunned. Then he revealed a savage expression as he extended his hand to grab Duan Lingtian. Since you won't F***K off, then let this young master help you. When Zhu Zhao attacked, the strength of 10 ancient mammoths appeared in the air above him. 7th level of the core formation stage. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Duan Lingtian sneered as he casually swung his arm. He only used the strength of 12 ancient mammoths to easily block Zhu Zhao's attack and slap Zhu Zhao to the ground. Ah! Zhu Zhao's overly indulgent body crashed onto the ground as he emitted a wave of miserable shrill cries. Uncle Ji, I want him dead. Zhu Zhao roared with a savage expression as he looked at the old man behind him. The old man's eyes went cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian, then he took a step forward. Young man, there are some people you can't afford to offend. If you do, then you must pay the price. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he extended his hand to descend towards Duan Lingtian, intending to grab Duan Lingtian from his seat. Above the old man, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. He was obviously a 7th-level nascent soul martial artist. Duan Lingtian sneered and ignored the old man. Instead, he looked at the servant in the distance and said, Hey, why hasn't the food been served yet? Hurry up, we still have work to do after dinner. The surrounding customers were speechless. This purple-clothed youth actually completely ignored the old man beside the Zhu family's third young master. Just when they thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be in trouble, Xianxia, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, made his move. He moved closer to the old man and casually slammed his palm onto the old man. The old man who was charging at Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner was sent flying. He crashed hard into the wall and fainted. Above Xianxia's head, ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed past, and no one could clearly see exactly how many there were. So strong. This middle-aged man is at least in existence at the 9th level of the origin core stage. No wonder this violet-clothed young man was so composed. So it turns out that he had such an expert by his side that blasted a 7th-level origin core stage martial artist flying with a single strike. Even an 8th-level origin core stage martial artist is unable to accomplish such a feat. He's definitely in existence at the 9th level of the origin core stage. The surrounding customers couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Customer, the food is here. Meanwhile, the attendant brought steaming hot food to Duan Lingtian's table. The attendant was slightly terrified, as he never imagined that this generous young man would actually be so terrifying. He even dared to hit the Chu family's third young master. Zhu Zhao half lay on the ground as he struggled to stand up, but the soreness that came from his body caused him to be unable to stand up. When he noticed the burning gazes that descended onto him from the surroundings, shame arose within his heart. When had he ever been so humiliated? For a moment, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with had a trace of coldness mixed within. Kid, you're dead. Don't you find it tiring to speak ruthlessly while lying down? Duan Lingtian calmly glanced at Zhu Zhao, then didn't pay any further attention to him. He picked up some food for Li Fei, who was beside him, and said with a light smile, Little Fei, come, eat more. Okay. Li Fei lightly nodded, then looked at Duan Lingtian's pair of beautiful eyes that were tender like water.
In this lifetime, she had no regrets to be able to obtain the protection of this man.
Xiongquan, sit down and eat as well. Duan Lingtian called out to Xiongquan. Yes, young master. Xiongquan respectfully replied and sat down.
When Zhu Zhao saw this scene, he was angered to the point his face flushed red, and when he glanced at the old man that had fainted by the wall, he had the desire to faint as well. If any of you go to the Chu family and help this young master send a message, then this 1,000 silver is his. Zhu Zhao gritted his teeth, then withdrew the 1,000 silver from his pocket and looked at the crowd of customers in the restaurant.
Many customers revealed burning gazes when they heard this, but when they glanced at Duan Lingtian, they dispelled the thought of helping Zhu Zhao. What a joke! There was an existence that was suspected to be at the 9th level of the origin core stage by this violet-clothed young man's side. If they helped Zhu Zhao and the violet-clothed young man became unhappy, then they would surely be unable to bear the consequences. So, although they coveted the 1,000 silver in Zhu Zhao's hand, not a single one of them dared make a move. Although money was good, it wasn't as important as their lives. All of you. A group of cowards. Zhu Zhao's face was gloomy, and even his breathing became hurried. If you continue making noise, then you'll end up like him. Duan Lingtian coldly swept Zhu Zhao with his gaze, then extended his hand to point at the old man that had fainted by the wall. Zhu Zhao instantly shut his mouth when he heard this, but his eyes still emitted dense hatred, as he thought about how he would take revenge on Duan Lingtian after returning to the Chu family. Although no one dared to take Zhu Zhao's money. But as some customers finished eating and left, the matter of the Chu family's third young master, Zhu Zhao, kicking an iron plate still quickly spread out. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 had just finished eating and were preparing to leave when Duan Lingtian heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from outside the restaurant. There were a total of 4 people that arrived menacingly. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he glanced at Zhu Zhao. Xiongquan, capture this fellow. Yes, young master. Xiongquan extended his hand and lifted Zhu Zhao up when he heard this. You. What do you want to do? Zhu Zhao was terrified to the point his face went pale when he was lifted up by Xiongquan. He'd witnessed the strength of this middle-aged man earlier, and the middle-aged man was suspected to be at the 9th level of the origin core stage. Wanting to kill him was as simple as stepping on an ant. Meanwhile, the sound of footsteps became clearer and clearer as 4 middle-aged men charged into the restaurant. The middle-aged man in the lead wore blue clothes, and his face was covered in a layer of murderous rage. Father, save me! Zhu Zhao seemed as if he'd seen his savior when he saw the blue-clothed middle-aged man, and he hurriedly shouted out. The blue-clothed middle-aged man took a deep breath. His gaze flashed past the old man that fainted at the corner, and after a trace of fear flashed within his eyes, he then looked at Duan Lingtian. Little brother, I'm the second master of the Chu family, Zhu Qi. If my son has offended you in any way, please forgive me. He was clearly aware of the strength of the old man that followed by his son's side. Being able to knock the old man unconscious, the strength of the middle-aged man beside the violet-clothed young man could be imagined. 9th level of the origin core stage. Even if placed in their Chu family, the middle-aged man would still be ranked. Of course, he wasn't afraid of a mere 9th level origin core stage martial artist, because he himself was a 9th level origin core stage martial artist. The other 3 people that followed him over were all existences at the 8th level of the origin core stage as well. If they really fought, he had the confidence to kill them. But the person he was truly afraid of now was the violet-clothed young man. As far as he was concerned, the violet-clothed young man's identity shouldn't be simple since he had a 9th level origin core stage follower by his side. So, although he was furious, he still chose to endure in the end and chose to retreat. Father, what are you doing? I want him dead. I want him dead. Zhu Zhao's face went grim when he heard Zhu Qi, and his expression was savage as he roared. Bastard! Zhu Qi's face sank, and he took a step forward with the intention of giving Zhu Zhao a slap. But Xiongquan casually raised his hand and moved Zhu Zhao away. Zhu Qi frowned, but his son was in Xiongquan's hands, so he didn't dare flare up. He looked at the nearby Duan Lingtian. Little brother, after I bring my son back to the Chu family, I'll surely discipline him properly. Now, I hope little brother can let go of my son. Duan Lingtian glanced lazily at Zhu Qi, then asked indifferently. I heard that your Chu family's second elder is a grade 8 weapons craftsman?
Yes.
Zhu Qi nodded. If little brother wants to find the second elder to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon, then I can help introduce you to him as an apology. How about it? You've concealed it well. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Zhu Qi, as if he could see through Zhu Qi's heart. Now, you should be thinking that since I have such a follower by my side, my background shouldn't be simple.
Is that so?
Zhu Qi had an embarrassed expression, as he never expected that Duan Lingtian would see through him. All right, I'll keep your son. As long as you call out your Chu family's second elder, I'll return your son to you. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhu Qi with a calm gaze.
Zhu Qi's pupils constricted as he discerned that the violet-clothed young man before him had ill intentions.
Little brother, may I know why you're looking for our Chu family's second elder? It shouldn't be as simple as asking the second elder to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon, right? Grade 8 spirit weapon.
The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer, and with a raise of his hand, a strand of raging flames ignited on his hand.
Do you think I need him to refine a spirit weapon for me? The flame in Duan Lingtian's hand ignited, and as expected, it caused a stir in the restaurant. Oh my god, it's a grade 8 weapon flame.
This violet-clothed young man looks to be not even 20 years old, but he's already a grade 8 weapons craftsman?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. A grade 8 weapons craftsman not even 20 years old. What natural talent is this? The expressions of the customers in the restaurant all went pale, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Some people seemed to have thought of something, and their pupils abruptly constricted. A grade 8 weapon flame can only be condensed by an origin core martial artist. In other words, this young man is an origin core martial artist. An origin core martial artist not even 20 years old? A grade 8 weapons craftsman? The expressions of Zhu Qi and the 3 middle-aged men he brought went pale.
The violet-clothed young man before them was far more terrifying than they'd imagined. Little brother, may I ask who exactly are you?
Zhu Qi took a deep breath, and he could feel his heartbeat speeding up. Not even 20 years old. Origin core stage. Grade 8 weapons craftsman. Chapter 234. Instantly, Duan Lingtian became the absolute center of attention in the restaurant. As far as everyone was concerned, an origin core martial artist that wasn't even 20 years old. Such natural talent seemed to only be inferior to the Imperial City's embroidered uniform guards commander, Duan Lingtian, amongst the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. But a grade 8 weapons craftsman that wasn't even 20 years old was an unprecedented existence. At least, in the long history of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, such a monstrous existence had never appeared. Zhu Zhao was dumbstruck as well. He never imagined that a fellow he casually offended would actually be such an abnormal existence. Although he was profligate, he wasn't an idiot. He knew that he'd bitten off more than he could chew this time. Moreover, it was an extremely tough one. Who I am isn't important. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhu Qi with a calm gaze. Just call out your Chu family's second elder.
Right. Remember to tell him that I've come to look for him this time only for a life wager.
I heard that he's once won 2 life wagers by weapons refinement. I presume he ought to not refuse my challenge. Life wager by weapons refinement? Zhu Qi's pupils constricted and he took a deep breath before looking at Duan Lingtian. Little brother, although I don't know who you are, since you're able to break through to the origin core stage at such an age and even become a grade 8 weapons craftsman, I presume your background isn't simple. But I still have to advise you. A life wager isn't a joke. Our Chu family's second elder can be said to be second to none amongst the grade 8 weapons craftsmen in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Out of 10 grade 8 spirit weapons that he refines, at least 8 of them are top-grade spirit weapons that provide an amplification of 19%. As he spoke up to here, Zhu Qi looked at Duan Lingtian, wanting to make Duan Lingtian back off in the face of difficulties. If it was an ordinary grade 8 weapons craftsman, he wouldn't waste so much breath. But Duan Lingtian's background was obviously not simple, and he didn't want the Chu family to offend a power that was suspected to be exceedingly powerful for no reason just because of a life wager by weapons refinement. Presently, Even the group of customers in the restaurant felt that Duan Ling Tian was indulging in fantasy. This young man is too arrogant.
That's right.
Even though he became an 8th-grade blacksmith at such a young age, but in terms of experience, how could he compare to the second elder of the Chu family?
Exactly.
The second elder of the Chu family once gambled his life on refining weapons twice and never lost.
You're truly young and frivolous. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. None of the guests present were optimistic about Duan Ling Tian. Little brother, you heard it too. If you really bet your life with our Chu family's second elder, you'll definitely lose. So, let's just forget about it. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian was indifferent, Zhu Qi further persuaded. Duan Ling Tian calmly swept a glance at Zhu Qi, slowly asking, "Where is the largest trading market in your Swallow Mountain County?" Even though he didn't know why Duan Ling Tian asked this, Zhu Qi still said, "It's in the central district of the county." Duan Ling Tian nodded. After putting down the money for the meal, he held Li Fei's hand and glanced at Xiong Quan. "Xiong Quan, let's go to the trading market in the central district." As he spoke, Duan Ling Tian held Li Fei's hand and walked out the door. Xiong Quan also carried Zhu Zhao and followed. "Little brother, my son." Zhu Qi's expression slightly changed, and he was somewhat anxious. "As long as I see your Chu family's second elder, as long as he agrees to bet his life on refining weapons with me, I'll return your son to you without a single injury." Duan Ling Tian's voice sounded from afar, causing Zhu Qi's expression to darken. "Second master, what do we do now?" A middle-aged man behind Zhu Qi said with slight fear.
"Return to the clan."
Zhu Qi took a deep breath and left the restaurant. The group of guests in the restaurant also paid their bills and left, heading towards the trading market in the central district of the city. They knew that there would be a show to watch very soon. Zhu Clan Estate. Audience Hall. From the Zhu clan's patriarch, Zhu Rong, all the higher-ups of the Zhu clan were gathered together. "Patriarch, why did you call us over in such a hurry? Has something happened?" A Zhu clan elder noticed that Zhu Rong's expression was slightly unsightly, and he couldn't help but ask. The other elders all looked at Zhu Rong as well. Zhu Rong's face sank, and he glanced at Zhu Qi who stood at the side. "Second brother, you speak." For a moment, the gazes of all the Zhu clan elders descended onto Zhu Qi. Zhu Qi took a deep breath and spoke in detail of what he saw and heard in the restaurant. Then he added in the end, "According to what that young man said, if second elder isn't willing to agree to his request, then he won't let my son go." As soon as Zhu Qi finished speaking, the audience hall went deathly silent. Not even 20 years old. Origin Core Martial Artist? Grade 8 Weapons Craftsman? Second Master. Do you know his background? The Zhu clan's Grand Elder, an old man over 70 years old, had his gaze descend onto Zhu Qi as he asked in a low voice. "Grand Elder, it's precisely because I don't know his background that I have some misgivings." Zhu Qi laughed bitterly. "Second Elder, what do you think of this matter?" Patriarch Zhu Rong looked at the Zhu clan's second elder, Zhu Liang, who sat below the Grand Elder and asked. Zhu Liang had a calm expression as he said indifferently, "He's only a young and ignorant kid that relies on his natural talent to be arrogant. However, since he's able to possess a cultivation at the origin core stage at such an age and even become a grade 8 weapons craftsman, his background ought to not be simple." The Zhu clan higher-ups present deeply agreed with Zhu Liang's words. "I think so as well. But he said that if I want to save my son, then there's no other way." Zhu Qi nodded, and as he finished speaking, he had a bitter smile on his face. "Humph. He's only an ignorant kid. Otherwise, second elder would have agreed to his life wager agreement." A Zhu clan elder that seemed to have a fiery temper spoke directly. "Agreeing to his life wager agreement is easy. Winning his life wager agreement is easy as well." Zhu Liang's muddy eyes flickered with a trace of a bright light, and he stretched out his hand to lightly tap the table. "But we still don't know his background now. If we win against him and he dies, then we'll surely offend the power behind him." The Zhu clan higher-ups went silent, as this was precisely the most troublesome matter. "Second elder, how about this? You agree to his life wager agreement, and at most when you win, display your bearing and allow him to not have to carry out the wager agreement. In this way, not only can you save Zhu Zhao, you can also avoid offending him. Zhu Rong pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. This method is feasible. I think it's possible as well. Instantly, the group of Zhu clan elders agreed. The gazes of everyone descended onto the second elder, Zhu Liang. Zhu Liang's eyes flashed as he nodded. That's good as well. I'll win against him and not allow him to carry out the wager agreement, and I'll be able to obtain a good reputation as well. Swallow Mountain County's county city. Today was undoubtedly a bustling day. Today, a mysterious young man below the age of 20 had arrived at the county city. Supposedly, this young man had just arrived at the county city when he beat up the Chu family's third young master, Zhu Zhao. Not only that, when the Chu family's second master brought people over to look for trouble, the mysterious young man even displayed his cultivation and natural talent as a weapons craftsman. An origin core martial artist below the age of 20, a grade 8 weapons craftsman. After that, this young man even announced that he wanted to carry out a life wager with the Chu family's second elder, Zhu Liang, using weapons craftsmanship as a wager. Moreover, he chose to carry out this life wager at the most bustling trade market at the center of the city. For a time, the entire county city was stirred. The trade market at the center of the city was already filled with people, and now it was even more difficult to move a single step, county governor's estate. A dignified middle-aged man sat within the pergola in the front courtyard as he leisurely savored fragrant tea. Suddenly, County Governor, something big has happened. A servant ran before the dignified middle-aged man in panic. What's so flustered? The dignified middle-aged man was precisely the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei Yuan, and his brows raised as he asked in a low voice. County Governor, a young man came to our county city and wants to carry out a life wager with the Chu family's second elder. Under the servant's detailed narration, Pei Yuan knew the sequence of events, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled. An origin core martial artist below the age of 20? Grade 8 weapons craftsman? Pei Yuan abruptly stood up, and his eyes lit up. Interesting, interesting. Come, follow me to join in the fun. Alchemist Guild. Ever since he became a grade 7 alchemist 3 years ago and left Aurora City, Su Mo returned to the county city's Alchemist Guild and even became the vice guild master of the Alchemist Guild. What? An origin core martial artist below the age of 20? Grade 8 weapons craftsman? Su Mo was slightly surprised when he heard the rumors that gave rise to much discussion outside. Could it be that there's an existence within the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom that can compare to that little freak? Su Mo muttered to himself. He would never forget that violet-clothed youth from all those years ago. That year, it was precisely because of that youth that he was able to smoothly become a grade 7 alchemist and leave the godforsaken Aurora City to return to the bustling county city. Later on, even though he was in the county city, he heard many rumors about that youth from all those years ago. Paladin Academy's #1 genius. Duan clan's direct descendant disciple. Embroidered uniform guards commander. Now, that little fellow from all those years ago had already been publicly acknowledged as the peerless genius with the strongest natural talent in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. I'll go join in the fun as well. I want to see exactly who's so monstrous that he's almost comparable to that little fellow, Duan Lingtian. The corners of Su Mo's mouth held a smile as he directly left the Alchemist Guild. The trade market at the center of the city. A luxurious building with a special symbol hanging outside. The symbol of the Violet Tulip Trading Company. At the highest point of the building was a pavilion. Presently, a graceful and luxurious beautiful woman was sitting in the pavilion as she gazed from afar at an empty area of the trade market. A violet-clothed youth and a beautiful woman stood there. Behind the two of them was a middle-aged man who carried a young man with a pale complexion as if he was catching a chick. I never imagined that he would cause such a huge commotion as soon as he arrived. As expected of the Chu family's second elder, the publicly acknowledged #1 grade 8 weapons craftsman in our Swallow Mountain County. His bearing is extraordinary. Of course, although this young man's talent in weapons refinement can be said to be monstrous, in terms of experience, he surely can't compare to the Chu family's second elder. He's simply courting death by making a life wager with the Chu family's second elder. A newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. Today, this weapons refinement genius is probably going to die here. No one in the surrounding crowd was optimistic about Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian naturally heard the discussions of the crowd. A wisp of worry appeared on Li Fei's face, and the hand that grabbed Duan Lingtian tightened a bit. "Don't worry." Duan Lingtian lightly pinched Li Fei's palm, and after letting go of her hand, he took a step forward and looked at Zhu Liang.
"I don't mind, then I'll refine a sword."
"Sword?" A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of Zhu Liang's mouth. In his lifetime, the thing he refined the most was swords.
If it was refining a spirit sword, then he had at least a 90% certainty that he would be able to refine a grade 8 spirit sword with a 19% amplification.
"Then let's begin."
Zhu Liang's eyes focused as he raised his hand and withdrew a pile of materials from his spatial ring before starting to refine the grade 8 spirit sword. Zhu Liang's technique was extremely complicated, yet extremely skilled, causing the surrounding crowd to gasp in amazement. The Chu family's second elder's technique is too swift. This is a true weapons craftsman. In next to no time, the surrounding crowd looked at Duan Lingtian, but they quickly noticed that Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and didn't have the slightest intention of starting weapon refinement. Could it be that he's giving up just like this? Isn't this courting death? Many people were speechless. Time flew by, and 2 hours quickly passed. The pile of materials on the weapon flame in Zhu Liang's hand had now completely fused together to form a sword base. According to this speed, he would surely be able to complete the refinement of the grade 8 spirit sword within an hour. Now, Duan Lingtian still didn't make any movements.
In a nearby restaurant, in 2 rooms that were adjacent to the place of the life wager, 2 pairs of eyes descended onto Duan Lingtian.
Could it be that this young man has given up? In one of the rooms, the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei Yuan, frowned and had an astonished expression.
In the other room, the corners of Sumo's mouth curled into a smile when he saw this scene.
This little fellow looks to be extremely confident. I really never imagined that besides being an alchemist, he's also a weapons craftsman.
When Sumo had just arrived at this room, he'd noticed that the young man that planned to carry out the life wager with the Chu family's second elder was actually the youth from before, Duan Lingtian.
After he found out about this fact, his heart was filled with shock. But in next to no time he came to an understanding. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was a little freak, and it wasn't strange for any miracles to occur on Duan Lingtian. I wonder how this Chu family's second elder offended this little freak. I want to see how he'll deal with this. The corners of Sumo's mouth curled into a smile, as he had extremely great confidence in Duan Lingtian. Although he knew that the Chu family's second elder, Zhu Liang, was able to refine a spirit weapon that provided a 19% amplification.
But when he thought of the medicinal pill that Duan Lingtian had refined that day that had a purity of over 90%, he was filled with confidence in Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he knew that since Duan Lingtian dared to make the life wager with the Chu family's second elder in such a flamboyant manner, then he surely had confidence.
Duan Lingtian wasn't a rash person. In the luxurious building directly opposite the restaurant, in the pavilion. Why do you think he hasn't started crafting weapons yet?
The middle-aged man with an imposing appearance lightly smiled as he asked the beautiful woman by his side, and his voice was filled with gentleness like water. The beautiful woman's clear eyes that were like water-condensed strands of complicated flowing lights that converged onto the violet-clothed young man.
Perhaps he wouldn't need so much time to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon. Don't forget, he's Duan Lingtian. Yeah, he's Duan Lingtian.
The middle-aged man lightly nodded, and his tone contained slight emotion mixed within.
3 years ago, when you mentioned him to me, I was slightly disapproving.
It was even to the extent that after he refused your good intentions, I felt that he didn't know what was good for him.
Who would have thought? The beautiful woman continued, who would have thought that in a short 3 years, his name would spread throughout the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. Now it would seem that not only our Violet Tulip Trading Company, even the Crimson Sky Kingdom can't tolerate him. Then let us witness him creating a miracle once more.
The middle-aged man lightly smiled as he nodded, and his gaze descended onto the violet-clothed young man in the distance.
The group of people from the Chu family couldn't help but reveal disdain when they saw Duan Lingtian not moving for a long time. He actually hasn't started crafting a grade 8 spirit weapon. Could it be that he's prepared to admit defeat?
An elder from the Chu family sneered.
He probably won't. The Chu family's patriarch, Zhu Rong, shook his head. Since the life wager this time was initiated by him, it's impossible for him to admit defeat. I keep having the feeling that it's slightly inappropriate for us to rashly ask the second elder to agree to the wager this time. As he finished speaking, Zhu Rong frowned.
For some unknown reason, as he looked at the violet-clothed young man in the distance who had a carefree and unhurried expression, he suddenly felt slightly uncertain in his heart.
Patriarch, could it be that you think he can defeat the second elder? Another Chu family elder shook his head with a face full of disbelief. Don't worry, uncle. The second elder is the publicly acknowledged #1 grade 8 weapons craftsman in our Swallow Mountain County. In the Swallow Mountain County, I've never heard of a grade 8 weapons craftsman capable of crafting a grade 8 spirit weapon with a 19% amplification.
Zhu Zhao had recovered now, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was extremely gloomy and cold.
This time, I want to see how he dies. Zhu Qi glanced at his son and said indifferently, Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The clan has already made a decision.
Even if this young man loses to the second elder might not take his life.
Why? Zhu Zhao was stunned, and he had a face full of unwillingness. Zhu Rong added, Zhao, this young man's background ought to be extraordinary. For the sake of not bringing unnecessary trouble to the clan, we can only do this. Zhu Zhao's face sank. Uncle, what if he doesn't have any background? Chapter 236.
OM.
The sword embryo in the hands of the Chu family's second elder, Zhu Liang, had already started to condense into the outline of a sword. Another half an hour had passed since he finished refining the sword embryo. Just when the surrounding crowd thought that Duan Lingtian intended to give up, Duan Lingtian finally moved.
Hiss!
The grade 8 weapon flame burned in Duan Lingtian's hands, causing the gazes of many people to abruptly light up. Although they'd heard that Duan Lingtian was a grade 8 weapons craftsman before this, when they really saw Duan Lingtian condense a grade 8 weapon flame, their hearts still trembled. Condensing a grade 8 weapon flame before the age of 20. Simply monstrous. This young man is about to start refining as well. In next to no time, the gazes of the surrounding crowd all moved onto Duan Lingtian. When they saw the technique Duan Lingtian displayed when he started refining, the surrounding crowd had dumbfounded expressions.
Isn't this too fast? I can't even see his movements clearly.
I originally thought that the speed of the Chu family's second elder was already fast, but I never imagined that this young man's speed would be even faster. The proficiency of this young man's technique even surpasses the Chu family's second elder. However, being fast doesn't mean that one will be able to refine a high-quality spirit weapon.
As the saying goes, slow work produces fine work.
The speed at which Duan Lingtian refined a grade 8 spirit sword could be said to be as swift as lightning. The profound refining technique was at his fingertips, and his speed far surpassed that of the Chu family's second elder, Zhu Liang. After 20 minutes, all the materials in Duan Lingtian's hands fused together to form a sword embryo.
Oh my god, the steps that the Chu family's second elder took 2 hours to complete, he only took 20 minutes. Abnormal. Too abnormal.
Can the spirit weapon he refined at such a fast speed really compare to the spirit weapon refined by the Chu family's second elder?
It might be a little difficult.
The crowd was dumbfounded when they saw the sword embryo floating above the weapon flame in Duan Lingtian's hand.
Another 10 minutes passed. The sword was complete.
Duan Lingtian and Zhu Liang stopped at almost the same time. A sword appeared in each of their hands.
An 8th grade spirit sword.
The grade 8 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was jade green in color. These equipment refinement materials were bought by Duan Lingtian for the sake of refining the embroidered spring saber that day, and after he finished refining the embroidered spring saber, there was quite a bit left, and they were put to use now. The grade 8 spirit sword in Zhu Liang's hand was emerald green in color, and when it was held in Zhu Liang's hand, it complemented his green clothes extremely well. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had also finished refining an 8th grade spirit sword, Zhu Liang was somewhat surprised. He originally thought that with Duan Lingtian's age,
if he wanted to refine a grade 8 spirit sword, he would need at least 3 to 4 hours. But he never imagined that Duan Lingtian's speed would be able to keep up with him. After Zhu Liang started refining earlier, he'd completely immersed himself in it, and he was completely unaware of what happened in the outside world during the period of time he was refining. In next to no time, the discussions that entered his ears caused his face to go grim.
Half an hour? Zhu Liang's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian.
Only now did he realize that Duan Lingtian had only spent half an hour to refine a grade 8 spirit sword,
whereas he'd spent 3 hours.
Duan Lingtian had only started refining half an hour ago. This caused him to suffer a great blow. If he was given half an hour, he wouldn't be able to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon even if he was beaten to death, but an hour wasn't a problem. But the grade 8 spirit weapon refined in an hour was a defective product that was difficult to enter the Hall of Elegance. No wonder you're so arrogant, so it turns out that you know such a miraculous method of weapon refinement. But do you really think that the grade 8 spirit sword you spent half an hour to refine can compare to the grade 8 spirit sword I spent 3 hours to meticulously refine?
Zhu Liang looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of disdain.
He was extremely satisfied with the grade 8 spirit sword in his hand, as it was able to amplify his strength by 19%, and it had completely displayed his ability. Wouldn't we know if it's comparable to the grade 8 spirit sword you refined after we try it? Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression, and he didn't lose out in the slightest in terms of imposing manner.
Then I'll wait and see.
But before that, I still want to ask you. Why did you want to bet your life with me on weapon refinement? Zhu Liang glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian as he probed Duan Lingtian. Before the results were out, he had to investigate Duan Lingtian's identity. If Duan Lingtian's background wasn't simple, then even if he won, he could only pretend to be magnanimous and spare Duan Lingtian's life. If Duan Lingtian didn't have any background, then he would surely make Duan Lingtian die a graveless death. There was a price to pay for provoking him.
Do you really want to know?
Duan Lingtian noticed Zhu Liang's gaze and naturally guessed his intentions, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile.
Zhu Liang nodded.
All right, then I'll tell you. Duan Lingtian's words caused Zhu Liang's eyes to light up. Even the group of Chu family members concentrated their attention on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhu Liang and asked indifferently. You ought to remember the old man that challenged you on weapon refinement a year ago, right? He is my grandfather. Zhu Liang was stunned. Then he started laughing. The old man from a year ago? So that old man who overestimated himself and challenged me on weapon refinement was your grandfather. Zhu Liang's eyes flashed as he made up his mind. If that was the case, then the young man before him shouldn't have any background, and was only born with a strong innate talent. He knew a little about the background of the old man from a year ago. He was only an elder of a small family in a small city. He was nothing to the Chu family. The eyes of the group of Chu family members also brightened. Zhao the second elder can avenge you now, said the second elder. The patriarch of the Chu family, Zhu Rong, looked at Zhu Zhao with a smile on his face. Zhu Zhao was pleasantly surprised. I knew it. He definitely didn't have any background. As expected. The old man who came to throw away his life a year ago was his grandfather. This time, I'll let the two of them accompany each other on the road to the netherworld. Soon, Zhu Zhao's gaze fell on Li Fei, who was in the distance. As far as he was concerned, once this violet-clothed young man died, wouldn't it be easy for him to obtain this beauty that was like a celestial? For a moment, Zhu Zhao's gaze revealed a trace of lust. Duan Lingtian noticed Zhu Zhao's gaze at the first possible moment, and his face slightly sank as killing intent filled his eyes. This Zhu Zhao actually dared to use such a gaze to blaspheme his little Fei. As far as he was concerned, Zhu Zhao was already a dead man. Kid, looks like you're definitely going to die today. Zhu Liang looked at Duan Lingtian as if he'd already won, and in his heart, he really did think he'd won. Although Duan Lingtian's weapon refinement technique was miraculous, as far as he was concerned, how could a spirit weapon refined in half an hour compare to a spirit weapon he refined in 3 hours? Moreover, as far as he was concerned, this violet-clothed young man was only the grandson of his defeated opponent, and wasn't worth much. Second Elder Zhu sometimes, don't speak so early. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, as if he didn't take Zhu Liang's words to heart in the slightest. What? Could it be that you think the grade 8 spirit sword you spent half an hour to refine can compare to the grade 8 spirit sword I refined? Let me tell you, this grade 8 spirit sword I refined is able to provide an amplification of 19%. Zhu Liang sneered as he glanced at Duan Lingtian with contempt, and he didn't intentionally suppress his voice, and even condensed his origin energy to spread it out into the distance. Instantly, the surrounding crowd of spectators were stirred. 19%? Looks like the Chu family's second elder has completely displayed his ability this time. This young man's luck is really bad. A grade 8 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 19%. In Swallow Mountain County, besides the Chu family's second elder, I've never heard of another grade 8 weapons craftsman being able to refine such a spirit weapon. What a pity. Such a monstrous young man is bound to lose his life here today. When the discussions of the crowd entered into Zhu Liang's ears, it caused him to feel incomparably pleased. The group of people from the Chu family revealed smiles on their faces as well. As far as they were concerned, this violet-clothed young man who didn't know his limits was bound to lose. He was dead. Within the restaurant's room. A grade 8 spirit sword refined in half an hour? The Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei Yuan, shook his head, as he didn't look favorably upon this violet-clothed young man. In the room next door, Sumo's brows slightly frowned. Why didn't this little fellow refine seriously? Is a grade 8 spirit sword refined in half an hour even presentable? Even if Su Mo had confidence in Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but be slightly shaken now. After all, to be able to forge an 8th grade spiritual weapon in half an hour was truly an inconceivable matter. The quality of a spirit weapon refined in such a short period of time might not be good. However, when he noticed that Duan Lingtian's expression was calm from the beginning until the end, he calmed down in his heart. Perhaps, this kid will give me another pleasant surprise. Otherwise, I can only wake up that Chu family and let them know of this kid's identity. Su Mo believed. So long as Duan Lingtian's identity was exposed, even if the Chu family was given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare touch Duan Lingtian. At the very least, they wouldn't dare touch Duan Lingtian in broad daylight. In the pavilion of the luxurious building. The outcome will be revealed very soon. The beautiful woman lightly smiled, seeming to be filled with confidence towards the violet-clothed young man in the distance. Is it really possible for a grade 8 spirit sword refined in half an hour to surpass the grade 8 spirit sword refined by Zhu Liang that provides an amplification of 19%? The nearby middle-aged man was slightly hesitant. If you want to know if it's possible, you'll know very soon. The beautiful woman continued. You're right. The middle-aged man lightly nodded. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Zhu Liang. Second Elder Zhu, how should we test the grade 8 spirit swords we've refined? Zhu Liang grunted coldly. Let's test it ourselves. Of course, if we doubt each other's judgment, we can find someone else to test it. Now that there are so many people in the surroundings, are you still afraid that no one will test it? All right, then let's test it ourselves first. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't have any objections before casually tossing the grade 8 spirit sword in his hand towards Zhu Liang. Chapter 237. When they saw Duan Lingtian and Zhu Liang exchange the grade 8 spirit swords they each refined, although there were many spectators, all of them had concentrated their attention and were unable to take their eyes off them. They knew. The outcome of today's life wager was about to be revealed. Duan Lingtian's origin energy fused into the grade 8 spirit sword in his hand, and instantly, the strength of numerous ancient mammoths flashed above him. Not bad, an amplification of 19%. Duan Lingtian nodded to Zhu Liang with a calm gaze. He had to admit in his heart that this Zhu Liang did indeed have some ability. However, he could only blame Zhu Liang for being unlucky. After all, his weapon refinement ability and experience all came from the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, and even in the entire Cloud Continent, he was a top existence. This Zhu Liang compared to him was more than 100,000 li apart. However, he still held back when refining the weapon this time. As far as he was concerned, it was enough to steadily defeat Zhu Liang. There was no need to show off too much. Zhu Liang, who was just thinking of testing the grade 8 spirit sword Duan Lingtian refined, couldn't help but jerk in his heart when he saw Duan Lingtian's composed expression. Could it be that this kid really has the confidence to defeat me? No, impossible. Zhu Liang ceaselessly consoled himself in his heart, then took a deep breath and started testing the sword. Zhu Liang was a first-level nascent soul-stage martial artist, and if he didn't use a spirit weapon, he was able to exert the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Now, he utilized the grade 8 spirit sword Duan Lingtian refined. Whoosh! For a time, the strength of 240 ancient mammoths appeared above him. 20%? No. Impossible. Impossible. Zhu Liang's face finally went pale, and his eyes stared wide open as he ceaselessly shook his head, unwilling to believe that all this was real. How could this be possible? The grade 8 spirit weapon he refined that provided an amplification of 19% could be considered to be a top-grade spirit weapon amongst grade 8 spirit weapons. Whereas this grade 8 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 20% could already be considered to be a top-grade spirit weapon amongst top-grade spirit weapons. A spirit weapon like this was refined by a young man that wasn't even 20 years old? He didn't dare believe it, nor was he willing to believe that this was true. At this moment, the smiles on the faces of the Chu family group completely froze. How could this be possible? That young man is able to refine a grade 8 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 20%? The pupils of the Chu family's grand elder constricted and his face went pale. Presently, the Chu Zhan, Zhu Qi, and the other Chu family elders were completely dumbstruck, and didn't dare believe that all this was true. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Zhu, Chu to Linghan Lingtian's, Chu Lingtian's Lingtian's, a grade 8 spirit sword that can amplify strength by 20%? The eyes of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei Yuan, squinted and he had a face full of disbelief. A grade 8 spirit sword refined within half an hour was able to provide an amplification of 20%? Who the heck was this violet-clothed young man? It was simply unbelievable. In the adjacent room, Suemo instead laughed heartily. This kid really didn't disappoint me. Refining a grade 8 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 20% in half an hour, such natural talent in weapons refinement is simply heaven-defying. It wasn't only Pei Yuan and Suemo. Even the husband and wife in the pavilion, although they were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian since the beginning, when they saw the scene with their own two eyes, they couldn't help but be slightly moved. Second Elder Zhu, what do you think now? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhu Liang, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Li Fei stood at the back with an excited expression. Her man had taken revenge for her grandfather. A trace of warmth rose in her heart. However, Zhu Liang seemed as if he didn't hear what Duan Lingtian said, and he ceaselessly shook his head. Impossible. Impossible. Obviously, he still hadn't recovered from this enormous blow. The surrounding crowd of spectators had recovered from their shock now, and without exception, all of them had faces full of astonishment. F***K. A grade 8 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 20%? This violet-clothed young man is simply a freak. Not just a freak, he's simply a freak amongst freaks, a super freak. Looks like the title of #1 grade 8 weapons craftsman in the Swallow Mountain County will belong to him in the future. It's truly unbelievable. He's really not even 20? Of course. Look at his appearance, he's obviously a young man that has just shed his childishness. Everyone was shocked. The scene before them was completely different from the scene they'd expected. This violet-clothed young man had actually won against the Chu family's second elder in a life bet of weapons refinement. Moreover, he'd used half an hour to refine a grade 8 spirit sword to win against the Chu family's second elder. It was simply heaven-defying. Meanwhile, the Chu family's second elder, Zhu Liang, slowly recovered from his shock. However, his face was mixed with a trace of terror. No. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Zhu Liang's heart trembled. Then he took the grade 8 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian refined, turned around, and flashed out to gather with the Chu family. This scene was slightly unexpected to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's face sank, and his eyes emitted a cold killing intent. Second Elder Zhu, are you trying to go back on your word? For a moment, the surrounding crowd emitted waves of boos. The dignified second elder of the Chu family was actually trying to go back on his word? Willing to bet but unwilling to admit defeat? Zhu Liang's expression was extremely unsightly, but he felt guilty and didn't dare to reply. Meanwhile, the Chu family's patriarch, Zhu Rong, stood out and looked at Duan Lingtian. Young man, I have to say that your skill in weapons refinement is admirable. But, the second elder is extremely important to our Chu family, and our Chu family can't do without him no matter what.
So, for this life bet, my Chu family is willing to use something else to exchange for the second elder's life.
Something else? Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold as he sneered. I'm sorry, but I really don't lack anything else. The reason I came to have a life bet with your Chu family's second elder was precisely to take his life.
Then forgive me for being unable to comply.
Zhu Rong's face sank. Zhu Liang. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Zhu Liang, and his gaze was cold and indifferent. Are you sure you want to go back on your word? Are you sure you want to drag the entire Chu family down with you for the sake of your own life? I'll give you a chance, take your own life right now, or else, I'll annihilate your Chu family. Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with endless coldness. Want to go back on your word in front of him? Was that possible? Shameless boasting. The Chu family's second master, Zhu Qi, sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of disdain. Kid, my big brother gave you something else as compensation because he thinks highly of you. However, since you're so arrogant, then there's nothing left. If you still want to keep your life, then scram now. Is that so? Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a cold light, and the rage in his heart burned to the limit. He was rarely so angry. But today, he was completely enraged. Pei Yuan, who was in the restaurant's private room, frowned. He was slightly displeased with the Chu family's second elder going back on his word. However, he didn't know this violet-clothed young man, so he didn't plan on standing up for him. Su Mo, who was in the room next door, had a gloomy expression. He directly jumped out of the window and walked towards Duan Lingtian's location. He wanted to let the Chu family know of Duan Lingtian's identity. As far as he was concerned, this Chu family member actually dared to go back on his word in front of the dignified embroidered uniform guard's commander, Duan Lingtian. He was simply courting death. In the pavilion. Look, the Chu family is planning to use their power to bully others. The beautiful woman's gaze had an extra trace of coldness. Let's go over. The middle-aged man brought the beautiful woman down from the pavilion and walked towards Duan Lingtian's location. The surrounding crowd of onlookers had never stopped booing. The Chu family is too shameless. Yeah, when this young man's grandfather gambled with Zhu Liang won and directly took his life. Now that it's his turn, he's going back on his word. Too shameless. I've decided that in the future, I won't go to the Chu family's businesses to spend money, even if it's just a copper coin. Me too, even if I have to throw my money into the gutter, I won't let the Chu family earn it. A man is a man of his word. The Chu family has really gone too far this time. The Chu family's current actions had aroused public indignation. The Chu family members, from the patriarch to Zhu Rong, all had extremely unsightly expressions. Kid, I'll give you 5 breaths of time to disappear from our sight. Otherwise, not only you, even the other 2 people beside you will die without a doubt. Zhu Rong's eyes were cold as he looked towards Duan Lingtian and threatened. Ha ha ha. Hearing Zhu Rong's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh loudly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Good. What a Chu family. Duan Lingtian's eyes were as cold as ice, and his voice was filled with a gloomy coldness as if it came from the depths of hell. Xiong, other than Zhu Liang, don't leave a single person alive. Duan Lingtian's body emitted a towering killing intent as he spoke in a cold voice. At this moment, it was as though Duan Lingtian had transformed into a devil god, a bloodthirsty devil god, while everyone was still in a daze. Yes, young master. Xiong made his move. Only a few people on the scene were able to catch Xiong movements. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The continuous sound of swords whistling in the air seemed to be heard at the same time, causing the surrounding crowd to tremble in fear. When everyone finally regained their senses, they discovered, apart from the second elder, Zhu Liang,
who was trembling on the spot with a ghastly pale face. Everyone from the Chu family was lying on the ground. Blood flowed like a river.
At this moment, a figure that was as fast as a ghost returned to Duan Lingtian's side.
Drops of blood dripped from the 3-foot-long sword in his hand.
It looked as though they had transformed into red roses that were dazzling and resplendent. Silence. At this moment, the scene was deathly silent. The group of people from the Chu family that were lying on the ground included a few nascent soul stage existences. Besides Zhu Zhao, the remaining people were all existences at the 9th level of the origin core stage. However, in the blink of an eye, they were all gone.
Chapter 238.
Sumo's body stiffened as he stared blankly at the scene before him, and he was completely dumbstruck. Amongst the group of people from the Chu family that had fallen, the Grand Elder of the Chu family was in existence at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. However, just like the others, he didn't even have the chance to react before falling down. Dead to the point he couldn't be any more dead.
His gaze flickered with a complicated sheen as he looked at the violet-clothed young man who stood there with a carefree expression, and his heart trembled.
Looks like I was worried for nothing.
There's actually such a terrifying expert by this little fellow's side. The couple that rushed over at practically the same time as Su Mo froze on the spot as well.
Yen, that person by Duan Lingtian's side. Traces of shock appeared on the graceful and luxurious beautiful woman's beautiful face that had always been carefree.
I'm far inferior to him. The middle-aged man by the beautiful woman's side had a complicated gaze as he sighed. The beautiful woman's beautiful eyes squinted when she heard this, and she completely lost her composure. She was extremely clear about her husband's strength. He was in existence at the half-step void stage. She could imagine that a person that even her husband felt inferior to was surely a first-rate existence at the void prying stage without a doubt.
Void prying stage.
In the restaurant's room, the pupils of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor constricted, and the teacup in his hand transformed into a pile of fragments that scattered down because he used too much strength. However, he seemed to not notice it in the slightest.
Who the heck is this violet-clothed young man? Pei Yuan's heart trembled, and he left his seat.
No matter who the young man was, the appearance of a void-prying stage expert was already worthy of him, the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, personally making an appearance.
Duan Lingtian walked step by step towards the Chu family's second elder, Zhu Liang. Every step he took seemed to transform into a sledgehammer that fiercely smashed onto Zhu Liang's chest, causing Zhu Liang's face to flush slightly. Deep despair arose within Zhu Liang's heart as he looked at the violet-clothed young man before him. Never had he imagined that the follower by the side of this violet-clothed young man would actually be so terrifying. In the blink of an eye, before he could even react, the young man had already killed the entire group of people from the Chu family. Amongst them was no lack of existences that were even stronger than him. Why did you kill them? Zhu Liang's voice trembled slightly as he glared at Duan Lingtian.
Why kill them?
Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Zhu Liang calmly. Didn't I give you a chance just now? So, even if they died they were dragged down by you. Zhu Liang shuddered.
It was only then that he remembered the purple-robed young man's words.
Are you sure you want to drag down the entire Chu family for your own life? I'll give you a chance to kill yourself right now. Otherwise, I'll annihilate your Chu family.
It turned out that the purple-clothed young man's words weren't deliberately mystifying, and it wasn't baseless.
He really had the ability to do so. In an instant, Zhu Liang's heart was filled with regret. He was the one who killed the Chu family. It didn't matter if he died sooner or later. However, even though he could live for a little longer, he had caused the Chu family to pay a huge price.
Who are you?
Zhu Liang looked at Duan Lingtian with an unwilling expression on his face. As soon as Zhu Liang finished speaking, the surrounding crowd's attention fell on Duan Lingtian. They were curious as well. Who was this young man who had such a powerful follower by his side?
Second Elder Zhu, you don't even know who he is, yet you dare to act so shamelessly in front of him?
Right at this moment, an abrupt voice sounded out, and an aged old man shuttled through the crowd as if he'd transformed into a slippery loach that no one was able to stop. In the blink of an eye, the old man arrived next to Duan Lingtian.
Old man.
When he heard the voice earlier, Duan Lingtian felt it to be slightly familiar.
Now that he saw the old man appear, Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up and a brilliant smile hung on his face.
He never imagined that he would be able to see an old friend in the county city this time. The old man before him was none other than the Alchemist Guild's guildmaster, Su Mo, who he'd met in Aurora City that day. At that time, Su Mo had become a grade 7 alchemist under his guidance and left Aurora City. Su Mo's appearance caused quite a stir. "I know him, he's our county city's Alchemist Guild's Vice Guild Master Su." "It really is Vice Guild Master Su."
This young man seems to be very familiar with Vice Guild Master Su, directly calling him old man. Looks like this young man's identity is really not simple.
The surrounding crowd had surprised expressions when they saw the scene before them. Su Mo, a grade 7 alchemist, and the Vice Guild Master of the county city's Alchemist Guild. His status in the county city was extremely special, and even their Swallow Mountain County's county governor had to be respectful.
Zhu Liang's face went grim.
Looks like his guess wasn't wrong. This violet-clothed young man was indeed not simple.
"Su Mo, your movements are really quick."
Right at this moment, a couple that was like a celestial couple walked over in large strides, and everywhere they passed, the crowd would move aside.
It's the Violet Tulip Trading Company's Swallow Mountain County Branch's Guild Master, Lin Yu, and her husband, the Violet Tulip Trading Company's Swallow Mountain County's Guard Commander, Ji Yan. This Guard Commander is a void stage powerhouse that's on the same level as the county governor.
The crowd clamored as they recognized the beautiful woman and middle-aged man that walked over shoulder to shoulder.
"President Lin, Commander Ji." Su Mo lightly smiled to the two of them. When Zhu Liang saw Lin Yu and Ji Yan appear, he felt the sky darken. "Oh my god, these two know this violet-clothed young man as well? Can someone tell me who the heck this violet-clothed young man is?"
Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the beautiful woman and was slightly stunned. Then, his gaze descended onto the middle-aged man beside the beautiful woman, and he discerned with a single glance that this was a half-step void stage powerhouse. When he thought of how Su Mo addressed the two of them, Duan Lingtian guessed the identities of the two of them.
"President Lin, I was just about to come and thank you after I finished my business. I never expected that you and Ji Tong would be a step ahead of me." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Lin Yu and Ji Yan, and he was refined and courteous. "Commander Duan, you're too courteous. Being able to work for you is Lin Yu's honor, and it's also the Violet Tulip Trading Company's honor." Lin Yu lightly smiled, and her slender waist that was like a water snake swayed, revealing boundless temptation that caused others to have the impulse to forcefully press her down on the ground and ravage her. Although this Lin Yu wasn't young, she still retained her charm and was a tempting stunner. "Exactly, if Commander Duan has any orders, my Violet Tulip Trading Company will surely do our best." Ji Yan also said. This middle-aged man with a dignified expression lowered his head in front of Duan Lingtian. Not to mention Duan Lingtian's identity, even the strong person by Duan Lingtian's side was enough to make him bow down. "President Lin and Commander Ji are too courteous. Lin Qi is my friend, and you are his elders, so naturally you are my elders as well. In the future, the two of you don't have to call me Commander Duan anymore, just call me by my name." Duan Lingtian smiled. This time, he was truly grateful to this pair of husband and wife. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't have been able to track down the murderer who killed little Fei Er's grandfather so quickly. Duan Lingtian and Lin Yu were chatting cheerfully and wittily, but the content of their conversation caused a commotion in the crowd of onlookers. "Commander Duan? President Lin Yu and Commander Ji Yan are the highest-ranking people in charge of the Violet Tulip Trading Company's Swallow Mountain County branch. When they face this young man, they seem to reveal humility from the bottom of their hearts. Even if they saw the county governor, they wouldn't be like this, right? Commander Duan. Surname Duan. And so young. Could it be that he's the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian?" The crowd discussed, and before long, someone guessed Duan Lingtian's identity. Instantly, another wave of commotion arose. "What? He's Duan Lingtian. I should have thought of it long ago. In our Crimson Sky Kingdom, besides the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian, who else is able to break through to the origin core stage before the age of 20? But I really never imagined that Commander Duan is actually a grade 8 weapons craftsman." Accurately speaking, he's a grade 8 weapons craftsman that can refine a grade 8 spirit weapon that provides a 20% amplification of strength. This time, the Chu family has really bitten off more than they can chew. Look at the expression of the Chu family's second elder. It's as unsightly as it can be. Now, boundless regret has probably arisen within his heart. The crowd clamored as numerous gazes descended onto Zhu Liang, and their gazes contained a sense of schadenfreude mixed within. Zhu Liang's shameless actions from before had touched their bottom line. So no matter how tragic Zhu Liang's end would be, they wouldn't have the slightest bit of pity. All of this was Zhu Liang's own fault. Duan Lingtian. He's Duan Lingtian. Zhu Liang was slightly dazed as he gazed at the violet-clothed young man that was happily chatting with Su Mo, Lin Yu, and Ji Yan, and boundless regret arose within his heart. If he knew earlier that this violet-clothed young man was the commander of the embroidered uniform guard that was renowned throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom, even if he was given 100 guts, he still wouldn't dare act shamelessly. As he glanced at the pile of corpses by his feet, he only felt a heart full of regret, and it was almost about to explode him into pieces.
No. So many people in the clan died for me. I must live. I must live.
The desire to live arose within Zhu Liang's heart, and he glanced vigilantly at Duan Lingtian's direction. His feet shook as his origin energy skyrocketed, and he directly charged into the crowd, desiring to flee.
Want to flee?
Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold.
Humph.
Coldness suffused Xiongquan's eyes, and his figure moved, intending to grab Zhu Liang back. In front of him, it was impossible for Zhu Liang to escape. But Xiongquan hadn't even charged into the crowd when he noticed a rock-like figure whistling over, carrying Zhu Liang in his hand. The person that appeared now was a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes with an imposing appearance.
County Governor.
Su Mo was slightly surprised when he saw the person that had arrived. Swallow Mountain County's County Governor. However, Commander Ji is my senior, and as a junior, I don't dare disobey the orders of a senior. So, I hope County Governor Pei can forgive me. Duan Lingtian tactfully refused Pei Yuan. He couldn't help but think evilly in his heart. If Pei Yuan knew that the culprit that crippled his son's arm was right before him, I wonder what expression he would have. Pei Yuan was the Swallow Mountain County's county governor after all. He wasn't unhappy in the slightest when facing Duan Lingtian's refusal, and the smile on his face still remained. Then Pei Yuan won't force you. But, the door to my county governor's estate will always be open to Commander Duan. No matter when Commander Duan comes, the county governor's estate will always treat Commander Duan as an honored guest.
Thank you, County Governor Pei.
Duan Lingtian nodded. This Pei Yuan was more than just a little bit stronger than Pei San.
As expected of a county governor.
Then Pei Yuan will take his leave first. Pei Yuan bid his farewells to Duan Lingtian before leaving. He came like the wind and left like the wind, incomparably confident and at ease. Along with the departure of Duan Lingtian's group, the group of people gathered at the city's trade market finally dispersed as well.
What happened today was bound to be hung on the mouths of the people of the county city for a very long time in the future.
Besides this, the Chu family had completely declined.
Yu clan estate.
Chu family. The Yu clan's patriarch, Yu Dian, had a complicated gaze. The foundation of a great clan that wasn't inferior to his Yu clan was completely destroyed by a young man that wasn't even 20 years old. That Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, I shouldn't have allowed second brother and grand elder to seek revenge on him. Now, second brother and grand elder are dead, and even the supreme elder that went to the imperial city later on has completely vanished without a trace. They surely have met with misfortune. Yu Dian's face was covered in bitterness. Presently, the people of the county city only knew that Duan Lingtian had destroyed the Chu family. But only he knew that Duan Lingtian hadn't only destroyed the Chu family, he'd also destroyed his Yu clan. Fortunately, the news of the disappearance of the few nascent soul-stage martial artists of the Yu clan had been sealed off by him. Otherwise, the Yu clan would have probably ceased to exist long ago. Even if they were able to struggle at death's door, It would be impossible for them to have the status they had today. Of course, even though he knew that the instigator of all this was Duan Lingtian, Yu Jian didn't dare have any thoughts of taking revenge.
What a joke.
Not to mention Duan Lingtian's current status, just the network of relationships that Duan Lingtian had, any random power was sufficient to annihilate his Yu clan.
Duan Lingtian. He's simply the nemesis of my Yu clan. Yu Jian muttered to himself, and his tone was filled with bitterness. Agarwood Restaurant. As the property of the Violet Tulip Trading Company in the county city, this Agarwood restaurant was countless times more luxurious than the Agarwood restaurant in Duan Lingtian's hometown, Fresh Breeze Town. Presently, in the pavilion on the top floor of Agarwood restaurant, 5 people were sitting in a circle. Only one person was standing, and that was Xiong who stood behind Duan Lingtian. Xiong stood there, unmoving like a mountain. However, at this moment, besides Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, Su Mo, Lin Yu, and Ji Yan were all slightly restless.
Commander Duan, you should let this lord sit down.
Ji Yan glanced at Xiong as he spoke to Duan Lingtian.
Unknowingly, a wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth.
When a dignified void-prying stage expert stood at the side, he would feel slightly restless no matter what. Lin Yu and Su Mo looked at Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian noticed the difficult situation of the three and shook his head with a smile.
Xiong, sit down.
Yes, young master. Xiong replied and sat down respectfully. Only then did Ji Yan and the others heave a sigh of relief. In next to no time, the food was served. It was all delicious delicacies, and there was also plenty of fine wine. Little Sister Fei is worthy of being one of the 3 great beauties of Aurora City. Truly beautiful. Lin Yu looked at Li Fei and lightly smiled. Li Fei's beautiful face blushed slightly and was slightly embarrassed. Guildmaster Lin, you're very beautiful as well. Here, the 2 women were whispering to each other. On the other side, Duan Lingtian was chatting with Ji Yan and Su Mo. Kid, you made the right choice that time. Fortunately, you didn't follow me back to the Alchemist Guild that year. Otherwise, it would simply be burying your talent. During the battle at the northwest border, you commanded our Crimson Sky Kingdom's army to show our might.
Even I, this old fellow, have no choice but to admire you.
Su Mo drank a few cups of wine and was slightly excited.
Exactly, that battle could simply be called a classic.
Sometimes, I even think about how my blood would boil if I could participate in it as well. Ji Yan deeply agreed.
As the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company, he had the heart of an iron-blooded man as well.
Duan Lingtian only lightly smiled when he heard this. Ji Yan had a higher opinion of Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian's reaction. Commander Duan, to a certain extent, you can already be considered to be standing at the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Do you have any plans for the future? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed and a trace of yearning flashed within his eyes. Truthfully speaking, I returned to Swallow Mountain County this time precisely to bid farewell to someone. After I'm done here, I won't stay in the Imperial City for long before leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom and heading to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Ji Yan and Su Mo weren't surprised by Duan Lingtian's decision. With Duan Lingtian's strength and natural talent, staying in the Crimson Sky Kingdom would only hinder his development. Duan Lingtian didn't belong to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was unable to trap him. It was impossible for a dragon to be trapped in the ocean forever. It would eventually leap out of the ocean and soar into the 9 heavens. Have you prepared to join a sect? Ji Yan asked. As far as he was concerned, since Duan Lingtian wanted to go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he surely had to find a sect to join. After all, only within those sects would he be able to obtain a better improvement. A sect was not only a stage for experts to compete for supremacy, it was also the best springboard, and it was the best choice for a genius in the martial Dao like Duan Lingtian. Not yet. Duan Lingtian shook his head. His knowledge of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was limited to the Boundless Sect and the Black Fiend Sect. The Boundless Sect was the sect that Xiong used to be in. The Black Fiend Sect was the sect that annihilated the Boundless Sect. When he thought of the Black Fiend Sect, A trace of coldness flashed within the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. All those years ago, the scene in the misty forest was something he couldn't forget for his entire lifetime. Kid, remember, you're just an ant before me. If I wanted to kill you, it would be no different than stepping on an ant. I disdain to kill you. These were the words that the void stage expert of the Black Fiend sect, Sun Rue, said to him. Words that trampled on his dignity. At that time, he was only a little bit away from dying at the hands of Sun Rue. That feeling of suffocation was something he couldn't forget for his entire lifetime. Disdain? Traces of rage arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. Chapter 240. A cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes, but Ji Yan and Su Mo didn't notice it. Ji Yan lightly smiled. With Commander Duan's natural talent, it would be easy for you to enter one of the top sects once you arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Exactly. Su Mo nodded as well. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. There are numerous sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Once you arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, you must choose one of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This will have a great impact on your future accomplishments. Duan Lingtian nodded, as he thought so as well. The best place to cultivate in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was in the hands of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family and the 5 great sections. After he found out about this from Xianxia, he had a plan in his heart to choose one of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and join it. After the meal, the sun had already set. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 stayed at the inn arranged by Lin Yu, and they only departed the next day to return to Aurora City. After spending another 7 days, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 returned to Aurora City. The trip and return, coupled with the 1 day spent in the county city, had spent an entire half a month's time. Prepare. We'll depart the day after tomorrow. Duan Lingtian set the date of departure. At dawn the next day, he brought along Ker and Li Fei and went to the Shao clan to see Luo Qian, the younger sister of Lo Chang, Duan Lingtian's friend from the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. Compared to that day, Luo Qian's complexion was much better, and she had completely integrated into the Shao clan. Duan Lingtian, you're really impressive now. Embroidered uniform guards commander. Xiao Lan and Xiao Yun were together with Luo Qian. Presently, Xiao Yun smiled as she looked at Duan Lingtian and blinked her beautiful eyes. Xiao Yun, the daughter of the Xiao clan's patriarch. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto Xiao Lan. Xiao Yu asked me to tell you that he's fine. Xiao Lan nodded, and her beautiful eyes seemed to contain a trace of shyness. However, when her gaze inadvertently fell onto the 2 women by Duan Lingtian's side, it became slightly gloomy, and a wisp of imperceptible bitterness suffused the corners of her mouth. I'm here to bid you farewell. After Duan Lingtian explained the purpose of his visit to the 3 women, he casually chatted for a while before leaving with Ker and Li Fei. He naturally noticed Xiao Lan's gaze. He didn't expect that after 2 years, Xiao Lan still hadn't let go. Just leave it to fate. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Seeing Duan Lingtian and the other 2 leave, Xiao Lan withdrew her gaze and sighed faintly. He had thought that she would be able to forget him after he left. Who knew that his news would come back again and again, tugging at her heartstrings, causing her to sink into it, unable to extricate herself. However, she also understood. With his current status and identity, he was destined to drift away from her. However, there was always some unwillingness in her heart. Big Sister Lan, there are some things that you have to strive for yourself. Once you miss it, then it'll be too late for regret. Luo Qian knew Xiao Lan's thoughts and couldn't help but advise. Yeah, Big Sister Lan, once you miss a man like Duan Lingtian, there won't be another one. Xiao Yun spoke as well. Xiao Lan's beautiful eyes gradually became firm when she heard the words of the 2 women. Ayo. Duan Lingtian and the 2 women had just left the Shao clan estate when he noticed Li Fei's hand descending onto his waist and fiercely spinning, causing him to be unable to refrain from crying out. Little Fei, you're murdering your husband. Humph. Who asked you to stare at Xiao Lan until your eyes were fixed on her? Li Fei grunted, and her tone was filled with jealousy. Young master, the way Miss Xiaolon looks at you is similar to the way Big Sister Fei looks at you. She wouldn't have fallen for you as well, right? Ker blinked her beautiful eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian, causing the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth to curl into a bitter smile. When did this little girl Ker learn how to add fuel to the fire? Look, even little sister Ker noticed. Li Fei pouted and said, "Quickly speak, have you fallen for Xiaolon as well?" "No. Absolutely not." Duan Lingtian hurriedly denied. Admitting it at this time was a typical case of looking for trouble. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and his children returned to the Li family estate. He called Fatty Li Xian, and then invited Lin Zhua and Lin Qi to have a meal together as a farewell. During the meal, he specially introduced Li Xian to Lin Zhua and Lin Qi. "Duan Lingtian, after you leave this time, I don't know when we'll meet again. Today, we won't leave until we're drunk." Lin Zhua raised his wine cup as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. "Not bad, come cheers," Lin Qi said as well. After a meal, Li Xian and Lin Zhua became familiar with each other. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. When they returned to the Duan clan, Li Xian said sincerely, "Boss, thank you." "What are you thanking me for?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Could it be that this fatty noticed something? Li Xian laughed slyly. "Boss, I know you specially introduced Lin Zhua and Lin Qi to me. Stop pretending." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't expect that this fatty would really see through it. The next day, Duan Lingtian's family and Xiong Quan had just left the Li family estate when they saw the three girls waiting at the entrance. Xiao Lan, Xiao Yun, and Luo Shi. "You guys are?" Duan Lingtian noticed that Xiao Lan was carrying a luggage bag in her hand. A bad premonition arose in his heart. Sure enough, Li Fei's burning gaze seemed to be able to ignite Duan Lingtian. "Xiao Lan, what are you doing?" Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Lan and asked curiously. "Duan Lingtian, I want to go to the imperial city to find my brother. Can you bring me along?" As Xiao Lan spoke, her peerlessly beautiful face was dyed with a wisp of crimson. She was bright and moving, causing others to have the impulse to fiercely kiss her. Li Rose spurred her horse and stood at the side with a trace of a smile on the corners of her mouth. It seemed that her son's charm was quite great. In terms of appearance, this girl wasn't the slightest bit inferior to her two future daughters-in-law. If it was possible, she wouldn't mind having another such beautiful daughter-in-law. Although women were opposed to their husbands having multiple wives and concubines, when it came to their sons, they wished for nothing more than for their sons to be able to enjoy the happiness of having multiple wives. Ask your Shao clan's patriarch to help gather these materials. Give these materials to me 1 month from now, and I'll give you money at that time. 1 month from now was also the day that Duan Lingtian prepared to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He gave himself a month's time to gather various materials for weapons refinement, medicine refinement, and inscription. No problem. Xiao Sun received the paper that Duan Lingtian passed over and nodded. Chapter 241. Of course, besides the Shao clan, Duan Lingtian also entered the imperial palace and asked the emperor to help him gather these materials. Besides that, he also went to the Divine Might Marquis estate and the Duan clan. The Duan clan now took Duan Lingtian to be their hope. Especially when the higher-ups of the Duan clan heard that Duan Lingtian would leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom a month from now, and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to join one of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. They even unconditionally agreed to Duan Lingtian's request. "Kid, our Duan clan will pay for the materials you entrusted others to gather." The Duan clan's Grand Elder, Duan Zhen, said straightforwardly.
"Then I'll thank Grand Elder first."
Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't be courteous. In any case, he and the Duan clan both took what they needed. What the Duan clan wanted was the Void Advancement Pill. Even if he couldn't obtain it from the top sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he would be able to refine it himself once his cultivation stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage and became a grade 5 alchemist. After leaving the Duan clan, Duan Lingtian went to the Su clan. The Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya, personally welcomed Duan Lingtian in.
Commander Duan.
Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. Patriarch Su, I came to find you this time because I want you to help me gather some materials. I'll come to collect them 1 month from now. At that time, Patriarch Su can just give me a price. That's naturally not a problem. Su Boya nodded and received the paper that Duan Lingtian had written a pile of materials on. His gaze was extremely complicated. That day, he was still discussing with the Su clan elders on how to deal with Duan Lingtian. But in the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had suddenly made a huge turnaround, and even their Su clan didn't dare offend him. Moreover, when their Su clan's grand elder Su Nan went missing that day, he suspected that it was related to the person before him. However, not to mention that he didn't have any evidence, even if he did, he wouldn't dare look for trouble with Duan Lingtian. To a certain extent, Duan Lingtian was already tied to the Divine Might Marquis estate and the imperial family. It was far beyond what the Su clan could contend against. Thank you, clan leader Su. Farewell. Duan Lingtian took his leave and walked out of the hall. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian became vigilant in his heart, and his figure moved, yet he noticed a figure flashing over. The figure was a silver grade 8 spirit sword that flickered with a sheen that was pitch black like ink, and it was obviously tainted with strong poison. Duan Lingtian, I want you dead. The person charged towards Duan Lingtian once again. However, his 9th level body tempering stage cultivation was not worth mentioning in front of Duan Lingtian, and he was sent flying with a single kick from Duan Lingtian. Su Tong, I didn't expect you to be so vicious even without your cultivation. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. The person who had ambushed him was Su Tong. This was also the reason why his spiritual force didn't sense anything. A 9th level body tempering stage martial artist was unable to pose any threat to him. Su Tong was injured by Duan Lingtian's kick and crashed to the ground. It was difficult for him to stand up again, and he stared viciously at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you crippled my Dantian and caused the death of my grandfather. I can't live under the same sky as you. Can't live under the same sky as you. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold. This Su Tong was really thick-headed. Su Tong. At this moment, Su Boya, who noticed the commotion, came out, and his face sank when he saw the scene before him. What are you doing? Clan leader, I want to take revenge for my grandfather, and take revenge for myself. Su Tong said coldly. Enough. From today onwards, the enmity between you and Duan Lingtian is written off. If what happened today happens again, I'll expel you from the Su clan. Su Boya's gaze slightly frowned. This Su Tong had really gone mad. Not to mention a cripple like him. Even the entire Su clan couldn't afford to offend the current Duan Lingtian. Su Tong's body trembled when he heard this, and he lowered his head. The hatred accumulated in his eyes was almost able to cause his eyes to explode. Clan leader Su, farewell. Duan Lingtian nodded to Su Boya, then left the Su clan and returned to his own courtyard house. At this moment, the sky had darkened. However, just as he walked to the entrance of the courtyard house, Duan Lingtian noticed that a figure seemed to have transformed into a ghost, silently descending before his eyes. Whoosh! And at almost the same time, Xianxia appeared behind Duan Lingtian. All along the way, Xianxia concealed himself by Duan Lingtian's side, as if he had transformed into Duan Lingtian's shadow, following him like a shadow. It's you! Through the night, Duan Lingtian clearly saw the attire of the person before him and recognized him. Black clothes, a ghost king mask on his face. Wasn't this person the ghost masked man that killed the half-step void stage expert by Duan Rulei's side that day? According to Duan Lingtian's guess, it was extremely likely that this person was the elusive leader of the ghastly shadow assassin organization. Of course, it was only a guess. Follow me. A hoarse voice sounded out from the person's mouth. This was also the first time Duan Lingtian had heard this person speak. Duan Lingtian still remembered that when he was in Duan Rulei's courtyard house that day, from the moment this ghost-masked man appeared until the moment he killed the old man, he didn't say a single word from the beginning until the end. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian noticed that the ghost-masked man left with a speed that he could catch up to. Let's go! Although he didn't know why the ghost-masked man did this, Duan Lingtian still brought Xianxia along and followed. He could sense that the ghost-masked man didn't have any ill intent towards him. Finally, the ghost-masked man brought Duan Lingtian into an uninhabited courtyard house, then walked into a room and lit up a lamp. "You're looking for me for something?" Duan Lingtian looked at the ghost-masked man before him. When they were on the road earlier, he felt that the ghost-masked man's back was slightly familiar, as if he'd seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't recall where for a while. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that the ghost-masked man actually stretched out his hand to remove his mask. The ghost-masked man's true appearance was completely exposed before Duan Lingtian's eyes.
"See, Teacher Sima."
Duan Lingtian was stunned. "Little bastard, it's you." Although she'd never seen Duan Lingtian after he grew up, the outline of Duan Lingtian's face was 60% to 70% similar to Duan Rufing's, allowing her to recognize Duan Lingtian with a single glance. "Little bastard?" Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold and killing intent flickered within. Noticing the killing intent within Duan Lingtian's eyes, Yun Ping shuddered, and only now did she realize that Duan Lingtian was still an origin core martial artist. Instantly, a wisp of ghastly pale appeared on her chubby face, and her chubby body even started to lightly tremble. Duan Lingtian took a step forward, and a jade-green grade 8 spirit sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. The moonlight that passed through the broken roof sprinkled down, flickering with an icy cold sheen. "Little bastard, I'll kill you and take revenge for my Xianxia."
Chapter 242.
Bang! Facing Yun Ping's enormous body that pounced over, Duan Lingtian kicked out, sending Yun Ping flying to collide with the wall. However, Yun Ping, who had a body of fat protecting her body, quickly stood up as if she was completely fine, and she stared viciously at Duan Lingtian. "Little bastard, what I regret the most in my lifetime is that when I drove your mother out of the Duan clan that day, I didn't kill you while you were still in your infancy."
Duan Lingtian frowned.
"You drove my mother out of the Duan clan?" He'd never heard his mother, Li Ro, mention this.
"Exactly." Yun Ping sneered.
"That year, it was I who instigated others to drive your mother out. I originally thought that once a little bastard like you left the Duan clan, you were nothing to worry about. But I never imagined that 10 years later, you'd become the greatest hidden danger. I regret it." As she finished speaking, Yun Ping was slightly deranged. As far as she was concerned, if she had killed the infancy Duan Lingtian that day, then everything that happened later wouldn't have happened. Her most beloved son also wouldn't have died. "Humph." Duan Lingtian's gaze was cold and indifferent as he said in a low voice. "Instead of regretting this, why don't you regret that you didn't teach your son well? The enmity between my father and your husband was the enmity of the previous generation. However, your son shifted all of this onto me, and even ruthlessly tried to kill me. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have died." As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's tone was incomparably gloomy. "You little bastard, your life is lowly like grass. So what if my son killed you? Could it be that your life can be compared to my son's life?" Yun Ping's eyes revealed madness. "Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to take revenge for my son. Otherwise, after killing you, I would kill your mother to vent the hatred in my heart. You're courting death." Duan Lingtian couldn't endure it any longer when he heard Yun Ping's ruthless words, and his sword flashed out to enter Yun Ping's body. A dragon had a reverse scale, and touching it would result in death. His mother was his reverse scale. Bang! Yun Ping's huge body fell to the ground, causing the inn to shake. Although she was dead, her pair of vicious eyes were still staring at Duan Lingtian fiercely. It was as if she would not let Duan Lingtian go even if she died. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yun Ping's body indifferently. He didn't even have the interest to destroy the evidence and left directly. The next day, a piece of news spread. The wife of the Duan clan's second master, Duan Ru, lost her life in an inn in the inner city. Towards this, the Duan clan didn't express much, and only buried Yun Ping out of consideration for Duan Ru's many years of contributions to the Duan clan. They could more or less guess the reason behind Yun Ping's death. However, they would not pursue the matter. "Tian, is your second aunt's death related to you?" In the backyard of the house, Li Ro asked Duan Lingtian with a serious face. Her eyes never left Duan Lingtian's eyes, as if she wanted to see if Duan Lingtian would lie to her.
I killed her.
Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't deny it.
You child. Your second uncle is already dead, and she's a widow. Why do you have to do this?
Li Ro sighed, as if she had lost all the strength in her body, and guilt appeared on her face.
Mom, why didn't you ask me why I killed her?
Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then he spoke of Yun Ping's actions.
What?
She looked for the ghastly shadow assassin organization to issue an assignment to kill you? Li Ro instantly stood up from her seat. Her entire body seemed to have exploded, and her face was covered in a layer of ice. This Yun Ping deserves death. That year, it was fine if she secretly used evil means to force me to leave the Duan clan, and I could endure it.
Now, she actually wants to kill you.
Tian, Mom has wronged you in this matter. You've done well. Li Ro's sudden change in attitude shocked Duan Lingtian as well. But Duan Lingtian was still able to perceive the concern his mother had towards him from this, and warmth couldn't help but arise in his heart.
Mom, you really don't intend to go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom with us?
Duan Lingtian looked at Li Ro, and he was extremely puzzled by Li Ro's decision last night.
Tian, Mom won't be a burden to you.
Li Ro lightly smiled.
Mom, what are you talking about?
Duan Lingtian frowned and stared fixedly at Li Ro.
No, you're surely doing this for another reason.
Is it because of Dad? Seeing her son see through her thoughts, Li Ro didn't conceal it and nodded.
Yes, I'm doing this for your dad.
I keep having the feeling that your dad isn't dead, and he'll come back to look for me one day. If I stay in the Imperial City and he returns, he'll be able to find me at the first possible moment. If I leave, where do you want him to go to look for me? Duan Lingtian went silent. Mom, it's already been so many years.
Shouldn't you let go of some things?
Tian, you don't believe your dad is still alive. Li Ro went silent for a moment before speaking.
This isn't a matter of believing or not. I hope he's still alive as well.
But it's already been almost 20 years since he went missing.
If he's still alive, he would have returned long ago.
Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. He naturally hoped that his deadbeat dad would return, as in this way, his mom would be happy as well. But this hope was extremely slim. Tian, you have to believe Mom. Mom really has an extremely strong intuition. Your dad will surely return. Li Ro persisted, and her eyes looked at Duan Lingtian with anticipation, seeming to want to obtain Duan Lingtian's acknowledgement. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, but he still nodded.
Mom, I believe you.
Dad will surely return. Only now did Li Ro reveal a smile.
Whoosh, whoosh.
Right at this moment, a black and a white bolt of lightning flashed over and directly descended onto Duan Lingtian's head.
It was precisely little black and little white.
Duan Lingtian swung out his palm and grabbed the two little pythons down. Then he glared at them. You two little fellows just woke up not long ago, and you're starting to be mischievous again, right? Last time, Duan Lingtian had refined many origin strengthening pills. These two little pythons directly swallowed half of the pills, then fell into a deep slumber, and only awoke a few days ago. Their strength had advanced a step further and broke through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. If it was a human martial artist or an ordinary fierce beast, even if it was only at the 1st level of the nascent soul stage, it wouldn't have any effect no matter how many origin-strengthening pills they consumed. These two little pythons, however, seemed to not have such restrictions. To a certain extent, they were simply two foodies. Of course, Duan Lingtian was still extremely happy that the origin-strengthening pills were able to assist the two little pythons in improving their strength. The increase in the strength of the two little pythons also meant that his life had an additional layer of protection. Although he had Xianxia, a 2nd-level void-prying stage martial artist that had comprehended advanced sword force, by his side, Xianxia was bound to be unable to follow him into the top sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Once he arrived at the top sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Palace, he could only rely on himself and these two little pythons that could be concealed under his sleeve. Come, I still have many origin-strengthening pills here. Do you want some? Duan Lingtian withdrew a large pile of origin-strengthening pills,
But he quickly noticed that the two little pythons turned their heads away and disdained to spare them a glance.
You two little fellows are disdainful of this origin-strengthening pill now? Didn't you eat it rather happily the last time? Duan Lingtian laughed as he scolded. But he faintly guessed some of the reasons. Actually, it wasn't only the origin-strengthening pill. After the two little pythons ate the origin-increasing pill that day, they weren't willing to touch the origin-increasing pill again, as if eating the origin-increasing pill a second time wouldn't have any benefits to them.
If it's really because of this reason, perhaps I can refine other medicinal pills for them. Although the effects aren't as good as the origin-strengthening pill, it ought to be useful to them.
Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and a thought arose within his heart. Within the lifetime memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, besides the origin-strengthening pill, there were still 3 other medicinal pills that were capable of increasing the cultivation speed of an origin core martial artist, and they were medicinal pills that he currently possessed the ability to refine. Of course, the medicinal effects of those 3 medicinal pills were far inferior to the origin-strengthening pill. But now, he didn't need the medicinal effect of the origin-strengthening pill, and he instead hoped that the other 3 medicinal pills would be able to allow the 2 little pythons to increase their strength a step further. If the medicinal effect wasn't enough, then he'd use quantity to make up the numbers. If 10 wasn't enough, then he'd give them 20. If 20 wasn't enough, then he'd give them 50. If 50 wasn't enough, then he'd give them 100. In any case, these 2 little fellows were both gluttons, and they wouldn't die from overeating. Doing as he thought, Duan Lingtian brought Xianxia out and went to the medicine store to buy the medicinal herbs he needed. The medicinal herbs required for these 3 medicinal pills were all ordinary, and were very easy to buy. But what surprised Duan Lingtian was, he just walked out of the medicine store's door when he saw a familiar person walking towards him.
Xiao He, Xiao Sun's older brother.
The Xiao clan's genius alchemist. 1 year ago, at the Alchemist Guild's headquarters, the person that he cheated out of 5 million silver. Glancing at Xiao He, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Then he left with Xiong. Xiao He frowned. Could it be that the violet-clothed youth from before knew him? But he didn't have the slightest impression of him. Shaking his head, Xiao He didn't think any further and walked into the medicine store. No matter what, Xiao He had no way of connecting Duan Lingtian with the violet-clothed youth that cheated him out of 5 million silver a year ago. After all, that violet-clothed youth was really too ordinary. Duan Lingtian returned home and started to get busy. The 3 medicinal pills he wanted to concoct were respectively the Cloud Mist Pill, Flowing Water Pill, and Crimson Jade Pill. These 3 medicinal pills had similar medicinal effects, but they were all inferior to the origin-strengthening pill.
Whoosh!
Very quickly, Duan Lingtian took out his cauldron and started to concoct the medicinal pills. To Duan Lingtian, he only planned to concoct ordinary medicinal pills. He only needed to spend half an hour to concoct around 10 pills of each type. Duan Lingtian spent 2 hours concentrating on concocting 43 Cloud Mist pills.
I hope those 2 little fellows are willing to eat them.
Duan Lingtian thought to himself.
Hiss hiss. When he saw the little python's eyes light up when they saw the Cloud Mist pills and they madly flicked their tongues, Duan Lingtian knew that his thoughts were correct.
The 43 Cloud Mist pills were directly divided between the 2 little pythons. Just when Duan Lingtian thought that the 2 little pythons were about to faint, he noticed that the 2 little pythons were instead staring at him with sparkling eyes. You 2 little fellows are simply bottomless pits. Chapter 243. Finally, under Duan Lingtian's tireless refinement, another 100+ Cloud Mist pills appeared in the world. After the 2 little pythons divided the Cloud Mist pills, they were finally satisfied. What surprised Duan Lingtian was that they didn't fall into a deep sleep this time. Instead, their spirits flickered as they eagerly stared at Duan Lingtian. Now, the 2 little pythons had already started to dislike the Cloud Mist pills. In the following days, Duan Lingtian started to refine the Flowing Pill and Crimson Jade Pill. After the 2 little pythons divided and swallowed the 100+ Flowing Pill and Crimson Jade Pill, they similarly weren't willing to eat the Flowing Pill and Crimson Jade Pill. But they still didn't show any signs of falling into a deep sleep, and they were full of spirit and glowing with spirit. Two foodies. Duan Lingtian was slightly helpless as he looked at the two little pythons before him that stared at him with anticipation.
He suddenly felt that perhaps his way of thinking was wrong from the beginning, and the increase in strength of the two little pythons wasn't so simple.
There's none left. Just these medicinal pills. Eat them or leave them. Duan Lingtian placed the remaining cloud mist pills, flowing pill, and crimson jade pill on the table, then pretended to glare fiercely at the two little pythons as he spoke. Unexpectedly.
Hiss hiss, the two little pythons swiftly flickered their tongues as their two little tails flashed out like bolts of lightning, flinging the 3 types of medicinal pills on the table flying.
Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene.
Who are you two little fellows throwing a tantrum for?
Duan Lingtian swung out his palm and directly grabbed the two little pythons before throwing them onto a tree in the rear courtyard. He ignored their protests and directly left the rear courtyard to return to his room to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. WYRM Python Form. In the following month, although Duan Lingtian had touched the threshold of the 4th level of the Origin Core stage, he was still unable to break through. Instead, it was that little girl, Kerr, who smoothly broke through to the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage under the dual assistance of the Monkey Wine and Origin Strengthening Pill. As for Li Fei, she was only half a step away from the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage. During this month, the Duan Lingtian residence was peaceful as usual, apart from Xiao Lan occasionally coming to chat with his mother, Li Ro. A month later, Duan Lingtian left the house and began to go to each of the houses to collect materials. Starting from the Divine Might Marquis estate, then to the Su clan, then to the Xiao clan. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Sun took the materials from the Xiao clan's patriarch together, but unexpectedly met Xiao He. Little Sun, who is this? When Xiao He saw Duan Lingtian, he was a little surprised. Wasn't this purple-clothed youth the same person he had met a month ago at the entrance of a medicine shop in the inner city? The purple-clothed young man was extraordinarily handsome and elegant. He had a deep impression of him. Brother. He's Duan Lingtian. Xiao Sun smiled as he introduced, then said to Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, this is my brother Xiao He. So it's Commander Duan. Xiao He was shocked in his heart when he heard this, and a trace of respect appeared on his face. You're Xiao Sun's brother, so just call me Duan Lingtian. There's no need to be so distant. Duan Lingtian gave Xiao He a friendly smile. He was able to discern that the current Xiao He had indeed changed a lot compared to the Xiao He met in the Alchemist Guild over a year ago. He didn't have the arrogance and drive of the past. Then I'll be arrogant and call you Brother Lingtian. Xiao He nodded with a smile. When his gaze stared at Duan Lingtian's eyes and carefully sized them up for a moment, the smile on his face completely froze. This pair of eyes was so familiar to him. He would never forget it in his entire lifetime. However, no matter what, he was unable to link the violet-clothed youth before him and the violet-clothed youth before him together. But with a quick thought, according to what his younger brother, Xiao Sun, said, the violet-clothed youth before him was already a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 18. This point was in line with the violet-clothed youth from that time. Duan Lingtian noticed Xiao He's gaze staring at him, and his heart jerked. Xiao He seemed to have noticed something. But where did he see it from? However, Duan Lingtian also noticed that Xiao He seemed to be hesitant to confirm it. When he saw the bewilderment in Xiao He's eyes grow deeper and deeper, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. With a raise of his hand, a stack of silver appeared in his hand, and it was exactly 5 million silver. He passed it to Xiao He. Consider this money as returning it to its rightful owner. You really are. Xiao He didn't receive the silver, and his pupils constricted instead, as if he'd seen a ghost. Brother, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian, why did you give my brother money? Xiao Sun, who stood at the side, had a bewildered expression, as he didn't know what had happened. Little Sun, he's the violet-clothed youth that made a bet with me in the Alchemist Guild and won 5 million silver from me. I noticed earlier that Brother Lingtian's eyes are exactly the same as that youth from that time. I didn't dare confirm it earlier, but I never imagined that they were actually the same person. Unbelievable. A bitter smile appeared on Xiao He's face. He never imagined that meeting the genius young alchemist of the past would be such a scene. Xiao Sun was dumbstruck. Brother, didn't you say that the youth from that time had an ordinary appearance? You'll have to ask Brother Ling Tian about this. Xiao He glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian, and his gaze was extremely complicated. Duan Ling Tian. Xiao Sun looked at Duan Ling Tian with a bewildered expression. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly. At that time, for the sake of not allowing others to see through my identity, I used some methods to carry out a disguise. But I never imagined that you'd actually remember my eyes. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiao He with a face full of surprise. He finally knew how Xiao He had recognized him. He could disguise himself, but only his face was changed, and his eyes didn't change in the slightest. Actually, after I lost the bet to you that time, I was extremely furious in my heart and wished for nothing more than to take revenge on you. So before I left, I deeply remembered your face, your eyes, and everything about you. Xiao He shook his head and smiled as he recalled that time, and it felt as if a lifetime had passed. What? You don't want to take revenge on me now? Duan Ling Tian smiled. Xiao He shook his head. After I returned to the clan, I thought about many things. In the end, I realized that I was indeed too arrogant in the past and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now that I think about it, I still have to thank you. It was you who made me realize my shortcomings. As the saying goes, knowing one's mistakes and being able to correct them is the greatest virtue. Xiao He, with such a mentality, I believe that in the future, you'll surely be able to establish a school of your own in the Tao of Alchemy and stand at the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Hearing Xiao He's words, Duan Ling Tian had a slightly higher opinion of him. I hope so. Xiao He nodded and spoke modestly. In the end, Xiao He was unwilling to accept the silver in Duan Ling Tian's hands. Duan Ling Tian didn't force him, but he gave Xiao He some pointers in the area of alchemy. Needless to say, Xiao He's natural talent in alchemy was indeed very high, and he understood many things with just a little guidance. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but praise in his heart. Xiao He felt heartfelt admiration towards Duan Ling Tian's profound understanding in the Tao of alchemy. When Duan Ling Tian left, he even personally sent Duan Ling Tian out of the Shao clan estate's gate. Between the two of them, it could be said that they had turned hostility into friendship. After leaving the Shao clan estate, Duan Ling Tian went to the imperial palace. In the imperial garden, the emperor gave a spatial ring to Duan Ling Tian. These are the imperial palace's inventory, as well as the materials you need that I ordered people to gather from all over. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, how much are these materials? After Duan Ling Tian expressed his gratitude, he asked with a light smile. Money. The emperor shook his head and waved his hand. There's no need for money. If you have the heart, then go see Bai Yao before you leave. Duan Ling Tian was stunned, but he understood the emperor's meaning and nodded. When he saw Princess Bai Yao again, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Princess Bai Yao's figure was obviously thinner and weaker, and he couldn't help but feel pity for her. Princess. Duan Ling Tian bowed to Princess Bai Yao. When Princess Bai Yao saw Duan Ling Tian, a trace of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. You've come. Yes. Duan Ling Tian faintly nodded and sighed in his heart. Sometimes, there were some things that really happened when one did not intend for it to happen. It had to be said that Princess Bai Yao was very outstanding and also very kind. She didn't lose to Ker and Li Fei in the slightest. However, in his heart it was still difficult to take that step. Although this step was only a foot away, it also seemed to be far away. When are you going to leave? Princess Bai Yao asked softly. Her bell-like voice was faintly trembling. Her delicate and pitiful posture made people unable to help but feel pity for her. I'll leave early tomorrow morning. Duan Ling Tian said softly. So soon? Princess Bai Yao's delicate body imperceptibly trembled. She secretly glanced at Duan Ling Tian and discovered that Duan Ling Tian was also looking over. She timidly turned her head away, like a child who was caught stealing candy. A trace of red appeared on her charming face. Duan Ling Tian raised his eyes and slowly said, Princess, I'll accompany you for a walk. Yes. Princess Bai Yao nodded obediently. Unlike before, this time, Duan Ling Tian accompanied Princess Bai Yao as they walked, and they chatted a great deal with each other. Between the two of them, they had a slight understanding of each other. Duan Ling Tian even intentionally spoke of the matter between him, Ker, and Li Fei. He originally thought that Princess Bai Yao would be disappointed. But unexpectedly, a trace of a smile always hung on Princess Bai Yao's face. So in this way, big sister Li Fei and Ker will accompany you to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Yes. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a happy smile.
But he didn't notice that at the instant Princess Bai Yao turned her head, in the depths of her beautiful eyes, a faint flowing light of envy was mixed within. It was as if she wished for nothing more than to be able to replace Ker or Li Fei and accompany Duan Ling Tian.
Will you still return?
When they were parting, Princess Bai Yao asked in a light voice, and her beautiful face contained slight perturbation mixed within.
I'll surely return.
Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled.
This time, my mother won't be leaving with me. If I'm free in the future, I'll return to see her. Princess Bai Yao's eyes shone when she heard this. Can I go see your mother? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Chapter 244.
Duan Ling Tian was in a bit of a dilemma.
If he were to bring Princess Bai Yao back, would Little Fei skin him alive? Thinking of Little Fei's jealousy, Duan Ling Tian felt a chill on his back. However, when he saw Princess Bai Yao looking at him pitifully with a face full of expectation, his heart softened in the end. I'll just treat her as a guest. Duan Ling Tian comforted himself. Sure enough, when Duan Ling Tian brought Princess Bai Yao back to his house, Li Fei's gaze became vigilant at the first instance. A dubious smile appeared on Li Rou's face. Coincidentally, Xiao Lan was also accompanying Li Rou. When she saw Princess Bai Yao, a trace of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. She never thought that a girl that Duan Ling Tian casually brought back would have an appearance that wasn't inferior to her, Ker, and Li Fei. Young master, who is this beautiful big sister? Ker blinked her large eyes as she looked at Princess Bai Yao and asked Duan Ling Tian. This is Princess Bai Yao. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he introduced Princess Bai Yao to the girls. Instantly, the girls were all moved. Even Li Fei had a face full of surprise. She never thought that the girl that Duan Ling Tian brought back would actually be Princess Bai Yao. She had heard of Princess Bai Yao, the #1 beauty in the imperial city. Greetings to the princess. For a moment, the four girls, including Li Rou, slightly bowed to Princess Bai Yao as they respectfully greeted her. Aunt Rou, this isn't the imperial palace. You don't have to treat me as a princess. Princess Bai Yao lightly walked over and helped Li Rou up as she said with a light smile. Li Rou lightly smiled as she nodded. Her limpid eyes fell on Duan Ling Tian, faintly mixed with a bit of ambiguity, causing Duan Ling Tian to be slightly embarrassed. Your sister Fei, right? Princess Bai Yao looked at Li Fei with a pitiful appearance, causing Li Fei to smile. Princess, you know me? Sister Fei, you are as beautiful as Duan Ling Tian described you to be. Princess Bai Yao's mouth was sweeter than honey, completely eliminating Li Fei's hostility and wariness towards her. Sister Fei, you can call me Bai Yao in the future. All right. Little sister Bai Yao, you're also very beautiful, as expected of the #1 beauty in the imperial city. Li Fei smiled and nodded. Seeing that Princess Bai Yao didn't put on any airs, she had a good impression of her. You must be Ker, right? I heard from Duan Ling Tian that you're the same age as me. When were you born? Princess Bai Yao looked at Ker and asked with a smile. Princess, I'm from September. The current Ker was no longer the Ker of the past. Even when facing the princess, she didn't have the slightest bit of apprehension, and could freely chat and laugh. Then I'm younger than you. I was born in December. In the future, I'll call you Sister Ker. You can be like Sister Fei, and call me Sister Bai Yao. Hearing this, Princess Bai Yao playfully stuck out her cute tongue, causing Ker to have a good impression of her. I also have a younger sister, Ker exclaimed in a low voice. Her charming face was slightly red, and the corner of her mouth held a smile, mixed with a trace of excitement. Seeing this scene, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh. As expected of someone from the imperial family, Princess Bai Yao really had a way of dealing with people. Not long after, she obtained the approval of the 3 beauties in his family. This is Princess Bai Yao finally looked at Xiao Lan. Even she couldn't help but have a good impression of this girl who was like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. Today, the shock in her heart had almost never stopped. Originally, as the publicly acknowledged #1 beauty in the imperial city, Princess Bai Yao was still very confident in her own appearance. But today, she had seen 3 girls in succession whose appearances weren't inferior to hers. Other than the 2 women that she already knew about from Duanling Tian, the appearance of this elegant and refined girl caused ripples in her heart. She discovered that this girl was the same as her, interested in Duanling Tian. For a moment, a feeling of sympathy for each other arose in her heart. "Princess, I'm called Xiao Lan." Xiao Lan faintly smiled at Princess Bai Yao, but her heart was slightly bitter. She could naturally see Princess Bai Yao's feelings towards Duanling Tian. She was also very envious of Princess Bai Yao being able to obtain the approval of Duanling Tian's family in such a short period of time. One had to know that she and the Duanling Tian's family had interacted for a few months, and only obtained the approval of Li Rou and Ker. Li Fei, however, was constantly on guard against her big sister Xiao Lan. Princess Bai Yao sweetly smiled at Xiao Lan. You guys chat. I'll return to my room to cultivate." Seeing that he had become a foil, the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a bitter smile, and he returned to his room after saying his farewells. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. If these 4 women were placed together in the earth of Duanling Tian's previous life, they would be able to form a table of mahjong. After returning to his room, Duanling Tian started cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 3rd form, the Flood Python form's accompanying martial skill. Defensive martial skill, Earth Dragon's Shield. This Earth Dragon's Shield was extremely overbearing. Although it didn't have the ability to reverse teleportation like greater teleportation, in terms of defense, it was a level stronger than an ordinary high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill. Even if the Earth Dragon's Shield was only at the mastery stage, its defense was comparable to an ordinary high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill at the perfection stage. My greater teleportation relied on the medicinal effect of the blood Lingji to break through to the perfection stage. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, if I refine the inverse source pill, I can once again activate the blood Lingji's medicinal effect hidden within my body and vital energy and blood. The materials for the inverse source pill were also one of the materials that Duanling Tian asked the various powers to gather 1 month ago. Duanling Tian withdrew his cauldron and started refining the inverse source pill. An hour later, the inverse source pill was completed. Subsequently, he swallowed the inverse source pill and started activating the blood Lingji's medicinal effect hidden within his body and vital energy and blood. At the same time, he started cultivating the Earth Dragon's Shield. In the end, the Earth Dragon's Shield smoothly broke through to the perfection stage under the assistance of the vast blood Lingji's medicinal effect. Although the Earth Dragon's Shield is stronger than an ordinary high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill. But when one reaches the origin core stage and one's strength increases to a certain level, no matter how strong the defensive martial skill is, it would at most only be able to offset a portion of the strength. This was something that Duanling Tian understood clearly in his heart. According to Duanling Tian's estimation, with his current cultivation at the 3rd level of the origin core stage, if he were to fully activate the Earth Dragon's Shield, he would be able to completely offset the attack of a martial artist below the core formation stage. However, if it was the attack of an origin core martial artist, it would be impossible to completely offset it. It would only be able to offset a portion of the opponent's attack. But even then, a defensive martial skill was still important. Just like a battle between 2 martial artists with similar cultivations and similar attack strengths. One of them didn't cultivate a defensive martial skill, whereas the other cultivated a defensive martial skill. Under such circumstances, the latter would absolutely stably defeat the former. After completing the cultivation of the Earth Dragon's Shield, Duanling Tian returned to his senses. Meanwhile, he noticed that the sky was already dark. "I've already forgotten the time." Duanling Tian was slightly embarrassed. He walked out of his room and had dinner with the girls before offering to send Princess Bai Yao off. As for Xiao Lan, she chose to stay. Duanling Tian didn't feel anything towards Xiao Lan's decision, and what was rare was that Li Fei didn't mind as well. After Duanling Tian sent Princess Bai Yao back and returned, only then did he know why Li Fei had suddenly become so magnanimous. "We're leaving tomorrow." With Xiao Lan accompanying Aunt Rou, Aunt Ro won't be so lonely. Li Fei's words caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely moved. That night, after Duan Lingtian and Li Fei made love, Li Fei leaned on his shoulder and said in a light voice, "Scoundrel, I know that Xiao Lan and little sister Bai Yao are both interested in you." "Little Fei, what are you talking about?" Duan Lingtian embraced Li Fei in his arms and rubbed her beautiful hair. "This little vinegar jar." "Humph. You dare to say that you don't have any thoughts?" Li Fei's watery eyes narrowed as she glared at Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to smile bitterly. As a normal man, how could he not have any thoughts when he saw two great beauties? Moreover, those two great beauties were so kind and lovely. Li Fei's expression turned serious as she said, "I've thought about it." "Thought about what?" Duan Lingtian shuddered. Could it be that little Fei, had some crazy thoughts? "I've thought about it. If they want to enter our family, they must first pass my test." Li Fei smiled mysteriously, looking like a big sister. "What test?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "It's a secret." Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian and didn't say anything further. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian brought along Ker, Li Fei, and Xiongquan to bid farewell to Li Ro, Xiao Lan, and the manager Jianghu, before spurring his horse to leave the courtyard house and the imperial city. As for the others, Duan Lingtian had bid farewell to them one by one 2 days ago. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's area was located at the northeast of the Crimson Sky Kingdom.
Duan Lingtian's group of 4 rode on Fergana horses and dashed out as if transforming into 4 red bolts of lightning that gave rise to endless amounts of sand and dust.
Hiss hiss, 2 little pythons disobediently ran out from Duan Lingtian's sleeve, excitedly flicking their tongues and jumping about in high spirits. "You 2 little fellows know that we're leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom as well?" Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 little pythons and shook his head with a smile. Unexpectedly, the 2 little pythons nodded like humans and were extremely mischievous. "Xiongquan, if we travel on Fergana horses and rest at night, how long will it take to arrive at the 7-star sword sect?" Duan Lingtian spurred his horse forward as he asked Xiongquan. The 7-star sword sect was one of the 5 top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. More than 90% of the 7-star sword sect disciples were sword cultivators, and sword cultivators possessed extremely formidable offensive strength. This caused the 7-star sword sect to be extremely powerful in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even the other 4 top sects didn't dare rashly offend the 7-star sword sect. All this was something Duan Lingtian found out from Xiongquan. According to Xiongquan, the 7-star sword sect's influence in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was only inferior to the imperial family. Most importantly, the 7-star sword sect recruited outer court disciples every 6 months, and it was even more frequent than the other 4 top sects. However, even then, the 7-star sword sect was far from having as many people as the other 4 top sections. Chapter 245. Around half a year. Xiongquan pondered for a moment before speaking to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, as he was mentally prepared. Not to mention leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city to arrive at the border area of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, they had to cross a county and spend around 3 months of time. Even the 7-star sword sect from the border of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was still quite a distance away. It was also because they used Fergana horses to travel. Otherwise, even if they spent a year, they might not be able to arrive at the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 had the protection of Xiongquan, a 2nd-level void-prying stage expert that had comprehended advanced sword force, so they didn't encounter any trouble all the way from the Crimson Sky Kingdom to the 2nd district of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Occasionally, bandits would rush over, but they were all easily slaughtered by Xiongquan. Similar to what Duan Lingtian expected, they arrived at a city that was located between the border of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom 3 months later. Although this city wasn't a county city of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the area it occupied wasn't smaller than a county city. "Xiongquan, have you been to this city?" Duan Lingtian asked. Xiongquan shook his head. "Let's go in."
Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Then he brought along the 2 little girls that had veils covering their faces and directly entered the city. This border city was extremely bustling,
and many merchant groups could be seen going in and out. According to Duan Lingtian's guess, these merchant groups ought to be going back and forth between the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After entering the city, people riding Fergana horses could be seen everywhere. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 riding Fergana horses didn't draw the attention of others. Under the lead of Duan Lingtian, the 4 of them found a restaurant to eat. Before ordering, Duan Lingtian gave a tip to the restaurant's attendant and asked curiously, "Introduce this city to me?" When the attendant saw that Duan Lingtian was so generous, he naturally didn't hold anything back and said with a light smile, "Customer, it's your first time in our Black Wind City, right?"
Black Wind City?
Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and continued to listen to the servant.
Guest, our Black Wind City is a border commercial city under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and it's located at the northeast border of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Normally, some merchant groups that travel between the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Crimson Sky Kingdom would stop at our Black Wind City.
The manservant said slowly.
Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already noticed this on the way here. The manservant continued, "Guest, this is your first time in our Black Wind City, so you must remember. Do not offend Huang, Zhong, and Ma." Speaking of this, the manservant's expression became slightly solemn.
Is there anything special about these 3 surnames? Duan Lingtian asked curiously.
The servant shook his head.
Nothing special.
These 3 surnames are precisely the surnames of the 3 great clans of our Black Wind City.
Guest, you ought to have come from the Crimson Sky Kingdom, right?
How do you know?
Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. The manservant smiled. Because the people that go from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to the Crimson Sky Kingdom are mostly people that follow merchant groups, and there are very few independent customers.
So, I guess you're from the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Guest, are you intending to go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom?
Exactly.
Duan Lingtian nodded. Guest, remember what I said earlier. Although the 3 great clans of Black Wind City aren't ranked in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, they're much stronger than many clans of your Crimson Sky Kingdom.
It's even to the extent that they're only inferior to the 3 great clans of your Crimson Sky Kingdom.
The manservant reminded once more.
I know.
Duan Lingtian nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He naturally knew that the 3 great clans of the Crimson Sky Kingdom that the manservant spoke of were the imperial cities Duan clan, Shao clan, and Su clan. Not to mention existences that were inferior to these 3 great clans. With Xianxia here, even if it was these 3 great clans, Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid. Guest, what do all of you eat? The manservant asked respectfully. Help us order as you see fit. We don't have any dietary restrictions. Duan Lingtian said to the manservant. The manservant acknowledged and left. It's time to eat, remove your veils. Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 little girls by his side and lightly smiled as he spoke.
The 2 little girls blinked their beautiful eyes and obediently removed the veils on their faces. And it was at this instant that a wave of sounds of cups shattering sounded out in the restaurant.
It was some male customers that were completely dumbstruck when they saw Li Fei and Kerr, and they didn't even realize that the cups in their hands had dropped. In next to no time, the food was served. Xianxia, sit down and eat as well. Duan Lingtian called out to Xianxia, and Xianxia complied and sat down. The 4 of them had been hungry for an entire day, and they swept through the entire table of food. Meanwhile, the sky had gradually darkened, but the restaurant was still brightly lit. I heard that there's a batch of slaves being auctioned in the Ma clan auction house's auction tonight. I heard of it as well. It's not only slaves. Supposedly the Ma clan auction house has also purchased many good things this time. Let's quickly finish our food and go experience it as well.
Right at this moment, the discussion of a few middle-aged men at a nearby table entered into Duan Lingtian's ears.
Ma clan auction house? Auction? Duan Lingtian's interest was suddenly piqued. Black Wind City was a border city between the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and there were many merchant groups that passed by. There would surely be many merchants that sold off some good things here. Perhaps some things that he was interested in would appear in the auction house.
After eating his fill, Duan Lingtian beckoned to the manservant from before.
Guest, do you have any instructions?
The manservant respectfully asked Duan Lingtian.
I want to ask you, If I want to participate in the Ma Clan auction house's auction, what should I do? Duan Lingtian went straight to the point, and at the same time, he put down a silver ingot.
The manservant's eyes lit up as he put away the silver ingot and hurriedly said, "Guest, our Black Wind City has 3 great auction houses that are respectively controlled by the 3 great clans. Every auction house holds an auction every 3 months, and the 2 months that are empty in between are instead reserved for the other 2 auction houses to hold the auction. In other words, Black Wind City holds an auction every other month. Tonight just happens to be the day the Ma Clan auction house holds the auction. Guest, you can be considered to have come at the right time. After exiting our restaurant, turn left and walk all the way to the end of the main road. Then turn right and you'll be able to see the Ma Clan auction house. The entrance fee of the Ma Clan auction house is divided into 2 levels. First, spend 1,000 taels of silver to obtain the right to bid and sit on the seats in the hall to bid. Second, spend 100,000 taels of silver to obtain the right to bid. The Ma Clan will provide a private room and the most comprehensive service." As he spoke up to hear, the manservant couldn't help but be astounded. To him, he might not have the chance to enter the Black Wind City's auction house in his lifetime. An ordinary seat costs 1,000 silver? Duan Lingtian's eyes constricted, and he was slightly surprised as well. And that private room actually costs 100,000 silver. After leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom, isn't the value of silver devalued too much? Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he brought along his children who had once again put on their veils and walked out of the restaurant. Xianxia led the 4 Fagana horses and followed them. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 directly went to the Ma Clan auction house. At this moment, the Ma Clan auction house had already started to enter the venue. However, there weren't many people that entered, and there should still be some time before the auction began. At the entrance of the auction house, a row of manservants stood there like doormen. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 had just arrived at the entrance of the auction house when a manservant came up to greet them and took the reins of the 4 Fergana horses from Duan Lingtian's hands. Another manservant walked up and respectfully asked, "Guest, may I ask if you need a seat in the main hall or a private room?" "A private room," Duan Lingtian said to the manservant. "Guest, please come with me." Hearing this, the manservant's attitude became even more humble. He led Duan Lingtian's group into the auction house and brought them to the private room on the 2nd floor of the auction house. The clean and tidy private room gave people a comfortable feeling. The private room was extremely spacious, and it was more than enough to accommodate Duan Lingtian's group of 4. Duan Lingtian walked in the private room. Through the window of the private room, he could just see the auction stage below, which was very convenient. After the manservant came in, he began to pour hot tea and prepared snacks for Duan Lingtian and the 2 girls. Then he respectfully stood to the side. A moment later, a knock sounded on the door. The manservant stepped out and opened the door of the private room, respectfully greeting the person outside. "Manager." A middle-aged man with a face full of stubble slowly walked in and looked at Duan Lingtian. "Guest, hello, I'm the manager of the Ma Clan auction house, Ma Qin." With the arrival of the manager of the auction house, Duan Lingtian naturally guessed the purpose of his visit. With a raise of his hand, 100,000 taels of silver appeared out of thin air and was handed over to Ma Qin. Ma Qin received the silver, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The first thought that flashed through his mind was that this young man who looked less than 20 years old was not simple. To have a storage ring at such a young age. He obviously had an extraordinary background. "Thank you, guest." After Ma Qin received the silver, he deeply looked at Xianxia, who was behind Duan Lingtian, before turning to leave. "For guests, if you need anything, just let me know. I'll be waiting at the door," the manservant respectfully said to Duan Lingtian's group of 4, then retreated and closed the door. At this moment, Ker and Li Fei also took off their veils. Just staying in this rundown place for a few hours would cost 100,000 taels of silver? Li Fei shook her head, somewhat unable to accept this fact. Although Ker didn't say anything, her face was similarly filled with astonishment. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. This was something he could understand. After all, this place couldn't compare to those cities in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. To a certain extent, this place could already be considered to be a city of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Moreover,
This Black Wind City was a place that merchants had to pass through, and the level of consumption here was probably not inferior to those cities in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This was something Duan Ling Tian noticed when he was paying the bill at the restaurant.
Why haven't we started yet? Chapter 246.
It should be soon. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, seeming to have noticed something. At this moment, through the window of the room, he could vaguely see a few people walking into the hall and finding a seat in the hall to sit down. Along with the passage of time, the number of people grew more and more. Before long, the hall was filled with people, and it was a dense mass of people. A seat in the hall costs 1,000 silver per person. Just the entrance fee of this Ma Clan auction house is enough to make one's hands go soft.
Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be astounded. When the number of people increased, it naturally became noisy.
Before long, Duan Ling Tian saw an old man slowly walking up the auction stage. He knew that the auction was about to begin.
As expected. Everyone, welcome to our Ma Clan auction house.
I guarantee that everyone will absolutely feel that this trip today was not made in vain. After the old man ascended the auction stage, he started talking nonsense that didn't contain any substance. It was none other than bragging about how good the auction items of their Ma Clan auction house today were. As the saying goes, Huang Pa sells melons and praises herself.
All right, I see that everyone seems to be slightly impatient. Let's bring up the first auction item now.
The old man's voice suddenly sounded out. For a moment, the group of people in the hall that were drowsy shuddered and awoke from their stupor. A young woman held a tray that was covered by a red cloth in her hand as she walked up the auction stage. Along with the young woman removing the red cloth, the thing on the tray appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a medicinal pill bottle. The old man picked up the medicinal pill bottle, swept his gaze across the hall, and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, there are 10 origin-strengthening pills within this medicinal pill bottle."
Origin-strengthening pills were medicinal pills used by Origin Core stage martial artists to cultivate, and it could increase one's cultivation speed. But origin-strengthening pills were sold everywhere, even in medicine stores outside. For a moment, many people lost interest. There were even people that said in disdain, "When did the Ma Clan auction house decline to such an extent? They're actually taking out this sort of trashy thing to auction." Origin-strengthening pills, 10,000 silver per pill in medicine stores outside, the price is clearly marked. Yeah, there's no need to take out this sort of thing to auction, right? Quickly change to the next auction item. The group of people in the hall spoke out one after another. Everyone, please be quiet.
In the face of such a scene, the old man's expression did not change. He even seemed to have known that something like this would happen. As the old man raised his hand, the hall fell silent. Everyone, do you think that our Ma family auction house will auction off an ordinary yuan strengthening pill? The old man narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. As everyone knows, the purity of the pills refined by ordinary alchemists is at most a little over 60%. Being able to achieve 65% purity is already considered extremely rare. However, the purity of this bottle of origin-strengthening pills in my hands had reached 75%. 75%? What does that mean? An origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 75%. Once consumed, the cultivation speed will be twice as fast as an ordinary origin-strengthening pill. If it's given to those Origin Core stage martial artists who have fallen into a bottleneck and are unable to break through for a long time, relying on this origin-strengthening pill, they might even be able to directly break through. As expected, the old man's words caused a commotion in the hall.
Lord Hu Jun, this is an item that a guest wants to auction in our auction house. Help me take a look and see if there's anything special about it. What's this?
Hu Jun received the medicinal pill bottle and asked curiously.
Origin strengthening pill.
The corners of Ma Qin's mouth curled into a bitter smile.
Origin strengthening pill? Hu Jun couldn't help but be stunned. Then he frowned. Isn't this nonsense? Which guest had consigned this item for auction? Unless it's an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 70% or above, otherwise, there's utterly no value in auctioning it. Lord Hujun, the guest that auctioned this origin-strengthening pill, seems to have an extraordinary background, so I didn't directly send it back to him. Help me take a look first. If it really doesn't work, I'll send it back to him. Ma Qin spoke with slight difficulty. Hujun nodded, then opened the medicinal pill bottle and poured out the medicinal pill within. 1. Chapter 247. Ma Qin wasn't surprised when he saw Hujun become enraged, as he was mentally prepared. Manager Qin, quickly return this origin-strengthening pill. Aren't you fooling around? Hujun took a deep breath and stuffed the origin-strengthening pill back into the medicinal pill bottle, then closed the lid once more before passing it over to Ma Qin. Ma Qin didn't receive it and said, Manager Qin, you should observe it according to the usual practice. Your actions don't conform to the rules. Hujun frowned and said in a low voice, Is there still a need to test? Could it be that you think this origin-strengthening pill can compare to the bottle of origin-strengthening pills that was auctioned off earlier? However, even though he said this, Hujun still withdrew the origin-strengthening pill and carefully observed it. Ma Qin stared fixedly at Hujun's expression, hoping for a miracle to occur, even though the chances were slim. Before long, Ma Qin noticed that the enraged expression on Hujun's face had frozen. There's a chance. Ma Qin's eyes shone. This. Now the enraged expression on Hujun's face vanished like smoke into thin air, and replacing it was excitement. Simply a work of art that excels nature. A work of art that excels nature. Perfect, too perfect. Ma Qin was shocked by Hujun. Lord Hujun, are you all right? It wasn't the first day that he knew this grade 7 alchemist before him, but he was sure that it was absolutely the first time that he saw this grade 7 alchemist so excited. Even when he appraised the 75% purity bottle of origin-strengthening pills, this grade 7 alchemist wasn't so excited. Manager Qin, who put this origin-strengthening pill up for auction? I want to see him. Hujun instantly stood up from his seat and completely lost his composure. Lord Hujun, Ma Qin was slightly unable to wrap his head around it. Could it be that this origin-strengthening pill was really a medicinal pill with a purity of 80% and above? Isn't this too unbelievable? Manager Qin, do you know the purity of this origin-strengthening pill? Hujun took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart as he slowly asked. Could it be that it's really 80% and above? Ma Qin stared with an astonished expression. If it was really a medicinal pill with a purity of 80% and above, then their Ma Clan auction house would really be in the limelight this time. Although a medicinal pill with a purity of 75% was rare, in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it wasn't like it didn't exist. But a medicinal pill with a purity of 80% and above. In the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it seemed to have never appeared. 80%? Hearing Ma Qin's words, Hujun was stunned. Who told you that this yuan-strengthening pill's purity is 80%? Don't tell me you don't have 80%? 79%? Ma Qin's face was full of doubt. His excited mood had also calmed down slightly. He was wondering how it was possible for a pill with a purity of over 80% to appear. 79%? Humph. If I'm not wrong, the purity of this origin-strengthening pill is at least above 90%. Hujun grunted coldly as he spoke in a clear voice, and as he finished speaking, a wisp of excitement appeared on his face. To an alchemist, being able to see a medicinal pill with a purity of over 90% was undoubtedly a great honor. What he wanted to do the most right now was to meet the person who put this medicinal pill up for auction. If he could contact the alchemist who refined this origin-strengthening pill and obtain his guidance, his accomplishments in the Tao of alchemy would surely be able to advance a step further. Therefore, Hujun's heart was like an arrow right now. He couldn't wait to see the customer who consigned this origin-strengthening pill with a purity of over 90%. Steward Qin, quickly bring me to meet that honorable guest. Hujun's tone was incomparably urgent. His chest heaved up and down continuously like a bellows, and his eyes flickered with excitement. Except, he very quickly discovered that Ma Qin didn't have the slightest reaction, as if he completely didn't hear what he said. 90% and above? Ma Qin was stupefied. His heart trembled, and in the next moment, his entire person seemed as if he was choked by someone, and his face flushed red. Even though he wasn't an alchemist, he also knew what a medicinal pill with a purity of over 90% represented. Heavens! This kind of medicinal pill was absolutely an existence of legends, an existence of myths. Now, it appeared in their Ma clan auction house? Steward Qin. Following Hu Jun's cold shout, Ma Qin finally reacted. Lord Hu Jun, I'm sorry, I was lost in thought earlier. Quickly bring me to meet that honorable guest. Hu Jun continued to repeat, his tone still urgent. Within the private room, Duan Lingtian was drowsy. He originally thought that this Ma clan auction house's auction might have something that he was interested in appearing. But up until now, 5 items had been auctioned, and there wasn't a single item that he was interested in. Instead, it was Li Fei and Kerr who watched with interest. Xiong Quan stood behind Duan Lingtian with a calm expression, and he didn't care in the slightest about everything in the outside world. Knock, knock.
Right at this moment, the sound of knocking sounded out, and the attendant's voice sounded out.
Guest, our steward wants to see you.
Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and his brows raised as the corners of his mouth curled into a smile, as he wasn't surprised. Even though that origin strengthening pill was a substandard product that he refined, its purity was still 91%. Not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even in the entire Darkhan dynasty, or even the foreign lands, there might not be an alchemist capable of refining a medicinal pill with a purity of 91%. This was the patent of the Samsara Emperor Wu as a royal-grade alchemist. He'd guessed since long ago that so long as the Ma clan's grade 7 alchemist discerned the purity of the origin-strengthening pill, he would surely come looking for him.
Come in. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Duan Lingtian saw Ma Qin once again, and he also saw the old man behind Ma Qin. Although it was the first time he'd seen this old man, Duan Lingtian still guessed his identity at the first possible moment. It ought to be the Ma clan's grade 7 alchemist. Guest. Ma Qin looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was filled with reverence. What a joke!
Even if he used his but to think, he would be able to realize that a person that was able to produce an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 90% and above wasn't simple. There was obviously an extremely terrifying alchemist behind the old man. No, an alchemist that was able to refine a medicinal pill with a purity of 90% and above wasn't enough to use the word terrifying to describe him.
Calling him abnormal wasn't an exaggeration. Is there something you need? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Ma Qin and asked. Ma Qin took a deep breath and introduced the old man beside him to Duan Lingtian. Guest, this is our Ma clan's grade 7 alchemist, Lord Hu Jun. It's Lord Hu Jun who wants to see you. Esteemed guest. Hu Jun looked at Duan Lingtian with an excited expression. May I ask which esteemed alchemist refined this origin-strengthening pill that you put up for auction? When faced with Hu Jun's burning gaze, Duan Lingtian shook his head. I don't know as well. What? Hu Jun was stunned, and so was Ma Qin. Duan Lingtian continued. That origin-strengthening pill was given to me by an old fellow. But that was a matter of a few months ago. I only have one left now, and the other few have already been consumed by me. Hu Jun glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian when he heard this, and when he noticed that there wasn't any inkling on Duan Lingtian's face, he asked. Guest, do you know the whereabouts of that senior? Duan Lingtian shook his head. I don't know. I only met him once. At that time, he said I was handsome and liked me, so he gave me a few origin-strengthening pills. At the beginning, I thought he was stingy, but later on I noticed that the origin-strengthening pills he gave me weren't simple. Alas! If I knew his origin-strengthening pills were so good, I would have asked for a few hundred more from him. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian had a face full of regret. A few hundred? Hu Jun and Ma Qin glanced at each other and both had bitter smiles on their faces. This young man was really like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. This was an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 90% and above.
Him being able to obtain a few was already an enormous fortune.
Right, this origin-strengthening pill of mine ought to be able to be sold for some money, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Ma Qin and Hu Jun, and asked like a rash youth. Guest, don't worry, we'll absolutely auction it for a price you'll never be able to imagine. But, guest, the rules of our Ma clan auction house is to take 10% of the handling fee. Ma Qin added. 10%? Aren't you guys too greedy? Duan Lingtian frowned. Guest, the rules of our Ma clan auction house have always been like this. Do you still want to auction this origin-strengthening pill?
Ma Qin asked.
If it's taking 10% of the handling fee, then I won't auction it. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Ma Qin was dumbstruck. Guessed you. Don't you want to reconsider? There's no need, I won't auction it. Return it to me. Duan Lingtian spoke resolutely, and at the same time, he stretched out his hand to look at Hu Jun, who held the origin-strengthening pill. Hu Jun took a deep breath, then looked at Duan Lingtian. Guest, if you really give it to us to auction, then we won't take your handling fee.
Lord Hu Jun.
Ma Qin was stunned. Manager Qin, I believe that even if the patriarch was present, he would make this decision as well. You ought to be able to realize that once this origin-strengthening pill is auctioned off in our Ma clan auction house's auction, its significance to our Ma clan auction house is extraordinary. Hu Jun spoke with a serious expression. Ma Qin pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, then we'll do as Lord Hu Jun says. Guest, we won't take your handling fee. Are you willing to continue giving the origin-strengthening pill to our Ma clan auction house for auction? Since you won't take the handling fee, then I'm naturally willing to give it to you to auction. Duan Lingtian spoke in all seriousness. Thank you, guest. Ma Qin and Hu Jun nodded to Duan Lingtian, then directly left. After they found out that this origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 90% and above was something that Duan Lingtian had obtained by chance, the two of them lost interest in Duan Lingtian. The door to the room was closed once again. Chapter 248. Silverly Grass?
Duan Lingtian's gaze looked through the window of the room and landed on the old man's hand on the auction stage.
In the old man's hand was a very special medicinal herb. Unlike ordinary medicinal herbs, this medicinal herb was completely silver-white in color and flickered with a faint luster. With a glance, one would know that this wasn't an ordinary medicinal herb. As expected, waves of surprised voices sounded out in the hall. It's really the silverly grass. I heard that when refining medicinal pills below grade 6, as long as this silverly grass is put into the medicinal cauldron, it can increase the purity by 10%. This silverly grass is a treasure to alchemists. The old man on the auction stage lightly smiled. Guests seem to understand the silverly grass very well. That's right, the silverly grass can indeed increase the purity of medicinal pills below grade 6 by at least 10%. If you're lucky, it can even increase by close to 15%. Increase the purity of medicinal pills below grade 6? Within the room, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. In his opinion, this was only the most common and extensive use of the silverly grass, and it was difficult to fully reflect the value of the silverly grass. If this silverly grass fell into his hands, it could become an invincible sharp weapon. Guests, the starting price of the silver separation grass is 100,000 silver. Now, those who are interested may bid. The old man on the auction stage slowly said. 100,000 silver. Almost as soon as the old man finished speaking, someone in the hall made a bid. 200,000 silver. 300,000 silver. In a short while, the price of the silverly grass rose steadily. Scoundrel, you're interested in this silverly grass as well? Li Fei glanced at Duan Lingtian and blinked her beautiful eyes. She also noticed that Duan Lingtian's gaze never left the silverly grass. I'm determined to get this silverly grass.
A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he nodded.
Young master, could it be that you want to use this silverly grass to refine medicinal pills? Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of curiosity. Refining pills? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Kerr, The purity of the medicinal pills I refine are all above 90%, so adding the silver separation grass or not doesn't make much of a difference. I want to obtain this silver separation grass not to use it to refine medicinal pills, but to use it to inscribe inscriptions. The silver separation grass was the main material for a powerful offensive inscription that Duan Ling Tian could inscribe. That offensive inscription pattern was one of the most powerful inscriptions that Duan Ling Tian could inscribe. It was extremely domineering. Kerr nodded, and Li Fei also understood. At this time, the bidding in the hall slowed down.
The current price of silver separation grass was 900,000 taels of silver. The one who bid this price was a fat man in luxurious clothes in the hall. Seeing that no one continued to bid with him, the fat man crossed his legs and a smug look appeared on his face.
1 million. Right at this moment, a sonorous voice sounded out from a room on the second floor. This caused the smile on the fat man's face to completely freeze, and he cursed. I don't want it anymore. Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted.
He understood that the guests in the rooms on the second floor were only starting to bid now. He wasn't in a hurry to bid.
1,100,000. A voice sounded out from another room. In the end, these two people bid the price of the silver separation grass to 1,700,000. The guest in room number 7 bid 1,700,000. Is there anyone else who wants it? The old man on the auction platform slowly spoke. $170,000 going once, 170,000 going twice. 2 million. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke out. He was waiting for this final opportunity to make a move. For a moment, room number 7 went silent. The hall was in an uproar. Crazy! It's only a stalk of silver separation grass, but it's actually bid for 2 million. Yeah. Silver separation grass is at most able to increase the purity of a cauldron of grade 7 medicinal pills. 1,700,000 is already a sky-high price. We don't understand the world of the rich. Currently, most of the people in the hall felt that the bid of 2 million was a sucker. The old man on the auction platform also didn't expect that the silver separation grass could be bid for a high price of 2 million, and his face slightly flushed. The guest in room number 1 bid 2 million. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 2 million going once. 2 million going twice. 2 million going thrice. Sold. The silver separation grass belongs to the guest in room number 1. In the end, the silver separation grass was bid for by Duan Lingtian. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. After a while, the sound of knocking came from the door.
The attendant said respectfully, "Guest, the silver separation grass you bid for is here."
"Bring it in." Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. The door of the room was opened. Duan Lingtian obtained the silver separation grass and paid 2 million silver at the same time. A stalk of grass for 2 million silver, this was inconceivable and incomprehensible in the eyes of others. But as far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, the 2 million silver was well spent. The silver separation grass was the main material of the blaze inscription. The blaze inscription was a formidable offensive inscription. Once used, martial artists below the void prying stage would die without a doubt. Even a half-step void stage martial artist wouldn't be able to escape from the blaze inscription.
The overbearingness of the blaze inscription was obvious.
Unfortunately, a single blaze inscription requires a complete stock of silver separation grass as the main material.
Duan Lingtian wished for nothing more than to use a stalk of silver separation grass to inscribe 10 or 8 blaze inscriptions, but he knew that this was only his wishful thinking.
If the blaze inscription wasn't inscribed from a complete stock of silver separation grass, its might would be greatly reduced. It was even inferior to the bone corrosion inscription. I'm still too greedy. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed in his heart.
Being able to obtain a stalk of silver separation grass and inscribe a blaze inscription could already be considered as his fortune.
Scoundrel, what kind of inscription can be inscribed on this silver separation grass? Li Fei noticed the excitement on Duan Lingtian's face and asked curiously. Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian as well. Even Xianxia's expression didn't change much, but his eyes still emitted a sense of curiosity.
After following the young master for a long time, His initial shock had turned into numbness. The shock that the young master brought him was too much. Now, he wouldn't find it strange if a miracle were to happen to the young master. Blaze inscription. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. Then he spoke of the might of the blaze inscription.
Able to annihilate any existence below the void prying stage? Li Fei and Ker's delicate bodies trembled as they were both shocked. What a terrifying offensive inscription this was. Xianxia's face emitted astonishment as well. Even if he was from a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a formidable offensive inscription that could annihilate any martial artist below the void prying stage was something he'd only heard of and had never seen before. According to his knowledge, this type of inscription could only be inscribed by those heaven-defying inscription masters. He suddenly felt that even now, his understanding of the young master was still a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. Being able to obtain a silver separation grass this time can be considered to be a good harvest. Duan Lingtian smiled in satisfaction. Then his gaze descended onto the auction platform in the hall. Presently, the item being auctioned on the auction platform wasn't an object, but a person, a robust man that was bound by iron chains. On the robust man's face was a strange brand. Slave. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he recognized this brand. Xianxia's face had this brand as well. However, the brand on Xianxia's face was currently covered by a mask, so others were utterly unable to notice it. The robust man stood on the auction platform and his icy cold gaze swept past the auction hall, causing many people's faces to go grim. Third level of the nascent soul stage? Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian vaguely recognized the robust man's cultivation. Meanwhile, the old man in the auction hall spoke out. Everyone, this person beside me is a slave that possesses a cultivation at the third level of the nascent soul stage. Everyone knows about slaves, so I won't introduce them. The starting bid is 1 million silver. 1 million silver? Duan Lingtian looked coldly at the scene before him, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Even though he'd fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian wasn't Samsara Emperor Wu in the end, and he had his own thoughts. Now when he saw the slave before him being auctioned off, his heart gradually went cold. In this world where the strong were respected, a human life was as cheap as grass and could be measured with money. Only by becoming a true expert would he be able to protect himself and everyone by his side. He knew that if he wanted to become a true expert, the path he had to walk was still far away. 5 million silver. 6 million silver. The price of a third-level nascent soul stage slave rose steadily. In the end, it was bought by someone at the high price of 8 million silver. Subsequently, a few more slaves were auctioned off. The strength of the slaves at the back grew stronger and stronger. The strongest was actually in existence at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, and it was finally bought by someone at the high price of 80 million silver. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. These people spent so much money to buy these slaves. Could it be that they aren't afraid these slaves will betray them? Li Fei was slightly unable to understand. As far as she was concerned, the risk of easily spending a few million or even a few tens of millions to buy a slave that they couldn't raise was truly too great. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Little Fei, the people that dared to buy these slaves generally don't lack experts by their side, so they aren't afraid these slaves will betray them. Since these people have been reduced to slaves, it also shows that they're afraid of death. For the sake of survival, they wouldn't dare act rashly. Li Fei nodded and seemed to be lost in thought. The next auction item wasn't a slave. A young woman carried a tray that was covered by a red cloth and walked up the auction platform. Whoosh! Whoosh! Practically at this moment, the two little pythons under Duan Lingtian's sleeve flashed out and descended before the window. Hiss hiss! In room number 1, Kerr had a curious expression as she asked Duan Lingtian. Origin sealing liquid is a type of poison that suppresses origin energy, but it can only suppress the origin energy of martial artists and fierce beasts below the void-prying stage. Duan Ling Tian explained. The origin sealing liquid could be considered to be a lower-level version of the origin forbidding goo. It was far inferior to the origin forbidding goo. If it was the origin forbidding goo, then so long as it wasn't in existence at the void initiation stage or above, practically everyone would be affected. Just like Xiong Quan, he was poisoned by the origin forbidding goo that day. Kerr came to a sudden understanding when she heard what Duan Ling Tian said. I truly never imagined that this infant gold fur mouse is even stronger than Little Black and Little White. Li Fei spoke in surprise. Her words caused the two little pythons to become restless, and their small eyes were filled with indignation. You two little fellows are still unconvinced? Duan Ling Tian stretched out his hand to flick the little heads of the two little pythons. Then his gaze once again descended onto the infant gold fur mouse, and his brows slightly frowned. Logically speaking, an infant gold fur mouse is at most at the 9th level of the origin core stage before it reaches adulthood. Looks like this little gold mouse isn't so simple. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian didn't discern that this little gold mouse was an infant. Now that he heard what the old man said, he came to a sudden understanding, and he realized that this little gold mouse was mysterious and not simple. Meanwhile, the bidding for the infant gold fur mouse had begun. 1 million gold. A sonorous voice sounded out from a room on the 2nd floor, and it directly suppressed all the bids from before. Instantly, the hall went deathly silent. 1 million gold was equivalent to 100 million silver. Practically no one in the hall was able to take out so much money. It's room number 7 again. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. He'd used 2 million silver to suppress the bidding price of room number 7's 1,700,000 silver to obtain the silver firegrass from before. 1,500,000 gold. Right at this moment, a voice sounded out from another room. 2 million gold. A voice sounded out from another room. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. These people are really rich and overbearing. Finally, the bidding price of the infant gold fur mouse temporarily quieted down after the bidding price of 3 million gold was announced by the number 7 room. 3 million gold. That's 300 million silver. What the heck is in room number 7? So rich and overbearing. Only the people of the Ma clan auction house know the identities of the people in the rooms on the 2nd floor. Even if they leave through a special passageway. Perhaps they're members of the 3 great clans of Black Wind City, or perhaps they're members of those large trading companies. Even if the people in the hall were just spectators, they were still shocked by such a sky-high price. 3 million gold. To them, this was a fortune that was difficult to reach. The guest in room number 7 has bid 3 million gold. Are there any other guests who wish to continue bidding? On the auction stage, the old man was slightly excited as well. 3 million gold going once. 3 million gold going twice. 3,010,000 gold. Under the expectant gazes of Li Fei and Kerr, Duan Ling Tian unhurriedly increased the price. Duan Ling Tian's voice sounded out, causing the entire hall to become silent. After a short moment, the whole was in an uproar. Everyone else is adding hundreds of thousands. Isn't the guest in room number 1 too stingy? Exactly, it's actually only adding 10,000 gold. Many people started discussing. When Duan Ling Tian heard these discussions, he was disdainful. 10,000 gold? Easy for you to say. That was gold, not silver. $10,000 gold was equivalent to 1 million silver, equivalent to a Fergana horse. This was still considered little? The loud and clear voice from the 7th room once again sounded out. 3,500,000 taels of gold. The group of people in the hall immediately sighed in admiration. This is what you call domineering, directly adding 490,000 gold. Exactly, compared to the guest in room number 7, the guest in room 1 is too stingy. I wonder if the guest in room 1 will continue to bid. Chapter 250. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian once again announced the bidding price. Silence. The hall was deathly silent. No one had expected that not only did the guest in room 1 follow up, he even added another 10,000 gold. Humph! A sonorous voice sounded out from room 7, and it contained slight anger mixed within. 3,800,000 gold. 3,801,000 taels of gold. Duan Lingtian spoke unhurriedly. This time, the people in the hall were once again speechless. However, room 7 went silent and didn't continue to increase the price.
Obviously, 3,800,000 gold was the price in the heart of the person in room 7.
On the auction platform, the old man raised his voice. The guest in room 1 has bid 3,810,000 gold. Are there any guests that continue to increase the price? 3,810,000 taels of gold going once. 3,810,000 taels of gold going twice. 3,810,000 taels of gold going thrice. Sold. Yeah. Within room 1, Li Fei and Kerr both had excited expressions. Li Fei even boldly approached Duan Lingtian and gave Duan Lingtian a kiss. Although Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face, his heart was dripping blood. At that time, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor had bestowed him 10 million gold, and in this short period of time, he'd used up less than half of it.
This less than half was almost a quarter of all the gold and silver in his possession added together.
Guess. In next to no time, the attendant's voice sounded out. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw the manager of the Ma clan auction house, Ma Qin, personally bring in the cage that contained the little gold mouse and the antidote. Ma Qin's gaze was complicated. He never imagined that this young man possessed such enormous wealth. That was almost 4 million gold. After Ma Qin put down the little gold mouse and antidote, Duan Lingtian withdrew 3,810,000 gold from his spatial ring and passed it to Ma Qin. Thank you, guest. Ma Qin glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian before turning around and leaving.
After the door to the room was closed, Duan Lingtian opened the cage and carried out the little gold mouse.
Creak, creak. The little gold mouse's jade-green eyes flickered with a ferocious light, and it wanted to explosively attack Duan Lingtian. However, its current strength at the 9th level of the body tempering stage was nothing in the eyes of Duan Lingtian.
Duan Lingtian grabbed it with a flip of his hand and said with a smile, "Little fellow, behave yourself.
Otherwise, I'll make them eat you." Duan Lingtian placed the little golden mouse on the table and glanced at the two little pythons. Whoosh, whoosh.
The two little pythons flashed out to descend by the little gold mouse's side, and their eyes stared fixedly at the little gold mouse as if they'd encountered their natural enemy, and they ceaselessly flickered their tongues. Hiss hiss, creak creak. The little gold mouse didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest when facing the two little pythons, and it stared with its jade-green eyes as it looked the two little pythons in the eye. Jade-green eyes. Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that this little gold mouse was indeed not a gold fur mouse. The eyes of a gold fur mouse were crimson red, and that was one of the characteristics of a gold fur mouse. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of this. Perhaps, even the people of the Ma clan auction house had misjudged. Green eyes, gold fur. Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and he fell into a dazed state. After a short while, he finally noticed that this little gold mouse was no different than a type of mouse that Emperor Wu knew of. That type of mouse was a demon beast. Moreover, it was a formidable demon beast that possessed the bloodline of a demon emperor. On Cloud Continent, besides the human Emperor Wu, there was also the demon emperor of the demon beasts that stood at the peak. The strength of a demon emperor wasn't inferior to the human Emperor Wu, and it was even stronger in some aspects. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Duan Lingtian finally confirmed that the little gold mouse before him that seemed to be similar to a gold fur mouse was a jade-eyed heavenly mouse that possessed the natural talent to become a demon emperor. It was a formidable demon beast that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to grab the little gold mouse, and he carefully sized up the glow in its eyes. In the end, he confirmed it. This little gold mouse had been born for less than 5 years, and it was around a year older than Little Black and Little White. Duan Lingtian's mood couldn't help but surge. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse. That was an existence of legend. All those years ago, even Samsara Emperor Wu had only heard of the existence of a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, and he'd never seen one. So long as a jade-eyed heavenly mouse didn't die prematurely on its formidable bloodline,
Becoming a demon emperor was only a matter of time. Now, Duan Ling Tian felt that he'd really made the right choice in coming to the Ma clan auction house. This trip wasn't made in vain. Not only had he obtained a silver flame grass, he'd even obtained a jade-eyed heavenly mouse now. Young master, don't hold it like this, it'll hurt. Ker's heart ached as she seized the little gold mouse from Duan Lingtian's hand, and she lightly stroked the little gold mouse's fluffy fur as she consoled. It doesn't hurt.
It doesn't hurt. Duan Lingtian noticed that the little gold mouse's azure eyes that were fiercely glaring at him had instead recovered its gentleness when it looked at Ker, and now it was even rubbing against Ker's hand and was extremely meek.
So cute.
Li Fei stretched out her hand to stroke the little gold mouse as well, and the little gold mouse closed its eyes with an expression of enjoyment. Hiss hiss. When they saw this scene, the eyes of the two nearby little pythons had an additional sense of jealousy. This little gold mouse wouldn't be male, right?
Filled with curiosity, Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to flip over the lower half of the little gold mouse's body and glanced at it. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse cried out as it glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. So it's a little female mouse. Duan Lingtian smiled as he stretched out his hand to grab the two little pythons. Little black, little white. Be obedient in the future. I'll make more delicious food for the two of you, and your strengths will surpass it sooner or later. At that time, you can bully it to your heart's content. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons rubbed against Duan Lingtian when they heard this, and they were slightly excited. Scoundrel, you've almost led little black and little white astray. Li Fei couldn't help but roll her eyes at Duan Lingtian when she saw this scene. Young master, is this antidote directly given to little gold to eat? Ker looked at the antidote on the table as she asked. Little gold. Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never imagined that Ker had already given the little gold mouse a name in such a short period of time. He nodded. Yes, give it directly to it. But, if I give it to it now, it won't hurt the two of you, right? As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse with a vigilant expression. The little gold mouse was a jade-eyed heavenly mouse after all, a king amongst demon beasts. If it were to lose its temper, then it wouldn't be a joke. At that time, even someone as formidable as Xianxia might not be able to rescue them in time. Don't worry, young master, little gold won't attack us. Right, little gold? Ker rubbed the little gold mouse, and her beautiful eyes were like water as she asked in a light voice. The little gold mouse nodded its little head like a human when it heard this, and at the same time, it glanced complacently at Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be amused. In next to no time, Ker fed the little gold mouse the antidote. After it consumed the antidote, the dispirited aura on the little gold mouse vanished without a trace, and replacing it was an aura brimming with vitality, as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Hiss hiss. The two little pythons that were held in Duan Lingtian's hands stared at the little gold mouse, and their gold and silver eyes were filled with vigilance. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse bared its fangs and brandished its claws at the little pythons, and a formidable aura rose from its body. Instantly, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above the little gold mouse. It seemed as if it was telling that its small body possessed formidable strength. Duan Lingtian's face sank when he saw this scene. Xianxia. Xianxia took a step forward when he heard this, and the aura of a void-prying stage expert swept out to envelop the little gold mouse and press down upon it. Squeak squeak, instantly, the 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above the little gold mouse vanished without a trace, and it suddenly shriveled up as it buried its little head in Ker's hand, and its body even shivered. Young master, how can you let Xianxia scare it? Ker looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly pouted. Then she extended her hand to stroke the little gold mouse's fluffy fur as she consoled. Little gold, it's fine, it's fine. Exactly. Scoundrel, it's still a child. Li Fei spoke as well, and then she consoled the little gold mouse with Ker. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed bitterly, as he knew that the motherly instinct of the two young girls had overflowed. However, as far as he was concerned, what he did earlier was necessary. At the very least, he had to let this jade-eyed heavenly mouse know who its master was, and it couldn't be presumptuous before its master. Hiss hiss, when the two little pythons saw the little gold mouse being deflated, they leaped for joy, and they coiled around Duan Lingtian's arm as they danced about, and their little heads ceaselessly rubbed intimately against Duan Lingtian. Little black, little white. Fortunately, I still have the two of you. Otherwise, I would really have no status in this clan.
Duan Lingtian pretended to sigh as he looked at the two little pythons, and he had an appearance as if he could only rely on the two of them in the future.
His tone faintly contained a trace of jealousy mixed within.
Young master, what are you talking about?
Scoundrel! Ke and Li Fei rolled their eyes at Duan Lingtian in unison when they heard this, as they never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be jealous of the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse was frightened by Duan Lingtian and became well-behaved. Chapter 251. In the end, this light blade inscription was won by the person in room 7 for 1,600,000 gold. Within the hall, sounds of surprise rose and fell. The guest in room 1 actually didn't bid this time. Yeah, truly strange. The light blade inscription is a good thing, although it's only a one-time use. But compared to that gold fur mouse, it's much more practical. Hearing the discussions of these people, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh in secret. Light blade inscription? Not to mention he didn't take a fancy to such an inscription. Even if he wanted it, he could refine it himself. Moreover, the cost was at most 3 million silver, which was 30,000 gold.
As far as he was concerned, the person in room 7 was simply a sucker, spending 1,600,000 gold to buy this light blade inscription.
I never imagined that the art of inscription had already declined to such an extent. A mere light blade inscription can be sold for such a high price. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. He couldn't help but think in his heart. When the time came when he was really poor to the point he couldn't afford to eat, he could take out the inscription and sell it. It would absolutely be a profitable business.
In next to no time, the voice of the old man on the auction stage sounded out again, and his voice was slightly excited.
Everyone, the next item to be auctioned is the last item of today's auction. According to the original plan of our Ma clan auction house, the light blade inscription ought to be the last item of today's auction. However, this last item of today's auction was entrusted to our auction house by a guest at the last moment.
As the old man finished speaking, his face slightly flushed red.
This scene caused the people in the hall to be curious.
What exactly was it that made the old man so excited?
Old man Ma, don't keep us in suspense. Quickly tell us what it is. Yeah, it's the last item of the auction. Quickly finish the auction. The entire auction hall was in an uproar for a moment. Everyone was filled with interest towards the item that the Ma clan auction house placed at the end of the auction.
They knew clearly in their hearts that according to the usual practice of the Ma clan auction house, the value of the last item of the auction would absolutely not be inferior to the gold fur mouse and light blade inscription.
Within room 1. Scoundrel, I didn't think that the Ma family auction house would put the yuan strengthening pill you put up for auction last. Li Fei looked towards Duan Lingtian, her pair of clear eyes filled with curiosity. I wonder how much the yuan strengthening pill that you refined with over 90% purity will be auctioned for. Duan Lingtian was also looking forward to it. We'll know how much we can get very soon.
Soon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old man on the auction stage removed the red cloth from the plate in the young woman's hand.
A pill bottle appeared in front of everyone. Medicinal pills again? Immediately, the hall was in an uproar. Could it be the void breaker pill? It's possible. Only the void cleaving pill has the value to be put in the last auction. If it's a void advancement pill, then its price can easily surpass the gold fur mouse from before. After all, this is a medicinal pill that allows a half-step void stage martial artist to directly break through to the void prying stage. For a moment, many people guessed that the pill bottle in the old man's hand contained the void breaker pill.
As far as they were concerned, only the void cleaving pill had the qualifications to be the last auction item.
Void cleaving pill? Now, even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but admire the imagination of the group of people in the hall.
The old man raised his hand to make everyone in the hall go silent.
Everyone, the pill in my hand isn't a void cleaving pill.
Not a void cleaving pill.
For a moment, everyone in the hall was stunned. Not a void cleaving pill? Then what medicinal pill is it?
Under the gazes of everyone present, the old man slowly said, "The pill bottle in my hand contains an origin-strengthening pill."
Origin-strengthening pill? For a moment, everyone in the hall was dumbstruck. An origin-strengthening pill again? And only one? However, this time, no one made a fuss over nothing. After all, with 10 origin-strengthening pills with 75% purity before them, they were mentally prepared. Everyone surely feels it strange that our Ma clan auction house would put an origin-strengthening pill as the last auction item. As the old man spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment to whet the appetite of the people present. This old man is rather professional in hosting auctions. In room number 1, Duan Lingtian looked at the old man through the window and shook his head with a smile. Li Fei and Kerr couldn't help but nod in deep agreement.
If it wasn't for them knowing what the old man would say later, perhaps they would be whetted by the old man as well. Finally, the old man spoke with a tone that contained traces of excitement. "Everyone, I can guarantee all of you that the value of this origin-strengthening pill is absolutely not inferior to a void-cleaving pill.
Hurry up and speak clearly."
"I thought you were going to speak earlier, but who knew you'd whet our appetite again?"
The old man's actions had obviously aroused public indignation.
The old man laughed embarrassedly, then he took a deep breath and his expression became serious as he said solemnly, "Guests, everything I said earlier wasn't without reason. Not to mention being unable to find a second origin-strengthening pill in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even in the entire Darkon dynasty, you might not be able to find a second one.
Because
the purity of this origin-strengthening pill has attained an unprecedented 91% after being verified by Lord Hu Jun." As the old man finished speaking, even he himself became excited.
Bang! A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples. Instantly, the entire hall was in an uproar.
At least more than half of the people shuddered and unconsciously stood up from their seats.
Origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%? How could this be possible?
Even if it's a medicinal pill with a purity of 80% or above, it's an existence of legend. This origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% is practically impossible to exist. If this is true, then the value of this origin-strengthening pill is indeed not something a void-cleaving pill can compare to.
Of course.
Although the void-cleaving pill is precious, it frequently appears in the auctions of the various auction houses in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. But this origin-strengthening pill, not to mention a purity of 90% or above, even a purity of 80% or above has never appeared in the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom.
This origin-strengthening pill has extraordinary significance.
After a wave of excitement, the crowd of people that stood up in the hall sat back down.
"Can I take a look at this origin-strengthening pill?"
Right at this moment, an aged voice sounded out from a room on the second floor. Subsequently, under the gazes of everyone present, a person directly leaped out of the window and borrowed force to descend onto the auction platform.
This was an old man in green clothes.
The old man's gaze was brimming with expression, and his entire body stood there with an extraordinary bearing.
Grade 7 alchemist?
Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he saw the Alchemist Guild badge on the old man's chest at the first possible moment.
This badge precisely belonged to a Grade 7 alchemist.
Grade 7 alchemist. In next to no time, many people recognized the old man's identity and exclaimed in low voices. The green-clothed old man looked at the old man that presided over the auction and slowly said, "I'm an alchemist that was just transferred to Black Wind City by the Alchemist Guild's main guild of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In a few days, I'll complete the handover with the acting guild master of Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild and become the new guild master." As soon as the green-clothed old man finished speaking, another uproar broke out. So it turned out that this green-clothed old man was an internal member of the Alchemist Guild. Moreover, he was the new guild master of Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild. After all, since 3 years ago, the guild master of Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild, a Grade 7 alchemist, unexpectedly died. The position of guild master of Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild had always been held by a senior Grade 8 alchemist. Unexpectedly, 3 years later, the Alchemist Guild's main guild of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom finally sent someone over.
So it's the guild master.
The old man that presided over the auction respectfully bowed to the green-clothed old man. Then he passed over the medicinal pill bottle in his hand.
He wasn't worried that the old man would forcefully seize this origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%. On the day their Ma clan auction house held an auction, there would always be 3 half-step void stage experts present. Unless it was a void-prying stage expert, otherwise, don't even think of having any devious ideas here.
The green-clothed old man poured out the origin-strengthening pill and carefully observed it. In next to no time, his body lightly trembled as he said in disbelief,
It's really an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%.
After taking a deep breath, the green-clothed old man returned the origin-strengthening pill to the old man that presided over the auction, and he spoke with an anxious tone.
Can you tell me where the person that put this origin-strengthening pill up for auction is? Guildmaster, I'm sorry. Our Ma clan auction house completely keeps the identity of every customer in the room a secret. The old man that presided over the auction shook his head.
The green-clothed old man nodded, then once again flew back to the room.
At the same time, his voice sounded out once more. I'm determined to obtain this origin-strengthening pill. I hope everyone can give me some face. However, no one paid attention to him.
However, along with the appearance of the green-clothed old man, practically everyone present was able to confirm that the origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% that was about to be auctioned was real.
On the auction platform, the old man continued. I presume everyone is clearly aware of what an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% represents.
If an alchemist were to use this as a blueprint to conduct research, perhaps they would be able to see through the profundity of the high purity within it, and obtain extremely great benefits from it.
Moreover, even if a medicinal pill like this was bought and kept, it would still be one of a kind. If it were to be offered to those great sects or even the imperial family, one would even have the opportunity to obtain unimaginable benefits. I won't waste my breath. This origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% has a starting price of 1 million gold. In the end, the old man spoke with a clear voice and started the bidding. Right at this instant, the entire hall was deathly silent. Even the various rooms on the second floor had gone silent, and there wasn't the slightest movement. Within the number 1 room, Li Fei was dumbstruck, and she looked at Duan Lingtian. Scoundrel, does this Ma clan auction house intentionally not want to help you sell the origin-strengthening pill? Has he gone mad? 1 million gold. It's only an origin-strengthening pill, how could someone possibly?
Li Fei hadn't finished speaking when her beautiful eyes couldn't help but constrict.
That was because a voice interrupted her. Chapter 252. 5 million gold. An aged voice sounded out, breaking the tranquility of the auction house's hall. Li Fei's expression froze, and her face was filled with disbelief. Kerr was stunned as well, and the gaze she looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with burning admiration. Duan Lingtian was shocked as well.
He recognized that the owner of this voice was precisely the green-clothed old man from before, the grade 7 alchemist that was about to become the master of Black Wind City's alchemist guild.
5 million gold? This price had already completely surpassed the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse. The first thought in Duan Lingtian's heart was, he had earned back the money he spent on the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. His second thought was, he could be considered to have experienced the meaning of the words things are precious when they are rare. As expected, it caused a stir in the auction house's hall. That master guild master directly bid 5 million gold? Although he's a grade 7 alchemist, he shouldn't have that much money, right? Humph. Didn't you hear him speak of his identity earlier? An origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% is of extraordinary significance to the Alchemist Guild. He surely wants to use the wealth of the Alchemist Guild to bid for this origin-strengthening pill. Everyone was shocked by the green-clothed old man's generosity. I wonder if anyone will continue to bid. Many people couldn't help but think in their hearts. Finally, 6 million gold. That sonorous voice sounded out once more from room number 7. It's room number 7 again. Who the hell is the person in room number 7? This is too frightening. 6 million gold taels, and he just casually mentioned it. The voice from room number 7 once again caused a stir in the hall. 7 million gold. Right at this moment, the green-clothed old man's voice sounded out once more, and at the same time, he said with a serious voice, "Sir, I hope you can give our alchemist guild some face." "Humph. Let's rely on our own ability." The sonorous voice that sounded out from room number 7 didn't give the green-clothed old man face in the slightest. 8 million gold. The room the green-clothed old man was in went silent, and he didn't bid again. It seemed to have exceeded the price he had in mind. Now, the guest in box number 7 has bid 8 million taels of gold. Are there any other guests who wish to raise the price? 8 million taels of gold going once. 8 million taels of gold going twice. The old man on the auction stage said excitedly. Did the guest in room 1 give up again? It seems so. He doesn't want such a good thing? Surprised voices could be heard in the hall. 8 million taels of gold going thrice. Deal. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the origin strengthening pill with a purity of 91% became the possession of the person in room number 7. In private room number 1. Duan Lingtian laughed. An origin strengthening pill that only cost a little more than 1,000 taels of silver was actually sold for 8 million taels of gold, which was equivalent to 800 million taels of silver. Even if he deducted the silver used to buy the jade-eyed heavenly mouse and silver parting grass, he still earned over 4 million gold. Inconceivable, inconceivable. Li Fei felt like she was dreaming. Young master, they're still wondering why you didn't fight for it with the person in room number 7. Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian and playfully stuck out her tongue. Fight. Duan Lingtian laughed as well. That was something he put up for auction himself. After a short moment, the attendant knocked on the door again. The manager of the Ma clan auction house, Ma Qin, appeared once more, and this time, he passed Duan Lingtian 8 million taels of gold. Congratulations, guest. Ma Qin's heart was bleeding. A 10% handling fee. Gone just like that. $8 million taels of gold. Even if it was only a 10% handling fee, it would still be 800,000 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 80 million taels of silver. How do we leave? Duan Lingtian looked at Ma Qin and asked. Guest, we have a special passageway for every guest in the room. You bring these guests out. Ma Qin looked at the attendant and instructed. Yes. The attendant hurriedly nodded, then brought Duan Lingtian's group of 4 out of the room and turned into the special passageway at the side of the room. As for Ma Qin, his eyes flashed as he gritted his teeth, seeming to have made a difficult decision. In next to no time, Ma Qin left room number 1 and walked into room number 7 in the end. Within room number 7, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance sat there, and behind the middle-aged man were 2 old men. When he saw Ma Qin enter, the sonorous voice of the dignified middle-aged man sounded out. Manager Ma Qin, have you thought it through? I only want that gold for mouse. Everything else is yours. That person was able to pay almost 4 million taels of gold in one go. He's obviously someone that doesn't lack money. The corners of Ma Qin's mouth twitched when he heard this. That violet-clothed young man naturally didn't lack money. Not to mention the wealth in his possession, just that origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% was sold for 8 million taels of gold. As far as he was concerned, the wealth in the possession of that violet-clothed young man absolutely exceeded 10 million taels of gold. When the dignified middle-aged man noticed that Ma Qin was slightly hesitant, he continued. If Manager Ma Qin isn't at ease, you can follow behind us. Once we kill them, Manager Ma Qin can directly make an appearance, and you don't have to make a move and you'll be able to obtain all the wealth of that person. Manager Ma Qin, an opportunity knocks only once, and it won't come again. What we want you to pay is only their whereabouts. The dignified middle-aged man glanced deeply at Ma Qin. I hope Manager Ma Qin can quickly make a decision. Otherwise, once they leave, then everything will be too late. Needless to say, every word of the dignified middle-aged man bombarded Ma Qin's restless heart. Outside the Ma clan auction house, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 walked out in large strides and looked at the surroundings, and they noticed that it was a remote alley that had no one in sight. This Ma clan auction house is rather considerate. If we leave through this passageway, we'll be completely able to avoid being coveted by others. Li Fei looked at the surroundings as she evaluated. Duan Lingtian nodded and walked out in large strides. Let's first find an inn to stay at, and we'll leave Black Wind City at dawn tomorrow. However, they'd only taken a few steps when Duan Lingtian became vigilant and stopped moving. Meanwhile, Xianxia, who was behind Duan Lingtian, stopped moving and turned around as well. Who are you people? Accompanying Xianxia's shocked shout was Duan Lingtian that turned around as well. With a single glance, he saw the three people that were nearby. A dignified middle-aged man in azure clothes with an extraordinary bearing. Behind him followed two old men. The two old men were both in grey clothes, and although their eyes were muddy, they gave off an oppressive aura. Three half-step void stage martial artists? Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian noticed the approximate cultivation of the three people at the first possible moment. He didn't have to think to know that the appearance of the three people here was surely the work of the Ma Clan auction house. Ma Clan auction house. A trace of a cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. He hated people that didn't keep their word and stabbed others in the back the most. You're from the Ma Clan? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the three people before him as he asked in a low voice. Ma Clan? The dignified middle-aged man in the lead spoke with a loud and clear voice. Do you think we're from the Ma Clan? Duan Lingtian's face sank when he heard the dignified middle-aged man's voice. You're from room number 7? Exactly. The dignified middle-aged man's gaze descended onto the little gold mouse that lay on Kerr's shoulder. Then he glanced at Kerr and Li Fei, and a trace of shock flashed within his eyes. Kid, your mistake today is that you shouldn't have bid for this gold fur mouse with me. Unfortunately, these two little beauties are going to be buried with you today. Needless to say, your luck with women is really great. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that the middle-aged man had come for the little gold mouse. Gold fur mouse? Duan Lingtian laughed in his heart. Yet he wondered what expression this person would have if he knew the little gold mouse's true identity. Perhaps he would be wild with joy. Are you so sure that you can kill us? Duan Lingtian looked at the dignified middle-aged man with a calm gaze as he asked indifferently. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he seemed to have noticed something, and his brows raised as his gaze swept towards the distance. He'd noticed a figure that was concealed in the distance. This figure wasn't unfamiliar to him. The manager of the Ma Clan auction house, Ma Qin. Now, he understood that Ma Qin had surely come to some sort of agreement with the middle-aged man before him, and they'd colluded together to betray him. Ma Qin. Killing intent arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. What? Could it be that you think the four of you and this gold fur mouse can go against us? The middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh when he heard Duan Lingtian. The gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian now was as if he was looking at a weak little child, and he utterly didn't take Duan Lingtian seriously. You can try. Duan Lingtian grinned, and the smile on his face was filled with a trace of evil. The middle-aged man frowned when faced with Duan Lingtian, who was composed as before, and he became vigilant. He and the two old men behind him started to look around. After noticing that no one was concealing themselves in the surroundings, the middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. You wouldn't be thinking that acting mysterious in front of me is of any use, right? Since you want to seek death, then I'll send you on your way. Elder Pang. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, one of the old men behind him flashed out, and he seemed to have transformed into a swiftly flashing cheetah as he pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Vast origin energy roiled on the old man's body. Moreover, 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes had even appeared in the sky above him. Half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change when facing the old man that approached menacingly, and he slowly spoke with a cold and indifferent voice. Xianxia, I'll give you 2 breaths of time. Yes, young master. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Xianxia replied and moved. His entire body instantly vanished on the spot. Swish! An exceedingly swift sword light flashed past, and the head of the old man that charged towards Duan Lingtian fell, and dazzling fresh blood gushed out from half of his body like a fountain.
Chapter 253.
Right at the instant the old man that was slashed into two fell to the ground. The pupils of the middle-aged man and the other grey-clothed old man constricted and their faces flushed red, as if their necks were choked by someone, and they were completely unable to catch their breath. And right at the instant their eyes were about to split apart, they only saw an extremely swift figure arrive before them in the blink of an eye.
Their heartbeat seemed to have completely stopped at this moment. Whoosh!
Xianxia raised his hand and an azure sword light flashed by, and traces of an unfathomable aura were coiled around it.
Advanced sword force.
2 lines of blood shot out violently from where the sword light pointed. The middle-aged man and the grey-clothed old man maintained astonished expressions as their bodies trembled before crashing onto the ground without making a sound.
Their pupils stared wide open, and they died with everlasting regret.
Perhaps, even in their dreams, they'd never imagined that the violet-clothed young man they looked down upon would have such a terrifying existence by his side.
Void. Second level of the void prying stage. Ma Qin, who was concealed in the distance, looked at the 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky, and his face instantly went pale. His body started shivering, and his eyes emitted panic and terror. He never imagined that 3 half-step void stage experts would all die in the blink of an eye. What he never imagined even more was that the violet-clothed young man actually had a void prying stage expert by his side, and it was even a second-level void prying stage expert. At this moment, his heart was completely filled with regret. He shouldn't have been greedy.
Now, not only was the 10 million plus gold that he took to be in his bag gone, he'd even offended this violet-clothed young man that had a void-prying stage expert by his side.
I hope he won't pursue the matter. Although this possibility was extremely slim, but Ma Qin still couldn't help but have this thought arise within his heart. Ma Qin took a deep breath and had a perturbed expression as he lightly prepared to leave. However, whoosh! Ma Qin's face went completely pale when he saw the person that appeared before him and stopped him, and his voice slightly trembled. My lord! Xianxia stared coldly and indifferently at Ma Qin, and didn't pay any attention to him. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer as he walked out in large strides to arrive before Ma Qin, and looked calmly at Ma Qin. Manager Ma Qin, how have you been? Thump! When Ma Qin saw Duan Lingtian, it was as if he had seen the devil. He knelt on the ground, his body trembling. My lord, spare me. I shouldn't have been greedy. I shouldn't have told them about my lord's whereabouts. My lord, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Humph. Duan Lingtian coldly glanced at Ma Qin. He called out to the 2 girls and walked back in the direction of the Ma clan's auction house. Xianxia, bring him along. Ma clan, I want them to give me an explanation today. Duan Lingtian's voice sounded, causing Ma Qin's face to turn deathly pale. If this matter alarmed the clan, his fate could be imagined. The most important thing in an auction house was credibility. But now, for his own selfish desires, he acted on his own initiative and single-handedly destroyed the reputation of the Ma family auction house. In the Ma family auction house, all the guests had already left, leaving only a few Ma family members. Backstage of the auction house, 4 old men gathered together. Old man who, when you saw that origin strengthening pill with a purity of 91% today, you were surely scared silly, right?
A robust old man in red clothes looked at Hu Jun and laughed heartily.
Is there even a need to ask? An origin strengthening pill with a purity of 91%.
However, that young man's luck isn't bad. He was actually able to obtain an origin-strengthening pill like that and earned 8 million gold. Another blue-clothed old man nodded, and an expression of envy appeared on his face.
Unfortunately, we didn't collect the handling fee from that young man. That was 800,000 gold.
The yellow-clothed old man sighed with a face full of regret.
Humph. Short-sighted. Once that origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% was sold, the reputation of our Ma clan auction house would rise along with it. Are you still worried that we won't be able to earn back a mere 800,000 gold in the future? Hu Jun glanced at the yellow-clothed old man with disdain. Does your Ma clan auction house still have any reputation to speak of?
Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out, causing the faces of the 4 old men, including Hu Jun, to go pale.
Duan Lingtian walked into the backstage in large strides. It's you.
Hu Jun recognized Duan Lingtian, and his eyes squinted.
What did you mean by what you said earlier?
Old man who's he? The other three old men looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned, as they were extremely dissatisfied with what Duan Lingtian had said earlier.
He's the guest that auctioned off that origin strengthening pill with a purity of 91%. Hu Jun took a deep breath as he spoke. Instantly, the three old men looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. You're asking me what I meant by what I said earlier? Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Jun and said indifferently, then I want to know even more what your Ma clan auction house means. Xiongquan, bring him in. Xiongquan walked in large strides, and in his hand was a middle-aged man.
The middle-aged man's face was ghastly pale, and when he saw Hu Jun and the others, his gaze was slightly evasive, and traces of terror faintly appeared on his face. Manager Qin?
Hu Jun frowned when he saw Ma Qin in Duan Lingtian's hand. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian. Guest, aren't you going a bit too far? Let him go.
The red-clothed old man had a fiery temper, and he glared fiercely as he took a step forward, wanting to seize Ma Qin from Xiongquan's hand. Above him, 150 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Obviously, he was in existence at the half-step void stage. Humph. Xiongquan's gaze went cold, and with a raise of his hand, the strength of over 2,000 ancient mammoths exploded out, and his origin energy condensed into a palm print that blasted onto the red-clothed old man, blasting him flying.
Bang! The red-clothed old man's body transformed into an arrow that left the bowstring and fiercely collided with the wall. Instantly, the entire wall split into pieces, and numerous hideous cracks appeared on it.
Puh! The red-clothed old man spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face went ghastly pale as he looked at the over 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that flashed above Xiongquan.
Void prying stage.
It wasn't only the red-clothed old man who was astonished. The expressions of the three old men including Hu Jun went ghastly pale as well.
3 half-step void stage martial artists. Not bad.
Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the three old men besides Hu Jun, and he sized them up before slowly nodding. When they heard Duan Lingtian and saw Duan Lingtian's attitude, the three old men were angered to the point their faces went livid. However, when their gazes descended onto Xiongquan, they suppressed the flames of rage in their hearts.
Endure.
They could only endure. Not to mention the three of them, even the entire Ma clan would find it difficult to match an existence at the void prying stage.
Didn't you go a bit too far when you asked me earlier?
Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised when facing the three silent old men, as Xiongquan was sufficient to deter them.
Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly descended onto Hu Jun as he asked indifferently. Hu Jun's expression was unsightly, but he still took a deep breath and asked. Guest, I want to know why you did this? Why did I do this?
Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and the killing intent on his body was awe-inspiring as he looked at Ma Qin who was in Xiongquan's hand.
You can let him speak.
Instantly, Hu Jun looked at Ma Qin.
Manager Qin, what exactly is going on? Ma Qin's face was ghastly pale. What should he say?
Could it be that he coveted the wealth and the possession of this violet-clothed young man, and joined forces with others to kill the violet-clothed young man and seize everything of the violet-clothed young man?
Ma Qin.
The other three old men were all existences at the half-step void stage, and they were supreme elders of the Ma clan. Presently, their gazes descended onto Ma Qin as well. Ma Qin took a deep breath as he knew that he had to speak, and he hurriedly said, Supreme Elders, Lord Hu Jun, the matter is like this. In tonight's auction, the Magnolia Trading Company's Xia Guang was in room number 7, and he took a fancy to the gold fur mouse that this guest obtained. When the auction was about to end, he came looking for me and made a promise that so long as I told him the whereabouts of this guest, then after he killed this guest, he only wanted the infant gold fur mouse. All the wealth in this guest's possession would belong to me.
When he spoke up to hear, Ma Qin's face revealed a bitter smile.
Hu Jun and the other three old men's faces went ghastly pale when Ma Qin spoke halfway. When they heard Ma Qin finish speaking, the expressions of the four old men were exceedingly gloomy, and they glared angrily at Ma Qin.
Ma Qin, as the manager of the Ma clan auction house, not only did you not lead by example, you even colluded with others to make a move against a guest. What position do you place our Ma clan auction house in? What position do you place our Ma clan auction house in? Although Ma Qin didn't finish speaking of what happened after that, they were able to roughly guess that the Magnolia Trading Company's Xia Guang was probably doomed. Ma Qin hung his head dejectedly,
as if he'd lost all the strength in his body. He knew that even if the violet-clothed young man didn't kill him today, even if he was able to escape death, he wouldn't be able to escape the heavy punishment of the clan. His life could be considered to be completely ruined. Ruined by the word, greed. If the heavens gave him a chance to start all over again, he wouldn't dare arouse greed even if he was beaten to death. But unfortunately, all of this was only an extravagant wish, and there was no medicine for regret in this world.
Do you understand now?
Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the four old men, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile.
Now, do all of you still think I'm going too far?
The corners of the four old men's mouths curled into bitter smiles.
Hu Jun took a deep breath.
Guest, this matter is the fault of our Ma clan auction house. So long as Guest is willing to turn this matter into a small matter, and a small matter into nothing, we're willing to compensate you.
Yes.
The other three old men hurriedly nodded as well.
It was fine if the young man was only an ordinary young man, but the young man just happened to have a formidable void-prying stage expert by his side. If they were to really infuriate the young man, then not to mention they would die without a doubt, even the Ma clan would be unable to escape calamity.
Compensation?
Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed out loud, and his laughter was extremely brilliant.
If there's compensation, then everything is easy to discuss.
However, I'll say this first, all of you can turn this matter into a small matter, and a small matter into nothing, but
he must die.
As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Ma Qin.
Chapter 254. Ma Qin, the main culprit.
Duan Lingtian could imagine that if it wasn't for Xiongquan by his side, he and the two little girls by his side would have died without a doubt. So, as far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, regardless of how the Ma clan's compensation would be, Ma Qin must die. Almost at the instant Ma Qin opened his mouth to beg for mercy, a blue-colored afterimage flashed past, swift as the wind and like a ghost. Bang! The blue-clothed old man, one of the supreme elders of the Ma clan, struck out in rage and killed Ma Qin with a single palm strike. Even if you didn't say anything, our Ma clan wouldn't allow such a black sheep to continue living. The blue-clothed old man looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke slowly.
Then, let's talk about the compensation.
The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile as his gaze swept past the four old men, causing them to feel aggrieved and helpless. After all was said and done, it was indeed their Ma clan's Ma clan auction house that was in the wrong in this matter.
Customer, please speak. Hu Jun took a deep breath.
He'd already made the preparations to bleed heavily.
10 million gold. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly with a carefree expression, as if 10 million gold was nothing in his eyes. Hu Jun and the other three old men were dumbstruck. They'd never imagined that the violet-clothed young man before them would actually demand such an exorbitant price.
Customer.
Isn't this 10 million gold too? Hu Jun was in a bit of a dilemma. 10 million taels of gold, even to the Ma clan, was not a small sum. Once they took out so much gold, the Ma clan would surely suffer a great loss.
What? You think it's too much?
Duan Lingtian glanced calmly at Hu Jun. Don't forget, today's matter was caused by your Ma clan. Send 10 million gold to the Cloud Traveler in tonight. Otherwise, bear the consequences. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian ignored the four old men whose faces were flushed red and directly left. This time, when they left the Ma clan auction house, Duan Lingtian's group left from the main entrance. Now that it was late at night, the street in front of the Ma clan's auction house was quiet, and occasionally some pedestrians could be seen walking by. The Traveler's Inn was not far ahead. When Duan Lingtian came back from the restaurant, he saw this inn. The group of people moved in. And now, the main hall of the Ma family mansion was brightly lit. 4 old men and 1 middle-aged man stood together. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression was extremely unsightly. That Ma Qin actually caused such a great calamity. He deserved to die. Ma Qin deserved to die. However, Patriarch, that purple-clothed young man's demand for 10 million taels of gold is too much. Are we really going to give it to him? The yellow-clothed old man's tone was low, and it seemed to be mixed with a bit of anger. Supreme Elder, if we don't give you the 10 million taels of gold, do you have a way to solve this problem? The middle-aged man was the Ma clan's patriarch, and his expression was extremely unsightly. The yellow-clothed old man was speechless. Did he have a solution? No.
He didn't think that he was able to endure the rage of the void-prying stage expert by the purple-clothed young man's side.
I'll order someone to send the 10 million taels of gold over to him. However, our Ma clan's money isn't so easy to take. When I send the money over, I'll order someone to send Xia Guang's corpse to the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's branch in Black Wind City.
As the middle-aged man finished speaking, his eyes flickered with a strand of a fierce light that contained traces of a scheme mixed within.
Patriarch is wise.
Instantly, the gazes of the four old men, including Hu Jun, abruptly shone.
The Jade Magnolia Trading Company was one of the 7 great trading companies of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and there was no lack of void-prying stage martial artists within it. Xia Guang was the person in charge of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's branch in Black Wind City. Most importantly, Xia Guang's father was the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, and besides that, he was even a formidable void-prying stage expert. That night, Duan Lingtian obtained his wish and received the 10 million taels of gold sent over by the Ma clan, and it caused him to be unable to help but sigh with emotion. This money came too quickly. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian cultivated as usual. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WYRM Python form. Presently, Duan Lingtian had still fallen into the bottleneck of the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage, and he was only half a step away from the 4th level of the Nascent Soul stage. I ought to be able to break through before arriving at the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian let nature take its course, and he cultivated until deep into the night before falling into a deep sleep. At dawn the next day, after eating breakfast with the 2 little girls, Duan Lingtian's group set out. The 4 Fergana horses headed straight out of Black Wind City. Not long after Duan Lingtian's group of 4 left, another 2 Fergana horses chased after them from afar. Humph! After galloping his horse and leaving Black Wind City extremely far away, Duan Lingtian's gaze suddenly went cold. When he'd just left the inn earlier, he'd noticed someone spying on them from the shadows. At the beginning, he didn't pay attention to it. Now, when he noticed someone was chasing after them from afar, his face sank.
Duan Lingtian, the 2 little girls, and Xianxia greeted each other. Then the 4 of them swung the horsewhips in their hands to descend onto the bodies of the Fergana horses, causing the Fergana horses to speed up and gallop madly.
Instantly, they pulled apart the distance between them and the 2 people behind them. The 2 people following behind them were 2 middle-aged men. Now when they saw Duan Lingtian's group of 4 suddenly speed up and disappear before their eyes, a wisp of anxiousness appeared on their faces, and they hurriedly spurred their horses to gallop madly. However, they quickly noticed that after galloping for a period of time, the road ahead was open and level, and they couldn't see the figures of the people they were chasing anymore. Where are they? The 2 of them glanced at each other with bewildered expressions. As far as they were concerned, the horses they rode were all Fergana horses, and with the speed of those 4 people, it ought to be impossible for them to pull apart such a distance from them. Are all of you looking for us? Right at this moment, an abrupt voice sounded out from behind the 2 of them, causing their faces to go pale. When they turned their horses around, they saw that their 4 targets were slowly approaching them on horseback. Now, when they sensed the cold gaze of the middle-aged man among the 4 people sweeping over, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They could sense how terrifying this middle-aged man was. Their bodies trembled slightly, and traces of a frightened luster appeared in their eyes. Duan Lingtian looked at the people who had come, his gaze calm. Speak, why are you following me? Seeing that the 2 of them seemed to be hesitating, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned slightly cold. If you don't speak, then you can stay here today. In an instant, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the 2 people's expressions changed, and they said in a panic, Sir, I'll speak. We're from the Black Wind City branch of the Magnolia Guild, and it was our vice president who sent us to follow you. Magnolia Guild? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Only now did he recall that Ma Qin from the Ma clan auction house seemed to have mentioned this Magnolia Guild yesterday.
That middle-aged man who coveted the jade-eyed heavenly mouse seemed to be from the Magnolia Guild.
That middle-aged man and the two old men were both at the half-step void stage, and their status in the Magnolia Guild shouldn't be low.
Why did he send you to follow me?
Duan Lingtian asked in a low voice.
Sir, we don't know the exact reason. We're only following orders. The two of them shook their heads. Duan Lingtian's gaze never left the two of them, and in the end, he noticed that these two people didn't seem to be lying. Thinking of the middle-aged man from last night, Duan Lingtian asked, "Do you know Xia Guang?"
Xia Guang? The two of them hurriedly nodded when they heard this.
The president of our Magnolia Guild's branch in Black Wind City is Xia Guang. The president of the Magnolia Guild's branch in Black Wind City. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused, as he never imagined that the middle-aged man from last night had such a great background.
Looks like there ought to be a considerable amount of wealth within Xia Guang's spatial ring that he conveniently took.
Right at this moment, Xianxia looked at the two of them and asked, "What's the relationship between this Xia Guang and your Magnolia Guild's vice president, Xia Dou?" When the two of them heard Xianxia, they said, "Xia Guang is precisely Lord Xia Dou's only son." Duan Lingtian noticed that Xianxia frowned slightly when he heard what the two of them said. F***K off. If you let me notice that you're following me again, then both of you will die without a doubt.
Duan Lingtian's icy cold gaze swept past the two of them, causing them to feel as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, and their faces revealed wild joy as they spurred their horses to leave, not daring to look back.
"Xianxia, you know that Xia Dou?" Duan Lingtian noticed that something was off with Xianxia, and he asked curiously. "Young master, that Xia Dou is the vice president of the Magnolia Guild's main branch. I've once had dealings with him. His strength is on par with me at my prime."
Xianxia replied respectfully.
"Sixth level of the void prying stage?" Duan Lingtian nodded. When he just met Xianxia all those years ago, he still remembered what Xianxia had said to him. Xianxia at his prime had a cultivation at the 6th level of the void prying stage. "Young master, the Magnolia Guild's people following you was probably done by the Ma clan. Should we?" Xianxia made a kill gesture. "A mere Ma clan is nothing. What's important now is to hurry on our journey. We have to arrive at the 7-star sword sect as soon as possible. If we're unable to make it in time for the 7-star sword sect's outer court disciple test 3 months from now, then we'll have to wait for another half a year." Duan Lingtian shook his head. Just as he'd said, he didn't take the Ma clan seriously at all. But if he returned now, even if he annihilated the Ma clan, it would only be a waste of time. As far as he was concerned, if he delayed entering the 7-star sword sect because of the Ma clan, then the losses outweighed the gains.
Yes.
Xianxia nodded.
To him, whatever the young master said was right. He was only a servant of the young master.
The four of them continued on their journey.
Squeak squeak, unknowingly, the little gold mouse had awoken from her deep sleep, and when she noticed she was on the Fergana horse, she was extremely happy and jumped onto the head of the Fergana horse, then nodded to Kerr in a human-like manner and was extremely happy. Hiss, seeming to have been awakened by the little gold mouse, little black and little white, the two little pythons, stuck their heads out from Duan Lingtian's sleeve and looked at the little gold mouse with their gold and silver eyes that flickered with strands of bright lights. Squeak!
Chapter 255. Duan Lingtian and the two little girls couldn't help but laugh when they saw the little gold mouse's actions. Swish! Swish! The eyes of the two little pythons went cold as they transformed into 2 bolts of lightning that flashed out and opened their mouths to bite the little gold mouse. Above their heads, 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared respectively. Little black, little white, don't! Kerr cried out in shock. She wanted to stop them, yet it was already too late. Squeak squeak! The little gold mouse wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the two little pythons, and it raised its claws to slap towards the two little pythons. 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky. The two little pythons were slapped down successively by the little gold mouse's claws. Although the little pythons weren't a match for the little gold mouse,
They didn't dare kill the little gold mouse because they'd noticed the warning gaze Duan Ling Tian shot at them. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons felt pain, yet they were unresigned as they stood in confrontation with the little gold mouse. Little black, little white, come back. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. He never imagined that these two little fellows would be so belligerent, as he hadn't even reacted earlier when they'd already fought with the little gold mouse. Swish! Swish! The two little pythons returned to Duan Ling Tian's hand, but their eyes still stared fixedly at the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse wasn't willing to fall behind, and it shook its butt towards the two little pythons in provocation. That's enough. When he noticed that the restless emotions of the two little pythons seemed to have slightly lost control, Duan Ling Tian looked at the little gold mouse and frowned. The little gold mouse seemed to be slightly afraid of Duan Ling Tian, and it lay down obediently. All right, you two little fellows, you'll surpass it sooner or later. Both of you are even younger than it by over a year, and 1 year later, both of you will surely be stronger than it is now. Duan Ling Tian noticed that the two little pythons were still unwilling to return into his sleeve, and he consoled them. Of course, he wasn't speaking without thinking. Based on his observation of the two little pythons in the past 3 years, their potential was absolutely not inferior to the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. When they grew up in the future, they might even be existences at the level of the demon emperor. The two little pythons were both mutated ferocious beasts. Even in Emperor Wu's memory, there was no record of the two little pythons. However, judging from their growth rate, they had long surpassed the growth rate of most demonic beasts. Hiss, hiss, hearing Duan Ling Tian's comforting words, the two little boas obediently returned to Duan Ling Tian's long sleeve. This made the two girls at the side smile helplessly. The two little pythons and the little gold mouse were simply like natural mortal enemies. That Xia Guang really let me off easy this time. Duan Ling Tian took out 3 storage rings. They were the storage rings of Xia Guang and the 2 old men beside him. There wasn't much in the 2 old men's storage rings, but in Xia Guang's storage ring, there was a huge amount of wealth. The origin strengthening pill that he refined with a purity of 91% had once again returned to his hand, and there was also a light blade inscription inscribed on a ring. Never mind these, they weren't valuable to him. Most importantly, there was an entire 20 million plus gold within Xia Guang's storage ring. Now the total amount of gold and silver in Duan Ling Tian's possession was already close to 50 million gold. After 2.5 months, Duan Ling Tian's group finally arrived at a city near the 7-star sword sect. This city wasn't inferior to Black Wind City in size. Duan Ling Tian knew the name of this city as he looked at the 3 words above the city gate. Black Bamboo City. At the beginning, Duan Ling Tian was still slightly unable to understand why a city would have such a poetic name. Only when he entered the city and saw bamboo that was pitch black like ink rising from the ground all over the city did he come to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that this was the origin of Black Bamboo City. All along the way, Duan Ling Tian saw some people wearing azure-colored clothes. These people were mostly young people. Their clothes had the same symbol embroidered on them. A sword, and 7 stars revolved around the sword. They're members of the 7-star sword sect? Duan Ling Tian looked at Xianxia and asked curiously. Li Fei and Kerr, who had veils covering their faces, looked at Xianxia as well, and their beautiful eyes contained slight bewilderment mixed within. Xianxia nodded. Yes, young master. These are the uniform of the 7-star sword sect. The 7 stars on the outer court disciples' uniform are copper-colored. The inner court disciples' uniform is silver-colored. The 7-star sword sect's elders are gold-colored. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. The 7-star sword sect's test is in half a month. Let's find a place to stay first. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian directly bought a courtyard house. Xianxia, you can't follow us to the 7-star sword sect. Stay here in the future. Duan Ling Tian said to Xianxia, if I have anything I need you to do in the future, I'll come look for you. Yes, young master. Xianxia hurriedly nodded in a respectful and reverent manner. 10 days later. Bang! Within Duan Ling Tian's body, origin energy charged out and finally broke through the final bottleneck of the 3rd level of the origin core stage, naturally stepping into the 4th level of the origin core stage. Slightly exerting strength. Above Duan Ling Tian, 71 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. The strength of 71 ancient mammoths. Compared to an ordinary 4th-level origin core stage martial artist, it was an entire 11 ancient mammoths more. Even compared to an ordinary 5th-level origin core stage martial artist, it was an extra strength of an ancient mammoth. A brilliant smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. I've finally broken through. After breaking through, Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely good. He brought along the 2 little girls and called out to Xiong before leaving the courtyard house and finding a restaurant to eat. The restaurant had an ancient fragrance and gave people a very comfortable feeling. Duan Lingtian brought along the 2 little girls to find a seat by the window and sat down. Then he ordered some food. 7-star sword sect inner court disciple.
Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and with a glance, he noticed that amongst the 3 7-star sword sect disciples at the table next to them, one of them wore a symbol on his azure clothes, and the 7 stars that coiled around the symbol were all silver in color. This young man around the age of 25 was obviously a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian could confirm that the strength of this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple ought to be at the 7th level of the origin core stage or above. Only around the age of 25, 7th level of the origin core stage or above.
Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. As expected of an inner court disciple of one of the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-star sword sect. After all, amongst the experts of the younger generation that he knew, the strongest person around this age was the Divine Might Marquis Estate's junior marquis, Nie Fan. However, although Nie Fan's age was older than this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, his strength was much inferior. As for the other 2 young men, they were around the age of 22 or 23, and were 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. Their strengths weren't weak, and were both at the 4th level of the origin core stage or above. Looks like even the current Little Fei's natural talent can only be considered to be ordinary after arriving at the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Li Fei was 21 this year, and had just broken through to the 3rd level of the origin core stage 1 month ago. Of course, the reason Li Fei possessed her current cultivation was all because of the high-purity medicinal pills that Duan Lingtian refined. Before long, the dishes were served, and Duan Lingtian's group of 3 started eating as well. Squeak squeak. The 3 of them had only eaten for a while when the little gold mouse came out from under Ker's sleeve. Its azure eyes flickered with a strange light as it stared at the pile of dishes on the table, and it gulped down a mouthful of saliva like a human. What? You want to eat as well? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he saw the little gold mouse's current appearance. The little gold mouse hurriedly nodded.
Come, roll over twice and I'll let you eat.
Duan Lingtian blinked his eyes as he spoke to the little gold mouse.
Unexpectedly, the little gold mouse raised its head with a haughty and disdainful appearance, and it ignored Duan Lingtian.
Duan Lingtian's face fell. This little gold mouse has really become intelligent. Duan Lingtian could practically confirm now that the little gold mouse was absolutely capable of completely understanding human language. Not only that, its intelligence wasn't inferior to a human. Scoundrel, don't bully little gold. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian, then she picked up a piece of meat and placed it before the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse picked up the piece of meat and started chewing with relish, and as it chewed, it looked at Ker with anticipation. Ker couldn't help but laugh. Then she picked up a few pieces of meat and placed them before the little gold mouse. Meanwhile, the little gold mouse nodded in satisfaction. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard exclamations of surprise coming from the table next door. Senior brother, is that a gold fur mouse? This was one of the 2 7-star sword sect outer court disciples at the table next door that spoke. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple couldn't help but turn around to look at Duan Lingtian's table when he heard this. The other outer court disciple looked over with a curious expression as well. Infant gold fur mouse? The eyes of the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple shone, and a greedy flowing light flashed within, as if he'd seen some treasure. Although the greed in the eyes of the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple only flashed briefly, Duan Lingtian still noticed it. But he didn't mind, as an infant gold fur mouse was indeed an extremely great temptation to martial artists below the void prying stage. So beautiful!
Right at this moment, the eyes of one of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples glowed when he saw the appearance of Kerr, who'd already removed her veil to eat. The other 7-star sword sect outer court disciple looked at Kerr when he heard this, and a trace of burning desire flashed within his eyes. Only the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple only glanced indifferently at Kerr before his gaze descended onto the little gold mouse. His interest towards the little gold mouse was obviously greater than his interest towards Kerr. Duan Ling Tian didn't continue looking at the 3 7-star sword sect disciples, and his gaze returned to the little gold mouse as he shook his head and laughed. This little gold is the same as little black and little white, they're all foodies. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, there was a commotion in his long sleeve. Obviously, the 2 little fellows hidden within Duan Ling Tian's sleeve were unhappy when they heard Duan Ling Tian. "All right, I won't talk about you too." Duan Ling Tian shook the 2 little pythons hidden within his sleeve and coiled around his arm as he consoled them with a light voice. The 2 little pythons went silent when they heard this. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian frowned, because he noticed that the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple had stood up and slowly walked towards their table. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.